Why would people encode things in strange language? Why would people encode things in weird symbols? Well, because it's a new kind of literature emerging, a new kind of religiosity emerging in the aftermath of the demise of the prophetic period. And that new kind of religiosity is what we call apocalypticism. Also, by the way, describing current events as if they're taking place far in the future is what we call in the literature text event prophecy. The vast majority of historical prophets did not predict the future. We'll talk more about the ones that tried and failed in a minute. But the vast majority of prophets who tried to describe all kinds of weird things, I'm sure folks have read some sections of the book of Daniel or the book of Revelation written by St. John or Nostradamus. Folks have read Nostradamus. It's always weird stuff like an eagle comes from the east and attacks the great bear, and the bear follows the sun, and the sun turns to blood, and you're like, what in the hell are you talking about? They're not describing the future. They're actually describing the present using encoded language, right? It's this all called exponential prophecy. They're describing things that have happened using code. Why would they do that? Well, because it might be politically expedient to be a little cryptic, right? Because again, what is one of the things these people like to do? Criticize the standard order of things. And do you really want to be the person living in the Roman Empire, being like, the Romans suck, I hate them, and God's going to kill them all soon? You want to publish that? You don't want to publish that because they'll crucify you for it. So what do you write? Well, the kid team, right, will arise from the sea, and then blah, 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 right? You encode it. And the encoding mechanism is part of the apocalyptic literature. So what isn't apocalyptic? That's the first thing we need to make. I know, right, that when most people hear the word apocalypticism, they're thinking end of the world. They're thinking all the crazy stuff happens at the end of the world. Messiah's going to come, and there's going to be this, that, the battle of Gog and Magog, and there's going to be all this stuff that happens at the end of the world, the battle of Megiddo, whatever. And so many people typically imagine that what apocalypticism is about the future. Because the word apocalypticism has been filtered so heavily through Christianity, and Christianity does tend to think that apocalypse is like something happening in the future, although early Christians thought it was going to happen pretty soon in their lifetime. Jesus kind of dragging his feet. But they really thought it was going to happen soon. This idea that it's going to happen in the future is an idea really from Christianity that has shadowed inflation the way that we use this word. Most apocalyptic writers, most prophets for that matter, in the Hebrew Bible and the Jewish tradition, don't do much in the way of trying to predict the future. They just don't. In fact, the most famous case where anyone tried to predict the future in the Hebrew Bible is in the book of Ezekiel chapter 26, where Ezekiel made what at the time was the single most predictable prediction that one could predict. That is, Nebuchadnezzar would destroy Tyre. Well, he predicted that because Nebuchadnezzar was destroying everything. Everything, right? It's just like predicting, right? It's like American imperialism will continue. Yep. It's going on, right? It's a completely normal thing to predict. And then they attack Tyre, and it didn't work. Nebuchadnezzar was repulsed. And so Ezekiel himself actually has to come back later. He actually comes back in the same book and says, well, what I meant was, he has to reinterpret his own prophecy to explain the fact that he was wrong, even though it was a completely actually predictable thing. So making predictions, especially clear predictions, is a bad idea, right? Folks may know the very famous quote from Friedrich Nietzsche, right? It never hurts a prophet to be too vague, right? If you predict on Tuesday, March 22nd, 2029, that blah, 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 well, your prophetic career rests on that. And so most of the prophecies, they don't predict the future by and large, right? And in general, by the way, that whole Nebuchadnezzar thing for people who are biblical illiterates is a real pain in their books, because they have to go back and explain why the Bible, why a prophet got it wrong, and then why a prophet didn't see it wrong, and then how he then put a spin on it to fix it, and then they further spin it to further fix it. And my favorite example is, I get a Mission Out Hungry by Alexander the Great, 400 years later. Somebody covered it, so Ezekiel wasn't totally wrong. I'm like, really? That's the best you got? Okay. Most Jewish apocalyptic texts is don't have much interest in the end of the world. In fact, when they do see the end of the world, they almost always lean on Hellenistic ideas. And those Hellenistic ideas, specifically the Stoic idea, was that basically God was going to trash everything at the end. And there was going to be some kind of global conflagration that ultimately ended would be destroyed by a giant fire. That was a very common idea in the ancient world. And so, in many ways, the predictions they do give about the end of the world are themselves just as popular ones. If you were to go to a Greek philosopher at the time and ask, what's going to happen in the world, they say, the logos, the fire, is going to consume the whole world. They're like, sounds reasonable. They went with that. So it's actually basically, it's not even really in some sense a Jewish idea as it is a Hellenistic idea. So let's put some context on this, right? I'm going to say what the apocalyptic is in just a minute. I want to put some context on this. What you have to understand about the rise of the apocalyptic is a time period in which it emerged. Political and theological upheavals that lasted from roughly about 586 BCE, when Judea was destroyed, the last independent Jewish state was destroyed, all the way up to around 135 of the Common Era, where the last attempt at independence movement on the behalf of the indigenous people of Judea, Jews, against the Romans, led by Republic, was defeated with hundreds of thousands of Jewish being killed in the process. What's important to understand about this political and theological landscape is that there is a major breakdown, as I mentioned earlier, in the theology of the time. As I mentioned earlier, this entire theology is built on what is called the Deuteronomic theology, which is again the idea that Yahweh is the covenant, and that covenant works in the way that the Israelites perform religious duties, and Yahweh gives them stuff, right? So that is the way it's supposed to work. The prophets, their main way that they understood themselves was as sort of a voice for God, telling the Israelites, you're doing wrong, you're breaking the contract, and if you persist in this, God's going to punish you. God's going to break the contract. Well, after everything comes completely apart, beginning in the 8th century BCE, by the 6th century BCE, the entire Judaic state is completely destroyed. There's just a serious problem. The serious problem is, if the prophets were right, and if every single Judahite was massacred, well, that would bring the prophecy to conclusion, right? You broke the treaty, and everyone's dead. Done. Right? And that would have been a very neat, I say neat, I mean not tidy, musical, I word of their right massacre, but it would have been a very tidy story theologically. Well, what happened? The Babylonians didn't kill everybody. They took the entire Judean aristocratic section into exile in Judea. And they kept on keeping on, not in the land, right? Not in their own land, but in Babylon. And not only that, we had a good time. We have extensive records of the Jewish population living in ancient Babylon. And we know they were living relatively well. They owned slaves. They had land. They had businesses, right? In fact, their life was so good in Babylon, in exile, that when the Jewish people were allowed to return to Israel, to Judea, by the Persians, they didn't want to come. They're like, why do I want to return to like a rock that has no habitable land? That's it. I can live here on these rivers, and we can like live in good. This is a great empire. They didn't want to go home. And so once you're home, right? Because they were born there. There were diaspora Jews living in Babylon in comfort and security. Why go back to a wasteland to rebuild something, right? That isn't that very natural. It's a rock in the middle of the Judean desert. And this was a big problem. In fact, there had to be Jewish people actually pressuring them to go back. So again, when we talk about the Babylonian exile and weeping by the rivers of the Euphrates or whatever, a lot of those Jews were not weeping by those rivers. They were very happy to be in exile in Babylon. And we know that because we have records of them living there. The problem again is the theological problem. They're still there. They still believe in Yahweh. What do you do when the prophecy meant that you're supposed to be destroyed and you aren't destroyed? So, does God make a new deal with us? Should we still believe in Yahweh? Like, the temple's been destroyed. What's going on? What do we do with this exact thing. The covenant doesn't make sense anyway. The covenantal theology doesn't make sense because there's a remainder that contradicts it. So what do you do? Well, there's a couple different options. You could try to maintain the old covenant theology, and some people did try to do that. But you can see the logical problem of trying to maintain it. The covenant's been broken. The Judahite state's been destroyed, and it's aristocracy moved about there's still a lot. What to do with that? That's a real problem. Well, otherwise, as a way of settling that problem, right? The way of settling that problem is by shifting your theology. Right? Never let the good catastrophe go waste. You simply innovate your theology. And what ends up emerging is a new kind of Judahite theology. In fact, I might even argue that Israelite religion went into exile, but Judaism came back. The religion of the ancient practiced unrecognizable behavior, like killing animals, burning beer, and he's a sky god. No one here recognizes a religion like that. But what comes out of exile is a theologically renovated religion that is much more like Judaism, like we might recognize now. So what happens is that they innovate. They theologically innovate. They develop a new theology that maintains the trappings of the old covenantal theology, but radically, philosophically changes what it all means. And so one of those kinds of change, one of the first big change is that Yahweh can't just be the God of Israel. To make this work, Yahweh has to be a God of everything. Not just God of Israel, other gods in the world, like polytheism. Your God exists, my God exists, and my God is your God. That's what the Israelites did. Now, the new shift is, not only can my God be your God, God's not. There's just one God. Monotheism emerges in the aftermath of this catastrophe. So the God of the Israelites is now said to be the only God, and that God is responsible for everything. And not just responsible for everything, God has a plan for the entire cosmos. Right? This is going to be precisely the point. God is planning everything, and everything that happens is according to that plan. No matter how bad it is, no matter how confusing it is. In fact, the worst it is evident for the fact that God is preparing something amazing. Right? So this kind of theology is going to be decisively important in this matter. So what also has to happen here, right, is that the Israelites, right, are going to have to begin to change the way they think about their relationship with this God. And the problem is, this God is going to have to tell them what in the world all this means. We used to have this covenant, and it's supposed to do our business. And this is supposed to happen if we keep it, this is supposed to happen. No. Well, we didn't. And we're still here. What's happened? Well, what ends up happening, what ends up emerging is that new kinds of prophets emerge in which God shows them the plan. Right? Again, here's the language here, right? The older prophets heard God and communicated what God said. The new kind of prophecy sees what God's showing them, right? It communicates what God's showing them literature. So this is a much more literary movement, and it's much more visual movement. And it's so distinct that we now think of it as a distinct kind of religiosity. It's not prophecy, they're not speaking on behalf of God, they're describing what God is showing them, what God has revealed to them. And that is a completely different phenomenological way of experiencing this experience. Right? Very different of mysticism and deism. Now, what precipitates this? How big is the ability what underlies this? And the answer is really complicated. And the short answer is we don't know. Because we don't have good records about this. We don't have good records about this kind of thing. The best theory I've seen is that what ends up happening is that the Judahites go into exile and they come in contact with an upcoming important religion called Zoroastrianism. Now you have to understand that when the Judahite aristocracy goes into exile, the Judahite aristocracy is still a relatively ancient Babylonians, they were like the ancient world. They're cosmopolitan, they're literate, they have ancient culture that's been there for 1,000 years. They are wealthy, they have multiple giant temples, each of which is larger than the Israelite temple. It was a metropolis of an order of magnitude that ancient Judaism could not have imagined. Ancient Jerusalem was a backwater. It was a tiny settlement of 2,000 people, right, with that one temple there that was that much bigger than a basketball arena, right? We're talking about
What up, dude? What up, dude? Are you ready to lose? You ready to lose? Dude, dude. If you're talking, nobody can hear you. There he is, dude. There he is, dude.
You can hear me now?
Yeah. Yeah.
Talk over.
What's up, big dog?
Rabbi.
What up, pimp?
What up, pimp?
Yo, go.
Yo, go. Who do you think's more likely to be up? What?
Yo, what are you saying?
Yo, what are you saying?
Fuck.
Is atheism a religion?
No, generally not. People try to organize it into such, but it is more of a lack of belief. Just wait a minute, dog.
Rabbi, statistically, who's more likely to be right about a religion? Humans or some alien species out there?
Aliens.
Do you think there's an alien species that knows all the answers that we don't know?
Perhaps, big dog.
You think they're scared?
Nope. Are you ready to lose? Are you sure?
Yeah.
Have you ever been more sure of anything in your life? There you go, big dog. What up, pimp?
What if we just entertainment to an alien species?
That could be.
What if they're like billions of miles away, but they can still see us through their telepathic community?
You mean telescopic community? Like telepathic would be like reading, like communicating to us without words to our brain. Telescopic would mean like zooming in on us.
Not evening. It's morning in our control. Dude, you ready? Good morning, Rabbi Rothschild. Oh. Otazoy. Live from Toronto. Unbelievable. Last time I was here, I was in AJ's house. A little bit of a smaller house.
Dude, you're gonna accept the invite. You're gonna drink yourself off raw.
Accept the invite. You're gonna drink yourself off raw.
Stop with us every day. And there are a lot of people that are curious about the stop. What that blaming is, first of all, I want to say, stress and shining, stress and oil.
What are you listening to?
What are you
listening to?
A lecture.
We have
Why are you listening to?
Thursday night?
Are you learning about religion? Are you learning about religion?
It's more just a review.
It's more just a review.
A review? A review?
I know this pretty well.
Yes, I know this pretty well.
All times for. If I get a 4, I'll be happy.
That's bullshit.
7 years ago,
Dude, that's bullshit.
we had a little bit of a history. We were transmitting sheer live on and in Australia went with some sort of video device and he streamed live. So okay, no more streaming. Live 1,000. That was a little powers then. Today we have over 2,000. Back then we had 200. And I made it a thing that we have to get 1,000 power. Streaming live. So I walked into one of the stores in the general and bumped into you and they say, I don't know if you are, but I just share it. You know, subscribe to YouTube. And make it really low.
What's it?
What's it? Oh, thank you. And subscribe.
Is peer pressuring someone to fuck someone else?
That's the
Sexual assault.
It's not good, I can tell you that.
It's not good, I can tell you that.
It's not good, I can tell you that.
What'd you say?
It's not good.
Oh, where you are.
It's not good, I can tell you that.
It's not good, I can tell you that.
It should be. It should be.
Okay.
We have now the generation. We have Jimmy Azuda. We have a new superstar. You don't know him, you get to know him. Deeper Slow. You know about the guy. So we have a thing going on.
I don't have force.
People have great experiences through this year. Life.
Dude, you had it. Why are you losing by so much?
Dude, you had it. Why are you losing by so much?
Because I'm going to get the bonus, which will help.
Are you sure about that?
Are you sure about that?
$37,000
on the side quest right now.
So he got, so he's gonna get
fuck you, Zoo.
Rabbi, you want to go play?
What?
We're just going to play the Wild Strike. That's all together.
When we started the set, even though
the worst part about that is for you.
What's that, Zoo?
Is that Zoo?
lot of new people. There's over 1,000 Hebrew speakers that start English. We have a brand new Gemara. We came out ourselves. We have it in the front. It's a new Hebrew. Where it's crystal clear, easy to read, no notes.
Rabbi, do you think we can come back?
For sure.
For sure. Bring you
That's good.
straight to the charge.
Right.
In the back.
I might.
Because the Gemara is charge, the calendar, satellite locations that are installed in another city around the world. So if you're traveling, you know where to go. I'd like to speak to you about one of the
Yeah, baby.
My baby. You're my baby. You realize it's the first. Because the positives are so powerful. The number one thing is best.
Oh, I clicked the wrong thing. I clicked the wrong thing.
The latest meaning. What's the first yeshiva?
Where are you going to play?
Choose.
The love. What piece of things are you
I missed the two.
That's the thing. Oh,
What else, baby?
Oh, a whole different guys from the war.
I don't think I'm going to get the 4 times.
Some are in door now, some of them.
Where am I playing? Oh,
very, very fast.
fuck, I can go for 5.
You're sucking shots and pirates. Good God. Here's the big one. We all went to yeshiva. Yeshiva. And in yeshiva we learned again. I learned many very fucking yeshiva.
Bullshit, I forgot from I learned the very something. Rabbi.
What up, man?
Probably the best.
You know what school doesn't play football?
Yes, it is. Are you going to call Ryzen?
They don't know. So what happens is,
Ryzen's going to...
I call later on, they call me.
I don't want to call Ryzen.
Why not?
I haven't opened up the safe. The guy tells me,
We're going to play bowling.
Why are we calling Ryzen?
But when I learn to you.
Okay, well, why are we calling Ryzen?
When you're about a boss, you're not going to be learning here. Forget about it.
Why do you say
I
that?
get a pagrusa, and the last birthday, it's only lasts for a week. And then the pagrusa has a customer, and then you have a pagrusa, and then you don't
Why do
feel
you
well.
say that?
The kids be learning 2 days out of the week. And that's not learning. You learn BU. You didn't learn. You can learn every day of the week. So
Yo, why would you say that?
The only way that I know works is that way. It's the most consistent program out there. The consistency of learning prayer every day, nothing like that. The other problem is a lot of people are like, try that.
Zoo.
I tried it again.
Zoo, why would you say that?
So, that's why.
Zoo, why would you say that?
It's not about the daf, it's about the young.
I was just joking.
Okay, but do you realize that that's not funny?
That
Okay, then why don't you call him then?
Mitzvah that we have.
Hey, Rabbi.
Dude, I asked you a question.
And most of us here, we wear tefillin every day. Somebody, I asked people,
Dude, why don't you call Riser?
You learn every day. A
Can
lot of
we
people
play
say
bowling on
no.
10 frames?
You never say it on.
We can play bowling if you call Riser.
5 days.
Can we play it on 10 frames?
We can play on 10 frames if you call Riser.
How do I know? Because you say it every day, but down the player can make it.
Do we usually play on 5 frames?
Look at all the
5 because you're awful.
Why don't we switch it to 10 so it's better?
No, you're just going to be worse. Call Riser and then we can play one game of 10 frames.
Are you tough? And how's it possible that he don't buy a whole player?
What if he doesn't know himself?
You don't know until you do it.
He doesn't learn a Jewish word. He wears his tefillin for 5 minutes.
Okay, but why don't you call him?
There comes that yoiming. It creates a situation where you don't have a choice. Tell you a mice of Shahaya that happened yesterday. We had a Shabbat in Connecticut. One thing I want to tell you. On Shabbos, well, you got a 3.5 hours back. Chazan is special Shabbos in the room from Australia for 5 days. Sheer quiet and come to this school. Speech, Joe Dome. He gave me a little speech. He brought us Paris. He found Paris.
Oh, no fucking way.
Can we play 10 frames?
Yes.
Everything is positive. Feminine and children. Said it doesn't have to be a player because it wasn't putting it first, but it's a player. I offered $1,000.
What's good, gang?
Dog, I slept so long today.
The whole thing coming out about
Me, the opposite. I literally didn't sleep at all.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm trying to fix my sleep schedule.
Are we watching the Founder?
Yeah, the loot will allow us to. Yes.
Visual and he gave it to me in front of everybody.
Rather than enjoy.
It was one surprise after another. Listen to it. They bought me an Aliyah. Together, money. Aliyah.
What is 10 frames mean?
$180,000, but not Canadian, US dollar.
Okay.
The kids there, we're sitting and we're one speech to the other speech by Rabbi Rothschild.
I wish I didn't just suggest playing 10 frames. So.
And then the meal.
You demanded it.
I thought 10 frames meant like 10 frames per second or something.
Ryan, kid, comes up, he's 11 years old.
Is that my fault?
Learning. Love learning. 11 years old. This guy,
so close.
Life, it's your holes up. Then the mother.
Rabbi's going to get Rabbi's going to go for the perfect game.
The Malco starts at 8 o'clock. Goes
Drop the game.
Dancing. Shabbos is 1100.
That was awful.
Dude, 10 frame is so long. Dude, 10 frame is so long. Why did you say 10 frame? 10 frame is so long.
10 frame is so long.
I thought 10 frames, when I looked at it, it was 10 frames per second.
You thought it was 10 frames per second?
6 people show up.
10 frames per second.
That doesn't make any sense. Oh, like the resolution? Wow.
To say
then I'm clearly five frames per second. It's about 40 frames at least.
Because you have this commitment doing things.
Robert, how many frames per second do you think?
69.
People said, okay, 69. Yeah, we're tired.
I don't think that's a bad guess.
Well, I guess the
There's
baby.
no deification. We learn Yom Pesach, Tisha B'Av night.
Dude, did you know that it's your turn? Dude, you know that you have the lead on Riser?
When you have to take
Dude, we are never playing 10 frames.
most consistent learning that we know. כרגע, חסי נשמרת משמרת, אז מה אנחנו יודעים מהשם?
What's the best person? What's the best person?
What's the best person to do a song?
No, what's the best passion you saw?
Oh, the one that you said last night.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
That's just the best.
Okay, well, don't you think that it's popular because it could be the best? Oh, no way, Zoo. Get it. Get it. Get it.
Even I might take Tisha B'Av.
Okay.
I mean, he might have some fucking gems in his discography.
Oh, no. Riser with the spare. I'm so worried. Psych, baby. I'm on fire.
It's not about the
What up, Zoo?
it's about the Yomi.
Has there ever been a one-hit wonder, right? A one-hit wonder, while they were alive, that songs got more popular after they're gone?
Yeah, arguably Otis Redding.
Another very,
He
very
won a Grammy after he died. Otis Redding.
hear from people, I guess, I want to say 30 to 40.
What was his one-hit wonder when he was alive?
Sitting on the
And the
dock
only
of the
thing I hear
bay.
over and over and over again is that it changed my life, the doctor changed my life, the shoes changed my life.
What a good spare,
And I think
Zoo.
one of the
So do you think there'll be like more like one-hit people you consider one-hit wonders than they die than just like people who dig up people like, holy shit, this is
Yeah.
amazing.
Or it'll be featured in a commercial or like a television show or movie or something.
the only thing is people,
I think commercial is
Okay, well that's a cool story.
started still in real estate.
When was the last time you watched a commercial?
Today.
I haven't done this in 5 years, but I'm in real estate, yeah. So
What commercial?
It was for the South Australia Raw Comedy competition. They were average.
Yeah, you can't tell me when the last time you saw a commercial.
Yeah, I purposefully watched one for cinnamon rolls. Yesterday or the day before, I looked it out. It's from the 1990s. What a good shot!
I built this habit that Leah and Hara, it's a nice nigga, but I haven't missed.
It was for Pillsbury cinnamon rolls that were offered at Burger King, and they had Minnie Riperton who sang the songs, and she orgasms at the end of the commercial, and it always stuck out in my mind dude, I can't believe they had a woman orgasm at the end of a commercial for cinnamon rolls.
Do you think it's harder? Do you think it's harder to get a spare?
I didn't do anything special. It's just one of these things.
Right?
Once you get locked in and you do it,
Dude, do you consider yourself to be dog shit at bowling or just terrible?
What's the
It's a great
difference?
question, dude.
Great question.
I don't know.
On the scales, that's pretty terrible.
The idea is to build this habit. And once you build this habit, it goes to the direction that you never even imagined. Health, exercise, mikro, Mishnayos, Gashmias.
I would go over 100%.
I don't think so.
I'm trying to tell you,
Oh, what a great
you haven't
spare.
tried this out. Better try it. It will change your life. Focus and change
Better stride.
I agree.
You have no idea. Here we go. Let's change your life. And finally, I'm just going to say this.
No.
Family.
Yeah, he will. No doubt. But neither of you are touching it. No.
One of the things that he told me was when he walked the car, saw a magnet that said MDY. A lot of you have
Where are you going to get
69.
magnet. Put it on your car. Even if you don't have you hate the dog, put it on your car anyway. Because it might encourage somebody to
That was bad.
to get somebody to learn fire.
So I didn't play
Get
track
another
to get
person to learn fire. You know what happens?
Right.
You get listen to that person. Every word
resonates.
every baruch
One track to get over 100, right?
every amen is 1,000 baruch.
Correct.
Every word of Torah is 1,000 amen. There's more. Every amen is shirab, every word of Torah is 630.
This is the most difficult shot in the game, folks.
Words per minute, all of its time.
Did Mr. Carlos get this one?
Yeah, she did. I've seen her do it twice.
This is this magnet on the car. Wow. Part of I'm part of.
This is difficult, y'all. Oh, fuck off. Brother, you need to get 9. He gets an A.
New satellite location coming to Miami. I'm going to be there with Hashem. I'm traveling. I'm doing some traveling thing. By the way, if anybody
Oh my God.
trying to offload
He did it,
five,
Zeus.
MDY
He did it.
or 5
He did it.
jets right now.
Flight this morning. Alright, you can get free
Flying
gum
tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. Flying to Park City.
It's just gonna let the time run down. Let's try. Go for 150.
York. And
Go for 150. Go for 150.
over here. People. Whoever does this.
It's over, folks. It's over.
It's over.
Rabbi, what do you think the chances are this guy in the next game?
95%.
95%.
20 guests a day.
99%.
Fully loaded.
99%.
I don't think so, not yet.
Dude, you have an invitation and everyone's awaiting you. Guys, you have an invitation and everyone's awaiting you.
I do think Strain Montezaris will be around for a while.
Okie doke. I like how you're a virologist. I like how Zoot is a virologist, though.
And
I don't think it's going to be a COVID level pandemic. I don't know if it spreads like that.
All right. Do you know if Riser's going to go?
Positive location over here.
This is the worst shot I've ever seen.
All I know is that I don't know if this virus has a 40% mortality rate. It's that strong, but viruses, if they're respiratory.
Dog, how are you believing a 40% mortality rate? That means that like 40% of the people on that cruise ship are going to die? Get out of here. What kind of bullshit is the British media teaching you?
Well, that's not the same strain. That's not the same strain.
Okay. Is it the same strain that's going to make riser not?
This is Rabbi Rothschild. So if you watch,
Oh, stop.
I want to show you what it looks like.
One of the best shots ever. Dude
Dude
has one of the worst shots ever. But it's going to block riser.
The name rock.
Bye.
Was it called again? Huh? Famous cousin, so he's part of here. And they made a whole lot of people showed up, not learners from the they had to belong.
Sheep, I could see that. Riser is fucked. That sheep fucked Riser so badly. That might have been the biggest fucking of an animal by an animal we've ever seen. That was straight up bestiality. Riser is just straight up giving up in this game. Riser gives up in the game. I know, but your strategy is awful. It's dog shit. I went in the water on my drive, and I still.
There's a secret hole there, so
We're gonna say
I've been saying that for like forever. Secret hole there. No one believes me. Because I'm like, I don't know. It seems like the perfect spot to put it. It's like no one ever shoots it onto like the other side, like the arrows.
That phase is sponsored by doing rich medallions. First year side of Jagdal,
That's a good job.
Sponsored in Solomon dedicated memory of Self-response, we have brand.
You memorize the like percentage.
What do you want me to do, dog? What do you want me to do?
You still have hope.
Riser's going in the tar.
His willingness to talk. Fuck.
Okay. Family foundation.
Why am I being the best?
That's incorrect.
The nature to Ilu, something like that. Ahmed of Elazar and Briscoe, one of the first Yeshiva in America.
I'm gonna make mine.
Riser can't make his.
By meaning of life. But the Miriam, July. Here's the house.
What are you doing?
Esther Bass.
Yeah, I don't think it'll go in off this thing. Yes, block them.
No, what the fuck is this?
One
One of the best shots that either of you have ever witnessed, and I did it without even thinking, because I'm a pimp. And I'm a West Side gangster.
If you were to assume my game title,
Dude, am I allowed to give it negative scores?
0 to 10.
Look how sick this shot is.
All that you do.
That's cheating.
I mean, what do you want me to do about it, dog?
But no more cheetah man.
So fucking fair.
I'll explain when we were on the safari.
Did I choose to hold? Did I choose to go first?
He said, if we see a chase of an animal which is not giant, our drivers didn't see that for a year, they'll donate $5,000. How much was it? 1,000. The next day, I'll give 5,000. I'll give 9,000. You call him Cheetah Man because 5 minutes later.
Do you guys want to make it illegal to use the tent in the future?
A cheetah chase / which is the rearest of the rear.
That's part of the game.
Happens to be there because of the stuff. So we call it Cheetah Man.
Could you
But he said, I don't want to be called
agree
Cheetah Man anymore. In honor of the real Cheetah Man, Paul Landy, who started the pledge of $1,000.
You're safe and not going.
Here it is. Now, ganz to Mike. Mayor Kovacs talking about Shishlabrak in honor of E.T. Freed. Dedication to
Not being born and being
in
born.
honor of rebellion. Showing us how to love our children as a
What does that even mean?
No one knows what that means.
I tell you the story now.
You never invent.
How long are we?
You never born. You never invented.
37 minutes. No. How many? What are we?
Okay.
Rabbi, how long are we into it? Huh? Can hear. 15?
Rise or go.
Being in danger bad?
Rise or go.
Stories every time. Arya Blau, Jimmy Azulai, Steve Denzel, and Mayor Planka, on behalf of the MDY Toronto Kapura, thank you, Rebellion, and MDY people coming to be Machazik to the Toronto community. You guys.
Can't believe that I cannot be beaten.
MDYR,
That it's over.
Anonymous.
That
Joseph,
I could
Kai,
do.
sorry for Toronto.
Why would you do such a thing, Zoo?
Ready to watch the founder.
Zoo, are you ready to watch the founder?
Not saying it.
Okay. Does that mean that you can't watch it again?
I fucking hate that.
Dude, it's like the best movie of the last 10 years.
Rabbi say when they made the seal on.
Why do you hate that movie? Dude, it had super hot chicks in it.
It was just that period of time where there was one came into the they slaughtered. I don't remember he killed like Kish Hashem.
It's not boring at
I
all.
remember the number.
It has that one bitch, Linda Cardarelli, who was beautiful.
It's just about the how McDonald's got started.
It's about persistence, dog. Ray Kroc became like the oldest billionaire ever.
And you walk into the hotel lobby, and there's a guy, she was spent months of his life recreating the Mizbeach. Massive Mizbeach. Wider than with smoke and fire. And he recreated the Mizbeach Azov. And every time it comes in, he says, this is the Mizbeach Azov.
I wonder who's going to be right about the movie. Rabbi says it's awesome, or Zoo says it's terrible.
And I'm thinking to myself, wow.
Have you seen it?
Yes, you go fast.
Nope.
And the mice can suck.
There are three scenes that I absolutely love. The first is when this girl eats this hamburger. She just looks so beautiful, and this hamburger looks so good. Secondly is this speech that Michael Keaton gives on persistence and not giving up, basically, and grabbing the brass ring. I love it so much. And then the third is when BJ Novak's character says to Michael Keaton, like, McDonald's isn't about selling hamburgers. McDonald's is about real estate. That's where you make your money. And the reason why it reminds me of that is because I remember I was at a Shabbat dinner with some friends, and I was telling them about the power of data, and that at least with the tech startup I was with, I said, we're not selling car washes, we're collecting data.
Remember, how do you like that?
Hey, dude, how about you fuck yourself? How about that? How do you like that? Dude,
If you water pump Rabbi, he goes to the start.
okay, but dude, that didn't happen. That didn't happen. In fact, you could score a perfect game here. And still not win.
You bring a mincha for Yisrael.
I could score.
Yiddishkeit is in the head. Everything's about the Avana, about the Machshava. You have to have the realize what you're bringing. And there's different types of menachas.
Braza, I win this hole.
Here's some of the stuff that our artists put together. Different breads.
Is this the last one?
Yep.
Shtei Alechem is what we have in the Shulchan every week.
It's over.
Shtei Alechem is over. Well, let's focus on the two top.
I'm the champion.
And Minchas Machmas.
Did you score 0 on that hole?
Same ingredients. In fact, I have the same
Yeah, I did.
ingredients. The one,
Yeah, I did.
is a little softer
Which one?
than the other.
The one with
It's made in a deep
like
dish.
multiple levels
like a
going
deep
upwardly.
pizza. The other one is a flat pizza.
Did we all score 0 on that?
Flat.
No,
The oil burns out quicker, so the mincha is harder.
you should know though. I scored 2 zeros. And I still win without even trying.
That he's bringing a minchas machmas, but in fact it's a minchas marcheshes. Messed up.
Not getting a 0 here. You still get it.
No, I'm getting.
And there
No, I'm getting a 0 here.
the owner must bring another mincha. But what do you do with the mincha that he messed up?
You're getting a 0.
Going right there. You bring it. The owner's gonna have to bring
And
another
Riser
one. That's the
lost.
same exact halacha when it came to korbanos.
To Zoo.
If I resigned,
Shlomim instead of a noila,
No.
you continue. No. But the owner over there is going to cost him a lot more. Instead of
Right.
6,000,
I mean, you can do whatever you want. The scoreboard don't lie, baby. I won. I'm a champion.
He's messed up.
If I resigned, if I was a victim.
Then you take the
Yeah.
korban,
Zoo.
throw it out.
There's only one person who gets to win.
And that person is Rabbi.
And
My friends, I beat.
I'm second.
Let's just clear our minds for a moment. Okay? I beat you both in 10 frame bowling. I beat you both in mini golf. What are your thoughts? I'm wait.
You want to fight bullshit?
No, I want to watch the pounder.
The Bailam, the owner,
Dog, it's an amazing movie. It's about persistence. It teaches you how McDonald's is not about hamburgers. It's about real estate. They feed 1% of the world's population every single fucking day. And yet their business is not based on hamburgers. It's based on real estate. It's the story, really. Ray Kroc, an evil motherfucker who stole the company from two brothers in California.
Shin stands for Shmias. Basically, if you hear,
He was supposed to give them like a certain percentage of the business on a handshake deal, and he reneged on it.
And the test stands for anybody? Yes. Who said? Tuma. Very good. Tuma.
And it's fascinating because he had money. He was able to divorce his wife, marry a new hotter wife, and
very poor. You get away without
retire the world's oldest
something made out of
billionaire, basically, or
another thing that I remember is
the oldest person to become a billionaire, basically, like mainstream.
there's no oil.
And
no oil.
then I think became like an about Satanist.
The guy that goes lighter, Norman's Mr. Lighter. Yes,
I'm gonna start this drinking.
Sick. I bet you Zoot stays for 0 seconds. Zoot certainly doesn't.
Sorry if he's saying he doesn't like it.
He should like it. It's amazing.
Honor your Rothschild with beautiful carbon, just flour carbon, no oil.
I don't even eat at McDonald's, and I respect the shit out
When
of
a
this
husband
place.
suspects his wife is being misyaped with another man, he warns her. He says, don't have yichud with another man. She doesn't listen. So you brings it to Beis Hamikdash. We all know the Saita, the whole process is very. Part of the process is she has to bring a mincha, and Zog the Gemara. We're still in the Mishnah. Minchas Saita, Minchas Knoish, Motzim Shloi Nishma. So the Kmitza, we know. I'll show you a little bit of a video here. There we go. You guys ready? Check this out. Brand new for today. Of some of the process of a type of a mincha. Sarin. But first you pour oil on the bottom. There's 3 oils we're going to see. Then you put the flour, then you put oil on top. Then you do lila, mix it in good. Then you break it up into pieces. What's this for? If I cry? If I say I need to blow my nose? Stop. All of a sudden I need tissues. I do whatever Benny tells me to do. That's it. Alright, fine. Next. Minchas Hoitu Minchas Knoish. Oh, that's the Levina. I forgot. Levina. We're middle still. So you add Levina. And now he's going to move the Levina to the side. Where's the Kmitza? That's not the Kmitza. Oh. Doing like that. Okay. You put in another kli. You see another kli. Very good. You put salt. Great. And then put that onto the flame. Look how the fire is going to get larger. Great. Mamash, like real life. And then the leftovers called chirayim, and you get these. You should have seen yesterday at the cop house. It's had a piece of herring, and all of a sudden the guy comes and grabs this little piece that left over on the plate. They're like, whoa, what are you doing? Shirayim and the Rebbe. It wasn't funny when they gave me a glass of wine and I drank a little bit. I was like, oh, this is fucking wine. Or no, gone. Emes, gone. So, minchas hoitu minchas knois. Shekmotin shaloi lishma. You go like this, you stick your hand in this way, straight in, grab 3 fingers worth, you break it off with your thumb and your pinky, make sure it's exactly 3. Very difficult, the Gemara says, to do. And that's your kmitza. That's what goes on in the bath, this amount. The rest is for the Kehanim to eat. But if you thought to yourself that it's not a minchas chayta, it's a minchas nedava, it's not a minchas knois, it's a minchas chayta. Whatever, you messed up the type. When you did the kmitza, it's shelo lishma. Nothing but kli v'hila. The Mishnah is saying is, if you're with us for Zvachim, you know, and even if you weren't Zvachim, I think most people know that there's 4 avodas when it comes to a karban. What are the 4 different things that you do that a kohen does? He does shchita. He does kabbalah. After you shech, you have to receive the blood in a kli. After that, what do? My boy said, what do? You walk it to where? To the mizbeach. And then you spray it onto the mizbeach. Those are the 4. Corresponding to those 4, we have also 4 avodas when it comes to the mincha. The shchita by mincha is the kmitza. The kabbalah is to put it into the second kli, like you saw. shards made out of gold. Molandi told me his father once bought a becher, gold becher, in the 80s, $13,000 American. And then his brother, I don't know why they let the brother bring it to the Shabbos table, but of course, he dropped it. Gone. It costs like $1,000 to fix the death. It's made out of, it's gold. Lisharas. By the way, we're not holding it on the base yet. What are you doing? I don't know what's worse, the guy playing on his cell phone on WhatsApp, or you learning another Masechta on the base over there. I see everything. Hello. Videos. Eon. So I'll talk a little lower, not to disturb you. Wow. That was unbelievable. Okay, anyway. So, Nosam Bekli. He did the Kabbalah on the Kli. He left. And he moved it. He walked towards the Mizbeach. What is that called? The Hilacha. There. If in one of these four avodas he had the wrong machshava, he could ruin it in any one of the four. Shaloi l'shmon, he thought it was another type of mincha, oy l'shmon, or he started off good. He said this is a minchas choite, and then he flipped it to a minchas knois. Shaloi l'shmon. Oh, shaloi l'shmon, he started off bad, and then he flipped it to good. Shaloi. Rashi just asked a very simple question. What's the kiddush? If you start off bad, of course it's not good. You can't take something that's bad and make it good. I hear a chiddush. If you start off good and then you messed up, okay, that's a chiddush. You start off bad. So Rashi says beautifully. He says, I would think. He says, you think, oh, if you start off good and then you went bad, that's bad. Why? Maybe the whole concept of Shas, and you go by the last thing that you do, the first thing. So I would think, oh, if you start off bad, but then you realize the mistake and you went to good, so it's good. Go by the whatever you did last. A lot of times in Shtaras and Shoinas and Shas, it goes by the last lashon. So maybe also by a Maisa. It says no, Mashmalon, even if you start good and if you start bad and you went good, it's still bad. This is simple stuff. What does it mean? You start off good and bad. You started off the same minchas chayta. You wanted a minchas chayta, and then you went to the mincha nedava. How does you start off bad and then you went to good? You went bad. It's not a minchas nedava. It's a minchas chayta. You thought it was a minchas nedava. Then you went to the minchas chayta. Great. Ask the Gemara, Ella. Why do I need the word Ella? Only. How does the word only start? You say, listen, but like, if the player messes up, the owner has to bring another one. It says the Gemara of Mashma. The Baalam of the Loyal, the Shemkoiva, this is already explained in the Mishnah. The owner is not going to get a kapara from this one. But you continue doing what you need to do. Just because you messed up at the beginning doesn't mean you should continue messing up. You messed up once. Go back to what you were supposed to do. You were supposed to be a minchas choyte. You thought it's a minchas nedava. Now you figured it out. Go back to minchas choyte. I'm in a minchas choyte now. Continue doing it. The owner will bring another one. You just think that it's a minchas choyte. To the Rava says, Rava says that if there was a carbon, it was an oilam, and you shechted it with thinking that it's a shlomim, let's say. So don't say, oh, it's a shlomim, forget it, I messed up, so let's continue with the mess up. No. When you sprinkle the blood on the mizbeach, you say to yourself, this is an oilam. How does he know this? Either it's pure logic, or he has a puzzle. He has a svara how just because he made a mistake, he should continue with his mistake. So our boys say, I got to tell you this. One of the most emotional stories that I heard over Shabbos, and I heard a lot of stories. A lot of people come to me, this story, that story. See this guy, beard up to here, not face. Haven't been to shul in 5 years, even on Yom Kippur. Since I started doing shir, I haven't missed a single tefillah in over a year. Mincha Meir during the weekend. Wife, him, crying, tears. This was an unbelievable story. Send it over to people who are sitting over in this day. Shisha Yingaman, married, abused as a child, decided one day that said he had enough with life. He's checking out. He's going to see what Gan Eden looks like. Set aside a bunch of pills. The thing is that he's part of the shir. So first, I'm just going to watch one more shir, and then I'm going. I'm out of here. Crying as he's saying the story. And you watch the shir, and I must have said some sort of joke in the beginning, and started laughing. It's not a kishmak to kill yourself while you're laughing. So he didn't, and then he started crying, and the whole stuff. He went through all the things. He gave him dopamine, he said, and he came back to himself, and he didn't take his own life. Hashem, he's with us today. He says, I didn't, shir didn't change my life, it gave me life. But he said like this. So you once said in shir, he says, I wasn't religious at the time, and I said once, I got to repeat this, because it made such an impact on him. I want the Olam to know this. There are people out there who don't know this site. I got to say it. But it's a plush site, and I told it, since then I told it to a lot of buchers that are struggling with Yiddishkeit, and they were shocked. You can tell it to people. You see a guy out there, tell them. It's a big site. Just because, let's say, a person Tal Shabbos in the morning, he smoked a cigarette on Shabbos, doesn't mean that that Shabbos is over and that you continue smoking. But he smoked, but it is Tal Shabbos, so that's it. It's over. No. You messed up in the morning, and now from that point on, you keep Shabbos. If a person has a taiva and he does something wrong, just because he messed up doesn't mean that the rest of the day, if a person eats treif, he ate treif in the morning, he's in the airport, he's starving, he's not food in the restaurant, he messed up. So that's why you should eat treif in the evening also. Messed up. People don't realize they think it's all or nothing, especially on Shabbos. This Shabbos, Friday night, I messed up my throat. Okay. I promise you, the Rabbi Rothschild would love you. Say, listen, I messed up, but from here on, I'm doing tshuva. I'm gonna keep Shabbos from here on out. Bachman didn't know it. He said, really? I said, yeah. It's beautiful to Rabbi Rothschild. He said that's what brought him back to see sight, because he said, you know what, I messed up on Shabbos. I think it was whatever it was, but I could keep at least an hour of Shabbos. Keep an hour. That hour, I don't touch a cigarette. Good. Next week he came, it was an hour and a half. He built it up. Not the attitude of ball. This is Mamish, this is Gemara right over here. It says, it's a svara, it's common sense. But because a person messed up, that's why you should continue with your mistake. You messed up. You might have to pay a little bit of knas because you messed up. You'll have to bring another card. But don't continue with your mistake. Hear this aside. Tell people. They need to know this. Just because you watch one bad thing on the internet doesn't mean you continue watching all night. What? You messed up once. Go weiter. Whatever it is. Whatever your type is, whatever your thing is. Remember this, he said. Boys in the cross. Some people say it's a possible. You have a big problem with this possible. First of all, he's gewaldig. Realize. Last year at the Shabbaton, I got up on a chair and I said, Rabbi Sai, I really want my son to learn Masechtas Sanhedrin. And I need the oil to chip in. You're not going for the $1,000. I got spoiled kids. You know what I'm saying? The official was promising $1,000 for everybody that does some. It's not working for 1,000. Let's Doyle put in one son $10,000. Finish that in. My car $20,000. Valdo $20,000. You asking $20,000? Yeah, $20,000. I'll do it. $10,000. Guess what? The guy that got the $10,000, he dropped out after 10 days. It wasn't enough for him. I don't know what. But the guy that got 20, he's still doing the daf till today, but Hashem, without getting paid. So I mentioned on the Shabbat yesterday, I said, Moitzes sefasecha tishmer basisa, kasher nedarto Hashem lekech nedava. If you promise, better not the promise and not pay. A guy writes me a text, he goes, oops, I'm one of the guys. It ended up that Yossi paid the whole 20,000 at that. Not the whole, but whatever, let's say 10. Came out of his pocket, I think. Somebody. But this guy, I'm not basically, he's a great guy, this guy. People should forget. You promise on Shabbos. Yeah, that's why I don't promise on Shabbos. Not because I'm cheap. A little bit of both. So, no, because the Vilna says you're not on the same amount. Magronic. No amount. Which, of course, is the famous Maisa that I said over. I was in Deal, New Jersey. You're not going to every aliyah there. Bavur. Then, how much? $50,000 לבית כנסת, $50,000 library, 150 this for Ravi on Parshas Lech Lecha. 50, not chazak, nothing. $62,000 for this, and then I'm sitting there. Please don't call me up, please. Yeah, boy, the Magid. I get up there. Misha Berach Avotei Avraham Yitzchak Yaakov. Bavur Shiten. Huh? What's it? What's the Nidava? Say it. Okay, Nidava. Kitzer, I sent them $18 later. And then I got a letter from somebody who says, you know, from all those people that donated, you were the #1 giver in the whole Shabbos. Now I'm kidding. It's half a joke. Fine. Talk to Gemara. So, here's the problem. Anybody that's part of MDY knows this because we have something silly to remember. What's the difference between a neder and a daf? Anybody that doesn't do the daf, know the difference? Anybody? That doesn't do the daf. Anybody that does the daf, no? Huh? The whole room, anybody know? Huh? Very good. Sue. Who said that? You know that? What's your name? Huh? Yossi. That's what I heard. How do you know? So what's what? Was it? You know how to remember it? Dove and zoo. Where does a bear belong? In a zoo. So that's how we remember. Seriously. I'll show you in a second. A neder means harei olai. In general, I'm going to bring a carbon. If this one dies, I have to bring another one. The dava is zoo. Only this one. If this one dies, so how do you remember? In the middle of the word nadava, there's daled vase, with dove, which is a beer. Where does a beer belong? In a zoo. So the dava, here we go. I'm going to see if I can find it. What does it? Dove, zoo. Dove is harei zoo. This one, right over here. The problem is that in the same pasuk it says both words. It says nadarta nedava. More says nedava neder. Carly neder, Carly nedava. You're calling it both. Ella, shad is the motion nadarta sisa in neder. If you do what you're supposed to do, you say that it's a minchas choita. Let's say it's a choita. Great. Then you yaitza. Lav in nedava. If not, it's in nedava. And it's another one. Of base on base. What are you supposed to say now? Gewaldig. And if it's in the Dova, you're not allowed to change things around. And with that, we go to our sponsor. Let's see who's sponsoring today. Turning the daf, it's the same ones that are global, special experts in international payments. Encore Healthcare, what's this? Initivo. Where's this? This was live. Oh, I missed my flight today because we don't have a Gulf Stream yet. So I got off the plane, and the Thevra, Mayor Planka, Mayor Blau, and the Thevra, they got us a room in the Marriott to give a shear. There is no price to give a shear and to do it so that nobody waits. 10 people, okay, $1,000 for the room. It was $1,000. It was today. It was worth every minute. We gave 2 shiurim there, 2 Yerusha shiurim. But as I was giving it, these guys were watching live at their location in the Hasim said, and you can see this is the same chart I showed you before of the milos and the concerns of the dam. I was in that hotel conference. Dr. Gemara, where are we holding time-wise, Mark? We'll go by. Now we're ready? So we have to do this whole Amud in 3 minutes. Okay, great. Anybody that does the daf knows that Amud Beis is much easier always. The way they designed the Gemara, Amud Beis is always easier than Amud Aleph. It's a cloud gadol. If a haraya goes much quicker, it's faster. And you cannot do it on 1.5 speed. Trust me, if you're going to do it on 1.5 speed, it's like 4 speed. So here we go. Our Mishnah must be not going like Rav Shimon by Yochai. This is on your Shimon like Rav Shimon says, if you mess up on your mincha, instead of thinking that it's a minchas chaydi, you think it's a nedava. Sheirod, it's kosher. The olu lebalim l'shem. By the way, I just wanted to say the word elo. Don't say elo lebalim. It says ve'olu. Mamish like the Gemara is asking, why does it say ve'loy olu? Why is it ve'olu? It works. The guy doesn't have to bring another carbon. It's mamish the opposite of what we said in the Mishnah. The Mishnah says it doesn't work for them. And I'll tell you why, says the Gemara, because a carbon is different. Actions speak louder than words. If I'm making a thin mincha, obviously I'm not making a thick one. So I can say thick all I want, but it's thin. It's hard like a rock. It's soft, doesn't matter. So what I say is nothing when my action is different than my words. I'm not going to listen to my words. If it's dry, like a boxer, I could say whatever or the opposite. It's obvious that I try to do it. Don't bring me right from Korbanos. Over there, Shkidachas the Kulot, you can Nachas the Kulot. When you shech the oil, it's the same thing you shech the Mishnah. No raya, what are you shechting? We got Balachas the Kulot, the same thing with Kabbalah and Elach, etc. So we have a contradiction to Shimon, Bar Yochai, and our Mishnah. Says Gemara, perhaps, when a person doesn't use the word mincha, he just says machbas, marcheshes. It's different. When a person says, I'm making a minchas machbas, he sticks the word mincha in. Then he ruined it. Instead of minchas machbas. Asnisin mincha l'shum mincha. The reason why it doesn't work in our Mishnah is because he made a kavanah. He said, I'm doing a mincha, a different type of mincha. That's what it's possible. You say, I'm making a marcheshes instead of a machbas, that's not the end of the word. We're going to see Rabbi and Rav in a second. Perhaps, like Rabbi answered, that was, there's a difference, another nafkamina. And perhaps that's, Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai is talking about one thing and our Mishnah is talking about another. That was, and he answers over there something else that we'll see later. When a person, here, check this out, Yoshi came off a plane. You know how it is when you fly. I know how it is. The young guys don't know. The Kohen can mess up by thinking, instead of the guy on the right, the guy on the left. Instead of Ruvain, that's a big mess up. It's different than thinking about the left. He said it's an adava instead of a paita. Okay, not the end of the world. That Rav Shimon says, when you mess up the owner, that's a problem. Now our mission is talking about changing this, change in ownership. In ownership, that's no good. That ruins it. How could you say such a pshat in our Mishnah? It says Mefurish, the body cancel the Shmom Shlo Shmom. That's what the Gemara says. This is Mefurish in our Mishnah. We're talking about what's the difference. The Shmom, according to you, it said Reuven, it said Shimon. No, that's not what it says in our Mishnah. The Shimon Chaschait, the Shimon Chazdava. The Mishnah says Mefurish. The problem is that you change the designation of the Mincha. This, instead of a Chayte, it's an Adava. It doesn't say about Reuven and Shimon. Now we could become Shani Rava, maybe okay, so we'll go a different way. We'll go with Rava, not Rava. Kami Kami it's Mincha L'Shumincha. Kami Kami it's Mincha Zeva. The person messed up, he thought that he's bringing a carbon for a carbon, a Mincha for a carbon, instead of a Mincha for a Mincha. Again, you can't say that Pshat. Almost needs a Mincha L'Shumincha. The person messes up and he does Mincha for a carbon, that's no good, says Rav Shimon. Now, I'm sorry, our Mishnah says it's no good. Rav Shimon is talking about a Mincha for a Mincha, so that's okay. Again, it doesn't fit into our Mishnah. Why? What's the mashal of the Mishnah? He didn't bring it for a carbon, he brought it for a different type of mincha. Like we said before, we started about the sugya, we can't more like Rabbi. Okay. However, we do have a contradiction between Rav Shimon himself. Rav Shimon Oimer. What does Rav Shimon say? That if you mess up on the type of mincha, it works for the owner. We have a price that says, it says in the pasuk regarding a mincha, talking about a mincha, it says a mincha is like a chatas, like a asher. Really? A mincha is like a chatas, like a asher. What way? Yesh mem kachatas, yesh mem ka'asher. I got to take a drink of this class because my official Hasidim, they don't like it. They want to change the whole world to Hasidim. So he bought me the silver cup, a Rebbe cup, with a silver top, and I'm going to have to drink from it. It's not nice. He bought me a gift. And I said as a joke, takes it seriously. Next thing is they're going to buy me one of those umbrellas with the silver top. You know what I'm talking about? And she walk like this in the street. A stecken. What is it called? It's not a stecken. A stecken is what my Rebbe gave me Petra. This is a Rebbe stecken, a silver stecken. Yeah. But my official is my official, so I'm gonna have a Rebbe glass now. It says in Anis for this. Okay, great. I'm enjoying this. This is the velvet. No, it comes glass cup open inside the silver. So I'm just nervous because all these guests they come to schmooze with me 2-3 times a week and knock the glass off the cup over onto the floor. So I have to bring up the machine. So that falling on the floor is gonna be worse than the Molandi's bathroom. Sometimes the mincha is like a chad, sometimes like a asham. By the way, Mark, how many minutes since you said an hour? I'm just curious. We did half hour. 3 minutes. I'm telling you, it's less scary, less shalom. I don't know. Just go. Yeshman Gechatas, poor Rosh Pel hasn't learned the words since I called him out. Yeshman Gechatas, Yeshman Kasham. Yeshman Gechatas, Yeshman Kasham. Mincha is choyta arei Gechatas. Sometimes a mincha is like a chatas. The mincha chmatza shaloi lishma psula chatas. You know the person who is bacha. you mess up on a chatas, and to toss it out. So the same thing by a minchas chayte, you mess up, toss it. If you had the wrong intent while you were doing it, the kmitza, putting your hand in, also sulak echat. Now, how is a mincha similar to asham? Minchas nedava areki asham. Oh, if I'm bringing a voluntary mincha, what's about? I want to give something beautiful to the rebbeinu, but I can't afford it. So I bring a bag of flour to the mikdash. That's like a asham. If the kohen messes up on the kmitza, he puts his hand in and thinks, oh, it's not an adava, it's a minchas chayta. Sheiro. Now it's kosher. The problem is that we just read here that according to Reb Shimon, it doesn't work. And Reb Shimon says that if you mess up, it does work. He said it's like a chatas. If you mess up on the chatas, Reb Shimon is mechulek on two things. He holds that even by a chatas, if you mess up, you continue to bring it. It's good. However, we just read in the Brisa that if you mess up on a chatas, it's no good. Amar Rabba, have to reconcile this. When mess up in the type of carbon, type of mincha, that's kosher. That's what Reb Shimon was saying it's kosher. Why? Because the mice is mechiach. What's mice is mechiach? I can tell from what you're doing that you didn't really mean to say that. Sometimes you say the wrong. You call your kid, anybody that has boys, you go from the top, you go, Aaron, TV, Lazi, that. You know what I'm talking about? You don't mean to say it. The guy's in front of you. The mice is mechiach, right? When you get in front of you, you call him the wrong name. You call him that. It just came out of your mouth. When you're talking about a minchas marcheshes and you call it a minchas whatever, you didn't mean that. It's in front of you. That's when it's quite Hamishim and Baila. But when there's another owner calling it another Reuben instead of Shimon, that is possible. Over here, you don't prove what you meant and what you didn't. That was in your machshava in your head. Amalei Abai. B'chdi machshava the pasuk Rachmana Keshi. Says Abai, what difference does it make? I'm learning this from a limud in the Torah. When it comes to limud, you can't start making enough kaminas. Mali shini kodesh, mali shini bayla. If you mess up, you mess up. This is logic. It's not a limud in the Torah. What's up is why would Reb Shimon do logic? The Reb Shimon Dorish time of the Ra. I was just thinking. I don't know if this is appropriate or not. But you know, a lot of Hasidim they're very into Reb Shimon by them, like Boimer, his mom is like maybe the holiest Yom Kippur by a lot of Hasidim. Like on the same level as Yom Kippur. And Hasidim, they always look at the Pnimis HaTorah. What's going on behind the scenes? Why did Rebbeinu Shalom say this? Why that? And here, Shema Choy, throughout Shas, Dorish, time of the crop. Like when you take a mashkin from somebody, you have to give it back every night. So you start saying, well, it depends. If it says Almana, not Almana. He starts going into the reasoning behind it. There also is reason. You have to know the Svara, and something in the Svara doesn't work. So what if the Torah said it? The Torah didn't mean it. You could see what the person's machshava was by the action that he's taking. And since he's making a thick mincha, that's what he meant to do. So don't tell me he said a thin one. He made a thick one. When you can't tell what he was doing, what he didn't do, that's possible. But a machshava, how much time do we have, Mark? I have a clock here. It says 1:20. Okay, so that's good for the first. We have time for notes. Hold on, I'm at the end now. 57. Are you serious? So I have to. First of all, I have to say like this. Akal gave us a very large donation for our Shabbaton. So I want to thank Akal. And over here we have Michael Benchitrid in honor of my father, Jack Benchitrid, for attending the shir in person. He said Shalom Aleichem to me twice. Shalom Aleichem, and Michael's brother is there as well. a very, very big part of the daf in Miami, and I heard that your father, Michael's father, Jack, is a very big part. How long have you been doing the daf with me? 4 or 5 years. You want to go on the cruise with us? Daddy and Mommy Katz, in honor of Chaim Aaron Katz from Gateshead, finishing Shas today. 7.5 years with Rebelli. Unbelievable. That's a tremendous physics. 7.5 years. It's very rare to have people that finish Shas. The third person that wrote in, Avi Kamiansky, did a Sima Shas with us, with MDY, at Shabbaton. A lot of people, they start strong, and even if they don't start, go to another sheer middle, they drop off, they start doing Eon. I don't know what they do. 7.5 years is a long time, so you should go out, keep on going, keep on steiging. I do want to mention that I went to visit Avi Spyro, right? That's how you say his last name? S-A-L-S. He watches the sheer MS, sorry, MS. He basically is in bed and can speak. I heard it. He referred to me. Watches the sheer twice a day. He knows something about that. He learns and learns. Spends his day learning Torah. I believe his son is here. He will Spyro somewhere in us. So it was a tremendous unbelievable to see him. We were all crying. He had tears in his eyes. He does the shir twice a day, the unedited version and the edited version. So, Baruch Hashem, a lot of koiches, give the family koiches. Goldstein and Graber and Schnell families, for the merit of a refuah shlema for the bracha bas Michal Ilana and Pini Osreicher, the Zecher Nishman Zizka bas Yeshua Osreicher Rashalom. Yortzeit of Gimel Tevis, Yisrael Mordechai Bailish, the Tzaddik with Eli. Thanks for inspiring the Bochern to come after a full day of learning. Yes, it's tremendous that the Bochern come every day after learning and they can do who knows what. I don't know, play video games. And they come, they learn Torah every single day. Tremendous. Joseph Lowy, in honor of Nachman Seltz's brown horse with a white stripe. Yours truly, Remy. Those who know. Eli Cohen, first name from my mother, Carol Basrufka. By the way, I'm very happy that I didn't read all of these before this year. It's like a crazy amount of sponsors. First name from my mother, Carol Basrufka. This is Carol Cohen from Toronto. This is that room that cost us $1,000 worth of penny. There's no limit how much we spend to make Torah enjoyable. It actually, by the way, our share cost us, people don't know this, but our share costs over $2.5 million a year to produce, and that's what we do for Torah to be Geshmak. You know what? Let me just make sure I didn't leave off any Geshmak videos here. Okay, tomorrow will be more Geshmak because Yoshi's back. Our artists are back in their stroll. Thanks for having me, Rabbi Sai. Have a wonderful day.
Merit the schus of spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com or sponsor at MDY.com.
Good morning, Rabbi Sai. Live from Park City, Utah. Cheer is available for anybody in the Utah Park City area skiing Shiva Week. I saw a few videos of people doing skiing, the art people on the slopes. So just know that we are here at the Jewish Collective Center. Look it up. And tomorrow's shear is going to be at 8:30 p.m. local time. So that is Wednesday, 8:30 p.m. That's the English shear. Yesterday, I was in Toronto with the Chevra. I didn't go alone. A Remy Cohen Fluent Special, Bart Ashkenazi, Yossi Klein, Benny Rodnick. Who else? I know I'm missing somebody. Oh, Molandi. Just to be mechazik, just to come along. Benny Rodnick, who basically was going to be working full time for MDY, extended his ticket, the whole thing, just to be able to make it. Why did we choose Toronto? A beautiful crowd showed up there. We have a very long standing relationship with Toronto, starting 7 years ago with Mir Planka and Arya Blau. I did some sort of siyum there. I think it was a siyum, yeah. I don't remember the Masechta, but like it was 4 years ago at AJ's house. And it was beautiful, beautiful. I got to see the Rosh Hashanah, the tremendous Talmid Chacham. We stayed through the whole shir, which was very humbling because, you become Chacham and has other things to do, and we sat throughout the shir. In Toronto, there are powerhouses over there. You have Tzvi Pinzel now and Jimmy Azulai pushing the satellite locations idea because we have to get it in Chutz La'aretz, anywhere in Chutz La'aretz. And Baruch Hashem, we have different locations, but we need to get stronger, larger, and push them. The boys, I don't forget, we just started in Mesachos Menachos. It's not too late to bring your friends. It's not too late to get on your statuses. Shalom Rand brought, I think, 90 new people to the daf through status. Tzvi Pinzel brought 70 plus people to the daf through status. Shimmy J, what's the name of his status? Also, we started bringing people in. Anybody has a status. You don't have to have 50 to 100,000 people on your status. You have 1,000 people on your status, 200 people on your status. People will join if you just post your own message and put it to your status. It's not a lot of work, and it's kedai. The schusim are everlasting. So we have a few thousand people that join us from the Mesachos Menachos, and I hope they don't mind the fact that I'm taking a tour through the United States. We're in Toronto. Now I'm in Park City. I'm going to be here for a few days. Back to the New York tri-state area, maybe even Miami. We have to see about Miami because it is the Shiva week and it's up in the air. Tom's River, look at this Rabbi side, the amount of people here, beautiful, beautiful. They have a very, very strong satellite location going. We mechazik them. Williamsburg Seal, look at this. I love this.
So we're having here a little get-together / scene. And one of the participants, he has like a promotional item company. This is what he did. A nice notebook. MDY. It's not about what you learn, it's the effort. Keep climbing. Beautiful notebook and kettle sort of.
The MDY logo there, revolver.
MDY symbol.
Hollywood, Florida, Seal. So that's the place I was going to go to see. Oh! Menachem Toker, is that Menachem Toker? No. That looks like Kobe Sella, actually. I don't know. Baltimore Seal. Very nice. They sent me in the Chicago picture also. Chicago made a seal. Los Angeles, Nacho Lefebvre. Yaakov Englander. Dear Rebelli, it's currently 2:25 a.m. and I'm on my way to Tel Aviv. From Tel Aviv to Yerushalayim, I'm listening to Shimon Nokta Base. You mentioned about someone who's over in Aveira. One can continue right away and complete Shabbos. Kabul Tshuva itself is Tshuva. I just sat next to a non-religious youth in Israel. Told me that he wears tefillin every day. However, to keep Shabbos, he said that's too much. I noticed that he felt bad about it. I told him that I believe the Chavetz Chaim. So I received an email, not that it's Chavetz Chaim or some Rebbe. Okay, the Hasidim will take credit for Rebbe, the Litvaks will say it's the Chavetz Chaim. But the point is that the same. Told someone that used to smoke on Shabbos, that if you cut down just on one cigarette per Shabbos, it's itself keeping a part of Shabbos. Somebody has to cash up and see that if you're fasting, you break the fast, it's not considered at all. In Zacheni, I was saying that there's something called the Tainus Arriva, that you just leave over one piece of food on your plate. You say, I'm not going to eat the entire plate. That itself is considered some sort of Tainus, the Tainus of the Riva. So if you keep one part of Shabbos, I'm not saying that it's a Shmir Shabbos. I mean, I'm not Chas v'Shalom promoting breaking Shabbos, not being Shalom Shabbos. I'm saying if a person has that struggle, doesn't mean that you should continue breaking Shabbos and continue struggling. That's all I say. As much as you keep, you get schar, whatever schar that is. Because Baruch will give you schar for that amount that you keep. And then I began listening to the shir and said the exact same thing. Wow, keeping Ma'ir Klai Yisrael at Piyas Bill Tzaddik Hero. Thank you, Yaakov. Larry Jaffe. There's Rebellion. I'm home from the Shabbaton for a few days now, and I'm still riding the high. It was the most amazing experience. I was listening to all the stories, and I realized that if it were not for MDY, I would probably never have opened up a Gemara. Now here I am, 2,200 dafim in, and looking forward to completing Shas with you. What a schos. So this individual, Larry Jaffe, only has 511 daf left. MDY has enriched my life in so many ways. He's never stopped being, I guess, is that what everybody has left? I guess that's the Shas. Yeah, makes sense. 500 days is more than a year. Yeah. And has enriched my life in so many ways. Please never stop me. Our mighty cheer me. Hashem bless you with all you do. Ephraim Jaff. Dozen cats. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to be at the Shabbat this year, but after seeing all the pictures and videos, I got so much that I'm already planning to do the next year. I was thinking about the two pillars of MDY, Mark and Yossi. Mark Ashkenazi is on the computer right now, behind the scenes, always when I'm on the road, and Yossi Klein, our CEO. And how their partnership represents something so rare and beautiful. You don't even have to attend the share. I actually saw a picture today of the two of them, and I was thinking the same thing. Mark with his type of yarmulke, and Yossi Klein with his yarmulke and his pays and beard. You don't even have to attend the share to feel the actors. When was the last time you saw a Sephardi? I don't know. I hope he's not talking about Mark Ashkenazi, because he's not Sephardi. He's Yeti. And a Ponovitcher working side by side with such harmony. It's really unbelievable and inspiring. If I may add one small request, is it possible to start sending out the show by email as well? I think we do send it out in email. I don't hear a lot about it, but I know we used to. Not everyone has WhatsApp, and this could help even more people connect and join the show. Think of everything you do. You're changing lives, saving lives, building lives. Don't know where I would be without you. Thank you, Muslim Cats. Shkoya. I love this picture because it's a candid picture. The father is watching one of the AI videos, and all his kids are clamoring around him to watch. And finally, Kosher Deluxe. Good afternoon, Rebelli. Kosher Deluxe. How can I help you? Sitting with this guy from Switzerland, I asked him if he does that. He said he does. Other learning things that team. I'm a Sefta, to which I responded, I also do team Sefta, and yet I still find time to do that for Rebelli. So that's great, because a lot of people, they tell me they do Kinyan Sefta, it kind of gets, I'm like, okay, you're doing Kinyan Sefta, I have nothing more to say. You're learning Torah every day, and that's great, that's all I care about. You're doing another program. But he's saying, no, I also do Kinyan Sefta. So he has the right to say it, I don't have the right to say it. I do Kinyan Sefta, but I find the time to also do a daf a day and get more Musagim and chance. Send them the link and told them I'll follow up with you in the week. Wanted to hear Rebelli thoughts on following up with your new recruits. 100%, 1,000%. They actually reached out to a few people today that told me that they, Shomran got 90 people. I told Shalom, I gave him a whole long schmooze how it's very, very important to get new people, but it's even more important to get them in a, what's it called? To make them accountable. And in a nice way. In a way, just, send out a survey with the staff, with, write done, just one word, done. Get the element into it, get the guys into it one after another. And the idea is to get them going for the first month, 2 months, until they build a real habit, which takes 60 days, 90 days. Once they're in a habit, then you could let them loose. In the beginning, you don't want to be a nudge, but in a nice way. Looking forward to Menachos for the first time in my life. Keep the AI videos coming. Family chat loves them, and the kids. Stay tuned for a new stand to be put up in the restaurant. The Paris can in and offering free fries or drink anyone that signs up. I think the Weiss. I'm not telling you what to do with your money, but my feeling is, just a gut feeling, that Fries is not going to cut it. You want to get a guy to learn Torah, you want to commit to something that's in the beginning difficult. One thing of French fries or a free drink, you're going to have to up your game a little bit. Now, again, it's not my money, so I can't really tell you, but just my gut tells me that somebody's not going to commit a lifelong daf yomi thing for a couple of French fries for $1.50 worth of French fries. Now, you want to give them a free meal, you want to give them a free, I don't know what you serve over there. Now we're talking to someone else. You want to give them $30 off. Okay, you hit French fries. With lots of Ahava, Victor Weiss, Kosher Deluxe, Midtown, New York. Clifton, listen, I don't know, maybe fries in Midtown, New York cost $30 twice. Clifton, New Jersey, Daffing since Yuma, 87. But I do appreciate it. I appreciate the thought. Just maybe look at it a little bit, yeah? A voice high in Hollywood, we're doing a Hebrew share. It's live at 2 p.m. New York time, Miami time. Shidur Chozer at 8 o'clock at night. Wow. Erev Shabbos at 1 o'clock, once a Shabbos, 9 o'clock. You're involved. Okay? New share watching, Queens, New York. Cool. Very cool. Like it. Oh, I wrote to myself 2 notes. I wasn't really following them, but it's on the screen. It's a good thing I wrote it because I completely forgot. I was interviewed by the famous, world famous Yaakov Langer. He has, I think, like 2 million subscribers, something crazy, over 1 million subscribers. It's close to 2, my son said. So I was interviewed by him for a long time. It was a decent interview. I liked it. Actually, it was good. I was very, very tired. Jet lag just came off a plane. So I'm a little bit more subdued, a little bit more serious than usual. But I think it was a good interview, and people are starting to join the show because of that interview. So it's good, as long as it brings people to Torah. Go check it out on Living L'Chaim. It's on YouTube. I don't know where else. Living L'Chaim. All right. What else do we have? Oh, we have sponsors. A lot of new sponsors. Let's get used to them. The second sponsor. Wait a minute. We're missing. Oh, how a businessman became a Torah Rebbe for 2,000 Jews. But Rav Eli, that's one problem I have. Yaakov, it's Reb Eli, it's not Rav Eli. I didn't tell him that, but whatever. Call him out in live. Where's David Solomon? Mark, you got to throw in David Solomon. You got lost somewhere. The stuff is sponsored by Joel Gedalis, the Nishmas, my father, Jack Gedalis, Anonymous, and Sloan Group and Gashman. So these are all sponsors, $9,000 per one of these. Yishkoyach for all of them. Myself, the group and Gashman. Send the girls and family, Candy Island, UK, in honor of Rebelli, who changed my meaning of life. Thank you. Eli Ashir, Refush Nema, the Moshe Ben Nizia. Anonymous, for a complete Refush Nema, Marichas Yom, Kaleo Pass, Esther Remain, Yisrael Malki. Holy Peras people the Alpha Zav, the Chesev, we're so proud of you, Akmorfak, keep steiging. Pliny Almoni, Yossi, Mark, Benny, and all the Oiskim Tzorchi Tzibur, Oiskim Tzorchi MDY, Hakadosh Baruch Hu, Shalem, Sephara. This Pliny Almoni spent $9,000. I love Pliny Almoni. He's the Pliny, I'm the Almoni. We're very similar in a lot of different ways. Yossi, Mark, and Benny, and all the Oiskim Tzorchi MDY, Shkoya. Oh, the second sponsor, David Salmon, dedicated in memory of Avimayr Shmuel Baruch Ber, the Titans Vidois, Bracha. It was beautiful that David Salmon, who said he's not coming to Shabbat, and he told me again he's not coming. He wasn't going to come at the last minute. He came with his 2 sons, and he says next year he's coming with his whole mishpacha and his wife, and he'll stay even for the Malka. Ari Simon, Fushlema, Avimayr Baruch Miriam. Jamie Azulai, Fushlema, Esther Basnuna. Thank you, Jamie. He hosted us. He got a caterer to come to his house. Phenomenal caterer. Great food in Toronto last night. Shkoyach, Esther Wolfenstein, Mazel Tov, my husband, Kalman McDonald, walking on his 40th birthday. Ananas Bracha Levi died of Sunisim Ben, Shoshana Leah, Yehuda B'Yom Ben Chav, Anonymous, the first name of Nachol Ben Enya Leah, a hidden tzaddik now generation. Anonymous in memory of Mazel Bat Leah, the Sanada, and Hiskia. Anonymous, the specific verdict that is good and open and revealed way. Yosef Mordechai Ben Bat Leah, Amen. Weekly sponsors was hence the favorite memory of our beloved mother, the Asra, Rabbi Yehuda Kellemer Zaytzah Rafa upon his fifth yard site. Anonymous as a special successful fertility treatment, among other things. A bunch of people came to me and asked me, and I feel very uncomfortable every single time, but they asked me for bracha, for fertility. And it's a thing that a lot of people struggle, and it's a very, very difficult struggle. Yisrael Goldstein giving a bracha on my birthday to Moiri Barabi. Hashem should give you koyach and the moyach. Continue with the Avodas Hashem. I'm still an emotional wreck. What he means is the emotions that we went through in Shabbos were so overwhelming that it literally causes pain for the brain. It's like
I love this
it drains your whole brain. That itself makes you weak. To see Yisrael Goldstein with his camera taking pictures, and all of a sudden the camera just drops, and he's crying, falling from emotion. Anyway, our Anonymous says, Ben Chana, Chai Sorry for Paraspar Rebach, Fushnim Yonah, Tanik, Ben Shavu Brachel, Fushnim, Morcha Ben Esther, Fusayel, Daniel, Zil, Daniel, Testa. The boy say, here we go. We are the second day of Menachos. Today we have an easy daf. Most of the daf is going to be discussing this idea that we learned yesterday, that according to Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, and Rabbah explains Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, that Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai goes with time of the Kra. Let me look into the reasoning behind what the Torah says. And when you could tell that what a person is doing is false, it's shtusim, so we ignore what he's saying and doing. When a person is saying that he's bringing a flat mincha, but in fact he's bringing a very thick, soft one, so we just ignore him. We say, okay, he said it, but he didn't mean it, and therefore it doesn't ruin it. Whereas when you're doing a korban, you can't tell, because every shkita looks the same, and every kabbalah sadam looks the same, every zrika looks the same. So when a person tells you that I had a mind to bring in an oila instead of a shlamim, that ruins the korban in a way, but by mincha it doesn't. So basically, what we're going to be doing today is going through a lot of different cases. Let me throw an example. The korban pesach we know is a little sheep, less than a year old. So the person shows up to this hamikdash with a cow, and he brings a korban pesach with a cow. So the guy is crazy. The guy, he didn't mean it to be a korban pesach. So it's a joke. Ignore it. You know what I'm saying? So when it's very clear that what the person is saying and doing are so different and they're opposites, then his actions speak louder than words, and therefore his actions are what count, not the words. Is that hold true to everything? That's what we're going to go through different cases. What if you bring an animal? Another example. What if I'm supposed to bring a 1-year-old animal and I bring a 2-year-old animal? Are those actions that speak louder than words? Or perhaps you don't really know the difference between them. What if I was supposed to bring a male because all oilers are male and you brought a female? What if I was supposed to bring a female because all chatas are female, most, and I brought a male? Is that an action that speaks louder than words? That's today's subject. Like I said, easier stuff today. And here's wow. All I can say is wow. Emotional Shabbos on all levels. Great picture. Shkoyach Mark. Zokting Mark. We're holding 10 lines from the bottom of the base, Amud base. Simon, great. Now some tears in the eyes. Simon, Oila, Malak, Mitzah. These are all the different questions that we're going to bring on this idea of actions speak louder than words. Tell me how the S says the Okay, so for this we need to explain a little bit. And here it goes. There are two types of birds that we bring in the base of English: a pigeon and a dove. We bring a oilas ha'oif and chatas ha'oif. That's it. There's no shlamim oif, there's no toida oif. There's only two: a chatas and oif. There's no shechita on a bird. Although today we chef chickens with a knife, not as the base of English. For that we do malika. This is what malika would look like. The nail of the thumb goes from the back of the neck, and that's how we kill the bird. It's not a shechit, it's called a meat. Now what do we do? There's something called hazah and something called mitu. Hazah is when you take the bird and you shake it. You don't touch the mizbeach, you throw the bird sort of, a throwing motion with the right hand towards the mizbeach, and the blood from the neck goes flying onto the mizbeach. That's hazah. Mitu is when you take the bird and you fetch it on the wall of the mizbeach. You squeeze it onto the wall. Let's see how that looks. That's mitu. Now notice, the kohen is standing above the red line. There's a red line on the mizbeach. It's called the chut hasikra. He's standing above the red line. That indicates to us that this is an oiler bird, because an oiler bird goes above the red line. There's only one other carbon that goes above the red line, and that's a chatos animal. Everything else goes below the red line. So if it's a chatos bird, you go below the red line. An oiler bird, all you do is mitu. A chatos bird, you do both. You do hazah, and then you do mitu. You sprinkle it, and then you do this. Let's see. And you'll notice here he's standing below the red line, and he tosses the bird towards the mizbeach. The blood comes flying out. That's called hazah. What he's going to do now is say, look, the fact that he's doing it above the red line indicates to me that he's doing an oiler. Or from the fact that he's doing mitu, or let's say hazah is only for a chatas. So that would indicate to me that he's doing a chatas. So if you say actions speak louder than words, so his action is showing us whether it's an oilah or a chatas, depending on where he's standing or what he's doing. Is it hazah or a mitu? I'll know whether it's an oilah or a chatas. Again, an oilah, there's only mitu. A chatas has hazah, which is the sprinkle, and then mitu, which is the squeeze. That's good. So let's see inside. If so, now, if you take an oilah bird and you say it's a chatas bird, but you're above the red line, the fact that you're standing in a place that only is reserved for an oilah, so that tells him that it's an oilah. The fact that you said that you're doing a chatas means nothing to you. You made a mistake. You misspoke. Your action of being above the red line is louder than the words that you spoke. Karatza, and it should be a good bird. Mas said, why? The fact that you're standing above the red line proves to me that you're being makriv or oiler bird, not a chatas bird. Because if it was a chatas bird, you would be standing like in this picture below the red line. Says the Gemara, no, that's not a raya. But what you can't perform the malika above the red line. Omar Mar, we learn the malaka the phone other than that chair. If you perform the malika with your thumb, you kill the bird with your thumb above the red line, even though it's a chatas, it's kosher. So just the fact that I'm standing above the red line doesn't tell me that it's noila to be a chatas as well. Oilan so if shemitza. So now the Gemara asks the other question, which I kind of prefaced. If you're doing an oil bird, but you did mitzui, which is squeezing above the red line, and you said to yourself that you're doing a chatas, it should be good. Why? Your actions prove what you're doing. I'm proving that you're doing an oil. The chatas because if it was the chatas bird, where do you do the mitzui of the chatas? Below the red line. The mata, the hazah. So first of all, two problems. First of all, be below the red line. Second of all, you do the tossing, the throwing, not the squeezing. First you do the throwing. So says the Gemara, Amri, if you're going to say, maybe what you just noticed was the squeezing of the neck of the bird after you already performed the hazah. In other words, people from your action is not conclusive. Because yes, you squeeze the bird, but by how is it supposed to squeeze? After you toss it. First you do hazah, then you do mitzu. So now I caught you doing mitzu, but in the red line, it doesn't mean it's an oil, it's the chatas, and I'm doing the mitzu after the hazah. Because we learned that if you do mitzu down anywhere above the red line as well, it's also kosher. Why? Because the main part of the chatas is the hazah, the sprinkling, not the mitzu. So asking our third question, what about the roofers? You take a chatas bird and you say that it's an oil bird, and you do hazah. Now hazah is reserved only for a chatas, not for an oil. Because I can prove to you that by the fact that you did hazah, that it's a chatas and not an oila. The oila is soifi because it was an oila. You do it above the red line. That's number one. And number two, you wouldn't do hazah. You don't do hazah for oila. You only do mitzu. You only do the squeeze. Says the Gemara. Now the Gemara gives in on this case. You're right. That case, you took the chatas bird. You said it's an oila bird. You didn't need to. Sorry, did hazah to the chatas bird? Did hazah? It's obvious that it's a chatas bird. Ella, what? If you say what we were saying is that the mincha, you can see the actions speak louder than words by a mincha, but not by animals, but by birds. Yes, you could tell from the action of a bird. This is not from the life. I apologize, drinking the bottle. Says the Gemara. Now another question. So here's the mizbeach. Here's a picture of the mizbeach. Let's see if I can zoom in on the mizbeach here. This guy right over there. That's mizbeach hafitz. Now, where the mizbeach finishes, you can see the ramp of the mizbeach. That's the southern part of the mizbeach, and then you have this square on top. Let me see if I can get. I don't know if this is going to work. It doesn't work from this area right over here and above. This whole area is the northern part of the Azara. In other words, this line right over here, which is the end of the Mizbeach, and upwards, is north. From this area down over here, that's south. All kachi kachi. Now let's go to the list of kachi kachi. Kachi kachi is a chatas and asham shall mitzibur. What else? Oila. Chatas asham oila. Kachi kachi. They must be shechted above the red line in the northern part of Gaza, not in the southern part. All kachim kalim can be shechted even in the south. It's hard to understand the Gemara's question, really. The Gemara is saying, well, the fact that you did it in the south is the haraya that it's kachim kalim. But no, kachim kalim you could do it in the north as well. You could also do it in the south. So that's the Gemara's answer. Kachim kalim, sheshachim mitzvah l'shem kachim kalim l'ratu. If you take an achatos, an asham, noila, and you shecht it, so here you can see, you shecht it in the green box, but you have in mind that it should be a shlamim, let's say take an oila, which belongs only in the green box. And you say it's a shlamim, it's obvious from your actions that you're shechting an oila, not a shlamim. I say, why? Because of kalim, because if it's kachim kalim, the darm have all of it. You checked it in the south. So it seems from Taisvis that typically speaking, they would always chef these korbanos in the south. If they had an emergency, not enough room, then they would also chef it in the north. So that was the Gemara's havamina that you could see from his action that it's a kachim kachim, not a kachim kalim. In fact, they chef it in the north, not in the south. Torah said that you could check the kachim kalim also in the south, not only in the south. So you can check it in the green box as well. So the fact that you checked in the green box doesn't tell me that it's kachim and not kachim kalim. This is not an upper conclusion. You can check it anywhere in the Zohar. Oh, now another question. What if I take kachim kalim? My voice is still shot from Shabbos. What if you take a shlamim, play the mazal b'chor meiser, and you shecht it in the south? Now it's impossible to say that he's shechted as kachim there, because for sure you cannot take an oila or a chatas and shecht it in the south. Those are reserved only to the north. But he said he's shechting it l'shein oila. He takes a shlamim and says, but I'm shechting it for an oila. Now we have a situation where his actions prove that it's not an oila because he wouldn't check an oila in the south. Why? You can prove him his actions because you count him. It must be that he's really checking the shlamim and he just misspoke and he said that it's oila. If it was the oila, he would only check it in the north. I mean. Or no, now the more goes to something random. Amri, kachikachimi. It's in fact kachikachimi. And he was over. Yes, he took an oila, and he was over. So now this opens up a box of worms, so to speak. Why? Because once we go that route and you say, oh, a person could be over. So actions don't speak louder than words. Sometimes you take an action and you're being over in Isser. So then the same thing would apply to the mincha that we spoke about yesterday. If he's trying to do a thick, soft mincha, so what if he said that it's a thin, hard mincha? Actions speak louder than words. But maybe no, maybe he's being over. So the person makes a machas. So here, let's see what a machas looks like. That's what we're going to do today. This is machas marcheshes. The top one is marcheshes. The bottom one is machas. It's thinner. But here, this is a little bit better. Marcheshes on the right, thicker. Comes out softer. Same amount of ingredients, but a larger pot. because it's a thinner frying pan, so to speak, so it becomes thicker and harder. Machas is nami, we should say the same thing. Hi, the comments to machas. The fact that he said in his mind that it's the thicker one, Omar, hi, machas nodar, or the ma'aseh machas, but machas uma'aber u'da'ava. He's being over. That's be machas, and he wants to bring it in the frying. Says Gemara also, kinami machas nodar. You're right. Since he said his nether was he's going to bring him marcheshes, he might still be machas happy. Once he changes it and brings it in a machas, it turns into machas. Because now we learn, he says, I want to bring a machas, but he brought it in marcheshes. But marcheshes don't be machas. He said, I want to bring in marcheshes, but the fact is that he brought it in a frying pan, machas. It changes it physically, and Mamela, he has to rebring it. As Gemara, once he says the word zu, similar to what we said yesterday, by a nether and a dava, the dava means he says zu, and he's saying this flower specifically. So now, it doesn't change. Zu. You take out these words, the havi with machas, it's not. Zu, the havi with machas, he says, I want this flower to be a machas, but at the end of the day, he brought it in a machas. The Rachash is the Evi b'Machas. Harei ze psula. So perhaps he said Zu. So he says in the Gemara, the Rabbanon Achanad. You're right according to Rabbanon. However, the Reb Shimon, Hafi de Niru Yotza. Reb Shimon says that he is Yotza. Almukfus the Mon of Aleikumi. What you say with your mouth and saying, "Oh, I want it to be something else." The fact is, you're doing A, but you say you want it to be B. His mouth doesn't do anything. It doesn't matter what he says, what word he uses, even if he uses the word zu, it doesn't change anything. Says in Gemara, so we're continuing, we're still probing, we're still pushing, and at the end of the day, we're going to see there are certain things that action speak louder than words, even in Korbanos. If you take an oila is supposed to be male, and you say that it's a chatas, which is always female, not always, but it's supposed to be female. Teratza, one. Zohar and Akeva, oila is always male, and chat is supposed to be female. Says Gemara now, since there's a chatas that the nasi brings, but that particular chatas is a zachar, so it's not 100% that what you're bringing here, the zachar is oila. There is a chatas that is a zachar. No idea. Whether or not the nasi has to be there or not be there, it seems like from the Soviet, the fact that there is a possibility that somebody standing from the side would be confused, then it's not an action that speaks louder than words. So now the Gemara keeps on going, keeps on pushing. But there is a chatos that's guaranteed to be a female, and you cannot say that it's a nasi. Why? Because Amal Shem chatos yachad, the individual chatos, not the nasis, by Gormeimah. You're going to say that. What about the reverse? What if you look at chatos, which is a female, and you said it should be an oila? An oila is always a male, so it can't be an oila. It must be a chatos. So you're actually just speaking out of the word. So you're going to tell me in that case, it's a good chatos. The Chazon gave her the zohar. Says more mikasi ba'aliyah. Talking about sheep, and sheep traditionally, unless they change it, because in our generation they cut it off, almost like a Doberman pincher. But a true, an original sheep looks something like this. They have very, very large tails. They cannot tell whether it's a male or a female. And that's considered like the fattiest part of the sheep, very, very choshev to eat. That's great if you're bringing sheep, so you have this kind of excuse or reason to not know the difference between the Zohar and Keva. But what if you brought a goat? How do you know? You should know the difference. But to differentiate between when you see a dog in a park, and somebody asks you 2 minutes later, was it a male or a female? Usually you don't really pay attention to that. It's not something that's on your mind. If you want, you can do this at a show of brothers. You say, there's once a guy that wanted a brain transplant. He went to the doctor, and the doctor said, look, I have two brains here that are available. One is a male and one is a female brain. So he says, and what's the difference in price? He says the female brain is $200. The male brain is $100,000. So when you say that, everybody in the circle, the women, they get very insulted. And then you just continue to say, because the female brain is very used, the male brain is unused. Zog the Gemara, Pesach sheshchatoi l'shem mosham neratzi. Korban Pesach. What do you have here? Oh, I forgot to show. I wanted to show this Rashi before. It's too late now. I like this Rashi. Rashi says, "V'kashi agabe chatos." I'll just read it there. Chatos are b'shana le'ofim. Get into it. Okay. It's already starting after Sukkot, so we'll just continue right there. And I had a little follow up on the Rashi. Okay, different time. Look at the Gemara. Pesach shachta l'shem Osha. Korban Pesach that you flipped, and that was the first Mishnah in Masechet Zvachim that on Korban Pesach, if you flip the designation from a Korban Pesach to any other Korban, you toss that Korban in the garbage. Pesach and Chavis, you toss in the garbage. Other Korbans, you keep on bringing it. The owner has to bring another Korban, but it's not possible. A Korban Pesach becomes very sensitive, becomes possible. So if you said it's not a Korban Pesach, but it's a Korban Osha, why throw it out? It's obvious that you meant to bring a Korban Pesach. Why? The Ivan Shon of Ivan Shtayim, because the age difference. A Korban Pesach has to be less than a year old, and an Osham has to be in the second year, starting from the second year on. If a person said he's going to refrain from drinking wine and grow his hair, not becoming a mace for 30 days, typically, and during those 30 days he touched the mace, so he has to bring an Osham Mitzvah. A Nazir? Sorry, that's Nazir. Asham Mitzvah is a person who has tzaras, so he has to bring a Korban Mitzvah. No, now these are younger ones. These are sheep that are a year old. So it's hard to tell. You're asking me, it's Korban Pesach, but the year is also Osham that is a year old. But what about he takes a Korban Pesach and says this should be for swearing falsely on Gezel, and if somebody's moil, meaning he takes something from Bisamik and uses it as a pay 25% fine, plus is to bring a carbon. It's 25. The Torah says it's a chaimish, meaning 20%, but that's the God in English it's called 25%. Plus a carbon. Mike Lamemar. He says it's a current Pesach, but he says I want to bring you for Hashem Zelos. Now it has to be a 2-year-old. It's obvious. Besu Hashem Zelos, Hashem Zelos, Hashem Pesach. The Rashi because of Mishana Bani Shtei Shonim. Again, I can tell from how old it is what kind of carbon I'm bringing for. It says Gemara, then Shana, then Shtei Shonim. People don't realize the difference between sheep. How old they are? Oh yeah, this is a 2-year-old sheep. No, it's a 1. We're not such mumchim in sheep to differentiate and make a whole big deal about it. Not about the time. So here we have a beautiful video of how the different ages of sheep is not something that we pay attention to. Maybe sheep, even the sheep themselves, sometimes think it's funny. Dawson is still there, just smoking what I thought in our reception. We're not going to have him anymore.
Young boy, please stand up and give the seat to the man who is studying the daily Talmud page.
I am not a man, I am a woman.
Show some respect. I am not a young boy, I am an older man. I could be your grandfather.
Gewaldig stuff. Great. Says Gemara. Hello, Ben Shana Ben Shtei Shonim Lavan Tavin Shei Ben Shana the Mechsi. Kiben. Sometimes you have a 1-year-old that looks like Kiben Shtayim. Kiben Shtayim Mechsi Ben Shana. That was my father's trick. I was 10 years old and he put me in high school because in Eretz Yisrael, and I went to Tivrach when I was like 10 and a half years old because I was very tall, and he figured nobody will realize that I'm not bar mitzvah. The only thing is like I didn't have tefillin or anything. What is the word in rapping? Says Mark Ashkenazi. So the guy that sent me that beautiful email about our last video of Seventh Zvachim with the sheep rapping, he was very upset about the whole rap. Rap is awesome. Okay, listen, each to their own. I call upon him. Some kids look older than they are. Like, and I know in Israel when they try to catch store owners selling cigarettes, minors, so they always bring like a 17-year-old that looks like he's 26, and they send them in, and the store owner doesn't ask for ID, and they say, "Why didn't you ask for ID?" He says, "Look, he's 26. No, he's only 17," and they give him a huge fine. So you never know. 2-year-olds look like 1-year-olds, 2-year-olds. It's not something that people readily differentiate. Now, just as a side note, there are young people. I guess it's normal for young people to think that they're older, and older people to think that they're younger. So both of those things are not the best. It's like when a young person thinks that he's older and it's too late or whatever, that kind of thing. It's a very negative achshava. But I was just discussing the other day, and I said it in cheer. It shocked me. I met an older fellow. He was in his 60s. He wasn't very healthy, and he was speaking as if he's 15, 20 years old, and that he has this tremendous life ahead of him. I think to myself, you got to be realistic. You don't live forever, especially you. You're not taking care of yourself. I don't know how long you're going to live. Why do you think that you're going to live so long? We're only here for a very, very short amount of time, as is. And you're already in your 60s. You got to get your life together. You got to produce. You got to start learning some Torah, my friend. 10 minutes a day is not going to cut it. Another question. What about a goat that you shechted for an asham? Now, for asham, you need a sheep. A sheep, you need a sheep. 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 You need a she That's Semer by Seir. Asham is only a sheep. So you bring a goat. It's obvious that you didn't bring it as a Asham. Says, why no? I mean, maybe it's a sheep that's black. Interesting. In other words, it's not a goat. People don't realize it's a goat. They'll think that maybe the sheep got a haircut, says Rashi, and therefore it's black. So what's pshat? Well, what's pshat? What do you mean? You take a sheep and give it a haircut, it turns black? Here, I have pshat for you. You want to see pshat? This is mamish for pshat. This is not for a joke. Somehow, sheep could look like a goat after you get a haircut, says Rashi. Hey, go Parish and Shachman. We gotta pick up some pace here because we have the whole on the days and we only have like 1 minute. Hey, go Parish and Shachman Shem Pesach. What if you brought a calf and a bull for a Karban Pesach? Everybody knows a Karban Pesach is a big sheep or a smaller animal, not a big giant animal. Shem Pesach Vashim Liratz. They go Karban Pesach Vashim Leka. There is no such. Says you're right. You got me. That one you got me. That's Gimel and Beis. What the Gemara said is that in a mincha you can differentiate, but not in korbanos. I didn't mean all korbanos, and most. There's an exception to the rule, and that would be somebody brought a bull for a korban pesach. That would be obvious that he did not mean to bring it as a korban. Now, we're going back to the question. We had a contradiction with Shimon Bar Yochai. Shimon Bar Yochai says, on one hand, he says that if you bring a mincha and you think that it's a marcheshes instead of machmas, that you are yotzei. Another hand says you're not yotzei. We had this yesterday, so we could even go quicker than usual. Where do we say that it's kosher? That he said that the machma should be a marcheshes. He was doing it with intent for mincha. Mincha is marcheshes. Mincha is machmas. Because it's mincha l'shum zera. Where is it? We thought that he's bringing a carbon. Like he's saying that this is not a mincha. This bread over here is an oila. Bringing it as a carbon. I think Gemara explains. Mincha l'shum mincha is Torah mincha. There's a passage that says this is the Torah of all the menachos. Torah has the Kol menachos. So if I get confused between mincha and mincha, it's okay. I'm still kosher. I'm still within a mincha. I said a machas. I said a mecheshes. The Torah says they're all considered what? Torah achas the Kol menachos. Mincha l'shum zera. But if I try to switch it off to a because this Torah is a mincha. The zerach likes it. The carbon is not included over there. So Gemara, B'tana, B'nish Masem, B'chichim Eleuka. The Gemara says not because it says Torah Achas, but because I can prove from the action. Havli Gamar, Avagam Machshava, Dilay Mikra. So Rashi explains that the word the light, it's Mikra. But Avagam, he explains why it's the light, but Avagam Machshava, we can even read it. Avagam Machshava, you can see from his action. It's Mikra. It is obvious what he meant. Even the also so that's why the first says what does it mean that you don't have this by the korbanos? This is a reason why it should be kosher. So even though there's one shchita for everyone, and there's no concern that maybe people get confused and they'll say that you're allowed to mix things up. So this halach only implies a mincha and not to a korban. Another question, Rabbi. A person will eat chayla, eat forbidden fat, but they brought a korban chatos as if he ate blood. This is kind of a gross video, so if you don't like blood, I would not recommend watching.
The men grab a strong young cow and tie a tourniquet around its neck to find a vein. A special arrow is used, one to only make a small incision, so not to permanently harm the cow. A dried and smoked gourd, called a calabash, is used to collect the blood. Then cow dung is rubbed onto the cut to seal it.
And then they drink it. Okay. The kids are Shem Yerachim. So if a person drinks blood, he has to bring a chatas. But he thought that he's bringing a chatas for chaylev, or the reverse, chaylev for down, chatas of a zara. Or he brought the chatas from zara, chatas nazir, thinking that it's a chatas nazir, chatas mitzara. Take share over to that. Dom Rachmana was this Thursday chatas based on telling me that the Thursday says this Thursday chatas. You have one Torah, one halacha for all chatos, so there's no mixing up. There are the go chatos. The Shimon says the Gemara, Achanam, you're right. From the Shimon, that would be the halacha. You the yaitz. The Rabbanon, Rav chatas chev shchatos, Shem shchatos da, Shem chatos avadizara. But if you mix up sheira, in that why is a question? There are one category of karas, if you blood, chayla karas. Chatas nazir, chatas mitzayra, but the other chatos, if you mix it up, then you pass it. Why dani oils? Why dani minu? Mitzayra and the nazir, they bring other korbanos with it. And people are going to get confused. They're going to think that you brought this chatos for an oil. Rabbi Maslei, the Kulub Shula. All these chatos that we just mentioned, this chatos down, chatos chedel. If you mix it up, awesome. Why? The shofar they saw the chatos. It says in the pasuk that when you shecht it should be for that chatos. The same oisei chatos. You have to have in mind. You're right, chatos. Rav Shlomo Kasha. Now, this contradiction that we have between Rav Shimon Bar Yochai, on the one hand he says that if you mix up a mincha, you're yaitza. On the other hand he says you're not yaitza like that. Kam b'koimets machmas shumar cheshes. Kam b'koimets minchas machmas minchas machmas. We had this yesterday. If you say that it's a frying pan instead of a deep dish, that's not a problem. But when you say that it's a mincha of a machmas, that's a problem. Kama goes minchas, machmas shum mincha. Sticking the word mincha, that ruins it. Machmas shum machmas says, but what about machmas? But machmas one lebas. If you just verbalizing what you're doing, not in terms of the mincha, in terms of the type of dish, that doesn't make a difference. Minchas machmas, minchas machmas. The mincha, the possible machshava kamachash, you're doing a mincha that's different. That's already a problem. Whatever says that you can see from the action. So once again, we have the issue: is it loy minka or it's minka? Even though it all looks the same, since you had a different thought in the actual carbon, that actually passes it. Formerly Ravacha, do I have to stop? It's really an hour. Only Ravacha, let's just do a few more lines. Only Ravacha, the Rav or Ravashi, if a person takes a dry mincha, mincha is chareva, drying without oil. And he did it with the intent. Here's a nice kmitza. So he did it with intent that it's bubble, that it has oil. Why is it kosher? Because what he meant is that it's, Rashi says, Dibri Ruach. He's saying shtosa. It's like, oh, it's without oil. Maybe when a person said, I'm bringing this oil for shlamim, he didn't mean shlamim the carbon. Maybe he meant shalom, peace with Hashem. I'm making peace with Hashem. No, the carbon is called shlamim. There is something called shlamim. So when a person verbalizes the word shlamim, he actually means a carbon. You see, Makar is dam hashlamim. Hazorik is dam hashlamim. So the Torah calls it shlamim. So when you say shlamim, that's what you meant in the carbon. Alcha mincha mean bigger blula, but the mincha is never called a balo, a mixed one with oil. Blula b'shemen ikra blula. Stamala ikra blula. It says in the passage, a mincha that is mixed with oil, but it's not called a balo. A mincha by itself is not called a balo mincha. If it has oil in it, it's a mincha with oil. But boys have a wonderful.
Merit the schus of spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a shir today. MDYsponsor.com or sponsor at MDY.com.
Good morning, Rabbi Side. That's better. It was worth it, see? Astonished, listen. So over here, they said I missed a few lines in the Hebrew shear, so we got out, gave a shear on the slopes, and these are showing how to do it for the English also, even without missing. This I didn't want to show the whole thing. Let me see if I could Good morning, Rabbi Side. That's what it is. You guys snowboard or ski? Anybody snowboard? Nobody? So you won't know if I'm good or not. Okay. This, my 2.5-year-old daughter, Margaret, took the phone, opened Spotify. Who put this in? I don't even know. I mean, a guy here, something like that. Brooklyn, but let's see that face. Ooh.
Not evening. It's morning and I stroll. You ready?
I was in Toronto yesterday. For the Rab, my name is David Fanfeder, standing with my chavrusa friend Gershon Schwartz. So what he's saying is that the Daf made a big impact on his life. That on the day of his chasana, he sat there and he learned in his chassan room that he had the power. He would have done other chuppah, but he was scared of his mom. He says, "This is another. It's a Daf thing." Oh, I want to show you a song that Nachman Seltzer made for the seal.
Every year in his heart wants to belong. Every year wants a connection. When you give him the chance to come home to Hashem, he will grab it with both of his hands. Get a way to connect is sometimes elusive. It can feel like a melt, too high to climb, which is why there were those who gave up their dream, claiming they just don't have time. Daf, every day another daf. In the morning or at night, I can never get enough. Daf, how I love to learn the daf. Thank you, Hashem, for daf yomi. Daf, it's the gift that never ends. Just as soon as I'm done, it's time to do it again. Daf, a connection to life. Thank you, Hashem, for daf yomi. There's a man that I know who was given a gift, and he chose to share it with others. So a group that was small grew into thousands and now fills the largest of all. Some will ask, what's the secret? The magic, the trick, what's the hope that has brought them all here? But the answer is clear. He has given them years to climb that mountain so high. Stop, every day another stop. In the morning or at night, we can never get enough. Stop, how we love to learn the daf. Thank you, Hashem, for daf yomi. That we can exercise above. Every time that we learn, we feel strength, we feel love. That how you nourish my soul. Thank you, Hashem, Daf yomi. Yechayenu, Yorech yomeinu, Ubahem, Negeyai Mamalai, Laki Yechayenu, Yorech yomeinu, Ubahem, Negeyai Now the years have flown by, time passing so quickly. Empty wine growing up, now global in size. So abrupt, so clear. To our Maggie cheer, may you forever continue to rise. Down, every day another down. In the morning or at night, we can never get enough. We love to learn the dance. Thank you, Hashem, for that. Oh, to see Him now in sight, and the years that we start with the Torah's delight. Now when we reach that last line, we'll open brothers and continue to climb. It's the journey that we see to be close to Hashem, to conquer the beast. It's the secret, the key. Thank you, Hashem, for that Thank you, Hashem, for that
Here, I'm not going to read the whole thing, but basically, this individual, he's a lawyer. His name is Kobe Alder, 38 years old. He's speaking for the Misrat Apnim and learned Daf Yomi. He gave bone marrow, donating bone marrow and doing the shear, our shear. And it just goes on to say how it's the the ruach of MDY, to learn daily, in every place, in every situation, even while you're saving lives. Ashriya Om Sha'idu Loimdo. At the Miami Trade Show here, so we have Eli Weiss, who brought in 26 people. Put up a booth, 26 people learn Torah. There he is. Gave out a free Gemara and recorded. That's unbelievable. And he put the Hebrew Shir in live. Rabbi Rothschild, Houston, Texas. They have a daily watch.
What'd you think?
Dallas, see him. Boston, see him. Brooklyn Therapist Group, see him. Oh, Eli Dyke, son. This is a
remember that time you talked.
And this is Ruben Epstein spoke.
I just want to give a tremendous shout out to Ravelli and MDY and all the amazing work that is done behind the scenes. We're coming off of the Shabbaton where we had just an amazing Shabbos. Standing here in Auschwitz under the Arbet Machtfrei sign. We mentioned on Shabbos that Ein Ben Chayrin LME Isaac B'Torah. The one who is the true free person is the one who's Isaac B'Torah. When you hear the sound, when you hear that sound, you're truly free. You're free to
spending all night jerking himself off, defending Banksy's bullshit.
Learning and growing and davening. Thank you, Ravelli, for all your amazing work. Thank you very, very much.
And one reminder, I want to tell you, this is a brand new interview I did with Yaakov Langer on Living L'Chaim. Check it out on Living L'Chaim. I am a slave to the Dam. Official edition, MDY Shas. Masechta by the Iranian Levy families, Perek, Shani Magdalski and family, in memory of our dear brother Simcha Belsky, Joel and Rachel Gedalius, in memory of David, Davis, David Ben Pinchas,
doesn't have the skills or the energy to get his ass kicked in literally tonight, folks.
Sponsor Joel Gedalius, the Nishmas, my father, Jack Gedalius, Anonymous,
it's over.
It's over. Family, Envy,
He's out.
This
motherfucker's out. He's sleeping. He's sleeping.
Sponsors and honest. You see what I'm saying? You're gonna start hearing that changing my life, changing me. It's something unique to the Shir. Anonymous, your first name in the Moshe Ben Nizah. Anonymous, for complete first name and Arichas Yom, Leah Bas Esther, Yisrael and Malki, Togi Torres Picha Malfi Zav Chesef. We are so proud of you. Dr. Mordechai, keep steiging. Boys, I want to mention something amazing. Spoke about it before, but you guys didn't hear. A lot of the guys are really just doing real turnaround there. You ready? Say hello to the camera for a second. These are Park City. Guys came to ski and they're here learning Torah at night. Somebody's very excited in the back over there.
He's out. He's done.
So I got together on Shabbos and bought me an Aliyah.
It's over for him.
It was crazy. One of the crazy things in Shabbos was emotional.
There ain't no coming back.
I was a wreck. A lot of people were wrecked, but they spent $180,000 on Aliyah. They all got together.
He's done.
He's gone. I think close to $100,000 was paid off already. So it's a reminder to people. If you're one of those people and you did forget, here's a good time. Plenty of money. It's a lot of money to collect. From 100, 120 was already collected. Wow, I'm very, very impressed. Bevis, very impressed to collect out of 180. We don't know who they are. That's the thing. Everybody, this guy said 1,000. This guy said 2,000. It's crazy. Plenty of money. Here's the guy that gave $4,000. $4,000. Shmulik. Plenty of money and all the Slavs. You have to Bemis. I didn't have time to thank everybody. He gave a Romanian. He owns Romanian. Romanian is the top meat in America, and it's available now. I think around America. Did you get it? Did you ship it? They just got RomanianKosher.com. They have already FDA approved to send all over USDA, and every room got a Romanian salami. People didn't know what to do with it. It's like a lot of people. Like, what is this? You hang it in your kitchen for 2 weeks, and then you eat it. It's geschmack. It dries out. Then you eat it. You have to know what to do. Yeah, Chicago. It's plenty of money. I believe that this Pliny Almighty, his son, is sitting in the room here. Pliny Almighty Yossi, Mark, and Benny, and all the Poiskin Tzorche MDY spoke with Shanskar. I'm pretty sure it's your dad.
Folks, Riser's out. Out like a fucking light.
Out like a fucking
light. It's over for Riser.
And some sponsors $9,000.
Riser can't hang, son. Riser can't hang, son.
Does it make sense?
Can't hang, son. Never could hang.
Okay.
Never will hang. Can't hang with the best. Sleeping with the worst. Riser is out. O-U-T. It's over for Riser. Riser can't hang. Riser can't hang. Riser can't hang. Never could hang. Never will hang. Rabbi's the best. Best of all time. Can't stop. Won't stop. Rockefeller.
His 50-yard side. Daily sponsors: Joel and Rachel Gedalius, in memory of Mary Gedalius, Mariam Bas Chaim Zalman, Oleh Shalom, Shimi Liefman, Moitzo Sefalsecha Tishmar, Nicht Shabbos Gered, Meister from Shabbaton Stender sales at What a Shabbos. Hashtag What a Shabbos. I guess he sold some Stenders, he does Stenders, and he wants to pay off the Meister. So let's make it chashbon. This is $180. He spent. People bought $1,800 worth of Stenders. It's quick. Yaakov Yegan, in honor of Yossi Klein, thank you for all you do for NDY. Shbayach Yaakov. NDY art is dead. Anonymous is Yossi Ben Chai. Sorry for pronouncing it right.
Riser's out, folks. If you're wondering to yourself, did Riser just 86 himself into the netherworld? Oh, for sure.
And just a quick repeat of what we learned yesterday.
It's over for him. It's over.
Yeah.
Riser ain't gonna awaken anytime soon. Riser's out, and everybody knows it. I know it. You know it.
Just started today.
Everybody knows it.
A lot of people. We have.
It's over for Riser.
Close to 3,000 people that started putting Menachos with NDY this week. So
Riser's asleep.
Started
and he ain't waking up anytime soon.
I'm talking about between Hebrew and English. So, a mincha is a type of a carbon, but it's made out of flour. Unlike a carbon where it's an animal and we have a kachim and kachim kalam, very, very similar to a carbon, we have a mincha. Somebody who either owes it because he sinned or he wants to give it as a donation, he brings a mincha, minchas nedava, minchas chayte, different types of menachas, which we're going to learn throughout the Messiah. Within the menachas, you have a minchas marcheshes.
Riser's done. Folks, if you're wondering to yourself, what happened to Riser? There's no need to wonder. This motherfucker can't hang, son. Can't hang. Never could hang. Never will hang. Worst.
Another one is
sleeper
larger
ever.
The oil, it's made in a different pot. The oil burns off slower, so it's much softer.
When people in the future are like, oh, Rabbi, were you making fun of this motherfucker while he was asleep? Fuck, yeah, I was. Why? Because I'm the best, baby. Can't hang with the best.
Over there it says that if a kohen doesn't have the right kavana, the Yiddish guy is all about kavana. In his mind,
if people anywhere out there thinking, oh,
it's not an oila.
Is Riser asleep? Oh, for sure.
So you
ain't no doubt, son. This motherfucker's out. He's asleep, and he ain't waking.
Our says a similar halacha. If he thinks in his mind,
why? Because he's done. It's over for him. He's out, folks. He's out. If you're wondering to yourself, is Riser ever getting up? The answer is no. The answer is he's done. The answer is he has chickened out, pussied out, is afraid to play me in literati, and everybody knows it. Whooping ass in bowling, whooping ass in mini golf, whoop ass in literati. Everybody knows it. I know it. You know it. Everybody knows it. Worst literati player ever.
So we had a contradiction in Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai. Shimon Bar Yochai himself says, on the one hand, that if you bring a mincha, and the Chayyim thinks to themselves that it's a different type of mincha, toss it out, throw it in the garbage. On the other hand, he says, the different place he says that's perfect.
If you people are like, oh, Rabbi, do you think risers awake? The answer to that is no. The answer to that is N to the O. He's out. He ain't coming back, folks. Okay, so if you think that Riser is going to fucking resurrect his ass to play later on, the answer is no. It's over. This motherfucker can't hang in the founder, can't hang in mini golf, can't hang in bowling, and certainly cannot hang with this motherfucker in Little Rock.
Not another mincha. He thought that this mincha was brought by Shimon, not by Reuben. So that's a mess up. That's a toss out of the garbage. That's why he says he threw it out. When he says it's okay, because he just messed up with the owner. He knew the owner is Reuben, and he just thought that it's a different type of mincha. So now my question is, how come Rava and Rav don't like Rabba's shot? Because Rabbah is actually saying that when a person messes up, and it's obvious that he messes up,
you don't think he can hang?
Then it's kosher.
Never could hang, folks. Everybody knows that.
Marfeshes, it's this thing. Let's say, and he's calling it a machlas. So those of you who have children know. Sometimes you look at your child and say, "Home Shimon," instead of ruler, whatever. Like, and then you go to the next kid's name, and then finally get his name right. That ever happened? Your father does it to you? Over there, huh? He says yes. That. So did he make a mistake? No, he didn't make it. His mistake was so gross that it's not even a mistake. That's rubbish. Rabbi says no. When you make a mistake, possible. The fact that it was so bad, the mistake, it makes it even worse. So that's what they're saying over here. Only a mistake that's so obvious, that's where it becomes possible. Okay. Next one, by the way, it's also easier sugya. A lot of the sugyas are very easy and repetitive of stuff. But you take out the curtain and you put in flour. So Rava is of the opinion that when a person makes a mistake between two menachos, he calls it a marcheshes instead of machas, that's kosher. But what happened was he took this pan, this fried bread, and he called it an oila. An oila is reserved for an animal. That's where it's no good. And that's Rabbi Rothschild, that when you make a gross mistake, it's possible. And he also brings the pasuk, and he says that when a person makes a mistake within the mincha, he calls one mincha another mincha. He gets a free pass. Why? Because the Torah says v'zois paras mincha. All the minchas are under one umbrella. So if you call the machas marcheshes, and the marcheshes machas, it's fine. It's within the umbrella of a mincha. But they say, wait a minute. You're going with the pasuk v'zois paras mincha. There's another pasuk v'zois paras chatas. So when a person messes up in a chatas, you should have his own halachas. The person ate blood by mistake, and he has to bring a chatas, but the kohen said it was a chatas for eating chaylev. Why do you have to toss that chatas out? It's all within the same umbrella of chatas, and therefore they don't agree to Rabbi's pshat, to Rabbi's pshat. That's the Rabbah and Rav Ashi don't agree to the middle one. Now, Rav Ashi, how come they don't like again? You have a contradiction between the fight. Two brises say the opposite thing. So if you mess up in a mincha, it's okay. If you mess up in a mincha, it's not okay. Says Rav Ashi, the difference is that when you mess up for a mincha, you didn't say the word mincha. You said, I'm bringing a machmas, I'm bringing a marchesh. You didn't say minchas machmas. When you say minchas machmas, that's when it becomes possible. Rav Ashi, so yesterday, that Rabbi Rothschild asked the question, what if a person messes up? It's an obvious mess up. He says, I'm bringing a mincha called a bottle. In other words, the person is walking with a mincha chareva, which is a very dry mincha, no oil, and he calls it a bottle. So according to Reb Shimon, it's kosher. But why? Okay, so that problem. So basically, what we see is that each shita, Rabbi, and Rav Ashi, each one has a problem. Nothing is solid. Nothing. We don't have a one answer that's a really good answer. Says the Gemara. Those are the pshita we're having 4 lines from the bottom. Those are the pshita the Rabbi lahayis and Rav lahayis. So as we saw, Rabbi is of the opinion when a person makes a real mistake. The Rashi calls it ruach ba'alma. It's like shtusa. real shtus. I have to say, because you guys didn't hear it, anybody that went to MDY, it's been in MDY for the last time. You heard me say it at least 4 times. I gotta say, it's one of my favorites. It's called Martha's Rafi. Famous Rosh Shiva, he's in Shir. And a guy asked him a question. So he looks at him and says, that question, it's so bad, it's not even shtusim. It's not even shtusim. 5 minutes later, a guy asks him a question. He goes, oh, that's shtusim. So this is so bad, it's not even shtusim. It's bad. He's holding it in his hand. It's this thing, it's a cracker, and he calls it a soft milk. But then it's a bad mess up. And everybody understood what he did here. Why? Awesome. Why? So Rabbi says when it's so hot, then it's kosher. Rabbi says the exact opposite. Rabbi says if it's so hot, it's such a bad mistake, that itself makes it possible. Okay. So we have the sheet of Rabbi and Rabbi. But nevertheless, the Boiler Shire would ask the question, the Boiler Shire. Daino Boiler Rabbi Shire Vasi. Minchel Shuzeva Mali Omer Shimon. What's Rav Shimon by his opinion when a person messes up and he says, and this is crazy, he holds a mincha in his hand, it's made out of flour and oil, and he says, oh, this is an oil. An oil means a carbon. What kind of carbon? Rabbi, you know what kind of animal? Is it a zafar and a keva? I don't know this stuff. We had it yesterday. Oil is always a zafar. A chatos is always in a cave. So it's not a zafar, not a cave. It's a piece of bread. So what is it? What's that left in there? Not even the machshava to make it really possible. Is the pshat that if it's such a bad mistake, it's not possible. But machshava to make it, and this is a bad mistake. It should be kosher. He called it. Right? He called it a noise. But then how do you change from the city just because I'm in it? Perhaps because it's the pasuk that Rabbi brings this is a mincha that all menachas are under one umbrella. But that's a mincha. You make a mistake between mincha and mincha, then it's fine. We give you a pass. But if you make a mistake between mincha and oila, you're going to is that a good thing? We're talking about a carbon mincha. On my leg, so we got to this is back to show you. She would remind me, maybe after share, after everybody goes, I want to record these 4 lines. You said I missed these 4 lines. That's the problem. You write yourself, and you're just reading. I went on that tangent here. You know, I'll tell you the tangent in a second. Actually, I'll just say the tangent right now. Right before Yom Kippur, I had this idea, and Baruch Hashem is Matzliach. How do I know it's Matzliach? The idea was not to talk during Kaddish. Kaddish is super important. It's one of the top parts of davening. It's like Dusha, right? Have you ever seen somebody talk during Dusha? I've seen once or twice in my life, seriously, once or twice, people schmoozing during Dusha. Kaddish, and the Chazan singing, these guys are just very, very rare. Only Shmirava is, I'm not going to go. Maybe it's even greater than Dusha. Yeah, it's one of the top places that even La Lachat, you hear the Chazan saying, Amen Shmirava, you listen to answer, you pause, you stop, you listen to him, and you have Kavala that you're saying, it's big stuff. And then I brought this thing that I don't even know where it is. It says Kadmoinim say it. Never found it really, but it's good enough to scare them. That if you talk during Kaddish, then when your kids say Kaddish for you, Hashem just tosses it. It's not worth anything. You're talking, you're a Kaddish talker, you don't get Kaddish. Yeah, it makes sense, but I never found it real. So we went on a campaign, just not during Kaddish. My idea was that if you don't talk during Kaddish, maybe you'll spill over to other areas of davening. Let's start small. A minute here, a minute there, it's not the end of the world. It's not the whole shot, it's not the whole piece of prayer. And a lot of people took it upon themselves and heard from shuls. We had a whole shul in Mazdawa, the entire shul said, okay, we're going to do this program. Another shul, it's developed. But one thing that I noticed was on Shabbos, and give you one Shabbos, there have 900 people in a tent, massive tent. And there was zero fucking. I don't know. I looked around and people came up to me afterwards and said, do you notice that nobody's talking during the shots? Nobody's talking during Kaddish? You notice it? It's a Pella. Because you have people from all walks of life. We had super Modax people that and super Hasidish people that ate by themselves in a corner, and their wife in a different part. A woman came over to me, not knowing, she didn't know. She gave me a vagina. She stuck out her head. She said, vagina. That's not in a bad way. She didn't know. She didn't know. Big daffer. Her husband was a big daffer. So to see all these types of people, and no schmoozing was a big fizzle. Big fizzle. Anyway, so so now I don't want to skip this. This is where I was. All my way to Migano to say Shimon. In other words, he said, Shimon contradicted himself. We have two prices that contradict. We have three explanations how to explain the contradiction, and each one has a hole. Each one has a problem. We just went through the problem. So Mela, Rabbi and the Gemara goes through it now. Rabbi and Mishanale, you should appreciate that. Abaya has a question on Rabbi that once you do a hekesh and you learn that if you mess up in a minute, so what's the difference if you mess up between the owners? You forgot that it's not Reuven bringing in Shimon, or you messed up in the middle itself. A mess up is not a problem. So that's Abaya's question. The Rabbi Mishanale is a fissure of this case of Chazos, and it's been before. We have by Chappos also says this is Kairas says all Chappos should be on the one umbrella. So you should get a free pass if you mess up by the Chappos, but you don't. The Rashi on the channel should push you the Alphabet, the Rava, and before the Mincha, the person says that he's bringing a Mincha Bolo, according to Shimon is kosher. Why? It's great. New Sugi, Rabbi said, Ramsey. Trying to remember what these things are. And Yoshi, Baruch Hashem, the lead artist, was sick. He didn't show that sick. Oh, that is, okay, great. Beautiful, brand new video from Mincha's side. Mishnah says, if you mess up on a mincha of the fighter, what that means, the person wants to swore falsely and he can't afford to bring a carbon, so he brings his pork, he brings flour. If he messes up, let's say he goes to the Beis HaMikdash when he's coming, he brings a flour mincha. Now, the way to remember it is because he's a chayta, he brings chayta niskar in his face. Chayta benefits. He doesn't bring any oil and any levina, nothing. He brings flour. And the minchas k'nais is the mincha of a saita. So I asked Yoshi to speed this up. I showed this a bunch of times when we're doing saita. That's that technology. Today we're way more advanced, but it's good to see. There's many steps in the saita. So basically, what you're gonna see is fast. It's gonna be on fast speed. The husband warns his wife not to have yichud with another man. She doesn't listen. She's misyafed. He brings her to the Beis HaMikdash. This is a whole long process. That's the saita. They remove her nice clothing, they give her other clothing, they ask her underwear here, the kids say she brings a mikvah. But they do the writing, that everybody knows. Everybody writes all these soup, puts in the water. The water erases Hashem's name. She drinks the water. If she's guilty, she explodes. If she's not guilty, she gets a bracha. Here he goes. So the woman that we have there is called Aflucha. She's a woman based off the Gemara because her face is red. She has crazy features. She has duck feet, the whole thing. But it's time for the shtick. Take water from the kiyar, you go take dirt from that place right over there, and you dirt in, and Hashem, and now the mincha. The mincha, the guy's going to do, if it's a little bit wrong, now we know it's this way, but point his 3 fingers, puts it in another 2 shayos. You have to do like you do with the lulav. You go up, down, right, left. You move from this, and then you do something called agasha. Agasha is everybody that goes to the MDY knows what corner do you do agasha. How do you know? The airplane. That's right. So we had a mizbeach in the hotel, and the Zesh blew up. She exploded. Okay, and then the knife also exploded. So you know that the guy also explodes. No. So you learn on the flame. You learn every single day, literally. Not a day goes by that you don't learn something new that you didn't know the day before. That's why it's good for you guys also. But as well, when you're shooting boys, that do 40 minutes. It's not awesome. It's not awesome to be moist more stuff. Most of the guys will do a ransom, no? In the car, in the way. Instead of listening to sports, I do a ransom. You're doing, especially if you have a self-drive, you put the screen in front of you so Tesla thinks that you're driving. You look ahead. You could. But the Apple Charts ones, they're okay. They can be better, but it was new technology. The charts, people liked it a lot. Anyway, so here's the thing. These two menachos, if the time messes up and thinks that it's another type of mincha, he looks at the mincha's fight and says, "Oh, this is the dollar. This came from the guy's good heart, not because he did a sin." You take it and you throw it in the garden. Literally, there might be a place over that the burner, whatever, but it's garbage. You don't continue bringing it. So Krishna mincha's fight, it basically mimics a carbon chatas. Because a carbon chatas and a carbon pesach are the only two components that if the kayyim messes up and thinks that it's another type of carbon, throw it out. Every other carbon you continue with the process. You put it on the mizbeach. It's a nice thing. It doesn't work for the owner. He has to bring another one. You don't throw it out. No point to throw it. Two of them you throw out. Carbon chatas and carbon pesach. So two, when it comes to mincha, there are two that you throw out. The mincha of the paita and the mincha of this cycle. Why? There's no mincha fight the chatas chayra because it mimics a carbon chatas. But the Torah itself calls this mincha of carbon chatas. Why? You shouldn't put any oil there. You see, it's raw. It's so bad. This mincha, you're a bad guy. You did a bad idea. Or another. So you don't even get the honor Hashem. You're not even going to put oil. So you don't put any frankincense in it. You have to see. The Torah calls it a chatas. Oh, chatas. So he calls it out. Element has Christ in it. Why etas is a mincha of a soita different than all the menachos and he calls it out if you made a mistake? The guy got to come either of nothing because Anna says, find my right here. Minchas Knois, Moisur and Dava. If you have extra money left over from this mincha of the Saita, you give it as an adava to the something that you buy for bonus with it. Omalei, Shafika Amris. You have a Gzer Shava. What? Gzer Shava means when you have the same word in two different psukim. So you learn one concept from the other, one idea from the other idea. Maskeres Adam Psuka. It says the word Avon, Ein Vavno. Ubachad Ksiv. Voisonos Anachem, this is Avoin Oida, Ein Vavno. Malachad is Moisur Dava. And Minchas Knois, Moisur Dava. By the way, if you're watching the shir, there's usually wording on the bottom of the screen. Even if you don't have a Gemara, you go to follow along. Afchad is Moisur Dava. Malachad is Moisur Dava. Minchas Knois, Moisur Dava. So we're learning two halachas because two psukim, we're going to learn the mincha of a saita from just like when you have leftover money by a chatas, you put it into the pushkin to one of the shaykhs, it's called, and that money goes for the oilers of the Avinchas Knois, Moisur Dava, so too the leftover money of a saita goes towards the Dava. And one more Allah, we can have Machal is psula shleishma. If the time messes up in his intent, he thinks it's another type of party and throw it out. Avinchas Knois, psula shleishma. Oh, the answer is I learned the mincha of the saita from a Gzer Shava from as the Gemara, I don't like the Gzer Shava because it's true that it's a Gzer Shava, but not the Hashem, you have passes. So it's Shmai. But the Hashem should have the same halacha as the Karbon Chatas. Why? Because it has the same word Avon in the pasuk of Hashem. So you should learn Hashem from Chatas and pass out every Hashem that you mess up. But that's not the halacha. You don't have Avon in the Chatas. Oh, so let's see the pasuk. You see, it says the word Avon in the passage of Hashem. So what's that answer, Rabbi? It's not a real Gzer Shava because the other passage says Avon, Ein Vav, and over here it says Avonoi. Now, anytime the Gemara does that, almost every time, the Gemara right away jumps up. What does it say that you've learned this? Beautiful. Yeah, you see? I knew you. What? It's 11 times in chess. Is it what? Marcus. Hey, you can look at the sign. I'm sure it's all 11 times. It does say no Marcus is doing. Right, yeah. So what's the point? The point is about Paul. More says it doesn't have to be not only doesn't have to have the same spelling. It has an extra vav there, but even if it's a completely different word, it's still a good Xer Shav as long as the words mean the same thing. So what's the inside? No, I don't know what happens. It's a different word. You don't know one with another because it says extra vav at that. When the saras or nega, you call it a nega on a wall of the house here. I'm just going to zoom into this nega. This is just old, doesn't mean anything, just on the corner of the whole thing. So what? Because of it, it's the size of two beans. I mean, it was a sugi over here. Just to show this don't bring it down, because Yoshi was out, so I had to do it myself. I couldn't find, I don't know, I'm not good at searching. A nega, because if you come home and you see some sort of spot, just instead of on your hand, you see a white thing on your hand, on your body, you see it on your wall. It's a rookies thing, so you gotta call it clean. And it's 1 week, 2 weeks, he comes back, he checks, he comes back again. So the 2 times that it comes back, it says the shav, he returns, and it says the ubah, and it comes. It basically means the same thing, he returns to your house. So the more learns the shav, you can learn the first week and the second week. Why? It's not even the same word, it's different words. The shav and bah. Zu shiva, zu ibiyah, it's the same thing. You can learn Xer shav. Oh, hold on. Shabbat Kohen Balkan. I didn't notice that he did something. Wow, Shabbat Kohen Balkan. My silly thing is going to be a joke. I'm going to put on the wall. Oh. Check that. This is Rabbi Cohen. Wow. You know Rabbi Cohen? He's our head tech guy. This is Mamashem. Wow. Not to get all the furniture. You know then? Comes second week. Break down the stones. Okay. Shema, very shema. You know Rabbi Cohen, that was literally Rabbi Cohen. All the Yahweh was Rabbi Cohen. Remember what the Gemara also says? If there's another type of Xer Shava, then if there's no other Xer Shava, then you have 2 options. You go with the one that's more similar. Okay, I don't know. It doesn't really work in our situation. I'm for Cohen. Well, person makes a false shvua. It says over there also the decision where Yagiv and Nasa Avodah. Yeah? So you learn, okay, so you learn Hashem from Shmisakal. Elo, Kigarim Zim Shava, the most of the double the Gami. You want to go away from this track. I'm looking for a source that tells me that if the plane messes up on the Minchas Saita, you take the Minchas Saita and throw it out. I wanted to learn from Katas, the Gemara says no, I'm not going to learn from Katas. The only thing I learned from Katas in Xer Shava is that the extra goes to Tzedakah, goes to Medava, not Tzedakah, goes to a special fund that funds the Mizbeach to go back. Oh. There's a saver called Lili Zav, it says, Yagid the Nasa Habonim, that the person knows Pedis. You know testimony, you say, I don't know, you lie. It's a bad thing. It's hard to know. So, he says, the Lili Zav says, if these are remnants for somebody that knows, it could be more. It's a big thing. Americans don't like to do mufar. It's like not politically correct. If someone does something wrong, it's none of your business. Just keep it alone. But you know that probably for our raisins and stuff. If someone does something wrong, you should. It's difficult. Not so much in our generation because it's something we won't accept it all day. You have to know that the person will accept it. If you know for a fact that he's going to be upset at you and he's not going to this, so it's not the guy to do it. Even now, when he brings a source from him, because it's still in the dollar. I think it's super important. The only way we got like 3,000 people to join the office, which is a lot. Think about it, it's a little shot. A lot of people say, hey, I'm going to wait until brachos, which is already towards the end, but I'm going to start menachos, then I'm going to touch him. And the answer to that is there's no such thing as shas. For you, shas begins in menachos. For you, those are going to make a sing shas, and you finish brachos. There's no, Rebbe didn't start shas at brachos. It's for sure. I don't think he started brachos. I'm pretty sure when Rebbe said it's not. In Vilna, that's the first one. For whatever reason, start Maya, this, that, it starts with brachos. That's not. People go to Rebbe Stadium, that's really shas. That's not the same shas. Sing shas could be. We made 10 guys made a sing shas. But the Zohar left Zayit. Middle of the Zayit. That was our sing shas. It's a Ferris wheel. So it's just a circle. So wherever you get on, that's where you get off. It's called most parts gets on brachos. So they get off in brachos. You get on menachos, you get on menachos. It's better because you're part of the party. The whole thing is special. Otherwise, you have to be part of everybody else. So the point is, my point is that midah toiv menuva, meaning if there's such a history, you see somebody, I don't know, he doesn't have a desire. So you're supposed to walk over and say, hey, you're doing this wrong, it's a desire. So midah toiv menuva, if you see a guy, and I really believe this, if you're doing it right, so you're doing the sefta, involved in hearing sheet, you don't know what you're talking about. But there's tens of thousands of synagogues who went through the yeshiva system that don't know a word. They're in healthcare, they're in real estate, whatever they're in, they're working 24/7. They don't learn. They just don't learn. Then have a couple of here, they tell you they learn twice a week. Those are the guys that, if you have a chiyuv, you go to the guy and say, open a very you have a chiyuv, you go to the guy and say, hey, you can change your life. You can learn Torah. Here's a great program. You get a free Gemara. Try it out. Let's go. That's why a lot of people, these guys say, 1 to 6 people. These guys, I know, he has a whole company that's fencing in Miami. He sat there a whole day. So giving out Gemara. Why? Because he knows that it's a thing. He saw what it did for himself. He wants to give it to somebody else. So the Gemara. Hello. Gami Gzer Shava. There wasn't a double the Gami. Kita means Gzer Shava Matzah. But once you do Gzer Shava, you're going to learn. Saita from a chatas. You have to learn all the halachas from a chatas. You can't just learn half and say, oh, it's only for the extra money goes to buy korban. No, when you got a chatas, you have a meal. You're right. Typically, you have to do the whole day shabbat. But over here, the shabbat is so chatas, it's a meal. Also, shmok sheya, shmok tzura, when a chatas, all of that chatas, you can probably messes up a little bit and thinks about something else and toss it out. I would call it touching, bring shmok, sharing. But all of the touching, if you think about the wrong type of carbon, you continue with that carbon. So bottom line is, I'm back to the original question. How in the world do I know that these two menachos, the mincha of a sinner and the mincha of a saita, if the person thinks about another type of mincha, you have to throw it out. It says in the pasuk the word who. Achanami, who, he, who. The pasuk says who, but it doesn't really matter. Yeah. So by mincha it also says the word who. Shanami as the Gemara Oksiv Behi. By Hashem we also have this word who. And so you should say that it doesn't mess it up. Or it messes it up completely. And Hashem doesn't mess up. Who? Wow, just remembered. Shema Kamaisa. Again, it's one of the oldies, but a goodie. When I learned this there as a kid, I learned it for 2 years. Cheder called Basis, on 14th Avenue, 45th. Kids are Rebbe, we're learning Kedushin. And it just reminded me because the Gemara says he, and the Ger says who. The Pasuk says who. Anyway, the Rebbe says, famous sugya. What if the man gave the woman the Kedushin, but she said, I read from the Kedushin? Or what if she gave him the Kedushin? So it says, Nasan hu v'amrahi. Very specific. She goes like this. Nusan hi v'amrahi. Aber Nusan hi v'amrahi. Aber this heißt, aber sie so, Nusan hi v'amrahi. Or the Nusan hi v'amrahi. I'm like, what is that? They sound all the same to me. I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, who. Also, now makes it be who. Lach HaKadosh Imur Hu B'Tzir. Anyway, so the Gemara says no, but by Asham, here this is also, if you didn't learn Zach, every animal has these three things that go on the mizbeach. They're called imur. The kidneys, the Yuseres have covered. In English, it's called, this steak is a very gishmani steak. It's called the square steak. It separates, divides between the lungs and the what do you call it over there? It's a wall, yeah? Oh, you read what? Diaphragm, thank you. And the fat that goes around the kidneys, that goes on this bath regardless of what you do. Now, what if a person doesn't put it on this bath? They forget it, they fell on the side somewhere. The halacha is, the carbon is perfect. Yeah, this is a new technology. Our guys built this bath, the whole thing. It's a little bit different. It's a little different than this bath we saw by the site. Things are changing crazy. Aquaponim. The point is that these imurim, if you don't do it, not the end of the world. The carbon is still kosher. So Mamela, the word who by Hashem comes after the imurim. In the pasuk, when the pasuk says the word who, it's after you already bring the imurim by Hashem, which is not an important time anymore. So the word who is, we're not going to it so much. We don't care so much about it. But what does it do, the word who? So, Lacham is a name of the sea. It's on it. Hashem will never let you. Lacham is a imurim. That's my, so you do kosher. It's still kosher. Even if you don't bring the imurim, it's still kosher. By Hashem, what is it? Who? Either Ravona or Rav, because the mother said Ralacha. Hashem Shanita Gleria, Shchotistan. Oh, this is the Shema, one of my favorite videos of the Seventh Zvachim. There's a halacha that if a person brings in a chatos, let's say, and he dies, so it's chatos shemesu b'aleh. It's one of the 5 chatos that unfortunately, what do? You have to let it die. You can't feed it, can't do anything. But what if the same thing happens with the Asham? The Asham and chatos are very similar, but they're different. They come for an Avera. The guy sets aside an Asham and he doesn't have a chance. He has a heart attack and dies. Now what do you do with Asham? So, what you do is you let it graze. You're actually stuck. So here's our version of you're actually stuck. You let it graze and you hope that it breaks a bone. It becomes a bone. Okay. So, let me show you this video. This is the classic. You said, I think he has a heart attack. There's a chatas. So this is Asham that its owner died. So what do? You send it to Kevis land. Then you're Benedict, that's your son. Laughing out loud. What? The injured one, they go to get a. Well, that's then you trade it in. You take the injured one and you buy an oila, and the oila goes to dessert on his bath. It's called Ketzim's bath. It's literal dessert. When there's a downtime in his bath, and there's no korbanos, you just grab one of these oils and you bought with the money from the injured one. And that's Ketzim. So, where was I now? Wow, 49. Okay, so we have 10 minutes from a base, perfect. Because I'm a base throughout challenges, it's much easier. All right, all you need to real is stop. So you have this Asham guy running around in Kevis land trying to become a Balmon, and somebody walks over and grabs him and checks him. What is he? Is he an Oila or an Asham? He started out as an Asham, but we're hoping he's going to get a Mom, and once he gets a Mom, we're going to sell him and take the money and buy an Oila. So Asham should need to real stam, Kosh the Shemayim. It becomes an Oila. Sheft it becomes an Oila. But that's the kid. When you picked it up, you gave it to the shepherd to graze over there in Kevis land, then why is it that good? But if you didn't give it to the shepherd, then it remains an Asham. And this I learned, you asked me, what do you do with the word who? I learned that Allah from the word who, about Yasiyah, to remain as is, to remain an Asham. What is Omer? So Omer, check this out. Brand new for today. It's unbelievable. Hold on, let me just tell you first. I know it's unbelievable because I had a team. We're paying close to $200,000 a year for a few guys to do 3D animation. And it'll take them 4 days, 2 guys, 4 days, come up with a thing. And it wasn't as nice, it wasn't as crisp, it wasn't as sharp. It was a different world. Now, one guy come up with 1 or 2 of these videos a day. Now, these are very talented people, obviously. But this he did in a day. This new logo, the History Channel, MDY History Channel.
In the days of the Beis HaMikdash, before anyone could eat the voiceover of the year, the Omer must be brought first. Erev Pesach, angels of the Bezdin prepare 3 bundles for the harvest. That night, the people gather with torches. 3 messengers stand ready. They call out, "Has the sun set?" "Yes." "With this sickle?" "Yes." "Is it the 16th of Nisan?" "Yes." The men harvest 3 sa'ah of barley. The barley stalks are then brought to the Beis HaMikdash for their beating to separate the rain from the stars. They're then roasted in an oven over the fire.
Oven. Aleph Beis
Spread at the azara to separate chaff from the grain. Around in the front. They are then sifted using 13 sifters in order to attain a fine consistency.
13 sifters. See, they're standing inside of it.
Chaim then mixes the flour with oil before the mitzvah of lila. The whey is added to the whey goes with mitzvah. He then does tzufa, raisins, lisharis. Then goes on with raisins, mitzvah, and the one. Then and all the grain was polished. Now,
this is like Motzei Pesach, you know, when you're trying to get the pizza. Okay, beautiful. Now, I have to mention, because every time I mention Omer, I have to say this because I have trauma from when I was a child. My father is Makbid Yashan. It's actually, it's a deraisa. It's not to be mad, it's not a chumrah, it's a deraisa. Now, the reason why people are not so much in America is there's a path. The same kind of boundary. It's a massive kula that started in Europe because they couldn't eat otherwise. It's not like today when you get the flour, the old crop. So they had to be something from the box. But to make fun of the halacha, like somebody made fun of me when I was a kid, I went to the bakery and I asked the woman if she has a yashan. And some guy in line made fun of me. Like Yoshan asked me or whatever he said when I was a kid. Anyway, so I have a trauma. So when I hear the word, I want to explain to people in America. People don't even know. It's a deraisa. It's manazeh. To eat Cheerios from the crowd or whatever you're eating, or pizza, try to be back. Why not? It says a lot of stores say we have. It's already much easier today. And a lot of stores are market. It's even hard to find, but back in the day, it wasn't like that. And I'm sure there's a lot of products that are not 100% Yashin. So remember, according to most sheep, as we show them, it's the rice that is not as in the mouth. So you know, there are people that are knocking on every corner in the world, corners that don't even exist, but the rice, it's enforcing the Torah. So again, so what's Omer is that on the second day of Pesach, you bring barley like we saw. And by bringing it on this bath together with you bring it with the sheep, that allows you to eat all the crop that grew up until that point. But if you don't do that, you can't eat the new crop. Okay. So says the Gemara. Mama's trauma. That's what it is. So, they'll say he has a mishigas. Yeah. I'm a cowboy. All right, but listen to this. So we're talking about a guy who messes up in his mind. He's thinking to himself, but it's not a oimer. Oh, I'm bringing now a minchas matches, nothing to do with oimer. Throw it out in the garbage. Oimer must have to relate to it because it comes. What is the oimer coming to do? It's coming to allow you to eat food, and you didn't accomplish that. So what's the point of continuing to bring the oimer? Throw it out. So they'll come out. We have a good cash now. The Mishnah says there's only 2 things that you throw out in the garbage, and here we have a person. And off that balance. The same thing would apply to a carbon of the Nazir. The Nazir, we don't really have it. We have Nazir, but he brings different ones. We're not talking about this. We'll talk about this in a second. A Nazir is a person who accepts upon himself not to drink wine, not to be mechanical mace, and he messes up. Yeah, let's say he says, I'm going to do it for a year, and in the middle of the year, he goes to a funeral and touches the person. He has to restart the whole thing, but first he has to bring a carbon. Very good. There's only three, don't get nervous. Turning you down, the guy's level, special experts in international payments, on-call healthcare, discuss the first thing we ever referred to balance and specific seven called Kai's or Anonymous. No matter the result, Henry Haimog doing the top. Thank you again. It's a new one. So, this Nazir has to bring a carbon, also Basham Mitzayra. So, person who's a Mitzayra who has Tzaras, and he's done with his whole thing. So one of the things he has to bring is an asham. This asham that we did choose not only the chatas and the carpets that we had in the first mission, here's more asham Mitzayra. They come to allow a person to go to this Hamikdash. They allow a person to drink wine. They're matirim, right? Most of korbanos fall into two categories. A carbon 90% of the time comes to give. Let's call it 10% of the time, I'm just throwing in a number, is a matir. Matir means it allows you to do something. If you're a Nazir, it allows you to drink wine. If you're a woman who gave birth, it allows you to eat kachim. And then this korban is for kapara. So if you did another. So, then since the Kidman Thomas that he set out there, Thomas, throw it out. Now, so now we have the same question twice. We have in our Mishnah that a mincha that you didn't do with the proper intent is kosher. But what are the two exceptions we learned today? Because the mincha skaita, the mincha sknai. The mincha of a saita and a sinner. The reason, if you're correct, this is the one that puts mincha sa'imer. How come it doesn't bring down the third one, which is the mincha sa'imer? So the Gemara, you can only probably offer. Yeah, you're right. The sa'imer is part of it, but it's not in the mission because the mission is talking about a private mincha. That's either like another pshat. Kitani, ba, b'galach, one comes on its own. Ba, b'galach, zerach, like kitani. Sa'imer comes together with a cargo, with an animal. So it's not mentioned in the mission. Another pshat. Kitani, hanaf, sheikh, the woman is man. When does Sa'imer come? Second day of Pesach. Every year, same day. That's not interesting. That's not the narrow mission. We're talking about something that can come on any day. Oh, this one is not like something that comes on a special day. Overman. By Asham of a Nazir, Asham of a Tzayra, that you shepherd without the right intent, it's possible to throw it in the garbage, because they come to allow you to do something. Sorry, nah, the same exact question we just asked. But from the first Mishnah in the second Zvachim, which says the same thing as our Mishnah. It says the list of the korbanos. So if you mess up in machshava, you have to throw out what are the Rabbi Zai? What are the two korbanos that you mess up in machshava? You have to throw out a chatos and a pesach. The Gemara's question is, I have more. We just said the Asham of the Mitzvah, the Asham of the Nazir. Nah, because I'm Shabbos, Rishman, Shei Rishman, the Baal Mishay, Rishman, Put the Pesach, the chatos. The reason, if you're right, this thing not put the Nazir, the whole actual issue, they come to allow somebody to do something. Comes to drink wine, and he didn't accomplish that. It says more even the equal Asham Zayla, Shamilas. Within the category of Asham, there's different types of Asham. There's Asham Zaylas. Sham Zaylas, a person lies that he didn't steal. Shamilas, if you use something from the base of Migdash, you have to bring a carbon. You also have to pay. You guys know how much you have to pay? The base of Migdash. You have to pay a 25% fine. Oh, you're looking at me. I love it. Why? Because you think it is? What is the fine much? 20%. Very good. It's 25% the way we call it. And now in English, it's 25%. 100%, you're right. It's fine. I love saying 25%, and everybody goes, ooh, that's my type. It's 20%. The type is 20%. You're right. But in a practical term, it's 25%. So, and the Shamila is the ocean that comes together with the 25%. The Kapara also is for Kapara not to be master. Therefore, the Psikula is I can't just toss out one word and say Osham, because there's some Hashamas that come for a Kapara, some come for a master, and therefore there's no one halacha for all Hashamas. Manchmal Osham Nazir, Hashem and Tzari, the Bola Asher, Shiri, and the Nami, this Osham Zayim Mila, Nami Bola Kapara, really give Oh. So, at the end of the day, what's the difference? If it's coming to forgive somebody for a offense that you did and it didn't accomplish that, because the right is you have to bring another carbon. Just because you continue bringing the carbon on the bed doesn't mean that the owner is yours. He wasn't yours. He has to bring another carbon. So if he wasn't yours, then why don't you just pass it? Tomorrow, a review the things to the possible in the Chakra room of Shri. Is enough to mean it. The Chakra is good, also Lachamis, and Shri less good, also Lachamis. I have an example from Gemara where if a person dies, you bring the carbon if it came as a mashra, not if it came as a kapara. For instance, a woman gave birth. It's not an isha should be a chatas of an isa. A woman gives birth and brings two korban. Chatas and oil. Now she's sinned in a way. Everybody knows she swore she's not going to have children. I was not so sure that that's the reason. Okay, let's say that's the sin. Which one of the two comes for her pet? Which one of the two comes for her heter to eat touching? Is it chatas and oil? Which one is for what? The third you would say chatas for the pet. No. The oil is for the pet. The chatas is for allow her to eat touching. So usually she did chatas and they said she brought a bird. For chatas. When she died, the yarshim lost. The yarshim could continue bringing the oil. Why? Because the oil is for kapara. We lost the mesa. Why is the yarshim about? But if they brought the oil, if she brought the oil and she died, then you don't bring the chatas. When we see that you bring a kapara after you die. Now, I have to explain. No one can get a kapara after they die. It's very important. People they live in a la la land. I met a guy on Shabbos. I couldn't believe it. Oh, he's not watching the show now. He's not watching the show. He told me he only learns 10 minutes a day. Like, what do you learn 10 minutes a day? 62 years old, learns 10 minutes a day. He said, how much time do you spend on the news? He said, over a half hour. I said, yeah, you're spending a half hour on the news and 10 minutes of prayer. It doesn't add up. And I asked him, I said, how long do you think you're going to live? It's like a good 40 years to me. Yeah, he's heavy, he's out of shape. Where did he get 40 years? Maybe he's going to live to 100. Listen, but let's say 40 is nothing. People, they live in this home that they're not going to die. That guy that died when he was 48, it's his neighbor. It's not him. He's not. It's a different. He's part of a different group of the dying people. He's dying. So that guy has cancer. How do you do that? No, it happens to everybody at any time. We had a guy a week and a half ago from NDY. He's on Zoom every single day. He works in the factory with Bill going Kurdish, all those fancy benches and all the shuls. He's one of the workers there. He's walking and a machine spelled out a dollar and starts to do that. It took 2 hours to take him out of it. You don't know when you go, when you come. So you got to chop around. Upon him, my point is that tshuva is only in your life. You can leave as much money as you want for your yoshim to bring korbanos and build or in a kodesh and donate svarim. It's not going to be a kapara. You might have a schos or whatever. You get some, I don't know, extra ganade, I don't know how it works. Like, kapara or not. But what it says over here is you continue bringing the kapara part of it. Not because she's going to get a kapara. She's dead. She can't get a kapara anymore. This man, he said this. Maslow, you didn't really change has Mashim Nami, less good, also like this or what? You can't find an example of somebody who you bring a carbon that allows you to do something after the person dies. Matriyosa being after death. What's not? I'm not just finish with this. Oh, there's a Geshmaka video also. Another one. 3 videos to this. Somebody's in Nazar. So I did this whole interview right before before we learned Nazir, I interviewed a Talmud Chacham. His name is Rabbi Rothschild, right? We wrote a bunch of sparring. He's a Nazir. He and his wife is a Nazir. So throughout Nazir, we use him as our prototype for Nazir. Our video today is also Spanish State. AI is beautiful. So he's a Nazir. He knows that he's gonna have to bring 3 korbanos. So I bought a korban once. I bought a sheet for the show. We did a sheet and then do it. So it cost me $500. They're not cheap, these sheep, right? So you have 3 sheep. I know people are starting to, I'm not joking, somebody wrote saving money when it comes to Shabbat Shalom. He's already putting away money now. It's $1,000 a person. From now, people start saying, oh, not everybody has $1,500. Just go out and return them. Just you put some money aside. When the head of the mile, you're not allowed to benefit from this money, but guess what? If you do, you're not over a meal. You don't have to pay the 25% in the cart. Why? Because there's Allah, another Allah. How many Allahs did we learn today? Sorry. Meila is only on touchy, not on touching power. Yeah, you knew that Allah? Probably not. Sounds familiar. Okay. If a person sets aside a shlamim and you benefit from the shlamim, you don't have to pay. Oh, that's already, yeah. If you don't pay, so Meila, these 3 korbanos, what are the 3 korbanos of the month? Here we go. Check this out. 2 of them are touchy. Chatas and oil are touchy. It's in the severe category. Then you have one called the shlamim, the one all the way on the left is shlamim. I can say I put all my money designated for that shlamim. The shuruim, Rabbi Rothschild shlamim. And on the shlamim, there's no meal, you don't get the penalty. Yay, so what if he dies? I mean, my him and he has a bunch of money that I don't know what to do with. So the Sinai, the money goes to Nadav. But for Russian, what if he specified what the money goes for, what the designation is? The Chadas money is Chadas Shemesu Balel. Chadas Shemesu Balel, we go over Timna, we're not going to go into it because we have to finish the cheer. There's 5 Chatais, the middle one, Chadas Shemesu Balel, a Chadas that the owner died, there's nothing to do. So if you have money for Chadas and the owner died, there's also nothing to do. What do you do? Toss it into the ocean. Some say it's the ocean, the round on this, that, like the beats Yamamel, because you can never get it out of there. But in the end of the day, but if you benefit from the money, you don't have to pay a knas. Why? Because it's designated to be destroyed. Since it's designated to be destroyed, you're not over on me. You may already know what about the money that was set aside for? No. You have to pay money. It's not a problem. It's not a chatos. It's an item. So item you could buy another item. Therefore, you're over mila, the shlamim, you're shlamim, and if you set aside money for shlamim, you buy shlamim. The nechel is a big fish. How many days can you eat a shlamim? You know this now. 2 days. But over here, only 1 day. Between the left and you don't bring bread. As the Gemara of Oil Shlamim, the Nazir Mashirinu, what's the point of the Oil Shlamim? Allow the Nazir to drink wine because Lachamisa. Check this out. I just want to show you this video. There's a halacha of a Nazir. You take a razor blade. Even though this is typically also use a razor blade on your head, but this is like original. This is a big pile. Anyway, so it's everything. Yeah, the ganze body. I would eat the whole body. One of them, Mitzvah, the Nazir, I think it's the one also. So it says in the Gemara, you're right. There is a machshir that you bring after the death, but not something that's of what? The Nazir, the Omar, this video that I should have shown you over here, if you shave on one of the 3 korbanos, on the Chatas, Oil, or Shlamim, Yotza. You are Yotza. We'll finish right over here. And the male of the Gemara is just saying that what he meant to say is that if it's a pavua, something that's whatever the translation pavua is, that is something that doesn't come after Misa, but a regular. reads the Hashir will come back to me. So Rabbi Isai have a wonderful
Merit the source of spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com or sponsor at MDY.com.
Good morning, Rabbi Isai. Live from Park City, Utah. This is where I'm sitting right now. This is the beautiful table. So my daughter does Pure, the Jewish collective Park City. So these are two covers that waited a long time to start. This was a table full of chocolates, different things, kind of tasting, chocolate tasting. Let me get my camera back to me. And so we have a little bit of a delay. So anybody that was waiting in line or something, I apologize. More than a little bit, it's almost an hour delay. So Rabbi Isai, very exciting day today. Let me show you a video taken by some random stranger. There's no idea what it is there. Can I show you?
Wait a minute. Is there a belly?
You can tell just from
a belly?
I'm holding a Gemara, right? I'm learning Gemara.
That's how you do it?
No,
Okay.
It's authentic. Learning Torah and enjoying together. It's unbelievable. Oh, this is a beautiful, beautiful seal in London. And Reb Weissfish, the shofet, look what he brought as a prop. A real head of a sheep. He's showing that it has only one set of teeth, doesn't have upper teeth. Okay, beautiful. Now I'm going to turn this around for a second so I can read. There's two new locations that we're trying to get going over here in Queens. The satellite location, Orakora, and in Cedarhurst, our good chaver over there, where I went, Ari Blumenthal. We had a little bit of a shear there the other day. Remember, I went to his thing, and then this I went to my software on my computer. We thought it was not. We thought it was the internet. So we went to Belsky, and we had the same issues. So, Mechila, but he's doing a lot. What is he doing over there? A satellite location. Oh, a bunch of guys got together. There's a reason why we brought more than, I don't want to say close to 3,000 people to an office. And the reason is because people like David Salmon and Shalom Rand and Tzvi Pinzel and Shimi Jacob, let's just call him Shimi J. CBN, all our Chaverim, David Salmon's new MDY retention group, AirPods for incentives, group is growing by the hour, 35 new members in the first 12 hours. Hitzer made a group, 35 new people, and he's doing accountability, he's going to be on top of them, and not in an annoying way, a schmackle way to make sure that everybody's... Very nice email here. The Floyd Rebelli with Yossi and all made the Shabbat possible. I want to share a brief but heartfelt expression of our personal prayer for what was truly Shabbos of Achos, one that captured in a powerful and authentic way the essence of MUI at its very best. The very outset was clear that it was not simply a well-organized weekend, but a culturally crafted experience. That Yomi itself remained the steady anchor throughout, grounding the inspiration and consistency in daily commitment, while allowing prayer to feel fresh, alive,
and deeply relevant. The Torah shared over the course of the Shabbat was meaningful and uplifting. The messages delivered by Rabbi Yoel Gold, Rabbi Arden Shushan, Rabbi David Goldwasser, Rabbi Aaron Weinberg, Ruben Epstein, Rabbi Nachman Seltzer, and Avi Kamiansky each contributed depth, clarity, and genuine prison. A particularly impactful highlight was Rabbi Yoel Gold's vision of the Torah's discovery, its old gold precision, and its inner meaning. I want to talk about it a little bit today, because today on our daf we talk about Torahs. The way we brought out balance lessons of consistency, perseverance, and inner avodah was both fascinating, deeply moving. In addition to the session titled "Behind the Scenes," presented at Shulas, with real life stories shared honestly and sensitively, open heart, and created a powerful sense of connection. The Ruach of Shabbos permeated every moment. As miracles at the Sudas, the singing in the choir, the overall atmosphere of warmth, the Erev Shabbos, Shabbos created a sense of kedusha and unity. It was truly felt. Shabbos also brought Torah vividly to life through thoughtfully prepared visual elements, including the models of the English and its Kalim. So he sent a few pictures here. Let me just jump forward because some over here you can see in the picture, you can see the size of this. You open to banks, you know what those ropes look like? It's like 2 ropes long, and it was very, very large. But brought some real animals as a model of Kurbanos for you guys. But this is what really blew me away. This thing was like literally, I would say, 40 feet tall. You can see people standing in the background just to show you the height of this thing. He built this out of wood and foam. It's just huge. So much work goes into it. And what is this? This is the entrance to the Heichal. You have what I'm saying over here? A little bit. Just the detail here. I'm going to zoom in a little bit. See over here the thing, how it goes, and it's 40 feet tall. Look at that. Crazy. That's just one of his many that he did all for free. He didn't charge MDY money. This was the Siyum in MDY. They changed the tables around to make it more festive, more Siyum-like. And this was, I was on Zoom. I participated. Okay. The voice I timed it. It should take 18 seconds a day. This is our new sponsors because my official donated a lot of money for the Shas, and the Iranian Levy families donated. And every day I want to say the person who donated that day's daf. They did spend $1,000 on the daf, and I personally to them. We didn't say we're going to do it, but we'll do it. And the Prakim also. So let me start. Timing. The official edition of the White Shas was accepted by the Iranian and Levy families. Perik, Shani Makibelsky family, Vinish Masi, Kaperl, David, Zichron, Government of Moshe, Day, Joel, Rachel, Gedalius, in honor of Bela, Chaya, Yehudis, Masharia, and Deborah. How much time was that? The second sponsor, David Solomon, dedicated in memory of Imar Shmuel Baruch and Chaim Tzidoi. All these sponsors should be 2 minutes. Let's do this. The second sponsor, Joel Gedalius, Nidin Nishmas, my father, Jack Gedalius, Anonymous, and Sol Bruchus, Vigashmas, the Palchik Family Foundation, Zichron Nishmas, Rabbi Goyer, Shlomo Palchik, the Metzger Ilui, Ahmed Belogin, and Chaim and one of the first yeshiva in America. Something fell, so I wonder if it was like a candle or something. Just wax, okay. Anonymous, who first name of Moshe Ben Nizar, Anonymous, for whom first name of Energism, Filea Basas, Shlomo Malki, we are so proud of you, Yaakov. Keep steiging. There's a second sponsor, Sunday Gross family, and the Island, UK, in honor of rebellion, changed my meaning of life. Loini Al Moini, Yossi, Mark, and Benny, and all the placement Sophie and MDY, who's probably Shalom Star. Monthly sponsors, Ari Simon, first name Avi Mari Barker Miriam, Jimmy Azulai, first name Esther Pasadena, as a walking team, as a my husband, Colin McDonald, walking team on his 40th birthday. You should tell your wife. What kind of business is sponsoring for one day? This woman sponsored a whole month. And she tells you that when we become 100, she's going to fly me in. She has a pass for 50 years? I don't think so. Anonymous. Anonymous is the first name of Naftali husband, Henry Leah. It is something in our generation. Anonymous, in memory of Mazel Batlia, the Sonata and his Skia. Anonymous is supposed to verdict that is good and open and revealed way because more than Batlia. I like this because listen, I want a verdict that I get off from Skia or whatever it is. I don't want a verdict that shows like it's both in a revealed way. Beautiful. Reading sponsors. West End Suchever, in memory of our beloved Mardash, Rabbi Yehuda Kellemer, Zayt Kellemer, on his third side, Yoshi Weiss. Yoshi Weiss. So let me tell you what happened over here. I know behind the scenes. He's doing in honor of Mati Belsky for the Dima Tzlacha and great English AI videos. Mati Belsky went over to Yoshi Weiss and gave him money at the Shabbaton. Yoshi Weiss said he has a policy, he doesn't want to take money, which I'm upset at him. I got to talk to him about it. He left me a message. He said, I don't want money from people. I donated it back to MDY. So that's not good. I'm going to have to change that. If somebody wants to give a tip to Yoshi, I think that's okay. But anyway, I mean, our people should not be asking for things that we're not proud of. But if somebody from his goodness of his heart gives him a gift or something, why not? You should take it. Daily sponsors, Laser Raskin, Lili Nishmas, Biyaman, Rial, Ben Gershon, Shira, Ben Favorites. Elvis Skensberg, thanks for everything. We miss you. I love you, Elvis. Shkoya. Anonymous, Lili Nishmas, Zev Doib, Ben Eliezer, Rachmil Sepulwoods, Nishmas, Himum Rossi, Nancy Vazev on his 10th yard site. And the YR, the Anonymous is Lisbon Kai Sor, Anas Vareva, Vishnemi Yonatan Edim Ebishev Bracha, Vishnemi Mordechai Ben Esther, Visayelad, Yilzev, Ben, Ayel Tester, Aboisai. Here we go. Remind me, I want to tell you a Givaldic story. Smack in the middle of Ramadan somewhere. A great story that happened to me on the ski lift today. I noticed yesterday, and this could answer your question, how come in Zvachim Menachas, you, Shmuel, you were asking me how come there's so many words, the Pirush, and sometimes some sectors you don't understand the word, you go to the art scroll and it tells you 2 words, and here there's like a whole, there's an agada for everything. So, there's a lot of concepts here, a lot. And I'm making you in charge, man, to count the concepts today. Let's see. Let's count concepts. Here's a new one. We spoke yesterday about the Omer. We're going to talk about it a lot today. There's a whole parak about it. The Omer. The Omer is a mincha you bring to a gift made out of barley and a sheep, and that allows you to eat the new crop, because any new crop, wheat, barley that grows, you cannot eat it until the second day of Pesach. When you bring the Omer, you're going to see interesting stuff in the Gemara. Perhaps it's the actual day that causes it, or it's the Omer itself. Here's a question that maybe you didn't know before. Sure, you listen to the leadership? Okay, good. Here's the question. The Omer that comes on the second day of Pesach allows everybody to eat the Cheerios, the pizza, all the wheat product that grew before Pesach. Can I bring wheat product, a mincha, to the Beis HaMikdash on the 3rd day of Pesach? Now that the Omer came, can I bring it to the Mizbeh? That's my question. And the answer is no. The answer is you have to wait until Shavuos. Shtei Lechem is what's matter wheat product to the Beis HaMikdash. Okay, Chiddush. So that's musig number 1, right there. Basic. We're holding the film and Aleph on top. So let's go back just a second. We had the Shita of Rav. Today we're going to have 2 that argue on Rav. Rav says that if a carbon comes to allow you to do something, for instance, if you are a Mitzvah or a Nazir and you bring a carbon, it allows you to go into the Beis HaMikdash or allows you to drink wine. If you're a woman and you give birth and you bring a carbon, it allows you, the woman, to eat kosher. Such a carbon, or the Omer, right? It starts with the Omer. You bring the Omer. Why do you bring the Omer? So you could eat the produce of last year. What if you bring this Omer and you have the wrong intent? You think that it's not a carbon Omer, it's not a Minchas Omer, it's a Minchas Nedava. So says Rab, since the whole purpose of this carbon is to allow you to do something, and you messed up. So take whatever you're doing and throw it into the garbage. And the Gemara asks questions. So how come it's not one? The Mishnah, we only know of one or two things. Two types of minchas that you throw in the garbage. There's a third one. Okay. Meisvei. If you pay attention to Dalet Amud, the first word on the Dalet Amud is Oshem Mitzvah. It's one of the examples Rav brought as a carbon that it's a carbon that it's there as a not a kapara, but as a matir, as a machshir. It's something that allows you to do something. Oshem Mitzvah is one of the examples. He shechted it with the intent that it's not Oshem Mitzvah. Let's say it's an Oila. So the Mitzvah goes through a very lengthy process, probably one of the longest ones, not the longest. Different things he has to do in order to be taught. So one of the things is, the Kohen takes blood, checks the Hashem, and pulls his ear in. Are you watching it on YouTube? What are you doing? Oh, wow. Anyway, he puts blood on his right ear, on his right toe, then you can see on the screen. Oh, I'm looking at the room here. There, you guys look over there. Sorry. Yeah, this is much better. Leg over here. Now he takes oil. After he puts the blood, first comes blood, then comes oil. Remember that. He puts 7 drops in the floor towards the heichal, and then he takes oil and he puts it on top of the blood that's on the ear and on the thumb and on the big toe. So this is like that. So he didn't put the blood on the thumb. By the way, I love to pause every time I say that once in a while. I don't know if you had the privilege of breaking your thumb, of jamming your thumb, we call it in basketball language. You play sport, you play basketball. Snowboarding, probably play basketball. I figured. So if you didn't play basketball for a few months and then you go play basketball, you jam your finger sometimes. Boom, and you can't use your thumb for like a week. So as you can't use your thumb, so you can't tie your shoelace. You can't open up a door. You can't open up a bottle. You can't button your door. It's like, and then you appreciate the thumb. And then you look at a horse that doesn't have any fingers, it's garnished. Like, what does it do? Like, how do they function? Monkeys, they have a thumb, so they're very capable. They're like way advanced than all other animals for other reasons as well. But the thumb is super important. I'm just saying, imagine without a thumb, if you tie your thumb, it would be very, very hard to carry your bags, all these things. You got to appreciate it. So, it says over here that the Asham continues. According to Rav, what would you do with this Asham of the Mitzvah? Since it's there to allow the Mitzvah to do stuff, and you messed up, so throw it out. And over here it says, you put it on the Mizbeach. So it's a problem. What do you mean you put it on the Mizbeach? You have to throw it out. Put on the sucker, you have to get the wine. Now you have to bring a second one. You have to the Rav. There's a massive cash on Rav. Okay. So now we have an opposing shita to Rav. This is also another Muslim, by the way. If you want to count ideas that we're learning here, the amount of ideas. The Omer, yeah, there's a guy, this famous, I forgot his name, you know, that Rebbe, what are those guys that's a big left, like Cosmos, the something Rebbe. So he asked somebody, he went over to somebody in Shul on the first day of Spirit time, which says, can you be made to me today for the bracha? So the guy says, it's the first day today. He says, okay, now from now on I'm going to be made to you. That guy even said his first day. Yeah. Okay. So Minchas Ha'omer Shekumotzish Lo Nishma Ksheira says you're stuck. I arguing around. Rav says it's garbage. It's possible you throw it in, throw it out. I say not only is it not possible, it's kosher. And you put it on his back, etc. Just what the shiurel ain't nachalim ad just probably Minchas Ha'omer Acheres that you read. The leftover of this mincha you can't eat because you need another omer. Because the second omer is going to make all the food mutter, so including the first timer. The first timer is also eat until you get a second one. The third sheet that we're going to see is this exact thing, minus that you have to wait for the second item. It's kosher, the yosher, you can eat it, you can do whatever you want with it, even the shirah you can eat right now. Okay. Ask the Gemara, how you put the first mincha on the mizbeach? Why? Min mashki Yisrael, min amud Yisrael. There's another concept called min mashki Yisrael. Min mashki Yisrael means that in order for something to go to the mizbeach, it has to be edible for Klal Yisrael. It has to be something juicy. Min mashki means juicy, gishmak. But we can also learn it in terms of a drink for Klal Yisrael. It's edible, it's drinkable for Klal Yisrael. Since the first oimer is not edible. Why is it not edible? Because it's chadash. It's from the new crop, and you can't eat from the new crop until you bring a mincha. So if you can't eat it, how do you put it on the mizbeach? That's the Gemara. Yeah? You can't put a chazer on the mizbeach. Why can't you put a chazer on the mizbeach? For a number of reasons. One of them is because you can't eat it. Yeah? Any food that you can't eat, you can't put on the mizbeach. So how can you put this oimer? No, so what's a good shot? Shmulik, what would you say shot now? You had a guess? So the Gemara is going to say, because you could put it, since you could eat it at the end of the day, so it's all within that day, so it's okay. It's missing a few hours of, you got to take care of some business, and then you'll be, it's not like it's a tray that you can never eat it. It's just not edible right now. Okay. You guys take water, take whatever you need over here, because you got to stay hydrated here. It's the altitude, no? Says Gemara, Omer Rav Adarav, Akasover Shlokation, called Aim Lukusi Usman Leboy Bayon. Another Yisod, another Muslim. And that is that there's no such thing as, it's not, it's you have to wait when the waiting is that day. If you just have to wait that day, it's not considered waiting. Oh, I just thought about it. It's a good Muslim. Maybe that's what the Cholim and the Doar and all this stuff. They go by this idea. It's not considered waiting if it's that day. The boy by Yoim is not waiting. Okay? New thing. And new sign. And the Chusr's man, the boy by Yoim. It's not considered that it's off limits. It's not off limits because at the end of the day you're going to be able to eat it. So right now it's considered edible. There are a bunch of things that birds that you bring in the Beis Hamikdash, they have certain halachas that mincha doesn't have, and yesh b'minacha shein b'ayifas, and the reverse also is true. The special thing about a mincha, the bird don't have. This is why we show it's going beneath the stein. Birds, two people could be a partner on a bird, but not by mincha. In a chusri kapara, a person who's a zava yeledes, the day they want to become part, they go to the mikvah. They come out of the mikvah. What are they called? Full yard. They have to wait until night. Then they're still not completely tired. They must wait until the following day to bring the carbon. What kind of carbon? They bring a bird, but they don't bring a mincha. So there's a lot of skipping around there. There's a lot of extra words in Safra. You'll see in the parentheses. I wonder if the article even brings it. Oh, it's another concept, but another hard thing that you need a bunch of lines here to explain this. Is 4 words, which it has at least 4 lines of explanation, maybe 14, I don't know. But basically, it's a very simple thing. Meaning that although it's awesome to do this, let's look at this. What's this? This is an alika. This is to take your thumb and cut the back of the neck of a bird. You do that in Park City, Utah. The bird is fake. It's an available. Yet the Torah allowed this in the Beis Hamikdash. So birds, killing them through malika is mutter b'kodesh in the Beis Hamikdash. There's nothing wrong with the mincha that you made it mutter. The mincha is always good. It's always kosher. Okay, so that's the. These are the pluses, the pros that birds have that mincha is done. What's so good about a mincha that Bird doesn't have. Shamanach is tunas kli. You must put the flour into special golden kli shards. Put nufla, and then you shuckle it like you shuckle it backwards, forwards, up, down. The vahagosha, and you bring it to the what corner of Oisai? Southwest corner. The Yeshno B'tzi. Oh, I'm very excited. We're going to get the southwest plane from the. You told me he's going to send it there to the show. No. Yeah, private with this baby. Shmulik, that meant nothing in the house, but you don't have a private jet. What kind of business is this? You have to get up 4 o'clock in the morning tomorrow. Wasn't this Saturday your boy side? This Saturday could have flown back tonight. There's plenty of flights. He could have to push off his flights. He could be here for a live share. And that means that he has to wake up at 4 in the morning to catch his. Well, what for? You're not waking up at 4 in the morning. You're waking up at 3:30. It takes a half an hour to get there. You have to return around. Yeah, okay. Maybe you shouldn't go to sleep tonight. Oh, I want to tell you the story, so don't forget. If you are right that this flour of the mincha, which is also the first one, is also. What are you waiting for the second one to come along? And you put the first one on the mizbeach, even though you cannot eat any of it. And we ask the question that it's what? It's mimashki yisrael. It's something that's also to eat. You shouldn't be putting on the mizbeach. If you're right, even though he's not it's like a bird. Typically a bird, a malika, but I made a special dispensation. What's the word that I'm not allowed to do malika in the base of English? Here, I have food that I can't eat. It's not edible, and I made a special dispensation that I'm allowed to put it on his back right now. Tell you right, that's not the right word. Whatever the word is. Ein Sham, me and Shmulik. There's 3 people in this room. We both went to Taj Bar. Okay? You know what Taj Bar is? Let me flip the camera around so you can see Mr. Taj Bar. The Menal, what was his name from his speech? Alevi, the Menal Alevi. Oh, yeah. It's the most from school in the world. There is no former, I think. There is, right? Am I right?
Oh, look who the fuck it is. Look who the fuck shows up.
Think about it. Wow. It's crazy.
Hey, how are you, dude? Would you like to jerk yourself off raw?
They never even heard of it. Seriously.
Okay, that's disgusting.
Yeah,
jerk yourself
they
off.
stopped recess when I was there for 2 weeks because we were playing Hafgana.
Yep.
And Hafgana is that some kids beat up other kids. The Nazis, they called me, I was the beater upper, of course. I was super. You called me a Nazi, and then I beat you up. Nazi! Poof. They said, you're beating people up, you're stopping recess. And now you have to go from 8 o'clock in the morning to 8 o'clock at night. No recess.
The fear of super.
Anyway, we'll talk about Taj Bar. Different time. It's a great school today. I'm talking about.
Did the fear of super gonorrhea get to you?
A little bit more than 40 years. The other thing, Mario, it's crazy. You're sitting with 2 of us.
All right, but you do have super gonorrhea.
So, I'm not saying, but. All right, well,
that's tight.
Here, I have a situation.
What are your thoughts on super gonorrhea?
Before the Eimer came. But you want to put the first Eimer on the Mizbeach, even though it's kind of puzzle, even though you can't eat it. Oh, here, it's Hutter McDonald.
Dude, what are your thoughts on super gonorrhea?
I already told you the answer. That anything that has to do with that day, since it's going to become mutter to eat that day, anyway.
No, there is. You developed it as an adult, and everybody knows it. Yeah, you do. You got email. You get checked, dog.
Goes to the coin and says, he has to go through the whole process.
You're full of shit. Shut the fuck up. You're just straight up lying. You're lying in my face. You're lying in the face of everyone. Everyone knows you're lying right now. Don't bullshit us.
What happens if he did it in the house? He put the oil on.
Okay, and what they say?
Before.
It sounds clear.
Yeah, but they don't have a test for super gonorrhea yet, dog.
You should do it over. You should do
it's still new.
After you put the blood on, put the oil on. And then
yeah, dog.
The rest of the oil You put it on his head, his bald head.
How did they come up
So
with these tests?
what if he messed up? They
Dog,
put
it's
the
garbage.
oil
Don't you
on
recognize what
the
garbage is?
fingers, but before they did the 7 sprays towards the eichel. You should redo the whole thing.
Perhaps,
You
I
should
don't know.
fill up more oil and do it again. Yeah, I'm going to say because it's Mangla Baba. If you tell me there's no such thing as waiting and being late or being early. That day, so what's the difference if you did it out of order? Let him just do it out of order. Who cares?
No, I think it's going to be
No, you
How
can't
do
do it
you
out of
know?
order. Since it says the word Havaya, it means it has to be exactly so. It's a certain order. The word tia means as is. I told you to put the blood first.
Dude, everybody wants to know,
second,
how do you
then go
know?
out of order.
Why would they do it?
Asks. Now,
You
in
keep
the
turning
order of the
the
Karbanos, let's see the Karbanos here. Let's see where we
screws on the individual.
I don't know the Karbanos. Okay, that was yesterday. Oh, yeah, I do have it. Sorry. Here's the Karbanos. The first one that you shech is the Hasham. Then comes the Chatas. So what if you did it out of order? You did Chatas Hasham, you went out of order, you did the Chatas first.
Are you trying to talk to Riser?
Gemara says,
okay, what happened to Riser? What did you do?
Don't sit there with, shaking the blood so that it doesn't congeal.
Did you hear that sneeze?
Rasa is another concept of say. All it means is lina. It means that you leave it overnight.
Did you hear that sneeze?
Leave it overnight there, lina. If you want to do linas real quickly. The chef, the animal.
Was it the best sneeze you've ever heard in the history of your life? Zoo, are you just going to sit here and not want to play the game? Because if that's what you want to do, that's cool.
The bus are also was left overnight on his bath. Let's say here's the blood. The kids are overnight. Tuba Tsurasa means that you make something happen to the actual animal, that it changes. How would you describe it in English? Changes the way it is. But all it means is that it stayed overnight. Tuba Tsurasa. Once it stays overnight,
with the squeakiest door of all time.
A perfectly good animal that the meat
You have the squeakiest door of all time.
It's not a covered carbon. So you let it stay overnight.
Yeah, dog. I can hear it. It's like a sound effect. Now,
the question is, so what if you went first, you did the Chatas before the Hasham, at the end of the day?
Okay, well, why don't you put some fucking WD-40 on that shit?
The sign that I'm going to put up in all the pages as well. There's no time limit in that same day. As to Gemara, what do you mean, no time limit?
Okay, what's the
you already
reason?
answered that there is a problem with the time. Because if the Torah says Tia, that means it has to be exactly so. You can't go out of order. If Hasham is first, like you see in this chart right over here, Hasham is first. You can't Hasham second. You do Hasham second.
You must have a lot of rats.
You're right.
You have a lot of rats?
It's the same day, so no.
Why do you have so many rats?
But not now. Why do you have so many rats? No, he did have a good time. You know when you have to be very marked 1, 2, 3, when you do it, but
you just placed a rat trap
before the not a problem. Why? Because
dude, I've seen some places in Australia
that
like
it's not
rats just like mice take over like entire farms.
One of the functions very low picture. You can see around my house right now. I don't know where I'm around.
Okay. Well, that's cool.
Okay, I gotta tell you the story.
So, dude, do you think you're gonna lose, or do you think you're gonna win, or you're just gonna sit there and turn yourself all wrong?
Questions on the street.
Are you sure?
Since it's not an essential avoid, because even Israel could do it, what's the big deal? Since it's that same day, who cares if it's out of order? Hello, Mara Papa. Let me just finish this. And you're asking me, why does Rish Lakish say that you put the oimer on the mizbeach even though you can't eat it? We had a question. What was our first question? Remember the Yisoid. The Mashki Yisrael, what does Mashki Yisrael say? It has to be edible, but it's not edible. So how do you put it on the mizbeach? That the first oimer. So Gemara says, I'll tell you why. It's not the carbon that allows you to eat the new crop.
Is that the end of your story?
The sun that comes out. When the sun comes out, now I have food that's edible.
Do you think that was the best story in the history of the world?
Edible. And now, if it's not edible,
do you think that was the best story in the history of the world?
It's not Mashki Yisrael. The answer is, it is Mashki Yisrael. You could eat it.
Why do you think it was a shit story?
That's when the
what's the best story on the
Doug, all your stories suck absolute donkey cock.
Hey,
the fact that you got second place in the, you're not second place, but you were runner up in that competition. Everything else,
something like that. Doing the daf. Thank you again. The merit of him on doing the daf. Thank you. The voice is the story. Maisa Shahaya today. We're going up our left.
Yeah, big dog.
And it's me and one of my sons. My other son took the lift right in front of us by mistake. Usually we go three of us and we take up the whole lift. But we went two, so we're two on the lift.
Yeah, you gotta go, big dog.
Come sit down next to us.
Yeah, you can't talk.
Halfway up, I decided to schmooze with them. So they were wearing these Oakley goggles. I was like, "You like your Oakleys?" That's how I said. Yeah.
Come back when you're in a better spot. Go see a doctor.
One is red. The different glasses, they different weather. Yeah, mine was all leather. His is whatever.
You didn't take it.
Where are you from? He asked me. So I'm from Israel. I'm from Chicago. Where are you from? I'm from New York. Where in New York? Long Island. Like, where in Long Island? He says, Woodmere. Second, he says Woodmere, like, oh, this guy must be Jewish. Okay. So I say, you ever heard of the daf? I said, you ever heard of daf? He says, yeah. I said, do you do the daf? He says, no. And then he says, how about you? You do daf? I said, yeah. He says, you do with Eli Stefanski? So I said, yeah, I do with Eli Stefanski. I said, show you. I thought these guys would go you. It turns out he knows who Eli Stefanski is. Lozzie couldn't believe it. He was low. And then he looks at me and goes, wait a minute. You Eli Stefanski? So I gave him the address. I told him to come tonight, but he didn't show up. His name was something. And then it turns out he went to base with my brother-in-law, Benzi Friedman. It was crazy mindset. You don't know, because on the slope, you don't know if he's Jewish or not Jewish. I know he's Jewish. I literally had no clue he's Jewish. It'd be nice now. Oh, okay, anyways. First time ever, somebody asked me if I do the daf with Eli Stefanski. Really? Zok the Gemara. I wanted him to come so he could say over the story, because it's like, it doesn't make sense. Like, did it really happen? Yeah, really. But my son was there, and he doesn't lie. Zok the Gemara. Mashma that I said that he doesn't lie, mashma that I do lie. I don't lie either, but people think I do. Zok the Gemara. So this thing that we just said, that the new crop becomes mutter when the sun comes out, he didn't say it before, but we could understand from him that that's what he meant. It's not emevim minchas, so you have to stop right over there, pause. Emevim minchas means you don't bring a mincha b'soita or bikurim. That's how it says it in the Mishnah. Just over here, it's a little different. It's minchas bikurim, but that doesn't mean that. It means two different things. It's minchas and it's bikurim. You don't bring bikurim or minchas behema. Koydem loim. You don't bring it before the omer, before you bring the maybe, and if you did bring it, possible, it's possible. So here's that halacha that I said before, that before you bring the two breads on Shavuos, right? You bring the famous two breads on Shavuos. That's what's matter to bring any mincha of the new crowd. So lo yavi, you shouldn't bring any mincha. It may be kosher. But if you did bring it's kosher after the fact. Oh, Bamar Vizor Rushtakish. Here goes Rushtakish. This is the 14th and the 15th. The second day of Pesach, may be kosher. Alma, what do you see? Why is it kosher to bring on the second day of Pesach? Because right in the morning it becomes motor. Why? Here Mizrach Mat. Everybody asks over here, but what's the raya? Maybe the pshat is there's no mechus zman l'boy. Right? That was another you said it with him. Ain't mechus zman l'boy. Maybe it's that day. That's why it's motor. Okay, anyway, they go into it. That's Shitas Rish Lakish. So again, we have two sheets. What are the two sheets? We have, if you bring a oimer and you think the wrong thought, you think in your head that this is not a oimer, this is a milcha nedava, Rav says, throw it into the garbage. So Rish Lakish, I argue, vehement. No, you don't throw it in the garbage. You take it, you put it on the mizbeach. You can't eat anything from it until you bring a second oimer. Comes Rav and says, no, you couldn't eat from the second oimer. I argue on Rav also. I say it's a good oimer, but it's such a good oimer, you don't even have to bring a second oimer. No, you're allowed to eat the leftover. This is what he adds in Rish Lakish, and he says, you don't have to bring a second one to be mad. Why? Skip. Yeah, so he explained. Three halachas. Yeah, I said that. He argues on Rav and adds a little bit to Rish Lakish. You don't even need a second oim. Why? It has to be, it has to be a kohen that doesn't have a mum. What does that mean? It has to be somebody that's available to do that. It can't be a kohen that has a mum. Great. This is what we're looking for. La puke minchas haimer deloy chazio. The chidushu. Since the oimer is so special, it's the only time of the year that we use barley. For every other mincha, we have to use wheat. So since it's such a chiddush, because it's something that's not available, the mela. So that's why he starts off and says, the reason why you don't need a second oimer to be matir is because the person, forget the person, it has to be mokem aroi and misharoi lavoida. Lavaroi lavoida meaning this minchas oimer. That's a chiddush. So that's not important to us. The middle thing is what's important to us, and that's why Rabbi says you don't need a second oimer. Because it has to be a davar haroi lavoida, which excludes the oimer. A mokem aroi lavoida just means that if you have a mizbeach that has a gam on it, has a defect, you can't use that mizbeach. So we have two psukim over. Check this out. Pasuk Beis says, "Mina bakar from the cattle." The question is why in Pasuk Gimel does it repeat the words "Mina bakar from the cattle"? So it comes to say it's tremendous chiddush. Eloitzi is a treifa that you cannot use a treifa. You have an animal, let's say that has a nail in its heart, in its lung, whatever. It's a treifa. It's not going to live a whole year. You cannot bring it as a cart. Think about it. Could you eat an animal that has a mum? Yes. Could you eat an animal that has a treifa? No. Right? That's what they do. They open up all the animals that we shop today. They open it up, and they check the heart, the lung, the whole thing. They check all these things. And if they find something that looks like some sort of defect, they call it a treifa, and they sell it to the guy. We don't need it. So too, you can't bring such an animal on the mizbeach. Says the Gemara, why do I need a pasuk mina bakar, these extra words? That's basically until the bottom of the Amud today. Why do I need these two words? I have a kavachayim. But I didn't. What's my kavachayim? Very, very simple kavachayim. Balmum, an animal with a cast, a broken leg, if they shecht it and they bring it to Romanian meat, they'll sell it. No problem. Who cares that it has a broken leg? It's good meat. Nevertheless, also with the Kavaya, but you can't bring it to the Mizbech, you can't bring it to the Samigdash. Treva, Shasur Le'edyod, you cannot sell a treva to Romanian meat. And it is Shasur Le'edyod, so certainly you can't bring it on to the Mizbech. Here, for whatever reason, you decide to make a Kavachimer, beautiful, sound, Kavachimer in a visual. It's very hard to do a Kavachimer in a visual. That's a trade. And that's a Balmum. Balmum, no, Trefa no good, Balmum, yes, good. So if you try to put up a Trefa on his back, certainly it shouldn't be good. If Balmum is not good on his back, so certainly it should be good on his back. Okay, now we understood it. I think you understood it better beforehand. Great. Yeah. So says the Gemara. It's not a great Kavachimer. Why? Because the fat and the blood prove what? Shasurim Levi, a private person in Romanian meat, you can't sell a vial of blood and chaylev. But you could put it on the Mizbeach. The Mizbeach eats blood. So once you can't bring a riot from private people to the Mizbeach. Says Gemara Malachaylev Adam, Shkem Boyim B'Klav Heter. Yeah, but the chaylev and dam, 90% of the animal is mutter to eat. So that's why they are mutter to the Mizbeach. I remember Treva Shkulas, the Treva, the entire thing, 100% is us. So okay, you're right. What about poking your thumb through the back of the neck of the bird? Shekula Yisur. It's 100% also outside of the base of English. There's the Gabaya. So it ruins your Gavachimer. You can't prove anything from a private person because here, this bird is also privately, the one that you didn't believe it to, but it's mutter to the base of English. Wait a minute. Malika is different because it's actually mutter inside the Beis Hamikdash. That is the mitzvah. The mitzvah is to be moiled, and that's its matter. The bottom line is, now you do have a Kavachimer from Balmum. Why does the Torah have to say Ben Bakr to tell me that you can't have a treifa when I have a Kavachimer from a Balmum? That's the fear of it. Says Gemara, you have to skip these parentheses. Apparently, the way I understand it is someone along the lines, some gadol or somebody, put in like his own pshat into the Gemara, but the printer thought it's part of the Gemara, but it's not from the actual text. They went back later on. They saw the original text is not there. It might be good pshat, but it's not part of the text. Which is also a very strange. I don't even know if it's ever in Shas, these words. And if you wanted to give a teretz, if you have a great answer to the Kavachimer, so I won't have a Kavachimer, so now I need to know why is the treifa also to bring to the Beis. Oh, it says Mina Bakar. It shouldn't have said it. What's your great answer to my Kavachimer? What's my Kavachimer again? Yoshi's Kavachimer. For what? If a Balmum is mutter to a private person, it's also to his Be'ah. So a treifa, which is also to a private person, certainly should be also to his Be'ah. Why do I need the words Bemba? Simon, Rikiach, Marado, Nishishay. Oh, we're doing great, time-wise. Because you have a Kavachimer from a private person that can eat a treifa, so certainly the Mizbeach can. I'll prove it to you from this omer that we're talking about the whole day. Where it's also to a private person, but it's mostly to the Beis Hamikdash. So just because something's also to a private person doesn't mean that it's also to the Beis Hamikdash. What proof do you have from omer? Omer is very special because that's something powerful. It allows you to eat the new crop. So the Gemara, no, Shvius. On Shemitah doesn't allow you to eat the new crop. There is no new crop. So the Gemara, there is a new crop. It's not came out there speaking. Things that grow by themselves during the Shemitah year. But Shvius, that's what the Omer comes to be matter, even on the 7th year. So the Gemara, no, he holds that the new crop is also referring to Rashi says after the time of the beer. There's a concept called beer on Shemitah. That is when the animals stop eating that particular crop. Let's say the deer. So yesterday, by the way, I don't know if you were here yesterday. Today we saw moose. Again, 2 moose. You saw? We saw moose yesterday. We saw moose yesterday because the guys over here, they were so, wow, you saw moose. Where they showed the pictures. We saw deer and moose on the trail, on the ski thing. So once the moose stop eating whatever they're eating over there, then you have to burn that particular product out of your house. So if you have apples and they're no longer eating the apples off the tree, as an example, I don't know if that's a. So then you have to get rid of the. It's not beer. You have to get rid of the apples from your house. So Rashi says it's just talking about the sfichim after the zman beer. But I still have a beer from Rabbi Kiva. You can't bring in a raya from the Omer because it's so powerful. It allows you to eat the new produce in America and in England and Australia. If you tell me that it's not even in the Raisa in Futzlars, it's so powerful that it's matter itself. You have a whole bowl of barley. You can't eat the barley. But when you take the barley and you put it on the Mizbeach, that barley that you put on the Mizbeach allows it to eat itself. Now you can eat the rest of the barley in that bowl. Treifa, so you have a little bit of hole in the heart, you have a nail that went through its stomach. It should be mutter. It should be matter itself. What right you bring me from an omer when the Torah tells you use barley that's also to eat and use it? That's how you do the mitzvah. That's the only way to do it. It's not like something that usually you have a way to be like a treifa. You have an animal that's not treifa. You have animals that are treifa. So you can't be matter a treifa. Great. But over here, by the omer, the only way to do the mitzvah with the omer is to use produce that's also. Okay, so that's the mitzvah. So you can't bring me any right from it. Somebody who makes Torahs can prove it. It seems like from the words of the Gemara that it's also for a human being put together the Torahs, but it's mutter to HaKadosh Baruch. As the Gemara in Fatim Gabri, the person doing it it's a person, it's not Hashem. Ella. So let me just show you this real quickly. These are the different, the 11 different ceremonies that make Torahs. Okay. See, I can't see. It's Torah, Levana. Levana is fragrance is more. Feldman and Parfum, sorry. Toish, she was nerd. Kinnaman, Lufa, Tzia, Opa. This is how they make Torahs. Wow. Okay. So, to repeat the story that I said already, maybe I'll add something, I don't know. But one of the most emotional things for me on Shabbos was Rabbi Gold in a speech. And he spoke at length about this scientist, this archaeologist that came from the United States, and he got a license to dig in the Qumran, and he dug 1 year, 2 years, couldn't find it. He was basing it on some sort of sefer that says that they hid the vessels of the Beis Hamikdash in the Qumran. And he's digging in the. He dug for 15 years and didn't find it. Then he dug more, 20 years. And then he dug more, 25 years. And then he dug another 5 years. He got to 30 years. After 30 years, he found something. Found something very strange. It was ground up spices. So he took it and he sent it to a lab in America, the top lab here. And the guy checked it under a microscope and he found that it had 11 spices. And the 11 spices matched exactly. And he brought with him to the Shabbos, he brought a book this thick, the report on those spices. And they matched these 11 spices exactly. And he said that he looked in the microscope, typically speaking, when you grind something, let's say you grind cinnamon, you look into the microscope and see one piece is larger, one piece is smaller. This was perfectly ground. It's like how they paint the very, very finely ground. He goes on to say this whole long story, how he wanted to get the spice and he wanted to know why they closed down the dig, the whole thing. He got his hands on a vial of this stuff, which they believe to be original fires from the time of the Beis Hamikdash. Now, they went to Rabbi Yosef with him, and Rabbi Yosef said it doesn't have Kedusha. It was the snow. Rabbi Yosef said, son said it's a mitzvah doing fires, a mitzvah doing fires. I think Rabbi Yosef said that there's no Kedusha to it because it wasn't put into Klisharis. And since it wasn't put into Klisharis, it's not, but that's that. And the guy burnt it. It smelled like a crazy smell. There's no flies, all nice. And then in the middle of the speech, he pulls it out. It's in a little thing. He says, somebody offered me $250,000 for this. And I refused to sell it. I'm not selling it. And as he's talking, I'm thinking, I go, wow, this would be such a great prop for MDY. I could use something like this for MDY. You know, the first time Levine bought me a spinner thing. What is it called? They make garments, make fabric. For Masechet Shabbos and throughout Shabbos. Somebody even bought me one of these. I think it's good. Bought me in this video, and you see that a mortar and what is it called? A mortar and kitzer. One of those. I pull it out during shift. Wow, this would be great. And then he said $250,000. I'm like, forget it. I'm never gonna get it. Pass it, mortar pass it. So, but the Maisa, the speech goes, now I want to give this as a gift to the belly. I'm not giving it to Rebelli. This is for Klal Yisrael. I'm giving a gift to Klal Yisrael. The whole place went wild. I started tearing up. It was very emotional. It was one of the highlights of the Shabbos. And I actually have it. I don't have it here. I would have been perfect now to pull it out. And, how those are being looking in New York. Alum. Yes. Alum. And some guy gave me I got his name, real golden coins worth over $1,000. Because when I talk about the gold, the silver, and the matzah shekel, I know. I didn't want to correct you for Robin. I'm well aware of his name. I've been in situations where he's been called that, and the other person didn't come out alive. I'm really trying to actually we're working on it. To make the clearance is also for a private individual in his house, but it's not in his English. And finally, the Gemara says, you can't bring any right from Torahs. That's the way the mitzvah mashenkin by, let's say, a treifa, you can get a whole animal. Rabbi, have a wonderful day. Share so much to you for coming, for keeping me company. Have a safe life, Shmuel.
Merit the schus of spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com or sponsor at MDY.com.
How long have you been doing stand-up, Jesse? 3 years now. 3 years. I'm from New York. You guys look like a before and after. Way before and after. Like the only German thing I've ever done. Oh, Jesus, Jesse. I know. I'm just thinking of Jesse. I'm sticking to the joke. I'm not joking. I wasn't a joke. That joke got me fired. That joke got me fired, by the way. Restaurant. Well, that's where you work. I worked at my first school. It's been a few months. Back to here. For a week now. Had ramen. Wow. Yeah. Honestly, I just spent worse than half. Yeah, sure. This is disgusting. I feel like I feel like I'm not even gonna go into it. You are. Anyway, I got caught masturbating. My cousin. I just like he's a really cool guy. He was really no, I mean I didn't bring anybody back. I just you were sleeping on a party bed. Oh no, I had a bed. Were you facing the party side? No. I don't know. What is this thing? Were there any like toys or anything like that? No, thank God. By the time I heard the other I tried to turn it off, but you can't turn it off. Wanted to figure out what was your masturbation like setup, naked, underwear on the knees, laying down, stand up, shoulders ultra. I was just afraid to like somebody might see everybody standing next to the bed. No, I'm in the bathroom. It's in the bathroom. It's in the bathroom. So you were going to see the mirror, the mirror. I was looking at yourself. That's the second most important thing I ever. So what I did is, how much like do you roll the sharpen up, or do you have it like still like dirty next to your I know it's pretty. You took some off, maybe when you did it, something interesting about questions, by the way. When he saw you, you're mid-screw. What did he say? What do you say? I mean, he was just like, come on, man. He's not just like, just close the door. Like, no, just like, I'll totally walk out the room. That is definitely something to have to do this week. Six. Yeah, I know. Call back all the way to the San Francisco episode. Anything else from Jesse, guys? Puerto Ricans, yes, they have most of them. They have most of them. Worry about the actors. No crowd. No. 6-year-old back. All right, Jesse, there you go. Jesse, there you go. Jesse, Walmart, everybody. Walmart. He's on Twitter. It's J-Walmart. W-O-L-M-A-R-T. Walmart. I pulled another name out of the butt. This man just gets real human. He said it's yeah. I didn't think so. Oh. Yeah, here he comes. Hostile takeover. Yo, what up? Man, I'm in an interracial relationship and shit. And I'm finding out shit about white people like didn't know. Like, it's just fast. Like, no fast though. White people really do think the night before Christmas, the night before fucking Christmas. I thought that shit was a like hot rods and soda. And you know, even though there's just differences in between, like not better or worse, just different. Like white girls suck the fuck out of a dick. Black girls do too. They can see them. They all be that motherfucker. White girls would be like, here, it's like protein. Black girls, no, don't treat the shit like protein. They treat it like acid. They be like, oh, nigga, I'm about to die, nigga. Oh shit, does that mean shit? I don't know. It was 48 seconds. It was 48 seconds. And the band started playing, so I guess you're safe. Right. So, right? Where the fuck is she? She's gone now. Hostile takeover. How are you? Takeover. How are you? Hey, what's up? How are you? Like 6 years? Mostly in the this white girl. This white girl? No. This white girl that you're with is like early red. Actually, it was a white girl before. Comedy saying. Shit. You think because she read the night red, that's not the night red, that's not the night red. White people do that? Well, shit. That's one of our biggest secrets that we don't want you knowing. That's the real one is tradition we have. I'm surprised she shared it. Sometimes you go back and forth. Sometimes they're like, you know what, I want to go on a deal. I don't discriminate. I'm black. I date black. But currently I'm dating a white girl. It fucking worked out. Oh my god. Shit, I'm having a nightmare. Oh, calm down. Oh shit. The hostile takeover. Now, hostile is the reason why you go by the name of hostile takeover. You always use it as something you stage name in the long time. For the last like 4 years. That's cool. Hey, I got two in the car. Shirts. I just assumed gun. I'm from San Bernardino. Oh, shit. You're from San Bernardino. It's stolen, but still. Brian. So you can work. So drugs. Jesus Christ. I love this. San Bernardino. We're what kind of warehouse is it? I'd rather not say because Handful of hair smack on the head, you know. Handful of hair smack on the head. Shopping after this one. Talking like that. Oh shit. Hostile takeover. It's nice to meet you, man. There you go. Hostile takeover. What's up? He's drinking the big beer. He's got the big beer. It's a hostile takeover. He's on Twitter, H_T_comedy. It's H_T. Wow. That's what I was telling you. Troy Conrad, one of the best photographers in Los Angeles, getting special pictures of us tonight. You can see his gallery in the main room. Yeah, those are all Troy Conrad pictures. He's the creator of one of my favorite shows, Brian is kind of makes the guy smile. I love it. Sure. When you do use this sword, Brian, would you normally use the feel like you Brian motherfucking Dallas. I pulled another name out of the bucket. This looks like another new name. Put your hands together. Coleman Cox, everybody. Here we go. Coleman Cox, is that him coming? Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. Stage presence. One more time for Coleman Cox, everybody. Just moved to a new area. Pretty sweet. There's this bar down my street. And they got a sign out front that says beer, cheap, and gas. Every time I see it, like, where the fuck is like, looks like I can finally stop drinking gas. For all these years, drinking I had a really bad set last night. I tried to tell my girlfriend about it, and she had cirrhosis. And I was like, I had a really bad set last night. And she was like, I'm dying. She doesn't get it, you know? I was like, yeah, 54 seconds. That's so amazing. Great stuff, Coleman. How long have you been with the? I don't have the old MS. Like a month. Yeah, it's our dad. She like makes she's an illustrator and she makes illustrator. She's an illustrator. Multiple sclerosis. This isn't going well. How bad does she have it? Like how bad does she have it? It's like she had it a year ago. So it's not bad. And that's like the immune system. Gotcha. Do you do visitors? You don't. Yeah, I don't. How about we just skip the JP? There's things that I could really get into. Shoot anything sexual. No. I wondered how like about it. Not originally. I originally sex. But then you get there. And you're like, oh, I'm gonna stick right out. Really? Did she ever send you pictures? Back up. Yeah. She's alright. Unless you have MS. Then you're pretty much fine. She makes illustrations. Sure. Fuck you. Bray Wyatt liked it. Your new WWE champion is in the audience. See Bray Wyatt? Not that I fuck yourselves. Awesome stuff, dude. What's her name again? Monty Ratchford is the name for those illustrations. If you want to check him out, he's on Twitter. Colementology. Colementology. COLEMANTOL. One more time for Coleman Rods. Gosh! I've been fun. This is your guys' first time on the show. One of the things that Justin Walker. How about that? Keep clapping. Here he comes. So, how we all doing? Good evening, and go for me. So, the other night I was at the bar. I was talking to this girl. Randomly, she grabbed my face and says, "You'll never see me again." I say, I know. Now, you know the best part about hating homeless chicks? You can just drop them off anywhere. So, you guys ever get a girl before? I'm talking like, not like things, like not even mile-an-hour fastball, bam, blasting into the face. Me neither. Yeah, never do that shit. So, honestly, I'm not trying to be in a relationship at all right now. Because the last relationship I was in almost killed me. So let me tell you boys and girls about falling in love with cocaine. That shit will break your bank account, it'll break your heart, it'll break the skin off your penis. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that's probably about a minute, right? We were gonna see how long you were gonna go for. We wanted to see how long that could last. That was like watching a gif of a train wreck. I actually just got. That's the beauty I love about comedy. I think like jokes write themselves. Well, probably your jokes write themselves like 70 years ago. I got a text from the International Comedy Federation. That's so funny. You know what? I feed on the phone. Well, then you must be absolutely filled to the brim. No need for seconds for you, man. If that's what you're feeding off of. It's time for dessert, my sweet Justin. Oh my God. Feed off the bomb. Eat it tonight. I was honored to watch it. Do you really believe so? I mean, the crowd got so you have no idea what you were laughing at, Justin. It was amazing. I can tell you were using them. Momentum. It was incredible. It's the first time in what's up? Five times millions. Honestly, we've never gone like that. I would have gone longer, but I only thought I had a minute in my head. You didn't have a minute in your head. You had. Shoot. There was not much going on. I'll leave it on stand up. I've actually been doing it less than a year. Okay. I'm working at medieval times. No, I work for a music composer, and when I'm not selling out, I'm selling out. bunch of old ladies and kids. So, wow. You're waiting tables at a cheesecake factory? Yeah. How long have you been doing that? Less than a year. Why is everything less than a year? What happened a year ago? You know, I don't know. The answer goes out to the infinite. I just can't. I don't know. I just started taking chances and just, wanted to start understand it. I live in right now. Culver City, Culver City, weird fucking weird. Yeah, I live over there. And the skin up your penis. Because you're having too much sex, you're not having enough sex, so you're jacking off. Yeah, more toilet paper for you. Nobody's trying to rip on you. You can see all that. No, we got dartboards for that. I love it. Brendan Shaw, former UFC fighter, genuinely scared. He was scared. This is new for everybody. What was your last job before working as a cheesecake? I have worked also for a music composer. He's a composer of all over That is it. I'm just working as much as I can. I don't want to just say names. I know. Bone is the watch. So, like there's money other Justin, let me ask you another question. Oh, right. You're talking about the skin. You're talking about the skin. What type of hanging out are you hanging out with? The wrong type of women, Tony. Nice. How is it going for a while? You knew you're not going for a while, Justin. I went for a moment of pure utter shame in front of all of you. You had a minute 40 seconds of that earlier. And it's continuing, obviously. Honestly, I've always been kind of a musician as well. So it transcribed and like everything. I play guitar, drums, I play music, I play but I'm super good at it. This is called How Hard Can One You and Now on this show. Except we're gonna have him shoot some basketballs into it. It's gonna be boring. Anything he says he's even mediocre at, we're gonna watch him fail at. Is that him? Hey, wait a second. Wait, bass player, you're making him sound good. Okay, you got that. Guys, can we put that? 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, that's enough. That was like Let's Play Drum. He's the other guy on the guitar. I love it. John Mayer. That was all improv, so come on, where was it? I was going to just think of it. Improv, it was like a freestyle on a guitar. Thank you. It's gonna be an answer. Last time I had intercourse, yeah, how'd that go? Fucking drunk, ravaging, wild man sex. It was random girl, it was random sex, in a random place, random Thank you guys. All right, well, that's I feel things like that. I know you know. First up, how I'm looking at it is like this. Like, you know, like you guys are who you guys are. And second of all, like you call my name up, it's all random out of whatever fucking that is. I came up here trying to jump on this stage and command this bitch. So that's how I fucking look at it. You know? Like, you know, that's how I fucking look at it. Absolutely. Without the name. It's just a that's what you all wanted. Let's think awkward. People love watching people bond. I love watching you two. You guys like shut down. I was uncomfortable. I thought you said it. The 360 was this Saturday. Oh, Joseph, I just want to slide in the movie after that. Happy birthday. Is she here? Happy birthday. Is she here? Well, in honor of your mom's birthday and in honor of the show, we're going to do something special. A lot of people love certain triplets that we met a few months ago. They are the Roman Reigns, which they are the absolute ones. We're fucking hated. This last 3 weeks, we split them up individually, and they each did a set one by one, and it's been 4 weeks since we've seen them together. And you special audience can see right now. It's the reunion of the Jersey triplets. 1 minute. They're gonna last week, Tony showed off our first week at 7 years old. Yeah, we were child actors. You know, being talented child actors, you just have to be cute. They were very philosophical. We were, totally. Six dimples. Not about country. Very cute. Very young. In the commercial, we had shorts on. It's like, only imagine like a journal. Oh, tattoos. Oh, my God. Now, you should. But then we hit puberty. Once you hit puberty, your career's over. You get like AIDS, not fun. It's gonna wither away. Speaking of AIDS, like AIDS in Africa, us in Africa. Worker soldier. All the happy males came with machetes. You sons of bitches. I don't know why I love it. Yeah. You guys are at the way in. Charity wrestling match. That's the usual idea. All at the same time. Don't worry, just like we're also triple bomb tonight. That was that last guy. A little over here. I almost saw it. I'd be down for that. We're in sync for sure. Not really, although he did a girl on a titty date out like 3 years ago, never made a move, so I just took her out like a bunch of stuff. How did you go? Yeah, I'm fucking wrong. Not if I have this. Oh my god. He already blew his chance. You guys are only funny like 12% of the time. I love it though. That ratio is crazy. So let me ask you, you guys all done something by yourself. Now you're all back together. How did that make you guys so upset? One of you knew a new minute, another did a new minute, another did a new minute, another started. Party of I kind of know. Yeah. I didn't know what you let's tag it. Let's where you guys have your isn't it sort of crazy? Isn't it sort of crazy? And one of the lines he uses their yeah, they do. Because they do. They must be doing the same thing. I did a really shitty internet, like the second like a YouTube video or something, and just knew they were on it. We have a hook, man. We have a hook. I'm seeing it. One extremely lonely woman wants to have a fight. No, it's fucking weird. I like the red one. Are you sweet guys? Oh, thank you. What do you guys think is, what do you guys think the next Is that Rush? Yeah. We're going to keep doing set a date. Well, we're gonna give each other one day to do like the solo day, just be like the solo day, just be like create. Obviously, every time we go like this, definitely for us, I'll just lean out. Thank you so much, Jacob. Thank you so much. They're on Twitter in the Mercy Trip. What do you think? Just do one last quick one and then get out of here? One more? One more? The crowd's not really into it. We're going to get out of here right now. Last one. We know this stuff lady. She's hating out the she here? Is she in the room? No? I didn't think so. She's working, right? All right, Scott Cohen. Wow, here he comes to the middle of the audience. Price is Right style. Scott Cohen. Hey guys, I'm here for Australia. I'm really enjoying my 2017 and 2016 deals. Big C. That's right. The big C is what I call my goal. No, I did have cancer. I had cancer. They wanted to take out my whole blood and replace it with a Neo blood, which is like a regular blood. So I can dodge bullets? I did not. They ended up taking out his bed, so now I have it. Thank you guys. I've been Scott. Yeah. Scott Cohen. All the way from Australia. Making jokes about his small penis. Having a little problem with the old down under areas. Got a little shrimp on your Barbie. Tiny dip from Australia. Tiny dip. How did you find out you physical. Wow.
Good morning, Rabbi Rothschild. Live from the Five Towns in Farakaway. Rabbi Blumenthal. What's the name of this place? No, your place. Your the Cedars. Yeah, Cedars. The official satellite location in Cedars. What's it called? How did they find it? EDV Global. Okay, Schmack. But yeah, of course. Huh? That was beautiful. Where's this going? Okay. Yeah, what a welcome. What a welcome. Live from Staten Island, New York. Make it a little lower. We don't really need that much volume. Who's in charge of the volume? Make the a little lower. Go ahead. Staten Island. The reason Staten Island, I have to say, well, yeah, that's the overlap. It's one of our strongest satellite locations. But yeah, thank you for pushing. Thank you. As I walked in, first of all, God for having us tonight. Moshe Katzman, he hosts on a daily basis. God for him. God. What was your name? I don't know if you say your name. This thing comes over to me. You're walking and says, you had to say that. I hope I understood what you said. So basically, it's a job.
you had to get a job. Nothing said, listen, whatever the job is paying you, I'm paying you right now. I want you to come to this year. This is what MDY is all about. MDY is in the Shpaka. But we had a suit. It's a very, very special night here also. One of the famous guys in our shir is from Staten Island. Penny Powell. And tonight is Penny's 1,500 days straight doing the Kedah. One of it, tomorrow night is going to be very historic. Very, very much DY style and fashion. We're going, yeah. This is enough Kibbutz Ruga. This is where we're going tomorrow. This is Kibbutz Ruga, my friend. We're going to Monroe. The boys, the first time ever, MDY is going to be in Monroe. You're all welcome. I see we have a very, very questionable guest sitting in the back. Rabbi Kaf is here from the Borough Park. The Borough Park organization. There's Goya Rabbi Kaf coming. The food donated tonight by Ari Fish in honor of Rebellion in Staten Island, Habura. I want to share with you, I traveled today 2 hours to see my Rebbe. He's my Masada Kedusha. The very, very special Rameir Stern from Seik Yeshiva. Yeah, there he is. Got a little smooth, one-on-one. Beautiful stuff. This is the Spanish over there. Okay. That's it. I think that's, we have Ari Zee in the house here. And I want to show you his office. He has the location, also government locations in 5 towns, Cedar Earth. We had, I counted 35 people, right, Ari? How many? It was less or more? In the back. I counted about 35. It was very nice. Suddenly. This picture, last night I got my brother made a pasta. Positive for him. And the other Bronson. The Dustin is a grandchild of one of my rabbinic goes to Brooklyn. This is my father. You don't recognize him. The left father. And the entire class of people coming over to say hello. And a lot of people wanted to know why he is in Palace. They're asking. I have no idea. Yes. Oh, you're playing here. I know. There is sound. That's a good one. Very well. There's different things that he's doing. This morning, good evening, Rabbi Rothschild in Hollywood, Florida. Another location, Hollywood, Florida. This is real. It's real. The next picture is not real. Okay. I guess this is the AI version. And here you go. Read along with me.
It has been 1,500 days since I began learning the Daf. That is 1,500 blocks short of 1,000 plus formless sepals I've committed to catch up. 1,500 days ago, you changed my life. Actually, let me correct that. 1,500 days ago, you saved my life. 1,500 days ago was the day the journey began to change my family forever. Today, my 2 grown sons and my son-in-law all got together. I did not open up a safe from the age of 16 until age 47. It's only because of the Shema Torah that your gift will come even the 45,000 of us can stand united in this mission. And I know those 45,000 are only the beginning. I'm forever obligated to thank you for giving me the true pleasure of Torah, feeling I once thought was impossible to achieve. Rebelli, how do I proudly say thank you to the person who gave me the gift of life? Dear Talmud, 30,000, Staten Island 81, Staten Island, New York. Vinny, get over here. Get over here. It's a little dangerous. I don't know. How do you? I don't know if this is the way to do it. It might be a problem. You want to give him the card? Let's not go up to the stage again, man. Sure, like, wow. Benny, the boy side, 1,500 days. How did it 30 seconds. Let's go. Give me one.
Oh, how it changed my life. Number 4.
Wait, let me, yeah.
I hate it. Let me say, I hate it. Learn it.
Wow, beautiful. Go ahead. Because I keep on going up and up and up. No more pits. Oh, careful. Thanks for coming up here. Wow, the screen. Oh, Vivaldi. Wow. All right. Mordechai. Official edition of the White Shas. Oh. The Masech is sponsored by the Irani and Levy families, Eric and Belsky, who are on the way to Florida. It's a Nina Zimmerman. Today's daf. Every daf is somebody else. Dedicated to our children, Blake, David, Gabrielle, Kayan, Yurat, and Derek Materia. I see somebody using the Gemara right over there. What's your name? Remind me your name. Moishi? Well, no, you also using the Gemara. And you also, oh, look at that. Hold on. Let me turn this around a second. This is hard. Anybody has a Gemara? I don't know if the camera's going to get on the side. It's a nice island. Beautiful island. Thank you so much for coming out. Okay. What's that? Yeah. That. It's called Nina Zimmerman. Dedicated to our children, Blake, David, Gabriel, Finance, for Ira. The Masech is sponsored by the town, dedicated in memory of Avi Meir, Shmuel, Baruch, and Doiv, and Rafa. The Masech is sponsored Joe Medallions, College Debt Medallions, Anonymous, the Seven Different Attachments, the College Family Foundation, the Zayt Insurance, the Rabbi Goyer, the Shmuel College, the Ilu. Anonymous, Anonymous, the Shmuel, Arita Stone, the Bassess, the Yisrael, and Malki, the Territories, the Bethesda, the Body, I keep steiging. Send the girls and family camp, Candy Island, UK, in honor of the belly who changed my meaning of life. So now money has Mark and Benny, and all those from MDY. 40 times for Dimi Azulai. Play Maestro Barcelona. That's the walking stream. Birthday. These are multi sponsors. Anonymous Rothschild, who died. The police in Charlotte, who is living in Chava. Anonymous is the Leia. Hidden South American Generation. Anonymous. Zal Bablea, the Sonata, and the Stia. Anonymous is very good. Put it in the opening and gives way to the Sonata and Bablea, using Lewis and Post. For everyone in need of the Shidduch, Anonymous, the merit of the person. Yosef, success, and lessons in all areas of life. Printing now and grows the Isaac, Isaac, Koyin,
Not an island. Oh, better. Finally, I'm going to announce an honorary ambassador. Becky Overlander, beautiful event put together. I have to say, we didn't know that we're coming to Staten Island a day ago. We thought about it, and I know that a few days ago, Benny Tao put his dedication in, but it's no connection. It's Ashgacha Pratis, Amos, 1,500 days, huh? This from us, yeah. Irving Saffron, in memory of Rabbi Rothschild, Basi Yosef, Rishi Saffron, Prince Rabbi Rose, memory of our cousin, Nico Ben Oshie, Shivim Bauer, the living Daf Yomi Maggid Shira, and repeating the Daf 3 times in 1 day with a great amount of enthusiasm. Anonymous and Robert J. Savitt's sensitive advocacy for mental health in the room world. Hashtag stigma break. Andrew Weissman, in memory of our grandmothers, Anna Huntington, and what? Lee Stern. Those in memory of Baba Sally, memory, blessing, protection, and peace. In the Hebrew shir also, Eliah Persian, dedicated to Baba Sally. Kenny Tao, gratitude for rebellion, for my life 1500 days ago. Golden Dozen. That means official. Mazatov, the lady, Malta, Yibos, and the birth, baby boy, official, and Diaz, missing motorable hitters, world headquarters, Friday at 8:15, looking forward to seeing the Super Bowl with the entire extended family. David Rakovitsky, for my grandmother, Rivka Baskano, who was Flama, the Gaba, Howard Appel, and Rebel, and our cats, Peter Flama, Abakibi Tesco, Ben, Anna Rudis, and MDYR, Yoshi Weiss, our big artist, Nara Makovitsky, Loco, and great our videos, Monk, Bezman Chai Sorf, Reba, Shlomo, Bracha, Yerushlema, Esther, Musayela, Ben, Esther, Boyside. We have a musical. It's a really fun daf today. A lot of hands-on stuff. Shkoya. Send them a mazel tov. Komats, the Allah, the other destroy the garden mellow. Oh, you know what I'm missing? You know what I forgot to bring? I need like a pebble. Everybody has something like a pebble. Maybe a bottle. Pebble. Something like this size. Something black. My water bottle has a pebble. I need something else. There's a nice stone inside of the construction. I don't know if it's going to come out. It's white. I need something that's black. No, it's too big. All right, sit down, Rabbi. So I get back to your seats quickly. It's too big. I need a black. Oh, like a little piece. Ball this size. Perfect. You guys, listen to this here. Listen to this. All right. Kamat ba'ala b'yodoi. Mamish after that. Scroll it up. Kamat ba'ala b'yodoi tzroy. B'yardu mela. Listen, I have stone. I just wanted to get involved. Start thinking about where and how. It's one of the tricks. Who's he saying that I have the tricks? I just read it somewhere. Oh, a guy wrote an article about me in Hebrew. He says I have tricks. No, it's way too big. No. Thought I could half of it, like, give me a piece of tape, so a whole piece, I'll do it. That's me. Shkoya.
Perfect. Okay. It says in the Mishnah, "Komatz v'ola b'yom Yisrael, kargim melech, oy kargim." He does three things. He puts his hand to the flour, and all of a sudden he notices inside, like a stone, a piece of salt, a piece of levina. To show you, because we're going to be talking about this levina at the end of the sugya here. One piece like this. One piece of levina. Levina comes in pieces. One piece. That's the Gemara Kohanela. I need cases of something. The list can go on and on. So wood, a piece of glass, a piece from the moon. Like, what's the point? 3 cases. It says Gemara Tzrifa. Daf Yud Aleph and Aleph. We're 10 daf into the Menachos. It's just going to get easier and easier, more and more fun. The Tonat Sroyer would say a stone, Lavas Akrovi. Stone comes down in the spell. You can't put it on the spell. Abamel. It's in fact, it's noisy loud. It's saying something small, and we build on it, finish, don't say another thing. Melach Lavas Akrovi, you know that every carbon is important. Melachon, even in a mincha, for the Melachon, or the Basakrovi, it's something that's available to the Mizbeach. Game of discussion. So I would say that salt is a kiddush. I would think that you could put it on. He found a little salt inside the mincha, not a big deal. It is a big deal. It's possible. V'tana melach, and if we say those 2 things are stone enough, the lo yikva v'adei mincha mikara, because it's not the mincha. But the loina yikva v'adei mincha mikara in discussion, but the loina is part the mincha. You put the loina on top, so I think that it's part of it. It's part of it. Part of the mincha. So you found later on in the kmitz, it's not a big deal. I think it's possible. National is also possible. Okay, so you have 3 things that are possible. Next part of the mission. Why is it a problem? Because think about it. This amount of flour is your carbon. That's what you put on this bed. But you don't have 3 fingers there. You have 3 fingers minus the stone. Therefore, it's possible. Or it's liquid. Here it is. The point is, it's not a food. That's the Gemara. Like, you should possibly also why you it's more, it's less. When this stone of flour, is it going in and out or just why is it so choppy? I'm moving? I should stop moving. No shuffling, repeat. Can go like this. No more. Wow. Tough. Where's that black tape that you had? I had to go like this. Yeah, literally. My ear also be also. Reminds you of your Rebbe? Or reminds you of your Rebbe? You have a stone in this chatzitza. So this thing is in the wrong place. What? Take it out of the pocket? That's the problem? What do you want it? The problem is, let's see if I can get it up. Put it on the table. Okay. How about now? Oh, it still works. Wow. Beautiful. This guy? Okay. You know what? We're going to have to do it on this side. This side. Let's do this. The boys' side, here we go. A lot of the shear. Using this fancy dough my sister-in-law gave me. Like this. Now, I'm trying to point out, see the bottom? There's a stand. It's almost a small bowl. It's as large as your bowl for soup or chop. Just pointing it out. Oh, first of all, I gotta move the rice. It's gonna get messy, but we're by our Kodesh over, so I don't wanna try really hard not to make a mess. The oil, I'm just gonna ask them to start buying larger gloves. Okay, last place I went, medium. It does medium. The boys said extra large. Actually, grew up from Mercy Skull, my suitcase. All right, here we go. Whoa. Okay. We don't need too much. Okay. Pizza. Yeah. Put my hand in sideways. And then my two fingers like a tractor. Okay, here we go. Here's that thing. It says in the Gemara that the stone is over there. Right over there. Minatzad. What's interesting is, why is it called Minatzad? It's really Milamala. It's over here. So Rashi, it's not Lamala. You guys didn't see it. See? Because what happens is when you take your hand out, you immediately turn it sideways, 90 degrees. So that the flour doesn't start coming out at the bottom like this. If I would leave it like this, it would come out, you see? So you turn your hand. Now it's sideways, from that side. That's smart. I just put my hand in the flour. Without a glove. Okay. Anyways, it's from that side. What's the point? Zochatzitza. Zochatzitza, on the top. Chatzitza means it's inside. If it's in here somewhere, that's chatzitza. Between the flour and the hand, you have a stone. But the stone is all the way on the top of everything. It's minatzad. It's two holes, either from the pinky or from the thumb area, but that's minatzad. Okay. We go by it. We're going to be using this a lot today. 10 lines down. How do you do kmitza? It's exactly how people do it. If I told you to take a handful of flour, what would you do? So you go like everybody, normal people, you go like this, and they grab a handful of flour. How many fingers did I just use, Rabbi Isai? 5. How many are you supposed to use? That's the Gemara. It doesn't make sense with this. The Gemara goes through all the names of the fingers. Zuzera. Zukmitza. So this finger next to the pinky is called kmitza. You ever wonder why it's called kmitza? Because that's what you do kmitza with. It's the last finger of the kmitza. So, I gotta go this way. Mark, if you want, put that picture up. No. What is the list of all the very good. Okay, so here you have the 5 fingers. The pinky is called Zeres. One next to the pinky is called Kmitza. The next one is Amma. Next one is Etzba. Next one is Aguda. So says Rashi, each one does something in the Torah. Zeres, is how you measure the portion. The kmitza is the finger next to it, and that's what you do kmitza with. Amma is the middle one. So if you measure from the top, tip of the middle one, to your elbow, is how much? Nama. By a lot of people. Mine and Eli Tykes are probably a little different. But if you want to do it, okay. And then you have etzba. What do you do with the etzba? You learn tzvachim. What do you do with the etzba? Oh, Rico. Or the Rico. Then you have agudo. What do we do with agudo? We just learned yesterday. Huh? Rico. What else? No? Soira. That's what you said. Soira. You put the blood on the thumb. You put the oil on. Very. Point out. Every finger has an avodah. Every part of our body has an avodah. I think that's what Rashi's trying to say. Maybe. Why is Rashi going through the whole list? Because don't just look, I have 5 fingers. No. Each one has a concept. This is Zeres, Paisha, this is to measure the measurements of the Beis Hamikdash, Ha'ama. This is you do a Zrika for the Dam. This is for the Mitzvah. Each one has a concept. Like every person has a concept. Every person has a concept. Right? Eli Gellerman, his concept status is 3 more people than that. Everybody has a top. 7 people. Involved. You can't stop doing that. If you stop doing that, all right. So what's the Gemara's kasha? You all saw the kasha coming. You stick your hand in, and Abai says like people eat pizza. People stick their hand in, like this. But it's not true. Pizza. It's even called pizza because it stops right there. It's like this. It's not like this. It's only 3 fingers. Not 4. Says the Gemara, Elo Lakashma. It's like we said, pizza's pizza. It's 3 fingers. But the pinky and the thumb are there to straighten it out. That's perfect. It can't be too much. It can't be too little, and we're going to see soon. If it's possible for the oil not to side over there, because it's disturbing me. Dr. Gemara, hey, what do you do? Take your 3 fingers and go all the way to the palm, down. Is this good like this? No? Awesome. Let's go all the way down to the bottom of the palm. This is Mavira. See how it pops out on the top? No good. It has to be like this. Can't have a bunch of flour on the top like this. It has to be inside the claim. It's big. Inside. Just 3 fingers. Maybe you should go like this. Mamish like nothing. By the way, it's hard for me to go here, but I'm going to do it anyway. The virus right over there. That's too much. And then Russian into the Isa. This is 5 and 4. No, I don't like that. No, not true. Not good. Oh, okay, right over. See? Folding up his fingers like this. Wait, how did this flower get over here? I just blew it on the tablecloth, not on the show. Has to be full. Full. Okay, so you don't know what's going on here. Over here on my pants. Wow. Okay, it's a chayva shalosh is boys allowed passing the place. Okay, great. The machmas in martesha, when you have a very thick bread, or thin bread, pick it up in the pieces, and then you do pizza with those pieces. Boy, think you go in the malo, that's boy kind of in the masha. I don't know if that's a piece of bread here or something, a piece of cake. Yeah. I'm gonna try to. I tried to do it this morning in the Hebrew shiur. Nobody's there with the bagel. It wasn't going well. The point is that it's extremely tough to chop down bread, a tough bread, like cracker with your thumb and certainly with your pinky, and to make sure that it doesn't break too much. Because it breaks too much, then it goes inside. It has to be even. You have to cut it like a laser beam to the top of your finger. It says the Gemara, this is the hardest thing to do with to chop down. I don't want to ruin it. Oh, this is easy. Wow, we'll do it. I've never done it with puppets. Let's see if I can do it. It's not going to work. You see, here it is. Break. Oh. Mama's got this. Nice. It's not so cautious. Listen, it was a little bit stronger. Wow. Wow. First time I ate cookish cake in the middle of shiur in my life. I guess it was the first time I was holding it in my hand in the middle of shiur. It's dangerous. Don't put cookish cake next to me. What do they call it? Vodka? Vodka? Five. Oh. Everybody's like, come to Staten Island and all the Chashim Chassidim that we have here. Hope you don't get insulted. But my artist thought it was funny because he's Litvish. What does der Chaim mean? He said that people go in like this. What does it look like in real life? In Staten Island, by a dish.
Excuse me, I'm just tasting a little kibble.
Yeah, you have oil. They know how to make fun of themselves. That's gewaldig. You do it in another neighborhood. Like, that wasn't really nice, Rabbi Ellie. No. All right. Dr. Gemara. That's the only hard thing that is Hamikdash. Who else remembered that? I thought I remembered this morning, and I'm not sure. So maybe somebody help me out. There's one more thing that we said that was avoid the Kasha of Hamikdash. Anybody remember? Huh? Virus? What do you mean? I am right. That's right. We're gonna get there in a second. But we learned in Tzvachim something. Very nice. He's ahead, not behind. No, anybody remember? Maliko, what else? The feathers. I also thought that. That's what I was looking for. Did we say it's avoid the kasha? You take the feather with the thing, you have to toss it.
I don't remember, 20 amma, 40 feet, across over the Kevish, standing on the southwest corner over into the, where it disappears in the ground over there. Beis Hadeshet. All right? That's the more telling me, cutting the mincha with your finger is the hardest thing. Samigdash. What's Malika? Let's show Malika. I guess putting the size is tough to do. You have to have some personality. You have to have a very strong finger. Boiga Chafina, but there's also Chafina. What's Chafina? This, I can't tell you how sad I am. I have this device that I built myself in Eretz Yisrael. It's in my office, and I look at it all the time, and I say, okay, 7 years, every time I see it, I'll use it when I get to Menachos. I'll use it. And now I'm in New York, and it's sitting, I'm going to have to wait another 7.5 years. So the best I could do is show you the video that I did 7 years ago, 7.5 years ago. What are we doing? What happened? Huh? What do you need? It says the Gemara top of Yutes and the Hana. Lelamdoi Chafina. Why do they bring up the base of Finos? To teach him Chafina. Rabbi Sai, I'm going to take the great pleasure to show you what I think Chafina looks like. First, I made a kli all by myself. Looks something like this. Now, obviously, in the base of Hamikdash, this was gold, but I had to do it see-through so you see what's going on. So here's the kli. Hopefully, it doesn't. I had to buy special glue, wood glass, and it actually still glued now. I have a pen here. Don't ask me why. 7 years. Look how I ate 7 years. This is such a kind of interesting, but I'm not. That's not why I brought it here. It's going to catch my players. I want to show you why this happens to be the most difficult thing in the Beis Hamikdash. One of the most difficult things. It's Chafina. You go like this. You pour in players. Okay. Now, this is going on. The Torah is similar to this consistency, yeah? Now, it goes like this. He holds this. The cameraman is having an issue. Oh, wait. Gary. Back up a little bit. Gary's up there now. Okay. A little bit more. He's waving. Yeah, okay. It's fine. So, he comes in with two things. First, he has his pen. It's still cold. And he has this. The virus. So now, all right. I don't know what. I'm just trying to do something. He has to get. This is what he's practicing all week long. Now what? If one drop falls into the pan, it's all over. I'm going to show you how hard it is. Go like this. This. This is one way to do it. There's another way. Show me a second. Nothing can fall. Nothing. I'm out. There's another way. Hold on. I don't know if I can. Let's turn this. There's another way. He has to go like this. With his mouth. Really? That's what it says. Now she's drinking both ways. That's why they'll go all week long to practicing this. Okay, go ahead. Have to be professional. Okay, so Chafina is tough. You have to pour it out. If one drop falls, he's done. Then he puts it in the pan. In the pan with the pulp. This is Yoshi's way. I like Yoshi's way better. Very nice. Anybody play Kudlik over here? So what is it called when you throw up all the people up in there and catch it? Huh?
Oh yeah, no, that's like that. You catch it in your hand. No, if you throw it up and catch it like this. Huh? Huh? There's so Tel Aviv. Anyway, Talmud says a different fact. You have to toss it up in the air, and then you catch it with your hands like this. Al yad. Okay. We go right there. So the kasha is really the hardest thing. But the minta like that, we have other things. It's one of the many, not many. One of the few, 3 or 4 that are tough. One of the Omer Apple. But like this, like we just discussed, appointments like people are doing. Boy, Rabbi, we have to stop the share from work. Right? Boy, Rabbi, comments for Roshi, it's voice of my. What happened if his palm is facing down like this, and he grabs a little bit with his tips of his finger? Minat Dodin, I don't know if I can demonstrate so well, but he puts his hand, palm up, hand down, pushes hard into it, and somehow then he's able to grab something like this. Not instead of putting his palm in, it's palm up, pushes down, then he gets up. Or he goes in like this, straight in, and curls his fingers. Instead of this way, like the tractor does, it was this the opposite. What's that like? Take it. Buffalo is referring to the fire. It says the fire makes it look buffalo, which means 2 handfuls. What's normal for people to do 2 handfuls? Look like this. Yeah, you look at that one. The little puff like this. The Shaila is similar question we had a second ago. The other thing happening, she does something where Papa fucking Russian voice of mouth. His palm is facing down, and he's there with his finger. Minat the other mouth, or the opposite, it goes inwards this way, and goes like this. Papa bezu. Let's say he did like this, or voice with one hand, and then he did the other hand, and then he put them together. Oh, now I have 2 hands. The parent like, where up, Dapki, let's find the Dapki. My. Okay, I think I can take these off. I'm done for now. Sure. I hope most of it one of my pants and my tomorrow. One of the okay. Good night. I have a jacket. Okay. She says the Gemara. More good always. The famous Daphne the Mono. Nice. Go. If the pizza is on the wall of the bowl, what's that like? It needs to be inside the plate. It's inside the plate, right? But I'm not the toilet but like it has to be on the bottom, not in the plate, but there has to be a hanacha, there has to be a placement inside, and you didn't place it inside. It's on the wall. Like, take it. Boy, I showed you already. The bottom of this has its own bowl.
not meant to put things in it. We'll just make it, give it some height. So what happens if you put it in there? Let's see what it looks like. Here we go. Here's the bowl upside down. And what happens if the kaimet inside that the kaimet bahariso the monomer. Put it on the bottom of the bowl. You need to put it inside a kli and you put it inside a kli. It might be on, like it has to be like normal fashion. Nobody typically puts stuff there. Like, something. Kate's at the was. Voice of a pastel that we discussed. Your fingers and puts it like this. Ribo Shamno, piece of Shamno. The island remembers how much flour do we put in a mincha, everybody? What do you say? 1 Yisara. How much oil do we put in? 1 loaf. So what happens if you put some more than a loaf of oil? How much more is going to put in too much oil? Shamno, too little oil. Yisara levanasa, too little levaina. Silo, it's possible. Says in Korean, what does it mean exactly? Doubled up the oil. Instead of 1 loaf, 2 loaf. Mashma that if it's half a loaf, more, not a problem. Because he doubled it up. As the Gemara looks at the Zari, Hashem and the Chaverto, maybe it's Shadow. He put oil from his home. It's good. He doesn't have to cut. Usually that's why it's called. Or oil from another mineral. If you're going to tell me that's not a problem, that's the question. And after the possible Shem and we know a mitzvah of a fight of a sinner doesn't have any oil. But an oil is possible. What oil are we talking about? If it's own oil, or less than, it doesn't have its own. If you put in oil from your home with the chaverta, or oil that belongs to another carbon, another mitzvah, honestly possible. You tell me it's not a problem. No, it is possible. Lesson, let me call you right. This is lesson. The reason why it's not here is that's caution. If you bring oil from your home or you use oil from another mitzvah that becomes possible. The Kiddush is the high fuzzy. Each one by itself is another loaf that's a work. Each one by itself, individually, would be the real oil for this thing. So I would think, whatever happens, each one is going to be the entire shemen for this thing. It shouldn't be possible. But much more than it is. But the bottom line is, comes out this, that if it's less than the whole thing, it's also a problem. We're trying to say even a large amount that's enough for the whole thing is also a problem. But less, a half a loaf on top of the regular loaf that you already have is also possible. How do you know that oil that has pollution to it creates because you had a problem with it. I hear this one in Shamno. What is saying that there's too much of its oil? Shamno with a hey after. Doesn't say Riba Shaman, it's too much oil. Riba Shamno, its oil. What does its oil mean? That it's punished for this. This is a Riba Losh. Even though you're mastering 2 full lugin of oil, oh, here's a mitzvah. Challenge yourself to okay. He's a little enough.
if he doesn't have enough Levain. It says the Gemara, Ban Rabbanon, Basra, yeah, it doesn't have enough Levain, it's possible. Ban Rabbanon, Basra, Ramda, period, Echad, he started off with this amount of Levain, and he's left in his hand one piece of Levain. Comes in pieces. I ordered now, bought it on Amazon in the bag, bring it inside, I'll buy another bag. Didn't come in time. Alright, one piece. It's the sap that comes out of a tree. It's like something that comes out of a tree. It's hard. It's little stones, little rocks. You can imagine what it looks like. It comes out of the bark, yeah? So if out of your whole amount of divine, one stone is left, a snake dropping, says Rabbi Rothschild, two pieces. What are we going to call them, Rabbi? What are these called? Articles? No, I don't. No. Fragments. Fragments is not a bad word. Who? Granules. Stickeler. Zwei Stickeler. Zwei Krüge. Zwei Stickeler. Ja. Scheide. The Rebbe says it's enough. It's good because you have two fragments, pieces, Stickeler, granules. I'll carry it up. No, says one is enough. Less than one, not good. Rabbi, say everybody together. It's always a first. Stand on is the first of many, many things. What are the first? We ate puckish cake here the first time, middle share. Learning the daf, and our global, you won't stop shop for your financial needs. Isaac Estelle. In honor of all the MDY doctors in South Florida, which all be still looking to the anonymous memory of Moshe Peretz, first yard side, Zion. But Tanya, it says, Shimon, Arab Shimon, seems like it doesn't say Reb Shimon, but Rashi seems to say it is Reb Shimon. If you have it, an entire knitza, you have 99%, 1% went bye-bye. Yeah, 1% went bye-bye. What's the halacha? No good, it says over Reb Shimon. So, I understand that Rabbi Kassim just walked in. Where's Rabbi Kassim? Shalom Aleichem, Rabbi Kassim. Thank you for hosting us. Everybody's standing up to look. Yeah, come to the front. What are you sitting in the back? Rabbi Kassim, come, no? There are two types of people. There are those who sit in the back, they want to be called to the front, they make the whole thing. Those they want to be in the back. These from the people that want to be in the back. Doesn't want the whole thing. So again, Shimon, we have machlokes. One granule left, two pieces left. Okay, either one or two. Over here we see something very different. If 99% is left, it's a lot more than one or two pieces. 10 pieces. But you don't have 100%. What's the halacha? Awesome. You need 100%. From when you did the pizza till then. Am I right? So, you have to say, leave. Heard the boina should cost a kosher. No, you didn't read it right. You have to read or you have to put it in. It's not if it's missing 1%. It's missing 1% of the one granule. Since one piece is enough, if from that one piece, a part of that piece we're missing, then it's no good. But about you don't need 99%. You don't need 100% of the initial levain. Boy said, I don't know if you knew. Maybe this is the first time you're hearing this. To bring a minchas levain,
You could buy a bag on Amazon of frankincense and bring one pizza to the Mizbeach. Here, Baruch Shalom, I'm giving you a gift. Nothing to do with flour. All Levina. Getting that. Oh, that 1% goes missing of that. But similar, we have the same Allah with the pizza. If you're doing flour, not if you're doing flour, and a little bit goes missing, you can't put it on the Mizbeach. So too, Levina. The Levina mincha, when it comes to the mincha, some of it goes missing. No, that doesn't mean it becomes kosher. Why? Because as long as you have some left, it's okay. We have Rabbi Meir holds whatever you did in the beginning, that's what you needed at the end. We're talking about the Levina. If you did a whole handful of Levina, make sure that's what you have at the end. No, all you need at the end is two pieces, two granular shtikla. Rabbi Shimon Oyer, you need one shtikla, that's it. They all learned it from one another. All the fragrances, all the Levina you put it on top of the flour, whatever you did all the way in the beginning, that's what you need all the way there. Review the Savar, Paul. The word Paul means Paul Shavu. Meaning, even a little piece left is enough. Even one shtick. Less than one shtick doesn't mean a kosher, like a granular salt. It means one nice piece. A fragment. 8. Yeah, that's one. How did you get the word ace? Ace, the rabbi stories after it comes to include a second. Reb Shimon ace lidaris. Since Reb Shimon doesn't learn the word ace as a second one, he's left with one. I feel like it's 1 or 2 pieces. And according to Meir, the entire amount, 100% of the start out with, you need to have at that. This is stuff from comes together with flour. When it comes back on its own, you have whatever you start out with, that's what you have all the way back. But it comes on top of the mincha. Anything that comes together with a mincha, then you could have something going missing. But if it comes on its own, this is the carbon, and even 1% with missing, no good. The Levina, what's the Zichin Rabbi side? Show it again. So it gets mamish in everybody's head. This is the shulchan. Shopping. Why is it shopping? Start again? Yeah. These are the 12. There's also special spoons that have inside it the Levina. The Levina, the fragrance. This, you burn on Shabbos. You burn it, you're allowed to eat the Lechem upon it. But the Levina of the Bezich, the Re'atosh, what's about Kilush, what's about soy, you can't have anything missing. That's mamish like the mincha, like the tweets of a mincha. Shita, why is it so complicated? Very simple. Because there's no word that says kol. Kol teaches us a culture. Culture means even a little bit. You don't have that by lechem hapanim. So really you have to have the entire thing wrong. But the same the lechem has some bread. Asher al mincha, mamish like a mincha. It's like levina that goes with the regular mincha. Levina goes with lechem hapanim. Levina on the mincha. Same. Mashma. A little piece was missing from the lechem hapanim. Levina can't be mastered. Can't be lechem hapanim. Think about it. But when it comes on its own, whatever you did in the beginning, no difference between a levina that goes with a mincha and a levina that goes like. Let's just do this little sugar. Also easy. We'll get to the mission. Piece of levina, yeah. It says in the Mishnah that you're missing a little bit of pregnancy when you buy it's possible. But you don't share it. The Mishnah doesn't talk about adding. What if you add a little Levine? It's okay. Add, it's possible. You know what is possible? When you double up. You did 2 full handfuls of Levine, that's no good. If you did 1 piece more, that's not a problem. Now we're going to see the same exact halacha all over again. And what's the Gemara's kasha going to be? What do you have to say? The same halacha twice. What's the same halacha again? Sorry, no, before we get. If a person set aside 2 full handfuls, 2 full matzim of the vine, Mamish looks like a guy in California, you know? Yeah. Huh? Oh, why? Why? So, Two, Rabbi say is no good. Why is it no good? You doubled up. You know that. What if one got lost? Divided. You had a nace, one got lost. Depends one got lost. Before you were able to do the pizza on the flour, so it wasn't part of it. And one got lost. Divided. Now you're left with one. It's supposed to only have one. Fine. But after pizza, once pizza, cooked. So those 2 guys came part of the mincha. 2 is no good. Now we have the exact identical halacha when it comes to the lechem hapanim. The lechem hapanim, how many creatures do we start off with? 2. 2 positions. Yeah. So now we're going to do the same thing. We're going to double it up. So how many do we have now? 4. You put aside 4 instead of 2, so now it became possible. Double. And 2 of them got lost. So it depends. Now you can see the Zitin, it's before you remove the Kohen, remove the spoonfuls. So it's not considered anything. It's not part of the lechem hapanim, so it doesn't pass on it. But once the Kohen remove it, what do you in the second case? Second verse. Says the Gemara, the bar comes to God. If you look at these 2 guys standing there. They're waiting to be taken. They're there. You know exactly what the pizza is. The Mela was. Here's another Muslim that we don't know. What time of the day you take the spoonfuls of Levina off the shulchan? What time of the day? Huh? 6 hours, but that's the issue that we said the other day. It's after you bring the carbon Muslim. How do you know? It says even yes, because I mean, we had this svara the other day. The time came, the time our first Muslim came. So, and it's sitting there, ready to go. So it's as if you're ready to take it off. And Memela, the 2 extra guys are part of the lechem hapanim. Why? Because it already came off. But it didn't come off. It almost came off. So time to take it off. You didn't really take it off the shulchan. It's only the time to take it off. So those 2 guys are not puzzled. They don't pass the bread. And if they get lost, then we have the right amount, and therefore it's okay. Rabbi side have a wonderful.
Merit the schus of spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com or sponsor at MDY.com.
Good morning, Rabbi live from the Five Towns in Farakaway. Everybody, Blumenthal. What's the name of this place? No, it's your place. Your Cedars. Yeah, Cedars. The official satellite location in Cedars. What's it called? How did they find it? EGV Global. Okay, Schmack. So it's interesting. I think it's a kiss from Hashem because our artists didn't know that we're going to be in the Five Towns today, but they did a special. They redid the Halitza process with the Five-Town woman that we had from Yuvamis. And it's Mamish beautiful. Mamish fits right in. So we have, let me show you a picture. We have a picture of the Oilam here in the room. Some of the Oilam. We have over 30 people here right now. If you get to it, here we go. Yeah, this is what it looks like. Something like this. Oh, when the guys are waiting. And now we have here, I can turn it around, you see a lot more. A lot of people sitting around. We have kids that left. Say them, I'm not gonna say which ones. Okay. Real quickly, for some reason it's not working. My button's not working. This gives me a lot of hana. A lot of times people ask me, what can you get me as a gift? I say, what can you get me as a gift? No, my phone. What? Fold this. Sorry, fold up. What can you get me as a gift? As long as I didn't call you at school, it's more people to join. Mazda. Okay. Now, good morning, the voice again. Nah. They'll just have to take it from a different video or something. I'm not doing Good Morning Your Voice again. There's a new thing. There's something else that you get me as a gift. If you want to do that first, I'll tell you the whole thing. It's not a kiddush cup. It's not a this. Open up a satellite location. You should go for the gift for Byron. So in Toronto, they opened up a satellite location, and it's in Hebrew. So it goes live when it's 9 o'clock in Eretz Yisrael, live in Toronto, 2 p.m. is the new satellite location. This past week, MDY was featured on 2 separate music videos. I don't know if you got to see it. I'm going to show it to you here. One of them is Shlomi Daskal. Here's MDY. Video. Okay, so that was one, and there's no connection to Shlomi Daskal. This is in Hashem Boys. Was I there? I didn't notice. Okay, good. I was watching Vanderbilt write another book over there. He's doing something on his phone now. So a very interesting thing happened. So Yaakov Langer, because he said if he has 1,000 likes, he'll join MDY, Eli Geller, and all these people. They got together, so they got 1,000 likes. So he joined. A guy comes over to me in shul today, and he says, "Oh, Shalom Aleichem. I just joined your shir yesterday." I said, "Really, yesterday?" Yeah. I said, "Why?" He says, "Because Yaakov Langer joined, so I'm joining also." I get out of shul. I'm walking home. The guy says, "Can I walk you?" I said, "Yeah." He says, "Listen, I just I joined yesterday." I said, "Why?" He says, I said, "Because of Yaakov Langer." He's like, "Maybe." It wasn't. Anyway, the mamish within 3 minutes, 2 guys. So that was just in one place. I don't know how many people. When you have influence on other people, you have large following and status. You could bring a lot of people to Torah. I'm gonna have to read this close up. Hold on. As a daily MDYer since Bava Basra, MDYer, it was never spelled like that. EMDIWIER. No cruise for me, maybe a paddle boat. It's really striking the effort and emphasis you put in on an enjoyment part of the learning. I think I can speak for everyone besides with knock themselves to it. It's not about the DAV, it's about the AI videos, the fun, the vibes, just an absolute enjoyment of learning. Now, it's important for people to know, especially the ones who have a hard time laughing at their lyrics videos. We have a few people in our English here in our show that anytime something's really funny, they go like this together. Look, they hardly make this stark face. Now it's more, an unknown pirush of the Mishnah in Avos, Bergdal Mishnah Beis. Schar mitzvah mitzvah, it says in the Bartanot, the very groundbreaking pshat. I don't know how to read this exactly, it's all backwards. But basically it says, certain enjoyment that you get from doing the mitzvah. This describes exactly what everyone is doing. Besides the biggest mitzvah of the Torah, there's a separate mitzvah of really enjoying it. Read, having as many videos as possible. And no one does it better than you are. It's a buy one, get one free. Remez, the whole Zacher 422 is Eli Stefanski with the Aleph, I guess. America's Rafael is 422. The kids are Shkoyach. Next, good evening and blood. First of all, so this I guess was written in Hebrew. I love this story. Basically, first of all, so going back, I just came back from Utah. My daughter lives in Utah, Park City, Utah. It's the largest ski resort in America. And I need to visit my daughter 5-6 times a year. There's no shy. So when I was there, I've been snowboarding since I'm a bacher. Actually, I've been skiing since I'm a bacher. Now I switched to snowboarding 15 years ago. And I take my kids every year, whole thing. And then, of course, I did the video where I was learning Gemara while I was snowboarding, whole thing. So you remind me of this Murray the Meister about Martha's Rafi told this person that wrote this email, Laser Brook, the story. So I wasn't sure if that was about Martha's Rafi, since it is. So about Martha's Rafi sees a bacher learning outside in the yard of the Bismarck with Coca-Cola, with Coke, and smoking a cigarette. So he asked the bacher, "This is the way to learn Gemara?" Yes, says no. This is the way you drink Coke. So Murray the Gemara. The guy wanted to drink Coke with the Gemara. So is this the way to learn Gemara on a snowboard? No, but this is how you snowboard. Snowboard with a Gemara. Hello, my name is Achil, and I work as a site construction engineer at the same time as completing my engineering degree. This is also from Israel. I'm a very busy person. Doing work in the morning, doing start in the afternoon, and film late at night. Then, of course, I sit down and learn the Yom with his belly. I must say that it gives me strength and schmack for the entire day and keeps connected with the Holy Sweet Torah. I'm truly grateful and appreciative, and I believe what you're doing is a real thing to Hashem. May you merit abundant blessings, success, and much strength to continue doing such special things. By both sides, the official Rishon and New Shas, the Sefta is sponsored by the Iranian Levy families, the Parrot by Shani Motibowski, Mufti, and his father are here today, Shkef Mufti and Rebbe, Yishma Simcha Beryl David, Johan Rachab, and Avram Moshe. The name most mentioned in MDY, but it's on every single chair in MDYs. The Daf, by the Steg family. Yishma Tzuruk Kinder and Nachashon Zalman of Shalom, Gothi Rachel, Sharna, Pastor Meir Shalom, Remeir Yaakov reads Darren of Shalom, Zigos of Fega, Das, with Yekil Mordechai, Olav Shalom. The Masechta sponsor by David Salmon. Now, by the way, if I'm mentioning this, I got two horrors today. So I'll mention it. I didn't really put much thought into it, but the Gemara has a glossary in the back which you don't find in a lot of Gemara. So if there's anything that's, I don't know what page it is, but it's in the back, right before the chart. If there's something you don't understand, like Chalitza, Hasidim Rishonim, Hekesh, Rilacha, Yisaron, Treifa, any musug in the Gemara that you don't understand, there's a little explanation in the back of all the musagim. Okay, maybe it's kedai for kids or whatever to go through these musagim. What's an Achsadra? Anybody? You know what Amaretz is? Somebody who doesn't know what Achsadra is. Givaldi. Next, David Salmon dedicated memory of him, Shmuel Baruch Chaim Tzvi Doi. We accept the sponsors. Joel Gedalis, Nishmas, my father, Jack Gedalis, and Anis, Asavon, Ruchnis, Vigashmis, the Palachik Family Foundation, Zechon Nishmas, Rav, Agdoin, Shlomo Palachik, the Metch Tzirilu. Anonymous, Refuah Shlomo L'Moshe Ben Nizah. Anonymous, for complete Refuah Shlomo and Arichas Yomim to Leah Bas Esther. Amen. Yisrael Malki, Toli Teres Picha Malki Zav Chesed. We're so proud of you. Yaakov Mordechai, keep steiging. Sending Gross and family, Canvey Island, UK, and Honor Rebellion, you changed my meaning of life. Plenty of Yossi, Mark, and Benny, and all the Iskim, the Tzorch MDY, Baruch Shalom Schara. Ari Simon, monthly sponsors. Ari Simon, the first time Avi Murray, Baruch Ben Miriam. Jamie Azulai, the first time Esther Bas Luna. I just saw Jamie Azulai sitting in the basement in MDY in Eretz Yisrael by himself over there. Not by himself, I'm saying like that is Mishpacha. He lives in Toronto. Esther Walkenstein, husband of my husband, Kalman Natal Walkenstein, on his 40th birthday. Anonymous, Baruch Al-Gidai, Baruch Tzvini Simit Shanalev, Yudim Yom Chava. Anonymous, who for Shlomo Nafali husband and Leah, and inside the generation. Anonymous, in memory of Mazel Bat Leah Besanada and his Skia. Monthly sponsors. Anonymous, the schools of birth that's good and open and revealed way. Yos Mordechai Ben Bat Leah, Yehudis, and Yehuda Lewis as the schools for everyone in need of a shidduch. Amen. Interesting shidduch over there. Yehuda and Yehudis. Wonder. It's okay. Anonymous, for the merit, no, it doesn't mean the same thing, maybe. Anonymous, for the merit of Michal, Ben, Yisrael, Yosef's success and blessing in all areas of life. Shrintin Alan Growth, Nishma, Shlem Zam, Ben Yitzvik, Isaac, Zafar Bracha, Ben Yaman Isaac, Ben Tzvi Hirsch, Apoin Zafar Bracha, for Shlem, Yonatan, Eitan, Ben Besheva Bracha. Daily sponsors Miriam Dambi, Lili Nishmat, Rav Moshe Chaim Dambi, Zafar Bracha on his 20th yard side, Yolanda Vidovici. Thank you, Rebelli. 1,500 days straight since Megillah Daf Beis. Aaron Bauman, for Shlema, for Paul Yosef, Ben Chana Chaya. Shmuel Ahova Schuster, Yarzadere Mezedi, Herschel Solnika, Zechzeg Lebracha. Vizidov Chani Lefkowitz, Bazatov Teshui, and Freddy, Bubbies, and Zadis, and the Ganze Mishpacha on the birth of Batya of Dal Davis. And the way are Doshi Weiss in honor of Mati Belsky in the room with Niat Slocha and great English AI videos. Oh, 3 generations. What's your name again? Remind me. Why? Your what? Your brother? Yoshi. And now Yoshi is giving you back the month. Yosef ben Chaya Sarah for Panos Bereva for Shlema. Yohanan Eitan ben Meshor Bracha for Shlema Mordechai ben Esther. The first Ayel Daniel Zeb ben Ayel Desert. Boys, you can learn some Torah now. Yeah, about 3.5 minutes or so. We are holding on like 9-10 lines from the bottom of the test on the base. Comments for small. Easier sugyas, mamish. I'm telling you, now I'm making this up. But see if there's anything that's difficult or whatever, you'll have to let me know. We might have new musagim, new things that people that didn't know touching are not so familiar with. Shorter, very short on the base. Comments for small. It says in the Mishnah that you do kamitza. Kamitza is you bring a flour offering to the Rebbeinu Shloim, and the procedure is either you put oil first and then you put the flour, or it's one of these menachos that you don't put oil. But if it's flour, regardless of what it is, with oil, without oil, eventually the kohen is going to have to take his hand, put it in. We actually have a new one. I could show it to you. Starting off, if this is your very, very first time, because there are people that it's their first day. So, here we go. It's blue for today. Tmitza. He puts his hand in like this. He grabs some flour with 3 fingers. This was done, by the way. Guess how they did this? New technology, I'll explain to you in a second. This they did by doing an actual Tmitza in the office. Somebody videoed it, they did it, and then AI understood and did this. It's a new way of doing things. Like if it gets too complicated, finger movements, you want very precise things, you do like this. Anyway, what you just saw is that the coin goes like this, that's Tmitza, supposed to be done with the right hand. They put it into the second bowl, that's what we're going to discuss for a moment later on also. So remember the second bowl. It must be done with the right hand. What if you did it with the left hand? No good. Not immediately. How do we know this? It says that you should fill your hand with the mincha. Now, what does a kaf mean? Palm. Now we're going back to the Torah. Even though we saw the videos a bunch of times, but it's good to knock it into our head. Now I want to show you this video because it's important, because it's wrong. We're going to learn today that this video is bad. And let's see if you can notice what's bad about it. First of all, here, let's just show this for you. One kayan is pouring from the lug. This is a klishar. This whole thing has kedusha. All the oil in his kaddish. He pours it into his left hand. The Torah says left. And from here we can learn that everywhere else in the Torah it's in the right. The kaf means right. Over here it says kaf smallest. Now from here, kaf has smallest the left. So far, this video is good. Okay. What we're going to see is that there's actually 4 psukim that say the word left by the Mitzvah. 2 psukim are by a normal, wealthy person. We'll call him wealthy. That's how the Gemara calls him. Wealthy means he has money to buy an animal that costs $500. But if the Mitzvah doesn't have money, so what does he do? He's a honey. He's able to do what's called a carbon oil of the earth. Shabbos? Carbon oil of the earth. Who here was at the Shabbat call? Wow, nice oil. Yeah, I saw this. I saw, and then you told me that you're going to use a little you're right. Okay. I have no idea where I was at. So we have 4 psukim. 4 left. 2 for the rich guy, 2 for the poor guy who brings the carbon oil of the earth. Meaning, instead of an animal, he brings a bird. Why do you need 4 psukim? Gemara goes through it. Says the Gemara, we're going to use up all 4 just to learn one thing. That everywhere else in the Torah, by a mincha, you have to use your right hand, not a left. Left is reserved only for the mitzvah. What does it say? Anywhere else in the Torah, kaf means the right. Only by the Torah it's the left. As Gemara, but I need it for the actual halacha to tell me that one kohen pours it into the other kohen's left. Not to teach me that in other places it's the right. Says the Gemara, smallest afrinoxiv. Here we go. So this is our puzzle by mincha. Says the word kaf, the palm of that. Now, first puzzle by Asher says kaf smallest. That I need for itself. It says the second time. Kaf smallest. It says also by a wealthy person, the left hand. So now I know in other places no. Achamiyot, Ella, the rabbis. A double negative. A double negative is a positive. Because once you said that? What's a double positive? Oh, it doesn't make any sense. A double negative is a positive. So double positive. So he's once a teacher. This is this. He's once a teacher who told his class that a double positive is not a negative. So one kid screamed at it, goes, yeah, sure. You get it? Okay, neither that. Yeah, as sure. means a negative. It's two positives are a negative. So it says in Gemara, we have a concept in the Torah that when you have two negatives, two don't do this, don't use the left hand, means you should use the left hand. So let's use that and say that you could use your left hand when it comes to me. So okay, fine. Smallest achrinoxy. Now we're going to the third pasuk, which is by the poor person, meaning somebody who can't afford an animal. Over there it says al kafakoyin hasmol. That's tomorrow. Still not happy. Menachem small. It's only over here. Maybe the third pasuk is coming to teach us that to the whole Torah. A lot of times you see these. What's a liyud? Sometimes it says in the pasuk A, and I take that idea and I use it for the whole Torah. Why would I say that that's over here and not in another place? Okay, for that, that's why it actually says. Ooh, I've never seen this. It says arba smallest. I just noticed over here. There's 4 letters. Hey, vav zayin ches in a row. Funny. I don't remember that. Okay, cool. You see that in your Gemara? Because you're looking over there. Where it says smallest, it brings all 4 psukim in one shot. Hey, vav zayin ches. Anyway, smallest, excuse me. Trey Ba'adir, Trey Ba'ashir. Okay, and here, I'm going to show you, here's the 4th pasuk, and look what Yeftoshi did. The Shmak, all 4 psukim together, you see all the 4. Great, end of that. So, what do we learn? That left is reserved only for the Mitzayra. When it comes to Mincha, that's the right. Orale, Rabbi Yirmiyah, Rabbi Zera. Albayin Yodei Ha'imanis, Albayin Raglei Ha'imanis, the Sip Shemin, the Mitzayra, Lomin. You think of the word Asher, think about it. Now, I'll show you the video. You don't see it in the video, but I want to show you a problem in the video. Actually, you know what? Let's do the video after we learn it, and you'll tell me what the problem is. Okay? So you have to pay attention to what we're about to learn here, because you have to find this. Oh. Things over here. Yeah. I'll buy in your own money. I'll buy regular money. So let's do this again. They asked me yesterday in Lakewood to get a small share in the Meyer Fish's house. So when people ask me, I could tell these guys not into Daf Yomi. Told me afterwards, you never learned Daf Yomi, never will. I get it. He said, isn't it a problem if you're learning, you don't retain everything? So I told them, I said a few times, I said, I guess, was it on video? I don't even know if it was on video. I think it was before show. I said what I noticed by Ari Chaim, he went around with the video. I didn't watch this whole thing, but if you watch it, let me know. It's probably good. It's a whole hour. But I saw a clip where as he comes, I just watched the first few minutes, as he comes to the hotel, and he sees the Mizbeach. He starts describing the Mizbeach like a profession. This is the Mizbeach Hazal. This is the Mizbeach Hachitzon. This is the Kiyar. This is the Muchni. This is what, like that. It doesn't say a sign on the bottom Muchni. It doesn't say anything. And then he goes, wow, look at this. He doesn't look in the Gemara. He doesn't like to look in the Gemara. He says he hates Gemara, right? But he just listens to the shir. And he knows. Gets it. And that's the idea. Because you'll hear the word Muchni one time, you're not going to get it. You'll learn a second time. And all of a sudden, boom. We're learning about Mitzayra. If I asked people a month ago to describe how the concept of Mitzayra works, not everybody knows. We're getting it. We're learning it. One time we'll forget, second time we'll remember more. Okay. Part of the process is, it's a very long process. But he brings in Hashem, the Shechta Hashem, the Kohen puts blood. Where does the Kohen put the blood, Rabbi Isai? On his ear, right ear, on his right thumb, on his right toe, large toe. Then, you just saw the video, the Kohen takes the oil, pours it into the left hand of the second Kohen, and he takes his finger, dips it into the oil, puts it on the ear where you put the blood, on the thumb and on the toe. So the question is, if he puts the oil on top of the blood, where's the blood on the right hand? So we know it's on the right. Yeah? Why do you need a pasuk to say that it has to be on the right? Where do you put the oil? the oil goes wherever the blood was. And the blood is on the right. Right here. Right finger, right toe, the whole thing. So the oil is also all on the right. So and it says in parentheses, which I'm pretty sure is like a pirush. That's why we take it out. It says in the pirush. In other words, we already know that the oil goes down. The blood, and blood we know is on the right. So you know, the chad yusar tzidik's double. Let's see if this is gonna work. No, I don't know. Okay, you're supposed to put. Rabbi said, pay attention. You're supposed to put. This is very easy. You're supposed to put the oil on top of the stuff. I don't know if it's gonna stick. Oh, yeah, like this. Now, what about? No, not very sticky. What about this part over here? Right over here. Mutter. That's why I put it like in green. Now it looks blue. Green, blue. Mutter. What about over here? Huh? No good. Let's go to the video for a second. Let's see if it's good or no good. The famous video with the socks, the smelly socks. This is not a good one. There are younger kids that refuse to take those socks off for months. Look where you put the oil. Your boy says, look where you put the oil. Look there also. Says the Gemara. Chad lahakshir tzdadim. One pasuk over here. Yimanis. Tell me that the side is okay, right over here. The chad lifsol tziddik though. Right over here, it's also red. The part that's part of the palm, the side of the palm, that's no good. You gotta tell Yoshi, he has to, you better switch it up quickly. Okay. Says the Gemara, Al-Dama Osham, Dama Osham, the Mayasu. Okay, this is by the wealthy person. It says, put the blood on top. Put the oil on top of the blood. And then it says, Ba'al-Mikoim Dama Osham. And that's by the poor person. It says, on the place of the blood of the Osham. Why do I need both of those? Somebody else? Says the Gemara beautifully. And it's Richi. This is something that you and I didn't know until today. If I were to ask you, I'll stop right here. Let's think about it. Can I remove the blood before I put the oil on? Or does the oil have to be on the blood? Spicy, what do you say? Take a guess. What does logic tell you? Again, I have blood on my ear, I have blood on my finger, blood on my toe. Now I want to put oil. I'm supposed to take oil and put it on my ear. The coin doesn't, it's on the ear, put it on the thumb. Can I remove the blood first? Can I clean off the hand and then put the oil? What do you say? You say no. Anybody agree with him? I would say no. This is what I would say. I would say no. I agree with Spicy. Let's go. He's excited. Huh? What's the two different verses? Yeah, but it says ow. It says ow. So if you're gonna you could put the blood on the side, but the oil has to go right there. Ow. I don't know. I don't know if that's your right. But the Gemara says like you that it's okay. But I need psukim for it. That I need a pasuk. I need tzrichim. Sorry. Meaning he's saying if the blood is there, this kaneach loy, but if you removed it, you wiped it off, no good. You cannot put oil on a nice dry hand. It has to be on top of the blood. I would think. No, it has to be on the spot on the place of the blood, not on top of the blood. Wherever you put the blood before, that's where you should put it. Because Rahmana al Mikhaim, but if they would just say the place, Havamino, adapted is connect. I think no, on the place, but not if you wipe it off. I would say, I think if it's there, it's no good. Why? Because it's chatzitza. You didn't put the oil on top of the guy's thumb. You put it on top of blood, which is a chatzitza. You can't go into mikvah with that blood. Chamash v'lo nadam ha'osham. You can put it on top of the blood. In other words, you can put it on top of the blood, and you can also wipe it down if you want. You can do whatever you want. Since it says both on the blood of the Hashem, in the place of the Hashem, and it also says the right blood. Why do I need the two psukim? Gemara, Ella, Amarava, Yad Yad Likmitza, Regel Chalitza, Oizen Laritzi. What's going on here? We're going to learn 3 beautiful halachas. Here we go. Check this out. First of all, for whatever reason, I'm talking to Mark, not to you. For whatever reason, when my touch screen, when I touch the box, it doesn't work unless I do it the mouse. Interesting stuff. It says, Oizen Ayumanis, the right ear, the right hand, and the right foot. Says the Gemara, says, Rabbi, I'm learning 3 completely new halachas. For everybody to the daf, you all know these halachas, basically. If you know, it's cool stuff. Yad Yad Kmitza. This we learned that in order to do Kmitza, you have to do it with your right hand. Okay. Regular Chalitza. Oh, Chalitza. What's Chalitza? Chalitza is if you have 2 brothers that one of them got married and died without children. So, typically speaking, you're not allowed to marry your sister-in-law. But if she doesn't have any children from her husband, then it's a mitzvah to marry her. And if not, then you do chalitza. Nowadays, we only do chalitza. What is chalitza? She removes the shoe, special shoe that I have, Baruch Hashem. What's his name? Ayal. Name does the merge. That's what it is. I said Ayal, right? That's his name. No, don't remember. Anyway, erase, cut, next. Oh, it's gonna come on the screen in a second. So, there you go. Okay, so I got at least about half right. So, he made a shoe, a beautiful Yibum shoe that cost maybe $2,000. We have it. It's one of my props. And it's tied in a special way. You'll see in the video. She must remove it. But the halacha is that this shoe has to be on the right foot. That's regal right. We learned that from the Zereshava, regal that has to be on the right. We learned from this pasuk right over here. She has to toss the shoe far. She has to spit a spit that's nikar leinayim that you can see with your eyes. And it's psukim they say back and forth. Making you bami lachim lachim shame. Okay, and then it says, and then the Bezin says, all that, let me just show you how it looks. How it looked back in the day, so you could appreciate the video. Those who don't know, there's a lot of detail over it. Now also, the entire Yavamis, we used 4 guys from MD1. One of them is my son. One of them is Avi Factor.
Are you going to take your medication?
And the other 2 are, they're all bald. We call them the Baldman boys, brothers. The Baldman brothers. One of them is Noam Fix, Reb Noam Fix, and Reb Avi Kamiansky. The entire Yavamis, Noam Fix was the guy that I used to kill every day. But he used to sit next to me, and I felt very uncomfortable. I got issues from him. We discussed this for the whole thing. We're not going to do it again, probably in the next Yavamis. But I used to say, what was the last?
Dude, are you taking your medication?
Bye-bye. Yeah, I have to remember this for the video. Because this guy goes, bye-bye. Remember, bye-bye. It's very like that part how he does it.
Did you really?
And
Did you really?
Is we had a bunch of women.
Did you really?
Yeah.
And why don't I believe you?
And they were all covered. Why don't I believe you? Exaggerating the cover. But we have a 5-pound woman. We had a Yerushalmi lady with fish in her basket and chicken legs popping out. The whole thing, 2 cell phones underneath the phone. He came over and said, wow,
Okay, well, then just
that's so Yerushalayim. It's not exaggeration. They really use that as a phone holder.
No, it takes hours to kick in.
Anyway, so today we're using the 5-pound one. Basically,
Yeah, I'll play.
she runs a lot of
Just
shops.
give me a
After
second.
hugging every day with the bills, with the credit card bills. And so first I'm going to show you what it looked like in the past. This is the camera to show the video of Chalitza. But he remembers this. No one fixes in the middle. This Yoshi drew it with AI, drew it by hand. And that's the 5-pound woman. She can't see her face, but she has, it's unbelievable the detail in the AI. Because she's going to be wearing that jacket, and that hat, everything. She has a 5-pound necklace. Yishmai. You have 2 brothers, and the S is on the bottom, didn't make it to the top. Yishmai. This is before he got married. He doesn't know about it. He turns colors in right? Now these 2, either Chalitza or Yibum.
What are you doing?
I'm doing something.
There's the shoe. This wasn't
Rabbi,
this is very.
You watched the roast again, huh?
May you want me logging on shame? You have me. This fish was telling about. She bends down, she undoes the shoe, and she tosses it right over here. And she spits. That's the spit. Back in the day, you're gonna see how the spit dance, even the spit dance. Right, coffee house in this. Chalitza. AI couldn't do the chalitza. It came out very sharp. Okay, here we go. Rabbi Rothschild. Here's the Baldwin brothers. Check it out.
הרי את מקודשת כדת משה וישראל.
Sorry, I need to go. Bye-bye. See you later.
Bye. Rabbi,
What up, dude?
I think this guy's going to play 3 5. I got 2 5. It's taking forever.
We're live now. Can you explain the meaning behind this entrance and what you are carrying?
I didn't cook bullshit on him, but anyway, bullshit.
ומי להקים לאחיו שם בישראל?
Anyway,
לא הווי ומי.
לא חפת, לקחת.
This whole thing tomorrow before. Look at that jacket, same one from the picture.
Eight. 3.
ככה יעשה לאיש
Same
שלא
bag.
יבנה את לאחיו.
Okay, that's the new one. Remove it up in lights. Regular l'chalitza. Oizen. What about a ear? L'ritzia. Oh, so I could show you the original. There's a few ritzias that we did with the entrance to MDY. Look at that cable. The cable is there. I guess it's taken from a real picture. This is Avi Factor. When Nachman Seltzer comes out, you need to make noise, please come inside. Because Avi Factor likes to make noise inside. Oh, so here's the new one. I think this is the new one.
10.
He confused the word. Alright, stats. Shotzi and Levitch asks. They say, it says in the Gemara, why do you put them in the right ear? So Isaac Shamal Sinai, you heard on Sinai that you should be slaves to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, not slaves to everyone.
Seconds.
This is what HaKadosh Baruch Hu was facing Klal Yisrael. So it's really it's the left ear that you're facing Hashem, so it's the left ear, not the right ear. So it says, yeah, it went in the left, but came out on the right. Because it came out on the right, you get punished on the right ear. That's just the part I said a few weeks ago, maybe from San Forever. I like it. I said it again. You said that people say, what's the use of learning Torah like fast when it doesn't trauma?
Why does
How to get over it?
dude?
Says,
You need help. You need a fucking therapist.
You need a fucking therapist. It might go out completely, but as it goes out, it cleans the pipes on the way. So there's something to it. All right.
My therapist is going to need a therapist.
Okay, that's fine. But
That's what you're saying.
I'm done.
you really need to get your shit together. You really need to get your shit together. As your friend, I would tell this to any of my friends. You need professional help. You admit that you need professional help. You don't get professional help. It's free. That's why your country allows it, because people have issues and they need help, like you. It's not cool to come into someone's Discord and randomly just want to talk to them about the things that you really should be just seeking professional help for.
First of all, to tell you that if you put it in the right hand, you are doing something wrong. But this makes a lot of sense, because when the Torah says left, I think, typically, especially, Chassidim, don't start off with the right. Ayid get right, rechts. You try to give a chassid your left hand, you're in big trouble. No, you're right, So maybe the Torah man, also the left, not only the left. Shaloi Toimar, Umam and Mom Shaloi Nisrab is small, the Srav Yamin, in a place where typically you have to do only with your right. But Moshe and Srav is small, so when the Torah says you should do with your left, then it didn't. Srav Yamin, so certainly should be able to do with your right. So that's one. One tells you no. If you do it with your right over here, it's possible. Smallest, what do I do? The fourth one, my asa, the Torah is very small. In other words, sometimes the Torah repeats. Just like the Torah started off telling you about the rich man's Mitzvah, and then the poor man's Mitzvah. The Torah will go through all the steps in order to teach you one thing. What's the thing? The one thing the Torah taught us, that you don't have to, if you're poor, you don't have to bring a whole animal, you can bring a bird. But all the little details that the Torah tells you with it are not there for you to learn new stuff. Say, oh, look, the Torah repeated itself. Oh, so I have extra words, I can learn something. No. The Torah repeated it just to tell you one chiddush. The chiddush is that you can use a bird, not an animal. What do I do with all the extra words? Nothing. They're not there for a riboy. They're there just to be part of that little thing. The Mishnah is called Parsha, an entire Parsha. They'll said, the Mishnah is those for one little thing.
The guy had the lucky, he had all the cards he
We
needed.
had the sugya just recently in Zbachem.
Are you ready to lose?
We had it a number of times. I don't know where. It's in Zbachem. Twice in Zbachem. There you go. When the Torah says the word,
you play that game.
Kohen, and Kohen is not or. We're going to see.
I'm going to win this game. Appreciate the chances I win this game.
It means you must do what you're right. So the Dayton, Gemara says, I would think, let's go for a bit. You need both.
Two kings.
The Kohen takes the blood of the chatas with his finger. Important to notice this because it's the only carbon we learn about. The only carbon that you do with your finger. All other korbanos, the Kohen takes the vessel, he gives a spritz with his hand. But by chatas, he does it with his finger. But it says in this pasuk both words.
The charm.
Kohen,
I just hit him with a coin too. I just hit him with a coin too cards.
Okay, man.
I learned out from Tzara the sip. This is the right finger. to the Lexiva Ball. Okay, fine.
That's a little cult.
Harry Kmitza as the Gemara, the Lexiva Ball, Kuna. You tell me you need both, Chayin and finger, but we just finished the sugi about Kmitza. Musnan comes with a small pause, and we start off today's sugya. Chayin does Kmitza with the left hand. Also, no good. It only says Chayin, doesn't say anything about a hand or a finger.
He's telling the truth.
Oh yeah, it's about Oikuna. Got it wrong. You don't understand. It doesn't mean both words. One of the two words. It says in the pasuk Etzba, it means the right. Over here it says Chayin. That's it. I don't need Etzba. It means the right. Check this out. Another beautiful video. This is just for learning purposes, no humor. Here we go. Take a look at the center guy. What is he holding? He's holding a sheep's head, and in his left hand he's holding like some sort of like a thigh. And in his left hand, that's a problem. Why? It says one word, Chayin. We just established it says one word, Chayin. It means in the right. How's he holding the leg in the left hand? So I get what you're asking. He doesn't have another hand to hold it. He's holding the head. But Lamaisa, it has to be in the right. Siv, so bring another Chayin maybe. Siv, it only says Chayin. So hand. How many cows do you think? They bring the 8th Chayin and bring the Ivarim to the Kodesh. Mustan, all the limbs. Mustan, a regular sheep, maybe small. The right foot, but small. The Kohen should be holding the right foot in his left hand. Based on the chud, the halacha should be proper. You should hide the incision mark of the animal where you cut the leg off, put it against his. Just show a nice piece with the skin. We see that the Kohen should hold his left hand.
Whoop your ass, son.
But sorry, whatever, things that are ma'akiv, that has to be in the right.
He got it wrong.
Let's see, I don't do it. The carbon is still good. What about Kabbalah? To receive the blood here, if you don't like blood, do not look. What do you think? You're probably going to start watching the daf after this?
Ace.
Or he's not going to let you watch. One of the two. Something's going to happen here. Something has to change. I'm upon him, no. Yeah. So, Kabbalah sat down. You do shchita. With the right hand, you receive the blood. What if you do with the left? It doesn't say hand. It says the word kuna. Who's standing and learn? Keep up a small pasul. If he accepted it, he received the blood with his left hand, it's possible. But it doesn't say hand over there. It only says kaya. The problem is, Reb Shimon machshir. How in the world can Reb Shimon say that it's good? Rava just said, you need one word, Chayin or hand. It says over here one word, it says Chayin. How could Reb Shimon say that's okay? It says Gemara, the Reb Shimon Tamish, ask me, Reb Shimon says you need both the word Chayin and hand, then it becomes possible. But over here it only says Chayin. Therefore, Reb Shimon says you can receive the blood with your left hand. But the problem is, when we buy Reb Shimon Tartis, Reb Shimon really required two words, hand, yad, etzba, and the word Chayin. But Tanya Reb Shimon Oimer, Rabbi Shenemer Yad Ein Elimin. Etzba Ein Elimin.
Rabbi, we're gonna play.
Says Meforish, according to Reb Shimon Bayachai, one word. If it just says Yad, it means the right hand. If it just says Etzba, it means the right. Nothing to do with Chayin. It doesn't say the word Chayin here. Says Gemara, okay. Etzba. Look, anybody remember the sugi from Zvachim? Okay. Etzba, you learned twice. Both?
Okay. Message.
Do you really listen to them? Wow, how do you have time for that? A kid? He might be the first kid that does two shows. Wow. You know first? We all know. But Tanya, Shimon Oimer, I schmoozed with him for an hour yesterday. Call, yeah. But Tanya, Reb Shimon Oimer, Kol Magim Shenemer Yad Ino Limin. Etzba Ino Limin. It says more like this. Etzba Lo Boiku. You're right. If it says the word etzba by itself, it doesn't require a second word kohen. That's why Reb Shimon says if you do Kabbalah Tzadam with your left hand, it's possible. It says, sorry. Over here, it says, it says the word kohen. Okay, fine. No. So if it says etzba, it means yimin. Reb Shimon says it's kosher. Etzba lo yibai kuhuna. Kuhuna by etzba. If it says the word etzba, that's enough. One is enough, it means right. But if it says kohen, that's not enough to tell me that I need the right. I need another word, etzba, together with it, and now I know that it's on the right. Did you win now? The problem is, elakayin lamali. So why in the world does it say the word kohen? Kohen by itself doesn't mean the right hand. You need the word etzba in conjunction with kohen. So, but the word etzba by itself means kohen, the right. So why do I need the word kohen? Help me out. You know what it does for me?
I'm going to restart.
I'm going to restart. Must be aware of the
Okay, well, you're going to have to be patient for like, I have to restart my computer. I have to restart this computer. 2 minutes. Don't go anywhere. So just wait 2 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Just stay right here. Be right back.
You're restarting the stream.
Even at your age, you're itching to say it. Monty, what are you doing?
I'm going to play DOS Buddy real quick.
No way. The reminds me we have to finish quickly. Turning of the Dam, Shvat, Adar Global, your one-stop shop for all financial needs. Isaac Estelle, in honor of all MDY Dabbers in South Florida, we should all be Matzliach, Baruch to Begashmis, anonymous, in memory of Reb Moshe Ben Peret's first yard side, Chof Zayin Shvat. What? We can do it again. Zog Gemara, I got to tell you that I'm not comfortable here. I don't have my sharemarket.com chair. Shafai says, listen, you gotta step it up. You gotta get some chips from Chair Market. Okay. You know. What about Zrika? The Zrika Saddam that only says the word kohen. Who's not arguing small apostle? If you do Zrika with your left hand, apostle. And even Reb Shimon agrees to that. Rabbi, how do I know he agrees? Because he doesn't argue. All right, you don't know. It's in the first Brisa that he argues. The science says the Brisa keep it small. Also, Reb Shimon Machshir. Reb Shimon says that Kabbalah Tzadam could be with the right. Zarg with small puzzle. Reb Shimon Machshir. Remember this. Rabbi there's a man called Reb Shimon Baruch who says you can do this rika of the blood on the mizbeach with your left hand, Kabbalah with your left hand, rika with your left hand. It's all good. It says. By Kmitza, it says V'komatz. What's the next word? V'komatz ha kohen. So kohen means the right. So why do I need the special words yad? Tell me that's with the right. If one word is enough, kohen is enough. Tell me that's with the right. So why do I need yad? You can win enough. I learned from the word kohen. Says Gemara chad l'koymetz l'chad l'kiddush koymetz. So that's what we saw at the beginning of the year.
Are you fucking serious?
But over here, the Kmitza must be done right over here. He's doing it with his right. But also, putting it into the second vessel must be done right over here with the right. That's what I do with both. But the problem is, Reb Shimon doesn't need this last step that we saw. This last step, that he takes the kmitza and he puts it into the second vessel, you don't need that. You can take your kmitza from the first vessel directly to the mizbeach. But even according to the Maimon, it says that Reb Shimon does require to put it into the second vessel. And he allows it with the left hand. Yad the Rav. So what is he going to do with the two words that say yad, which mean with the right? Either kmitza gufa, tell me that you should do kmitza with your right hand. I'll leave it to Reb Shimon. But you already learned. Reb Shimon learns it from somewhere else. My time in the what is he? Why does he hold? He can do it. I'm sorry, the Kmitz has to be done with the right. How does he know that? It says in the pasuk, the mincha is like a chatos like Gosh. What does that mean? If you're performing an avodah with your hand, meaning kmitza, you must do the kmitza with your right hand. We said that chatos is the only one of the korbanos that you do the zrikas adam with your right hand, not with a kli, with your hand. Whereas other korbanos, here, this is like a regular zrika. It's a little weird. This one it goes backward, but he throws it with a kli. That's all. Every other korban you have to do it like that. On the southwest corner, Shnaim Shemarba, etc. But
Yo.
Over the small kasha.
Yo.
There you go. The bottom line is, what does Shimon Bar Yochai do with the word yad yad? 2 words. He's going to use a vessel. He should do it with the left hand. If he does kmitz, he should do it with his right hand. But I don't need yad yad for that. But Yitzchak says the Gemara, when there's a sinner, a guy that does a chet, and he has to bring a carbon, but he can't afford it. So he brings flour, and he doesn't add any oil. Why? Because I want to make him feel that he did an Aveira. He's not going to bring a beautiful carbon. So since Shimon explains that you don't put any oil in it, you don't put any levine in it. Why? You don't want him to give a beautiful carbon. He comes to clean out your small discussion. So if you do it with the left hand, no, fits right in. No oil, no levine, just left. A mashmalon that even a minchas chayta with the word yad, I learned has to be with the right hand. Rabbi Sai, have a wonderful day.
Merit the schus of spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a shir today. MDYsponsor.com or sponsor at MDY.com.
Good morning, Rabbi Sai. Live from Lake Lakewood. I was born in this town 3 years ago. In the Chashav home of Meyer Fischel. I just flew in from Utah, a 4-hour trip, landed, got off the plane. I didn't eat breakfast yet. Forget about lunch, dinner. Mark got me a Danish shkoya and some sushi. But I have a tremendous encouragement to play for Meyer. Tremendous. A lot of you are using his Gemara right now. The Meyer Fischel edition. He got up, did an Aliyah, crazy stuff, $180,000 Aliyah. So I figured if there's one place I'm gonna go give a share. Now after the share's over, I have to drive 2 hours to Bradford, which days, but I had to be here. So shkart for having me, shkart for coming. Nice to see you. You know what? I'm gonna turn the camera around for a second. If you're embarrassed, you let these guys hide. It's a nice cover, shkart. I do apologize. I have to explain. In the base merge, we have very expensive equipment. It's stationary. I walk in, I put a mic on, and we start to share. Every day, come out without any stars, nothing. On the road, we have a lot of charts and videos. And to combine the charts and videos together with the shear that's on the same screen, that requires technology. And I don't know how to do it myself, and that's why Mark Ashkenazi is here, and usually he goes into my computer remotely. So if he's in Phoenix or in Muncie, wherever he is, he comes in when I'm on the road, twice a day. And there's always an issue. Usually it's the internet we had just last week. I was in Paragway. We were in a guy's office. He has top internet. 5 minutes into the shear, we had kicked off the whole shear. We got up and we went to somebody's house down the block. And then over there, the kids, it's always an ASIC. So I apologize. We're going to go. I just got this from Rabbi Rothschild. I want to show you this. I don't know if you can see. Here we go.
Hey, Red Belly. Hope all is well. The golf is going amazing. I have two guys that I'm keeping accountable with to be sure I keep up to it. But I'm just wondering how nobody's discussing the unsung hero of the Shabbat Tov. And he's hanging right here. How is nobody talking about
everybody got a salami in the room? So
that was hanging in Romanian salami waiting to be hung. Thank you so much. It's amazing.
You ate the salami? Romanian salami. It's one of a kind. A lot of people cook it in the garbage. They have no idea what it was. It's not just one of these foods. Yeah. Okay. Start off a share like that in Lakewood. I want to show you what the Shabbat is all about. Kenny Seltzer put this together. 1,100 people. A little bit over 1,100. A lot of facility, there wasn't a lot of pass guys. I felt bad. I think last year we had more. That was the sheer room. Yes, Shabbos not to be used, right? That's Shabbos.
There you are. All right, Givaldi. I want to tell you, we have this thing, satellite viewing. So in Israel, it's very, very popular. In America, it's harder because it's not live. In Israel, live, we have over 30 locations, and they just started another location now in, what was it, Kiryat Ata? Yeah, Kiryat Ata is in 31. And also, in Givatayim, we started a morning one. So if they do it, look how many guys, 10 guys in the morning in Givatayim, and that's not, it's not live. So we should do better here in America. This is called Rafael Do'ehu. Somebody sent me this because there's a video that my son took. I liked it. Some people took offense to it, but I thought it was Givaldic. I was snowboarding, holding a Gemara, learning the Gemara. It was a point that you can learn Torah in every situation. So here, somebody sent me this. He's learning, he's not learning, he's skiing and doing Lulav and Ezra. We're going to jump into it right away. We have no emails today. Oh, the voice this is unbelievable. I use the restroom in the house over here, and I had to steal a couple of items. I might not take them home, but I want to show you what I found in there. This is in the great cupboard. In the bathroom, the MDY towel. It's not a joke. I thought I'll take it home. Why not? Boy, it doesn't get in the bathroom. The Natil Sedayim thing is the MDY. Am I making this up? It was there. So I'll give it back. Yeah, but there just for today. And I'm going to do this. Hold on, I'm turning around the camera for this is Yossi. Yossi, take a look on the wall. Between the two lights over there is the thing that you gave him. It's already hanging on the. You see it? It's there? I don't see it. That thing over there between the two lights. Okay, good. Okay, Rabbi Isai, the official edition of MDY Shas. The Masech is sponsored by the Irani and Levi families. The Perik by Shani Matibelski and family. Lunishma Simcha Beryl David Ben Avram Moshe. The Daf, today's Daf is Tzvi and Chama Spiro. The Lunishma from Abba Zev Ben Chaim Yitzchak Halevi. The Masech is sponsored by David Salomon, dedicated memory of Avi Meir Shmuel Baruch Ben Chaim Tzvi from the Bracha. The Masech sponsors Joel Gedali's Lunishma, my father Jack Gedali's Anonymous, of Soul Brooklyn Gashmi's College Family Foundation, the Lunishma Rabbi Goyrich. Anonymous for first name on the Moshe Ben Nizaha. Anonymous for first name on Arit Sion to Leah Basester. Yisrael Malki. David speak about these other Chesed. We're so proud of you. Yakamor. I keep steiging. Sending Gross family, Canby Island, UK, in honor of Rebellion. You changed my meaning of life. Tony Almoni, Yossi Mark, and Benny, and all the Oiskim Tzarchi and MDY. The monthly sponsors, Ayi Simon, the first name of Abimoyer, Baruch Miriam. Baruch Miriam, Jimmy Azulai, first name Esther Basluna, Esther Wilkinson, Mazel Tov, my husband, Talman Wilkinson, his 40th birthday. Anonymous, Baruch Hadley Dai, Baruch Tvinizman, Shanalea, Yud Yom Merkava. Anonymous, first name Napoli Herzben, Hangi Leah, Hidden Tzadik in our generation. Anonymous, in memory of Masabat Leah, Sanada, and Uskia. Anonymous, the special birthday that is good and open and revealed way for Yosef, Mordechai, Ben, Bat, Leah. Yehudis and Yehuda Lewis as a source for everyone in need of a Shidduch Amein. Anonymous for the merit of the whole Ben Yisrael Yosef's success and blessing in all areas of life. Sprinting Alan Groves and Ishmael Shalom Zambing Yitzchak Isaac. Yaman Isaac Ben Tzvi Hirsch HaKoyen, Rushlema Yonatan Nathan Ben Basheva Bracha Yishkoyach Alan. Yaakov Leich, in honor of wedding today, my son Avrami, head of Kiev Jewish community, to Leib Bronstein. Interesting. I wonder if Yaakov Leich knew that when he donated yesterday's daf, looking yesterday's daf, is it him? That his son was getting married the next day. 2 days. Right. Yesterday was Ashkenazi. Daf Zayin. Paris, he's off by 2 days. Interesting. Paris Chaim Levin, Mazel Tov, my son-in-law, Rabbi Avi Grossman, on receiving Smichas Yoyer from Rabbi Yitzchak Berkowitz. We are very proud. My son-in-law also got Yoyer from Rabbi Yitzchak Berkowitz. We were also very proud. Anonymous, the memory of Rivka Esther Bas Yisrael Yeshua, a young mother who's just Paris. NDYR, Go Shi Weiss, in honor of Mati Belsky, for continuing Atzlacha and great English AI videos. Shi Weiss, our famous artist, he received a gift from Mati Belsky, but he didn't want to take the gift, so he gave it back to NDY and he sponsored a week in honor of Mati Belsky, the guy that gave him the gift. Yosef and Chai, what just happened? Yosef ben Chai, sorry for Rosa Bereva, for Rushlemi Yonatan Eitan ben Beshem Bracha, for Rushlemi Morcha ben Esther, for Fuas Ayela Daniel Zev ben Ayel Desser Boysa. Here we go. We're middle of our fast with days. What's the shmak about these sugyas? We don't have any difficult sugyas. The svaras are not difficult. The musagim are beautiful. There's a lot of new things that a lot of us are not so aware of when it comes to the Beis Hamikdash. Gufa, kind of smack in the middle. Over below. Mincha, you know what? I don't know if it's too late now. I would have asked you for a bowl of flour. I used it in the Hebrew shir this morning. I forget it. You want to do it? There, fill this up. You fill it up with flour. Try not to make a mess. Try it. all the way to the top. Your wife is going to love it. Mincha shikmotza v'heichal sheira. So, take a look at this. This is, by the way, if you look in the back of the official Gemara, you have this picture. That's one of the things that this Gemara has that a lot of Gemaras don't have. It has a lot of charts. There you go. Now, it doesn't have the blue dotted lines and the red dotted lines. I just added on myself. So, Kmitza, what's Kmitza? For those of you who are brand new, haven't been to Menachos yet, you're allowed to bring, as one of the korbanos, you bring a mincha. Mincha is a flour gift, not a garful. It's like a carbon, but it's made out of flour. You bring this, the few things you have to do. Some of them you add oil, levana, some of them you don't. He takes his hand, goes like this, into the flour, takes 3 fingers worth of flour. That's the kmitza. Inside is the paiments. Takes the paiments, puts it in another lisharis, another vessel, and then they take that, walk it to the mizbeach, put it on the mizbeach. Go ahead. Thank you. I wanted it full, okay. Understand. It takes from here, it goes like this. It's larger than this, but okay. He takes out 3 fingers worth, and he puts it on his bed. Now, where does he do it? He's supposed to do it in the blue box, the blue dotted box. What happens if he does it in the red dotted box? What's the red dotted box? It's called the Heichal. The Heichal is a very tall building. It's about 400 feet tall. Yeah? 200 feet tall. 200 feet tall. Inside, you have the famous menorah. You have the shulchan with the lachem achanim. You have the mizbeach hazal. And past that, you have the kodesh kodashim. Inside, all the way at the end, on the right side of the screen.
Dude, why are you such a bad friend?
And he does the kmitza.
Dude, I told you to wait 2 minutes and then you fucking left.
For 2 minutes.
No, you left for more than that. You didn't even say, hey, I gotta go, I'll be right back. There was nothing like that. You're a shitty communicator.
By the way, all this is original artists. They created we have one guy working for like a month just on the design of the English and the cadence.
Hold on.
So here you have shulchan with the 12 lechem achanim, and there's also 2 spoons full of levana, frankincense. And what happens is you have to take the levana off of the shulchan. I'll zoom in on it. These 2 spoons. You take those off and you burn them, and then the koyanim can eat the lechem achanim on Shabbos. Where's the shulchan?
Dude, he left again.
Oh, this bezichin, taking the levana, is similar to the kmitza. Just like the kmitza is similar to shkita and srika on the take the kmitza, the payments you put it onto the mizbeach. It's like srika. Everything is similar. You want to understand, just like we're able to do such an avodah in the Heichal. Okay? So we could also do kmitza in the Heichal. What's it? We're hearing comments mishah. Send the positive comments mishah. You should do kmitza from over there. What's over there? Now there's an area. If you look in the back of that Gemara, you can see it clear. It's called Ezra's Yisrael. I'll zoom in on here where it says Ezra's Yisrael. You see, it says Ezra's Yisrael. There's 11 amma, like 22 feet. Not here. Let me see if I can find it. Right over here. This one. See the red dotted line? That's where Yisrael stands. Us guys, most of us in this room, we stand there like sardines in this area, by the width of the Azara, 11 ounces. So it says that you should do the kmitza over there. That doesn't make a lot of sense. Why should you do the kmitza over there? That's over there. Do it anyway. Do it all over that zone. Why not over there? The Beseira, Oimer, Minayin, Shimpomas, you don't understand maybe that even over there, not inside that area, only over there. Beseira, Oimer, Minayin, Shimpomas, the small, she has to be equal to it. The player has to use the teeth with the right hand. What if he messes up and does it with his left hand? She has to be equal to the middle, so he has to put back the flower, start all over again with the left. Then I'm coming to show. I don't learn that this has to be over there where the Yisrael stand. That's the Shah means when nothing should come to pass. You in that bowl, not in the place in the hayfall, in the Azar. Place in the bowl. Same bowl that you started doing. That's where you should do the pizza again. Take it down. Who might be over? Fire Kula. He himself asked the question. And he answered himself. What? He answered the question. It's not a comment from Sham from that place of Israel. It's from the book. The Gedami, all their Yaakov will be real. It's Yaakov that answered it. As with it. That's what the Gazi. The Nisapel after as all Azar Kula. The finish is with Misham that you could do the pizza in the entire Azar. So I wonder if I put these in the other day's dots. I don't think I have it here. You see this? This is the Mizbeach. This wall right over here, where the laser is going, that's Safar. That's the northern wall of the Mizbeach. From this laser all the way down here is the northern part of the Azar. Kachik, which are Oyla, Katos, Osham, Tzibur, they're all down here in this area. Kachik Talim, like the Shlam and the Qaida, they're everywhere. This entire area, even in the south, right over here. Gemara says, I would think that a mincha could only be done in the northern part, from the step downward. Hold on a second. This is very important. Hold on. It actually hurts when you drink from it because it has like pieces of silver. Oh, shma, what like that? What? Hold on. My spoon there. Get that tag. Shouldn't use it. You know, I'm a grunnick, so you know, the girl is very much in my room. Even though there's no discussion, there's no but only one reason. Other reasons. Okay. Where do we shut the oil? Only in the northern part of the Azar. Only half, like from the back down. So too, I would say by new call. My oil to the top oil, my oil is to my oil came from right from oil, my oil to the my oil is to oil, you put the whole thing on the fast, so that's why you need salt. But a minute from now, as soon as you get to eat, it's a lighter kind of thing, so there's no reason why you do it on salt. Maybe I'll learn this God does the ground and get to eat from it. Nevertheless, it has to be only in the top oil. So maybe the minute also on the top. Now, I should give a comparison by every priest. I've also very common. It comes to the top and people that did it parts. So now, let's make one. Allah gave me the gamin. What's meaning gamin? So the pasuk says, "Ki nefesh habasu v'adami v'ani nesad v'chem al mizbeach chaban ha'shisef ka'adamu v'nem v'chavi." You get the kapara to the dog. It's a different kind of Muslim. That's why you need suffering. But on him, why do I need this pasuk of the Chametz Misham? What does the Chametz Misham give me now? A mitzvah is different than a party. All it is to I need a something like I mean a higher which is the kriva that kind of the Yishon is there. The Chametz. So now we're going to talk about Agasha. For those of you who learned enough, as you know, those of you who don't, I know what Agasha is. So here's Agasha. And this Agasha, here we go. They just take the flour and put it on one corner, everybody who knows. Huh? Southwest. How do you know? Airplane. Very good. Southwest is airline. Obviously, these guys never saw the shear. one of the main corners of his bath, and you can see in the bottom you have the two shittim over there, not the shittim, the plane. So I once said southwest, and I flew on the screen, southwest airline. So I remember, it's not going to remember a year later, southwest. They call that, so Kosher means you take the bowl of flour, you take it, and you literally touch the corner of the mizbeach, the southwest corner of the mizbeach. So when they I would think that just like Hagdosh is weird on the southwest corner of the mizbeach, so too the Kmitza also should be on the southwest corner of the mizbeach. All Kmitza should be done right over there in that area. Now go show because Jews and Arabs are freezing money together. On that. That's why I need to talk to you. Great. Ufa. You see, already Shlam Shashak of the Heichal chair. If you take Shlam and you bring it into the Heichal, gosh, Shenemar, Shchotoi Pesach El Mo. The Pesach El Mo. Says Rabbi if I take Shlam, use that. Shlam where in the blue dotted dot. That area, Shlamim is the second part. So what you want to check? It's in the south part of that zone. But what if I take it and bring it into the red? Into the Heichal? Seems like a little street. Nobody goes into the Heichal. Everybody goes in there. It's nice to the Naira. He's a pirate once a day. Twice a day. But chefs and animals, blood, yeah, you bring it in there. Cut. Why? Cut a point. Where it's home right. As much more Busha than the Azara. So it should be okay. Face, he did a little Rob, don't look, this is not for you. The players in there.
What are you doing here? Rabbi Yochanan knew that it is permitted to slaughter in the sanctuary by Kal, the Homer.
Right, but not everything that's mutter is something you should actually do. What if I tell you Rebelli say it's mutter to do the dock while snowboarding, wearing shorts and an MDY t-shirt?
Good morning, Rabbi. So Rabbi says that it's not Pesach in the Sugya. And from here we can see what Rav Yochanan means.
Yeah, those of you who understood. Maybe I guess the other like knows what's going on. Okay, fine. Just because it's mutter doesn't mean that you should do it. So it says in Gemara, Meisvei. You can say, wait a minute, the 19 people go to Hazara. The animal is not in the Heichal, the Heichal is not the The Goyim are around Hazara, and Rashi says in Zvachim that they're shooting missiles from Hazara. It says over there. Huh? But this Teruah, you remember the lotion? But this Teruah, Givaldic. Ballistic missiles, that's how you remember because I said it over there. Yeah, ballistic missiles. Now what do? If the Goyim are surrounding you, you go into the Azara, the Kohanim go into the Azara, and they eat the kachi. The Shiyar Menachas, and the leftover, after the Kohen takes the 3 fingers full of flour, the rest goes to the Shiyar. Here's the question. The Goyim are surrounding us. What's the first thing we do as Yidden? What would we do right now? What do? Goyim surrounding us. You go eat a steak, or you go eat a bit of dillim. What do you do? Sit down. Right? No, that's not what you do. What you do is you do the mitzvah that's before you. You have a mitzvah, you have the mitzvah of achilas kachim, that's what you do. That's the Rotzen Abayir right now. I tell everyone all the time, you say, I'm going to do a steer, I'm going to dive into this. You dive tomorrow. Dive tomorrow. Nothing like a dive tomorrow. Nothing like learning prayer.
It's in front of you, that's what you do. You're going to pause the Gemara to go over there to say the Shulchan Aruch. That doesn't make sense to me. Okay, go, sit, eat, touch it. That's what you're not to do. That's what's there. So we had it from there. I'll show you over here. This is the older one.
הדקות האחרונות התקבל דיווח המבוסס על מערכת ההתראה הארצית. כך נמסר, מתקפת טילים בדרך אל המקדש בירושלים. בדרך לבית המקדש. אנחנו נמשיך לעדכן.
מה אתה עושה? זה הזמן לאכול? עם ישראל צריך זכויות. יש לך זכות גדולה יותר מאכילת קודשים?
But it's the rice. Say somebody went to ask you around noon, hoping to pay the Shabbos. Right before Shabbos, 2 hours before Shabbos, and give the break and a lot of money. He said, 2 hours before Shabbos. The guy should be at home, doing his pleasure. He was right. He can told that. What's the priority? Right now, what are you supposed to do? I was always suffering. I don't know. The point is, sometimes this is the mitzvah. The mitzvah is to do this. This is to do. Right now, this is to eat puff. The tomorrow, how do you know? The Kodesh HaKadoshim to come. But if the Goyim are surrounding you, you go into Kodesh HaKadoshim, not literal Kodesh HaKadoshim. Over here it means one step before the Kodesh HaKadoshim. Echos HaKadoshim. But the problem is, the level of brother doesn't down on time. Lema, you go through, if you could eat the cup. What do you eat Kodesh HaKadoshim? Where do you cut the cup? You cut the cup in the Azor. Then you do Islam, you have to eat it in the Azor. So you can eat in the Azor, so certainly, same kind of time you're going to make over here. If you can eat, touch it in the Azor, so certainly you should be able to eat them in the base of what do you eat. So the Gemara, I'll tell you. I'll tell you that I'm going to be making Rabbi. I'm going to do that. If you're not Vegas, you shut Shlomo before the Rabbi show, that I could say, that's something normal to do. Afila, but to eat, that's really not wrong. You can do that. To take it to that step, to eat inside the echos, low serve, you have to invite that you don't. And that's why you need a pasuk, everything is raw, a pasuk raw, a double fun with it, I loaded it up here, too many videos. Another one, and then it can dry out. Don't worry, we're not going to show 25 videos. This is in this version from MDY. You're working in this year? Come here. Get over here. That's 100,000. Yeah, it's scary. You can tell it's not me, right? It's not me. I hope I don't lose it. At least one guy likes it. Like it say the boy, not Robin. Okay. It's based on a true story. 9/11 did it happen to me. The guy sat down next to me and spilled his entire coffee in my Gemara. Now, this Gemara for me is like post production. I love my Gemara like you can't even imagine. He spilled a whole cup of coffee twice. The same guy twice. Okay, we're not gonna talk about it. Talking Gemara, Moicha, still the shit. 7 years ago. Oh, so then you need a puzzle that you could eat in front of the birds that you eat, touch them, do that. The Lego, this is the famous answer. Lego here. We do have a video. This is more for learning purposes. It's not a funny one or anything. This is how you make an info. You take a 3 kilograms of sorrow. You fill it enough flour for sorrow. Now, in certain methods, the first step is you pour oil in first, then you put the oil, then the flour, you put oil again, and then there's the third time you put oil. You mix it all together. What happens if you do this mixing, this blue you do outside of the base hamikdash? You have machlokes regarding this stuff. Laura, what's the point of Zara? We're going to run up to Laura, so I'm going to share it. First, you do all these things. You put the oil, then you put the refiner, the other, long afterwards, the real good iron at the bottom. Then comes the thing to go out. By the way, no machlokes regarding this stuff. You guys also agrees to this that a Zara is supposed to do all this. This one. Bikmitza Vayla, which is say everybody. So says in some since we learned from here that the Yitzika will put it all together in circle. And this is the argument. And since you don't need a coin, it's also good. So he makes it, he doesn't jump here. If you use his roll to do the believer, so you could also do it outside of the Mesa Mikdash. That reveals an argument that says look at this picture. What is he doing? He's doing a golden food. It's a cliche. It's an execution. So since you're doing it with me, you need it. You're right. Certain things are avoidable. You don't need a fight. Like shchita. It's not avoidable, but it's not avoidable for sure, but it's avoidable. It's part of the process. So putting it in a cliche is also part of it. It might not be fossil. You don't need a fight, but it's still part of the process. And then they love is but and definitely need to be inside the base of me. I ain't gonna say they're good we have a price like you're good. Love is up, Shara. What's the fuck is that sort? If you do it outside the base of me, it's muscle and when you go inside the kosher outside of the Azor is it's not. Really kosher kosher better to me itself. You don't want to yell me the face of me, I don't know if you're yell me the face of me, right over here. So we're gonna have two focus on that one. But we have five steps. You have putting the flour in, putting oil, mixing it in, and now comes the meat. After it's all mixed in, the point goes like this, right? The point about a milk that has oil, it's down to the flour, it's into the oil, and does the meat. What happens as the tomorrow if the milk is missing part of it. Obviously, you can't do a pizza when part of it is missing. But what do you do? So I'm thinking, because I heard this story twice this week, so I said, okay, I'll say it over. But that's not probably similar. Say it over. It's not a bad story. How did it go missing? So maybe the guy had to, shaky head. People have to shake head. So a little bit went missing, just a little bit. Because it was exactly the start. A little bit fell off. Kind of hard. The flour fell off the thing. The mice of a gabba in a show who served tea. I already seen the person that wanted tea, but he only gives them a half a cup. So you're going to buy, everybody's getting mad. It's not a half a cup. I want a whole cup. You want more? Like your mother used to say. You want more? I'll give you more. Finish what you have. Finish the half or not.
Kids who one day could come and the son did instead. He said, listen, only half a cup. Only half a cup. Ah, why? Why only half a cup? Listen. In the shir, there's a guy over there that has shaky hands. I give him a full cup. It's all over the place. So I give him a half a cup. I give him half a cup. Not fair. It's gonna be embarrassed. And not embarrassing. My policy is everybody gets half a cup. So he doesn't have. Nobody else has it. Okay, now. So if you get more, get more. Minimum cousin first, he said. The Rebbe says, you're the facing man, go home, put some more flour, fill it up, not a problem. But Shema, the Rebbe facing man, you can't do it, it's too late. We're laughed out of this mikvah is finished. Why? There's no Shema, the Rebbe facing man, the Rebbe made the facing man, and it's a Kabbalah. It's good. Why is it good? Because when he did the Kmitza, it had the right amount. He did Kmitza, that's it, now it became a mikvah. Ah, he's missing now. Okay, so you can't be back to the Kmitza. So go home and do a little bit more. It says in the passage, that she brings, but he says that you can't have anything missing from the middle. You're not mincha, but there has to be a mincha. Not 3 mincha, it has to be a mincha. So what makes it a mincha? It says if you're not, tell you what makes it a mincha. The Kmitza makes it a mincha. From that point down, it can't be missing. Basically, you do just split of it. Once you put it, Christ has power. Anything you put in, it becomes colors. Oh, once I put it in, it became colors. Therefore, it's locked out. Says Gemara, basically, really should be left to be. Also, I'm doing. You're talking about a Mitzvah. Here, so Mitzvah. But what's news? This flea is a flea shard. Yeah, it's a golden flea. He's pouring the oil into another pine's left hand. And from this left hand, he goes through the whole process. MDY socks. Those who don't know. By the way, this is not a joke. One of my kids, I'm not going to say who, you can figure it out maybe. He wears the MDY socks, Yom V'Layla. Mary Shabbos, Mary Shabbos. So this Reach comes from Canada. I'll go on him. This is the process. You take the blood on the palm and then on the big toe and then on here. Then you take the oil and put it on the same spot. On the thumb, on the big toe, and on the here. The leftover oil, from the left hand, where does it go? It goes on the guy's head. Oh. So what happens if from the slope? So this whole video is this picture. This mood. It's a klisharos. Inside the klisharos is oil. It's covered. What does it say? If somebody that is missing, the oil from this klisharos is missing. Immaturely, if you didn't start the process, fill it up. Even if you could, the klisharos is what matters. Just like Rosham said before, the bowl is what matters. You can't. That's it. You're locked out. So here also, you're locked out. You can't add oil. It's already included. That's why you see, like your bread from there you go. Fine. I just want to. It's not really my place, but I figure once in a while I'd like to talk about it, mention it. Maybe it will Chazik somebody. I feel that there's a big tragedy in Yerushalayim today. Maybe you don't know. 2 little kids were lifted, and not pointing fingers at anybody. I have no idea what happened, and that doesn't bother me. What happened exactly is not the issue. But I think it's once in a while mention. Maybe somebody will take it physically. I live in Eretz Yisrael. I don't know how it is. I think in Lakewood also I heard. You must be driving here in Lakewood. So don't get out. For some reason in Eretz Yisrael and in some communities, there's a lack of safety. People laugh at it. They look down at it. The hard hat. They were listen. I want to say no. Maybe we have to be a little bit more careful with things. I've been to places. I've been to Iran, like Ba'omer. I'm never going back. It was so dangerous. It was so pushing. I see a guy going with his 2-year-old pushing mamish. It's nerve-wracking, the bias, and I saw with my own eyes kids climbing up buildings and cranes, and then they're slowly they driving their scooters at 100 miles an hour without helmets. I think we have to be a little bit more careful. We can tell our kids something, make a horror. It's not that you want to say something to somebody else too. It's it's not really what to say. I don't know what to say. I don't know what the nonsense is really good. I don't know what it is, but I hear all here and there. You hear like it's like the way they drive with his accents. You know, but like why? Why does it have to be like that? Why can't we just be normal? Drive normal, act normal, keep the safety rules, whatever. They know that But I'm saying what I'm saying, showing you, so take what you want to take. You don't have to be a nerd for this thing. Supposed to say like a little bit more careful. Itna, Giant Shahosru, Benklitzo Lafdar. Where was it? Oh yeah, it's in Lakewood. I was in a shear like this, and it was right after the shear, I felt in danger. I felt in danger. Like they were pushing from all, and I have a video of it from all sides. And it's like, calm down, whatever, you gotta be careful. I'm an old man, I don't want to break the law. I'm not joking. It's like a little bit of a wow, like a past, like maybe I need to put somebody with me next time. Idmar, she ran to closer with me. I don't think I can hear. When I was in the 5 downs, they still like level like Norris and like this line like this. Guys like, and then I got cut off. I didn't see a word. Like different places, different things. Okay, Idmar, she ran to closer with Islam Clark. Oh, so now we're moving on. We go to the next chart. Now you'll see why this chart is so geschmack. Here, you see this chart? First, we go to this chart. We're talking about the flower we're missing between the Tulila and the Knitza. Now we're going to this chart. Moving over. Oh, so moving on. We already did the Knitza. Now the flower we're missing. Shiran's cousin is Knitza Torah. Now, let me ask you something. Let's see who's paying attention now. After the Knitza is done, what's the problem? Go to the counter, go to the thing here. Listen. Add a little bit. What's the problem? Huh? No, you put it. You want to push it. Into the bowl. Big push it. What? No. I'm going to go to the closet, get some new fresh flour. Non-bayat. The answer is big bayat. There's no kmitza done to it. You already did the kmitza. You already did kmitza. How do you add flour after the kmitza? You did kmitza on that flour. You know the kmitza on that flour. So you can't add flour. That's it. You're done. But the question is, that continue moving towards that. Put it on his back. So what if he's told something we're missing? This is the Shirai. This is the question I'm going to eat later on, but my pizza was done nicely from the right shear. Let him continue going to the gap. So everyone says first, I think they're lesbian collaboratively speaking, as the word going to say the second word we have there is, you think I live in Yeshua. Culture of lesbian Yeshua, we have a culture of Yeshua. What? It's not, this Yeshua, oh Yeshua. The glasses is of the opinion that if this Shirai, Rabbi side, the leftover flour gets buried, gets lost, it's not a problem. Take the toilets and put it on this bed. Why? Same thing that we have by a apartment. This is a space in an apartment. What happens after you shut the apartment? The apartment goes missing. It got burnt. It's done. Birds came, ate it up. And you do stuff. You take the blood and throw it on this bed. Velasa says yes. I don't need any carton. So
So Nissi from Shirel, Shmaka Mazik, the Lewinsky, he meets a Hashim. He says, you want to hear a part? I says, yes. Now that's the biggest mistake. You never say yes, right? If a guy looking at you from Eretz Yisrael and says, you want to hear a part? No. Okay, yes. What's the part? You know, the famous Shuvas says that Sheila, when she burns Tasha, you divorce her without the right? Without a two-acre. Let's say, okay, divorce her. Let's just call it divorce her. With a ksuba. With a ksuba. Okay, you divorce her. Yeah? It's a Mishnah, no? Isn't it a Mishnah? It's all the way down the ksuba. Get them. I told you I don't have a number. Shami said. Good coach. Sheila, she asked, what kind of business is this? All I remember my brother was giving this brush at his own fart. Like rewarding his future talent. Shout out to my brother-in-law, Benson Freeman. Not my partner, Benson Freeman, my brother-in-law. You give it to Sheila, divorce. No shot. He says Sheila, the good wife, when she burns her husband's food, she takes the burnt food, she makes another one. Or, Sabinity, she'll do half and half. But to give him the bird and make yourself a... It doesn't say the tafshil, it says tafshiloi. You only burn one, his tafshil. So Mele looks at him and he says, oh, I know your excuses. I couldn't see here, and this, there, you know, the typical, what the computer say. Hey, very good. But what is up with Dorothy? Why do I have to suffer? So we should suffer together. The nice your private plane is still flying. Your vacations are mamish, top. Everything's givaldic. Your butler is still doing everything. So the Gershon has to suffer. Don't has to suffer. Okay. So this is Shira, other Shira. You mean this over the as a Shira. So perfect was perfect. Everything got burnt. Who cares? You have the kindness in your hand. You have the dam in your hand. Throw this down. Put the tweets on this thing. You mean this with Yeshua, but it comes from Yeshua possible. You need it. You can't just not have any of them. So you don't have the possible Yeshua and the matcher. So the mother says it's possible it's going to hold a Yeshua because you have to have the milk in front of you before you do the kindness on his day. The matcher, however, even Yeshua, you can say this partial, right? I don't remember Yeshua. Why is this? Over there is also because nothing is left over. Zero. So when zero is left over, you can't put the fruit in his death. When zero of the animal is gone, you don't have a single part of the animal left, then you can't do zero as a dance. Hey, but it's died. But over here, we're talking about that this is still here. So what? It's a little bit of the flour is what's missing. Sure, my delay. So even if you say that it's good, why does he have a nice amount left? Oh, Zion, I'll prove with you like. Oh, so right over here is the rider from this line. Then we're going to continue. If you have from a carbon 1 kizayis of meat left over, that animal weighs 1,000 pounds. You have one little amount left over, by kizayis fela or kizayis of fela. What's the difference between kizayis basar and kizayis fela? Fela goes on in his beya. Basar goes in your mouth. Right? Basar is edible for the koyan. And the fela goes for every bar. So if you have kizayis of meat left over, that kizayis that's left over, I can do is read it down. If I don't even have that kizayis, I can't do that. Or if I have a kizayis fela, also, I understand what the difference is. The chatzi zayis basar, the chatzi zayis fela. But what if I have a half of kizayis of steak and half of kizayis of fats that don't use that? Together I have a kizayis. And his org is down. The two different types of achilas. One is achilas sava, one is achilas of the mizbech. They don't go together. Uba oila, this is gebaldig. I feel the chatzi zayis basar, chatzi zayis fela, his org is down.
If I have a half a size of meat and a half a size of flavor, they combine together. Why? Bibnei Shabbat, like the entire oil anyways goes under the spell. No such thing as edible and not edible. The whole thing is for the Rebbeinu Shalom.
Dude, you're a real piece of shit, dude.
Here you have the guys of Behema, of carbon, and the mail I can do is.
I'm serious. I'm warning you right now. You just come and leave and come and leave and come and leave.
You just come and leave and
I will ban you. I won't ban you, but I will boot you for a given number of days. You need to be a better communicator. You need to be a better communicator. Wait, you need to listen to me.
You need to listen to me. Okay?
Whenever you come in here and you're like, you leave. I do a lot of things that I have to stop in order to play with you. And the fact that you don't respect that or respect my time is not just hurtful to me, but causes me issues. So I'm making you aware right now. If you're going to leave, you need to say, I need to go, and I'm going to leave. If you just leave randomly, then you're going to find yourself unable to join the server for a day. You do it again, it'll be 3 days. Okay? Do you understand? Then you can say, Rabbi, my house caught fire, I've got to go. And I will totally be understanding of that. But this whole thing, you bullshitting, coming in for a second, you're like, yeah, I'll play, and then leaving, and then coming back, and then, like, I am doing things. And you cause me, like, okay, I will take time for you to play. But then once I do what I have to do, and like turn off podcasts and stop my computer and all kinds of other things, and you leave, it's very bothersome. So when you leave, you need to tell me. Or else you're just not going to be able to join. You're going to have a 1 day ban, a 3 day ban,
1 day ban, 7 minutes to do so. I really want to get to like 10 minutes about it.
Yes.
It's very simple. All I thought, look at the soft one. Some of that, oh no, I already said this. Yeah. Uman de Pasa. You have 4 lines in the back. Rishlakish says it's Pasa Shani Achad Amakra, Beherim, Akoim, and Aminachas Askarasa, Vehiganus Beicha. Beherim is the minute, the meat that you do for a minute. 10 minutes. The East of the Kuh Mincha says Rishlakish. You need an entire mincha. Some of it goes missing, you can't put the Kmitza on the Mizbeach. What does that mean? The point is, you look over here.
Can watch the children.
It's very has a lot of.
I'm not like a huge fan of roasts. I mean, I do like them, but
Other than the Amaran,
okay, yeah, I heard he was going to be. How did he do?
Sorry?
I heard he was going to be. How did he do?
How did he do? When the guy put his hand into the flour at a full sugar.
Shane Gillis is the first. Tony Evans listed the guest. Kate Davidson's the guest.
At a certain point, it was good. It was the right amount.
Some female Jewish community
yesterday.
Josely handled.
Oh, here. This is a nice video you did. He had the shulchan, comes a kohen and grabs one of the breads. I actually had the twist, the whole one.
Why do you say Chelsea Ham is Jewish?
And it's not like that. That's what happened to me, basically.
Why do you say Chelsea Ham is Jewish?
Shane Gillis said it.
The kids are the shape, and it's so.
Well, then why did you say that?
It's almost impossible. Anyway, comes grabs it. What happens if
I forgot her name.
Missing parts of the uniform. Part of the locomotive. It's a problem. So, actually, taking advice is before they pull the position. You see the Kohanim in this picture.
Do you ever forget someone's name on profile who? That's what I was doing.
But if it's right before that,
that's what I was doing.
on the table. And it's
I don't consider
He breaks it and then
But
he gets
only her
lost
dad.
part of it.
I don't consider her Jewish.
Then
Only her dad.
you're at a
I
loss.
don't consider her Jewish.
Halechem pasul. You can't eat the lechem upon him. You have to have full
Dude,
bread,
you're down
the very
2
perfect.
You're down 2.
If something gets lost, you can't eat the bread and you can't put the levina on the mizbech.
Does your mom have to be Jewish? Does your mom have to be Jewish for you to be
What if,
Jewish?
like in this picture, we're the Kohanim are holding up
Orthodox Judaism treats
the table. We had 2 days ago. How do you take it off the table? First they had him walk in.
Or
Can I become a Jewish?
Can I become a Jewish? Go through Orthodox conversion.
Another 4 down, they're putting the new bread and the new physique. Then as you bring them down a little buzzer, my little is easy. Oh, yeah. You ready to be then
Dude, do you recognize that it's over for you?
It's missing some of the bread. And according to Shtakish, some of the milk is missing. What's the halacha in Shtakish? You can't put the meat on his back. So over here, some of the lechem aparim is missing, so you can't put the meat on his back. Now we go by. The governor loves the Pirkei Mamish. It doesn't mean that he mamish took the meat off the shulchan. Elokim gives minor authorities in 6 hours a day. I would be sure to Pirkei. Then I'm going to look it up that question. Because Nets in Utah is at almost 8 o'clock. Nets, 7:48. So I don't know what time. I don't know how that works, but one 6 hours in the day. Like mamish late. Okay, but anyway, 6 hours in the day is not. What time? We do like it's. No, Shkia was 5. Yeah. What time is Nets here in Lakewood? No, 5:20 was Shkia like in Utah. Well, what time is Nets here? Oh, it is also this one. You're in the same country. I don't know if you thought. Same country. It's a 2-hour difference. You're 2 hours away. Like right now it's what? It's 9 o'clock in Utah. And now it's 11 o'clock here, right? All right.
Oh, what a shot!
Tomorrow, so let's go. Some of it is missing.
Judaism is not like Christianity where they try to get away from God.
That's correct. We don't proselytize. That's correct. We don't proselytize.
What's that?
The CEO that one should come to the religion of their own accord and not be convinced by somebody else to do it.
Okay.
Tell me a very small chiddush. Guy takes a look enough coming like on the video and he breaks it and then 3 crumbs fall to the floor. Oh, it's this. I'm gonna tell you a much bigger chiddush. It's the entire level was burnt.
What's it say? What's it say?
Generally pretty critical of them.
Why are you telling me a case where a few crumbs are missing? The whole thing is missing. I feel sorry for all the now in my fish stick. You didn't know what that is. I see more about my shot. What is right? Something we have with the podcast.
What a great shot.
What's that? I just something to the community.
That was a good one.
Yes, it was. Alright, we'll play bullshit.
He's missing, so it's either going to allow. I'll tell you why you didn't have.
Okay, let me know when you're ready.
Let me know when you're ready.
No, you don't do it. You don't do it. And that's not how we do it. Let me know when you're ready.
That's not how we do it. Let me know when you're ready.
3, 2, 1, go.
So this one I found is a mom. So even for Tino, we're one. Lots of our Papa, Schneider. Oh, there is a child there, Papa. By the way, I don't know if you know, a lot of you are new here. The Papa will tell you, Almond Bays and all shots is much, much easier and much quicker. Right? You do that, don't you know?
I kind of want to put bullshit.
It's for sure quicker. You're not being worried that it's easier. some reason it just flies. People, they try to get away with it. They think that I don't know. I know. They put me on 1.5 speed.
Give me a sec.
But the problem is when they get done with phase, they don't know it's flying. It sounds like Donald Duck. They have to put it back. Yeah. You also have
Wow, this guy's taking
He sent it over. It doesn't say where Rabbi Rothschild. They'll argue even in the case of the Chasoimer. What's the Chasoimer? On the second day of Pesach, we bring a Mincha, which allows us, according to some, allows us to eat new crop. I didn't like the map at first, no. When I was a kid in New York, in Brooklyn, it was a big problem.
Marzu 15. They have 0 wins.
It's America, something like that.
9, 10.
I'm sure. No?
What is 8, 9, 10?
The restaurants, pizza shops.
Counting how many cards.
So we map it. What, here in, like,
what are you talking about?
Also, yeah?
Counting what card? God.
No, was a kid.
God.
That doesn't make any sense.
That doesn't sense. That's what happens. I'm going to say this now.
I was counting what card I was going to play.
I'm predicting that 10 years from now.
That's not a sentence.
That's not
English.
That's not English. Seriously. It's the same thing.
I was counting the cards to play for when it was my turn.
Dude, you just lied like 7 times in less than a minute.
How many things? Why is that the other day? I know you're thinking.
Just it's a very bad.
Real quickly, why? It's a
English words.
Required for this, and they have tremendous rights that this is it, and the side effect.
We're gonna have to call someone.
What's the word I'm looking for? The downside is negligent. You're not over on anything really wearing it. So the only thing is it costs money. And you look a little strange. You don't look at you.
That's a lot.
And it's the right. Kind of don't wear it. Yes, right here.
I think if that was me, I would say the amount of cards we got.
Dude, why aren't you paying attention to these guys?
Take it out. 10 years from now, you'll see. There'll be many people. Yeah.
How do you know I was on?
I said it. I wear it. What happened was I once gave a Russian show about this. I wasn't wearing tails. I did my own research. I did a whole thing. I gave a whole speech. Then a guy came over and said, "It sounds very that you managed to believe in it." So I don't believe it. I was saying all the way. So why they think it's this? Believe in it. If how come you don't wear it? I don't know. That's it.
Rabbi.
Most people, my father wears it. No shy, because that's not why I wear it. I don't even know why I wear it. I think we went through the sugya. And also, I'm mushbach from the 10th course of Adam Gadol from Chicago.
After you got the right.
He's a big politician, he's a Tversky mind, the Tversky big politician, and the science and this and that. He did a whole thing. Whoever wants, I'll discuss later. Fine. I was here like the rule they attacked me once. The guy knew the whole city.
He has every card.
You can't get a Nignas.
Dude, I'm calling so much bullshit on you. You shouldn't even think about it. Because I'm calling bullshit.
Hey, man.
Yeah, you. Says you're going to. So when I was learning this morning with my Chavisa, I asked him.
I got a king.
He's a famous Malkia. Yeah? This.
I told you not to go bullshit.
Is this the only time in Shas?
No. Go again.
No. Because usually when you mention one or the other, the Gemara says, Or Makio says these things, or Makio says that. The Machloek is in the Shvach is Gumas. Or no, it goes this way because it's Makio Kitzer.
What do you want to?
What do you want to win 2 games of quick?
I asked him. He's not sure. So he asked another guy.
I need to win another quick play game.
Alright, go play a quick game. Quick play game. Let me know how it goes.
So I heard him ask you, we're not on the fence.
Go play a quick play game.
Go play a quick play game of bullshit.
And let me know how it goes.
Let me know how it goes. Thomas, the Gimel is where Rimakir is mentioned by itself.
I'm watching my
Stop asking where does it say Machlek Rimakir and Rimakir? No, that's. But where does it mention by himself?
What's your bought?
Somebody threw this in.
My bot is
somebody put this in.
scraping
Shows
Spotify pages for people's emails. Spotify I can email them to be on their podcast.
I mentioned it in the emails. I'm sure Kobe, the Hebrew editor, probably put it in. Here it is. Rimakir. And that's it.
Can I say something right now?
About Rimakir. Okay.
I just don't want to be a long run.
You don't want to be a long run.
Okay,
well, I'm here. So go play your game. Well, I'm here. And so go play your game. I'm listening to you. I'm here. I'm listening to you.
Special at this guy's special at that.
I'm just trying to distract myself from things.
I'm like, puzzle.
What's going on?
I can't remember what I learned. I can't remember what I learned 2 days ago. These guys, he's holding, and you've always supposed to him all. You have to understand what's
great. You have a very good life. You have a very good life. Live in paradise. You don't have paradise. Your meals are made for you. You get to do stand-up and make people laugh. Most people on earth would kill to be in your position.
Most people on earth would kill to be in your position. Have any flour missing. So that's a bomb cash on who? On Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan says that if you have flour missing, you can go be macro and it's an area of soup.
Dude, are you playing bullshit?
Dude, are you playing bullshit? Both of Rabbi Yochanan's sheetas. I'll remind the Olam.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sheeta number 1.
What are your cards? How many do you have?
What are your cards? How many do you have? Missing between the Belila and the Kmitza, where Rabbi Yochanan said, not a problem. Just go home and do more. And Machlokes number 2.
Okay, you've got 10 cards.
After the Kmitza, but before that Torah, where Rabbi Yochanan says, not a problem. Since we have 2 psukim over here, and they both say you can't have any flour missing, what's 2 psukim? One is enough.
You have 8 cards.
That's a more stash.
You have 8 cards.
For that, we have a card. Real quickly. It says in the Pasuk Solta, which is flour.
I have 2 kings, 2 kings, 2 sixes, 2 threes, and a 2.
This part. If it's missing a little bit from the oil, should cross from the milk that holds the oil. Another Pasuk. It says in a mincha.
Why didn't you watch Kill Tony this week?
Why didn't you watch Kill Tony this week? From the mincha, that's Gemara Trek Roy. So normally when I did two psukim to say that some of, and we're talking really about the flour. Psukim about flour missing. Who
was on?
The guest list.
So you don't even know.
You don't even know. Tell me when James McCann's on.
James McCann's on this week.
James McCann's on this week.
No.
Is he?
The guest was
James McCann was at the first Kevin Holland. What does it say Kevin?
Maybe we basically go home and bring more. It'll be good. If you don't bring more, then it's possible.
All right, are you ready to find out who was on Kill Tony this week?
Find out who was on Kill Tony this week. They are talking about this case.
Louis J. Gomez, Ari Shafir, Ari Shafir, Ruddy.
Even though you take this pizza and you mock it,
why don't you know any of them?
Why don't you know any of them? You went ahead and you put the pizza on the
Who would you say was the most famous?
What about all this So the Torah says, now that he eat it, the Bible, we actually had a question.
Or Joe Rogan, actually. Joe Rogan.
You think Joe Rogan because of the question?
But what about the leftover?
You think Joe Rogan is a good
Not even close.
That's one insider.
Not even close.
After the kmitzas, more goes missing. That's the Nisaris Manasaris.
It's not even close.
Not even close. One shot is that as long as a during the kmitza you have the right.
I think Post Malone is known universally around the world.
Dude, Joe Rogan has
Joe Rogan is
Post Malone's music is in. Post Malone's music is in.
Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com or sponsor at MDY.com.
Doesn't matter. Michael Jackson music is the biggest artist in the world.
Joe Rogan has the biggest podcast of all time.
I would argue.
Good morning, Rabbi Rothschild. Live in Park City, Utah. Last year in English in Park City, Utah. Tomorrow morning, early morning, I'm going to give another
What would you argue?
share of that test.
What would you argue?
Not even close. Seems like we're going to do a lot of sponsors.
Impulsive isn't even in the same realm as the Joe Rogan.
So I want to introduce first. I'm going to turn the camera. Whoever you want to be on camera, do you mind? You don't care. What's your name? Johnny is from Valley Village, California.
What up, Zoot?
Another California. What up, Hold on a second. That's Mayor speaking. The
Zoot. When you say, "Hey, Rabbi," you need to talk afterward. I don't like just waiting around.
I'm gonna win this game.
Okay, well that's good. Dude, are you in the middle of a game right now?
Now your name. What's your name? You're the guy from Los Angeles, also Los Angeles, doing the daf with us more than necessary to go on the cruise. In other words,
do you know much about neuroscience?
Foremost expert in the world about neuroscience.
I mean, I met you a few times, but not enough. So Shalom Aleichem. Now we have you, Igor. You know. Then in the orange shirt we have Captain Nick.
Yeah, I know all the reasons.
Delta Airlines. Yeah, I know. Maybe we should play. Are you able to play it here, or give it to me? Play it. Or play it loud.
According to Family Guy, because you touch yourself at night.
Here, hold it together.
Did you ever see that Family Guy?
This is true.
So what you're saying?
No, I do know the answer. Generally, creativity is a output for people who have mental issues because it helps them to, it gives them a source to be able to exhibit their thoughts, and also it helps to distract them. So it's twofold at least.
They're there primarily for your safety, but if there's something they can do to make this trip a little more pleasant for you, please don't hesitate to ask. If you're doing Daf Yomi, today's Daf is Zvachim Daf Kuf Bet Hadron Halan B'Sachet Zvachim. Thank you so much for choosing Delta.
Are you proud of yourself?
Talk about it. You said you got a guy to join the Daf.
Are you sure about that?
That's what you said. You gotta try. Hey, everybody. Let's see if the
bank shot in what?
Bank shot in what? Doesn't make it all the way.
Okay, well tell me when you're done and I'll send you.
On. What's you guys' name? Let's see.
I'm playing now.
Okay. Shkoyach, guys, thank you very much for coming. All right.
The breakfast is sponsored by Shimon Lefkowitz and family. This upgraded breakfast is in honor of the great
Kayla 0 to 10 the cat.
Kayla 0 to 10 the cat. This cloud of Enanias, the Machirus, described of Shimon Lefkowitz. I missed you at the Shabbaton. Oh, I had this interview with Yaakov Leonard on Living with Chai a few days ago.
Okay, that's cool.
And he said, one of his commentaries says, if there's 1,000 likes on this comment, I will join the daf.
The shaky Connie.
There's 1,000
Connie
likes.
is a safe advice.
There you go. What? 1,000 likes. And the guy said he got 1,000 likes. So now he has to do. I'm calling him out. Yeah, Kivlanger.
What up, Sam?
You better be doing the daf. I don't know what he meant.
That
hope he didn't
that
say
girl
it
was
one day.
Wait, what happened, Big
There
Man?
you go.
What happened, Big Man?
So I don't
got caught.
What does that mean?
that much. There's a bunch of
I didn't get on.
from
I didn't
since
get
I
on.
started
Okay, that's
until
no big deal.
today, this
Go,
week.
okay, that's no big deal.
Oh, the most.
He said I can get on.
I get it once in a while.
That was just a new
Okay,
I kind of earned it
that's
this
no
week.
big deal.
I did a video with me snowboarding, and I had a Gemara in my hand, so people don't like that. We had a video, a rap video, and a bunch of people text to that.
I don't know why, but like
And
major city I was angry. Who the hell had this
kids are
do you call it Fame Park?
so I got a bunch of
Do you call it Fame Park over there?
people writing me.
They were ringing over Fame Park, and there's always
You're
like,
such a great guy. We love you. Don't let it bother
I don't
you.
know, like
Those
this
are
was
the
one
others
of
who's down want to share with you. I'm today about the young rapping snowboarding.
like every major city visited.
Like, my opinion that it's not,
Every Fame
it's
Park
not bad.
you go to,
Radical
somebody
finance
makes a
is what
slide
does
with them.
explain.
Did you have the razor
Before I
blades
started
and the
learning
slides?
DIY,
Did you have that
last
over
time I
there?
learned an actual davening when I was in high school. Even my year in Israel, I never took to it. I was always in sheer daydreaming
What's the
drawing
weirdest memory
images
you have?
of Simpson characters in the town.
That
The
was
first
fake,
day doing
or
MDY,
that
thanks to the pressures of my friends who already
fake,
were involved,
or that
I saw in one day of your sheer
No,
AI
the
video
fake
of Homer
one.
Simpson performing at the Zara.
People
With you, your team at
all
MDY,
the time around October 31st playing
I remember first seeing them
people
over the Zara. I met with my family, my mother's 80th birthday
but there hasn't ever been a
on
case
Shabbos. I felt proud of her. I was proud of being an official
check.
host Hashem through it. So therefore, if there's a
parents
kosher way to
check
combine
really,
rap, snowboarding, pop culture that can bring out the Torah, then in my opinion it's Kodesh and should be commended, not knocked down. Hey, that's his opinion. There's plenty of people that argue with it. So to those who
rumor that's true.
you know that's true.
Probably like
I learned in the old building and in the new building. It was in 87-ish, I think. The other you look for fights and complain, look at the big picture, Thursday Universal, Rebellion, Universal, you're touching up your
You
get me through May, I gotta get in
You would never know unless you were actually there.
New York tomorrow. Maybe I'll get in, I'll love to see him. He's my Masada Kedushin also. Don't ever change. Your teach is so crazy, you're about my heart.
That's hard to prove.
Okay, dog.
Johnny Uzan or something like that. They're rebellion with Johnny Uzan.
Are you done in your game?
Texas.
Are you done in your game?
Yeah?
Yeah, I'm done.
All right, are you ready?
Wow. I'm married with 6
Are you ready?
I'm married with 6 kids, Baruch Hashem. One of my kids, Leora Malka, has a very rare condition and is currently in the hospital with a specific illness. Please have her on your list for a Shleima, Leora Malka Bas. This guy, you know him? That's a week from here. Sorry. Just wanted to know that I'm a newcomer. Now, I gotta turn around, I can't read. To your class, I just started with Menachos and I'm loving the vibe, the consistency of the Dav, especially the Yomi. You're keeping up in the hospital, just want to say thank you for all you do. May Hashem continue to give you the strength. It's an incredible project, Johnny, Uzan, so you go to for Shleima, and you should be stark, because once you give questions to go through this, and be stark with learning, finish shots together. Dear Belly, you know, I'm just going to skip all these emails for now. There's a lot of good ones. Moshe Lachman, another one, Shaya Eisner.
What the hell?
You saw it. I saw it.
The cloud leads people like you to demonstrate life. You said enjoy it, normal at the same time. Keep doing what you're doing.
What a shot.
This is a video my son took. The world's
What a
shortest
shot.
shot.
Greatest shots in the history of the game. What is one of the greatest
shots? It's exactly 1 second. I timed it. He was embarrassed. My son is very shy. It happened right now in Newark. These people are learning the daf. with his father, and I guess I said, well, what's the big deal? Take a video. If they look at you, you guys are giving him a little bit of a look over there.
Absolutely.
Okay, let me show you the full second.
That was a
Absolutely.
Hey, Rabbi, what's up, big dog?
What's up?
Look at those eyes.
Did your first crush like
Everybody
just
likes
tell
me.
him you're my son, and then the guy was like, okay,
everybody likes me?
what happened here? Oh, we're trying to get into the Tilumi crowd. You know about that crowd? Yeah, really. So I did a big interview with Makori Shon, and he actually flew
what a
the guy that
shot.
interviewed me. His name is Ariel Shinabo, and he flew into America for 2 days.
Two girls with
He wrote a beautiful article.
story, dog.
All right, here we go.
Cool story,
The official edition MDY shots. I have this thing right here, the shots. We just started. We did Haris, and we did Menachos. It's a brand new Pirush explanation. Basically, just explain to you. You know, it doesn't have notes. The whole thing is just crystal clear shot. All one.
Right,
and on this side, it has the Hadi with the so if you do Gemara, it's easy to do Gemara. And in the back, it has some MDY special charts like this. So that we'll actually be using this chart a bunch today of the Beis Hamikdash. It's in here. Different charts, Menachos, and calendar, and different the 60 different satellite locations we have, etc., etc. But what's interesting, the reason why I'm holding it today is because today's Daf Fest was sponsored by our Chaber, Marty Ashkenazi, who's online every single day, twice a day for the Hebrew share and the English share. Today, he actually doing the Hebrew share. He just flew into north, and he's driving a car, and he's going like this. I see the highway in the back. We had a technical difficulty with going like this and trying to get YouTube on it. All right. So anyways, you start from Marcus.
Why did you say Hartley?
And it's supposed to be actually the first time ever I learned from this Gemara. Why not? But to see if shot is good. I don't have.
When's your next doctor's appointment?
Have anything to do with editing and maybe to give a few hours, etc. So anyways. The official edition of MD1 Shots was Sefta by the Iranian family, Shani Mokibelski family, Daf, Mark Ashkenazi, Louis Ishmas, Avi Moiri, Chaim Ben, Elazar, Olavashem. The Sefta sponsored David Salomon, dedicated in memory of Avi Moiri, Reb Shmuel.
Just say, I don't have a therapy appointment, Rabbi, but I need one, and I'll make one today.
This stuff is sponsored Joel Gedalius, the English was my father, Jack Gedalius, Anonymous, and so on. I want to see how long it takes.
Then tomorrow.
Aslan Reuven Vigash was the Palchik Family Foundation, Zevin Ishmael Sarava, Goy, Rishon Palchik, the Metchitzer, Eloy, Tower, the Lodge of Prime Minister, one of the first Yeshiva in America. Zevin sponsored before Shlomo and Moshe Ben Nizar, Anonymous, before Shlomo and Ritz Young, the Leah Bas Esther. Yisrael Malki, Kelly Perez, give him Alpha's of a Chesed. We are so proud of you.
Waiting.
Steiging, sending girls and family.
Like if things get too loud, I'll check myself.
Dude, that's not how it works. You don't go from nothing to the psych ward. You need a therapist.
Monthly sponsors: Ari Simon, Rufur Shlomo, Avi Meir, Baruch Miriam, Jimmy Azulai, Rufur Shlomo, Esther Basmuna, Esther Walkenstein. I got your email, Jamie Azulai. I don't know if I can read all these emails today. Mazel tov to my husband. It's a beautiful email. Mazel tov to my husband, Kalman Nathaniel Walkenstein, on his 40th birthday. Anonymous, Bracha L'Idai, Baruch Tznisim and Shoshana Lev, Anonymous,
You're done.
And Leah, the hidden side of my generation, Anonymous, and Mary of Mazel Bat Leah.
Let's look at the best shot. It was amazing.
Anonymous, this is supposed to be the hidden, open, and revealed way of Yos Mordechai and Bat Leah. Using you, the Lewis, as supposed for everyone in need of Shidduch. Anonymous. Prior to the Cholbin, Yisrael Yosef, success and blessing in all areas of life. Who is the other one? You. You listen, Yehuda.
Are you going to make
Only sponsors, Springfield Allen Gross, English Mass, the Yosef Father, Zalman's, Isaac's Bracha, and Isaac's
Dude, you don't want excuses. It's easy. You pick up a phone, you call it, it's easy. Okay, I'm listening.
Okay? That was latest. 31st yard side of my grandfather, he took a big Ben.
She volunteered to go into the psych ward.
It just seems like
This happened 2 months
then
ago.
they can assess you.
Every time.
Then they can tell you access where you can get therapy for what you need.
Why don't you just
They say, almost every Friday night. You need therapy. This therapist is the therapist to hospital that you talk to. Go see this therapist outside of the therapist at the hospital or outside the hospital.
Love Ima, love it. A mother.
Okay, why don't you just go?
You can get the therapy. You can get
Big real estate agent. He does a lot of Israel homes. He comes to America.
Go ahead.
Heard a lot. It's a famous guy.
The only type of therapy I need right now.
Then why don't you just go to the place?
Why don't you just go to the place?
Anonymous. Get the help that you need. If you're having dark thoughts, which you're saying that you should just go to that place and then they'll give you a therapist. You should just go to that place and then they'll give you a therapist.
Brother with David and his
But it's not healthy for you to
the second
be like, and to say some of the things that you say.
Donated today's daf.
And say some of the things I can't do anything about it. Riser can't do anything about it.
Interesting coincidence. I don't know if it's coincidence.
And you need help.
MDYR. Also, my sons who basically only eat pizza.
I want you to have a happy life.
Park City.
And whatever medicine they say that you're on, or that they say that you're on,
you got the new one.
I don't know if they're on it, but it's not healthy.
So I told Mark we have to find somebody maybe that.
Oh no.
He says, yeah, I have a flight.
Oh no.
From Muncie to Newark.
You're still gonna win.
This up. Basically, he brought them a 5 piece.
Maybe.
I think. I don't even know if
It's
they got
over.
it or not, but that was the plan.
It's
anyway,
over.
22.
Yoshi White's an honor
It's
of
over,
God to
dude.
continue that stuff and the great
It's over, dude. Can't
live videos. Yes, my guys,
You've got 22 big dogs. You've got
Daniel said, that's their
26.
Oh wow, 1 minute. Unbelievable. Okay, that was a long one. Usually not
Dude,
that bad.
can't you just
But
go
to
to a normal therapist though without getting checked into like a mental institution?
without getting checked into like a 2 lines from the bottom. Got it. When we Omar Rabbi Rothschild, one of the examples is on Yom Kippur, the Kohen takes the blood of the chatas and he sprinkles it
Zoo.
7 times on the floor.
Yeah, but it'll take like
different
a
procedures.
week and a half.
Okay, so
Here,
no big
we
deal.
say on Yom Kippur, we say achas, that's the sprinkling of the blood. Can you
That's your
receive
golden
that
son.
blood of the chatas in 2 different vessels? So Rabbi Rothschild
What do
is
you
of the
mean you don't
opinion
know?
that if you receive, let's say, 4
There's only two things that help me,
in
Rabbi.
one vessel, 3 in the other, no good.
I knew you were going to say
Says the
that.
Gemara, I think Omar Rabbi Rothschild didn't really say so. It's amazing. It's beautiful. First of all, very easy daf, a flowing daf. A lot of geschmack stuff. I love this stuff. It's all about, when Mashiach comes, the Kohen Gadol, the Beis Hamikdash, different things that we're not very familiar with. And one of them is, did you know that a Kohen Gadol brings a mincha twice a day? Every day, he has to bring a flowery gift to Hashem. And he has to bring the flower from his home. And he puts it in a vessel and he serves.
Rabbi, am I in trouble?
And he divides it. Half in the morning, half in the evening. Wait, man. Chaviti Kohen Gadol. This machvas, this minchas machvas, it's called. Rabbi Yochanan, you can't sanctify it. You can't make it kadosh half and half. You're going to be using half in the morning and half in the afternoon. So you think, okay, so I'll make half kadosh right now. What does it mean kadosh? When I bring a bag of flour, like I have sitting over there, I used the flour yesterday. Bring a bag of flour from your home. You bought it in Costco. Has no kedusha. But as soon as you put it, now I could say that I wanna make a minchas machvas out of it. So then it will change into, it'll become kadosh the bedek habayis. But I want to elevate the kedusha. I want to make it really kaddish. So I put it into the vessel. I have a gold bowl. I pour it in. Whatever hits the gold bowl becomes kaddish.
Good move, dude.
I need to pour the entire isara into that vessel, and I cannot do half and half. That's what Rabbi Yochanan says. Lazar Omar, no, he argues. Look, I'm going to put on the mizbeach a half. I almost forgot that we have a video here. I forgot in the Hebrew. There you go. I wasn't paying attention. I was very talented. AI guys, when they're not doing rap videos, they do things that are useful. Okay.
Oh, you have an invitation.
From the ephod, they take an isara before the bounce, which is good to remember. You see this two tables over here. One is for the solid like flour, and the gold one is for liquid. Boil. I fucked up. We'll be talking about that later on. Another video for that. Fucked up. You see, it has two. One for the morning, one for the evening. That's my first step. Shoot. It was a little different than rap, I guess. Maybe it's also, I don't know. You never know. Oh no. That's in the morning. And that's in the evening. You need help. That's minchas machmas. Need help. So Rabbi Rothschild says, not bad, no? Says Rabbi Rothschild, since it's brought into the you can make kaddish at a different time. Huh? You are absolutely and if it's true that you Rabbi Rothschild hold, that you cannot collect the blood. So you're going to be sprinkling on your kippah on the floor or whatever in two different vessels. Lay with me down. Why did you, Rabbi Rothschild, say that it's okay to put all the flour in two different vessels? Let's learn from the blood that you cannot. If Rabbi Rothschild holds that you cannot put blood in two different vessels, that's in one vessel, so you should learn from there the idea of flour as well. We should learn flour from blood. That's interesting. We're going to have this concept 3 times on the daf, on the Salmud even, and I believe it's only a concept in kachim. There's certain things that are unique to the Seder kachim, and this is one. That perhaps you don't learn one thing from the other thing, because throughout the Torah you learn one thing from the other. But maybe don't learn one from the other.
You think you can beat me?
But I'll prove to you that he does learn one thing from another.
You think you can beat me?
So this is just a very rudimentary. That's the heichal, the red dots, and the blue dots is where you're supposed to do the kmitzi. You're supposed to take the flour, the tongue goes like this, grabs 3 fingers worth, puts it in another vessel, etc. That's supposed to be done in the Hazara. What if he didn't do the Hazara? He went into a holier place called the heichal. That's okay. What's the heichal sheira? Why? She came with Tzinu, we're gonna go back to this one. This is the Lechem the Shulchan, also from my very talented artist, Shlomo. Well, it's a combination. We have actually 3 people working. So on the Shulchan, you have 12 breads, Lechem Abanim, and 2 spoonfuls of frankincense, of levina. The way it works is that when you take the levina, you take the 2 spoons and you put them on the mizbeach, then that allows the kohanim to eat the 12 breads. Before you put the levina on the mizbech, you cannot eat the bread. The levina is a matter, it's a makshu. It allows you to eat the bread. So, the kmitza action is very similar to the bezichim. There's a similarity. The kmitza is what allows you to eat the rest of the bowl of flour by you taking the kmitza and putting it on its back. So to the bezichim. Where do you do bezichim? Where does this take? This whole video.
Do you think you can beat me?
Let's see. This. Where's this? Where's the shulchan? The shulchan is placed in the heichal. That's where the shulchan is. In the heichal we have the menorah, we have the shulchan, and we have the.
You think you can beat me?
Anything else? Think you can beat me? Stop. I don't. So it's in the heichal. So you see that you're allowed to take bezichim from the heichal, so you can do it in the heichal.
Eventually, I will beat you.
I don't know.
So what do you see? So the Rabbi Rothschild learns a mincha, the kmitza, from the lechem hapan.
I'm going to kill Iran.
You're learning a kmitza from lechem hapan, but guess what? Lechem hapan is also a sort of mincha. It's a bread.
Slow and steady wins the race, baby.
It comes from flour. So it's like a mincha. Mincha midam.
Yeah.
I don't want to learn mincha from blood.
I have not made.
Just like blood, you can't receive in two vessels, so too the
a mistake.
You can't accept in two vessels, you can't learn. So more
on your heels, dog.
Really learn.
On your heels, dog. On your heels. I'm on your heels.
If before they remove,
I just made a mistake.
But here, I just like the picture.
I'm here. I'm even with you. I'm here. I'm even with you.
I see. I see you.
So again, you take the 2 spoons, put it on
I'm still in the lead.
mizbeach. What happens if before you were able to put it on the mizbeach, somebody took a
Not anymore, dog.
and broke it in half? What happens typically when you break something in half, a loaf of bread? Different crumbs fall to the floor. You're going to be missing part of the
That one's so weird.
That's a very big problem because anytime you have missing,
Dude, you came really close.
From the actual mincha,
It's over, though.
it causes a lot of problems. So here's the halacha. Actually, if you're going to dress lachma, if before you were able to remove the 2 spoonfuls, there was already some of the bread missing, halechem pasul, the ein makir levels of the zibah. You have a major issue.
Finish.
You can't do anything with the bread. You can't eat the bread, and you can't even put the zibah
Right, you ready?
on the mizbeach.
Right, you ready?
Yeah.
However,
You did better that
once
time.
the kohanim removed, we said yesterday, we had a video of 8 kohanim. Remember, 4 bring the new bread, the new bezichim, 4 remove the old.
Alright, well,
So when the kohanim removed the bezichim, once they remove it, and then the kohen grabs a loaf of bread and cracks it in half, you should pick the first lachma, but if that happens, halachim pasul, so you can't eat from the bread because some of it is missing. However, once you remove the bezichim already, you're not dealing with some bezichim, you can put it on the mizbeach. Rabbi Lazar comes Rabbi Lazar. He says,
coming back out of the church.
The bezichim off the table. It just means that it's the time that you can remove the bezichim, which is the 6th hour of the day. At that point, even if you didn't take it off, just if you took it off, you know what's going on there? You don't have to physically take it off. You have to just be at the right time. When the clock strikes 6 hours into the day, which in Utah would be like 4 in the afternoon, sunrise here is almost at 8 o'clock. 6 hours later, no? Something like that. I don't know exactly, but I don't know if that's true. Maybe I just made that up. Does that make sense? 7:48. Exactly. No, what 6 hours? 6 hours from when? From Nate's? From Alois, maybe. Should check out an app when places. I doubt places.
Are you gonna finish?
4 o'clock. Finish. But okay, anyway.
You ready?
6 hours into the day.
You ready?
Okay, okay. I was just throwing this in. It hit me, so I'm going to say that when something's right, it's ready to go. So it's as if it happened already. And a lot of times people, it's on a tangent sort of, but a lot of times people have a goal. Say, okay, I want to achieve this. I want to lose a certain amount of weight, whatever it is. I want to finish shots, and it doesn't happen. And most of the time, I think, I don't know if this is true, you can tell me if I'm wrong, I think most of the time the reason is you don't want it enough. If somebody really wants something, he's willing to give up sleep and whatever it is over a certain thing, I think it'll be successful 99% of the time. It's when you don't really, you want it, but you don't really want it. You really want it, you'll achieve your goal, basically. So, Vamai, this is the one. If Rebbe Lazar learned one mincha from the other, so you basically can learn the regular mincha from the lechem hapanim, and vice versa. So let's consider this a mincha that was missing a little bit of any mincha that's missing some of the flour. That's it. Can't do anything with it. So here also, it's missing a little bit of the lechem hapanim, some of the bread, right? Somebody took a loaf of bread, cracked it in half. We went to, just me and one guy from MDY, we went to a bakery in Israel. Everybody knows the name. I forgot the name now. It's like up north or something. We're going to go the whole year. We're going to go one day. We're learning another. And they showed us how they make lechem hapanim. It was very, very complicated.
Ready?
Massive bread.
Ready?
He couldn't do it. You know, it was like falling apart. He said he has a hard time. It's like, but imagine you just grabbing it. I can just see the whole thing falling. It's like this. It's like the shape, the weird shape, and to get the top to like not buckle in. You know, it's a whole ASIC. So a guy grabs a loaf of bread and he breaks it in half. Seidel, exactly. Seidel's bakery. He breaks it in half. Anybody that don't heard the show, maybe should check it out. It shows you how to do mincha, so he breaks the bread in half. We said, oh, it's okay because it's the position. It's the 6 hours in the day. Zichim anyways have to go in this bath. Time out. Part of the bread is missing. Part of the bread is missing. You can't bring the zichim. You can't do anything. It says in Gemara, no. Halikash, if you want to, here, I want to show you the Rebbe Lazar holds that we cannot compare lechem hapanim to regular mincha. No. B'mai. So halikash, mincha lebar breira kind of do. When you have a bowl of flour, nobody knows where the kmitz is. You didn't do the kmitz yet.
Here's the best bounce flat.
Dominating, bro. Dominating. You haven't even challenged.
We know straight out what
I'm like twice as far ahead as you are.
So the two spoonfuls, they're sitting right in front of you.
Do you think you could compare the best bounce flat?
We don't know what the kmitz is. And therefore, if you give us as long as the time came, it's 6 hours in, and I know exactly what the kmitz is, so I don't really have to put it on his bath. And even though some of the bread goes missing, I can continue putting it on his bath.
You haven't even challenged you.
If some of the lechem one is missing, after the bezeichim were taken off the shulchan, we started. So it's okay, just bring the bezeichim under his bath. You can't eat the bread, but
there's no way.
There is one opinion that says that if you do the kmitza, and we're bringing it towards his bath, and then some of the flour in the bowl went missing, they might hear kaimitz aleh. You don't put the kaimitz onto his bath. Just some of the flour is missing. So over here also, by the lechem hapanim, how can you bring the bezeichim onto his bath? It's a machlokes. So give up the Amar.
I have made a mistake.
He holds like the other opinion that if some of the flour goes missing,
You're still very far extremely far back.
could put the Kmitz on the Mizbech. So too. So some of the Lachim Apanim goes missing, I'll put the Zichim on the Mizbech. Ufa. Just interesting note here. This is the most fuzz in Shas on one dot. Ufa just means, we spoke about this before. Let's delve into it a little bit more. So somebody in the Koil sent me that this is the number one place in Shas. He said, there's another daf that has a few more, but this is like real sugya, like the whole Inyan. So Kufa. Going into the Chavit Koil, I just think this stuff is fun. For me, it's a lot of fun. It happens to be, I think, Yuma was probably my favorite Masach. I Chazred Avodah Zarah a lot, so I like Avodah Zarah. Yuma just was the whole idea of Bismidosh, Kangadol, this, and how it's going to be. Just cool stuff. I enjoy it. I hope you enjoy it as well. Chavit Kangadol. These Chavitim that we saw, the Kangadol brings every day. We saw before the Machlekes.
Dude, we're going to play 6 players.
That's how we start off.
Go to 6 players. In 3,
all the flour,
2, 1, go.
1.
Dude, where were you?
Since anyway,
Where were you? Sorry. Sorry.
So you can make a Kaddish.
Okay.
You're
right. I didn't. You're right. You're right. I didn't. You're right.
You're right.
So 6 players. Do you see it?
Right. So 6 players.
Yeah.
Do you see it?
Yeah.
In other words,
Is it on easy?
But don't do it yet.
But don't do it yet.
To the countdown.
Period.
To the countdown.
I have to wait
I'm good.
You chop it out
because I'm in the other
Makes
one. You're right. I did not.
You're right. It says in the Furish that
Are you
they
ready?
should not bring it half and half.
Ready?
3, 2,
bring the whole
1,
3,
go.
2,
Yisar, which is the measurement,
go.
and then cut it.
Zoots in.
That's it.
Do you want this Gemara? You could also use the
Did you think that was going to work?
Yeah.
First try?
It's there, why not? It doesn't, it just has a
I don't think if Raza was here,
if it would say Mincha Machzis, I would know this. But since it says Mincha Machzis,
how
I don't know
long?
why. It was a
Why are we
Machzis,
lost?
maybe Chatzis, or maybe Shachris, Chatzis, or maybe Arifis, you should bring half a bag of flour in the morning, half a bag of flour, then go back home and bring another half. Maybe you should bring the whole thing together from his house and then cut it in half. So what's the question? The question is, how does Rabbi Rothschild say that it could be mikdash? You could sanctify half and then another half. It says in the first over here, you're doing the whole thing. That's how you do it. It says the Gemara, one word, lemitzvah. This that it says that you should bring the whole thing in one shot. It's the better way to do it. The more lechatchila way to do it. You want to get the most out of the mitzvah, you bring a bag of flour and you make kaddish in one shot. However, if you didn't do it like that, you did it half and half, you're also like Rabbi Rothschild. Only Rabbi Yibim, Rabbi Kafel, Rabbi Ashi, the Chukuk Sivda. If you look at the pasuk, here's the pasuk. It says, "Ba'akbayna Mashiach."
Let's do it again.
I just remember as a kid.
Don't hit play again. Go back to
11
6.
years old, and he came to the Shabbaton.
Let me know when you're ready. Are you ready?
Because he sent a video. To me, it was very emotional. Everybody watches. Very emotional. He says he loves to share, and all of a sudden in the middle, he touches the bottom. He says, "I'm dyslexic, and I'm not good at Gemara. I never did well in school, and your share helps me."
I'm not in the same game.
Are you serious? Shabbos, and he spoke to everybody.
Are you serious?
And he said, "You have color code."
Are you sure?
Put a chart. I don't know what he's talking about. And it hit me like after Shabbos. I think he's talking about this.
All right, we'll give it.
We have color like in the
Sukkah.
Give it.
So we'll do another one.
A minute.
Chok means, like, you know, chukah.
Dude, I'm gonna
finish this game.
Chukah is a part by paraduma.
I'm going to beat all these people.
It's a rule. You don't ask
I
questions,
destroyed
there's no way around it.
You wouldn't even know if
I
I
destroyed them in the previous game.
That's it.
I destroyed them in the previous game.
So therefore,
You should say you should say how far ahead these people are.
So how can you tell me, oh, it's in the first place, that's how you should do it.
These people would
If
these people
you
would
went and
easily.
you cut it down, it's okay. It's not okay. It's chuka. You have to do it one way. This also, which is a hike, means when you bring it from your house to the Beis Hamikdash, it should be whole. Right, it should be one part, one piece. Right, too. So this morning when I gave Shir, I'm like, why?
3,
are you ready?
2, 1,
bring your
go.
What does the Torah care? How you bring the flour?
Yeah, I'm gonna dominate all these people. Not even close.
Yeah, I'm gonna dominate all these people. Not even close. The Art Scroll brings it as an ish. I looked it up now, right before Shir, and he says, Azish says, it would mean it's beautiful now. But he means to say that you should sanctify the Kedusha's Dam. You should at least make it Chodesh in one shot, the lower level of Kedusha. Then when you want to make it Chodesh, like what's the word? Not country, but like bias. You don't want the one where like you want to make it. Yeah, I don't like that one either. The highest level, that's not the right way to say it. I'm missing the word, but the highest level of Kedusha, then you could already separate half and half. But when you're bringing it to begin with, what does it mean bringing it to the Beis Hamikdash? The way you're sanctifying, when you're making the first level of Kedusha, it should all be in one shot, and that's what the Torah tells you. Don't break that.
Oh, dude, I won.
Really say that.
Dude, you are so far behind.
You are so behind. That was the first line of the Gemara that we learned. Best trick I ever heard was you can't break it up into two. It has to be in one piece. But Itmar, it said, if, and this is referring to Rabbi side, very important, this is referring to a regular mincha. Not an mincha, a regular mincha. A person wants to bring you a minchas l'dava. He wants to bring a gift to Hashem. So he brings a bag of flour from his and he brought a half a son, and he had in mind, and he had intent, and this is also, Yiddish guy is all
ready for me to dominate?
He had in mind to dominate. Rav Omar, he didn't bring the fully son. It's not Kadosh. Let's remember this Rav says it's not Kadosh. It is good. Misa, if Rabbi Yochanan holds that the Kohen Gadol has to do everything in one shot, how come he doesn't learn?
You have to come to one with
from the Kohen Gadol, they have to do everything in one shot. How come over here, when it comes to a private person, you can bring it in two pieces? Once again, we're going to that Yisod that we saw all the way in the top of Chesed Meral, 2 lines from the top. This idea of I can't learn one thing from the other, which is puzzling because
come on, baby. Bullshit.
Throughout the Torah, you barely ever see this idea of
that game like perfectly.
I put that game like don't learn one thing from what do you mean don't learn one thing from the other? That's the whole Gemara. We're learning one thing from the other. But anyway, we don't learn one thing from the other.
We don't play
No, something else.
I dominated, dude.
Here's every batch.
I dominated, dude.
Dude, play a game of bullshit. Dude, play another game of bullshit.
Oh, this is play another game of bullshit. I called him up. This is not when he spoke, but I called him up to the great kid. Anyway, then it turns out that his Zaidi went to my shir in Chicago like 20 years ago when I gave Zaidi back. And if now I'm just thinking, maybe even his great-grandfather. I think there was a person by Zaidi Baal. Like great-grandfather. I don't remember anymore. I'm getting old. Maybe, what do you ask me? Learn from Kohen Gadol that you cannot divide it. And by a regular
are you proud of the way that you played?
Can divide it.
Are you proud of the way that you played?
From Chavitim. Check this out. Once again. This is a chart that we used before. We're going to use it again. What do you shout?
Have you ever been As proud as you are
Shlamim is
proud as
part of the category of
of the way that you played today.
the lighter category. So lighter category, you can check that in the north and the south
You
part
really
of
think you
Gaza.
did a
In other
good
words,
job?
in the entire blue square. What
You
happens?
think you could have been any better? You think you could have been any better?
Into the heichal. Reserved for special occasions, for the Ketores every day, for the menorah every day, for the lachem apanim on Shabbos. He goes and brings it bloody up the heichal inside. Kosher or not kosher?
Do you want to play Battlefield?
And he uses
right now,
logic.
so play bullshit and then
Logic. It says it's shafted at the entrance. Puzzle, Comer Maker. Whoa. This blue dotted line is not Kaddish is the red.
okay, are you having fun?
What's all the way at the end of the red? Why say all the way at the end? So it's like you go from that Zara, very holy, go holy.
Thinking about going outside and talking to the homeless.
Why would you say that?
Infinity. So many people want to say that even Shakadashim is kosher. It's like the Kabbalah. If it's kosher,
10:30 at night, he's probably gone.
He's not going to kill you? He's not going to kill you?
I'm learning one area. If it's good in area blue, it's also good in area red. So that's learning one thing from another. You just told me you don't learn one from another.
I don't know. Why not?
So you want to die to the Haisif Shah. You know why over here?
Cured out somewhere to sleep.
Has in mind to bring another half a bag of flour from his house to add to his mincha. It's okay, because he had in mind to do it. It's not that he's adding another. While he had the first half, he said, "I'm going to have another half." So that's as if he had the whole thing. So it actually becomes kaddish even before he added it. Just the thought alone is enough to make it okay. Sanya Malayim, famous pasuk, right? Say, Shim Shekel B'Shekel HaKodesh Ne'em Malayim. We all know Psukim, yeah? That the vessel of flour has to be completely full. I once heard a pshat. I have no idea who said it. We said, how come this vessel that we fill the flour in, did a whole calculation, that it's worth about close to $10,000 in today's value. What about the flour inside the vessel? The 50 cents. Yet the Torah says, Yisoren, it's like very full, it's the whole thing. Says,
are you doing bullshit?
Money is really just a way to get the mitzvah. The whole thing is just to show you.
Maybe
You
in
have
a
to spend
little bit.
$10,000. No, but at the end of the day, it's for what?
Are you having fun?
The mitzvah that's only $1.
Are you having fun?
It says over here,
The game does not work.
in Malay,
Why doesn't it work in Play-Doh?
it has to be whole.
Why doesn't it work in Play-Doh?
Now, if you look in the Gemara,
Because people just write them up.
People just write the answers what? People just write the answers what?
Instead of
anybody that learns Gemara knows it's not Gemara language. It's like literally like
the answers.
I don't even know if Rishon wrote this, and that's why there's so many.
Why did they do that?
These parentheses all over.
Why did they do that?
And the Shidduch Rebbe sticks them all out. It just seemed like I don't know. After speaking to people, it seems like somebody in one of the generations wrote his own little explanation on top of the text, and somehow somebody found it and put it into the text, and then they realized that it was not part of it. It's just not even. It's not Gemara language. You'll never see anywhere in Shas it says Koloima. Word Koloima. I don't think. No one shouldn't say that. Being 40 there is no like 40. Do a search. Somebody do a search right now. Does it say in Shas Koloima? Huh? I'll do it.
Yes, they level up.
It's gonna take a minute though. Oh no! 22 times.
you ever seen something ridiculously hollow?
My bad. Only 22 times. Kaloimar Lisvirali. No, it says okay. 20. I said it's never, so only 22 times. Great. And you thought I already did it. I checked it and I'm pretending to check it. No, 22. Fine. Busha. Editor, take it out. Leave it. Shma. So the Kaloimar Shani Kodesh Achiye it's not a lesson of you.
Yes, sir.
A Mosai is man Shain Dad de Loisif. Man Shain Dad de Loisif. Rishon, Kodoy. When do you need a full vessel all the way to the top of flour? When you don't have enough to fill it up. But let's see your bag around.
Diddy and Russell Brand were in the same movie.
Yeah. You had half a bag of flour and it went up there. So you went to the
With Jonah Hill.
closet and the base of you bring in more flour. So it's kadosh. As you put it.
Get him to the Greek.
That's right.
The first part.
Get him to the Greek.
Second part, kadosh. You don't have to wait for the second part. Why? Because you have the intent to fill it up.
No. Did you?
No.
Did you?
It's usually kadosh. As you put it in, it becomes kadosh.
Should we watch it? Should we watch it?
Now remember, like just 7 lines up. Rav says that by a regular mincha, not by the mincha of the Kohen Gadol, by a regular mincha, Mr. Yisrael comes to the Beis Hamikdash with the half a pound of flour. They said, Rabbi, it's not enough. You have to go home and bring more. So he goes home and brings more. Is that okay or not? Was it kaddish the first half that he put into the shards? Did it come kaddish or not? So Rav says, no, not kaddish. What does Rav hold when it comes to the Kohen Gadol? When the Kohen Gadol takes his chavitin and breaks it in half, he pours half the flour for the morning, and then he pours half the flour for the afternoon. Is that kaddish or not? This is the same thing as a regular mincha. Says the Gemara, Rabbi Chavitin Gaman Svirli. Who does he hold? Rabbi Lazar, he holds that half and half is good. He just holds that by a regular mincha it's not good. How come he doesn't hold that you learn a regular mincha from the Kohen Gadol's mincha that half and half is good? This is the third time I'm seeing this.
Do you want to?
I don't learn a regular mincha from the Kohen Gadol's mincha. I could take flour, put it into a vessel, and it becomes kaddish, even though I didn't add the oil yet, even though it needs oil. Because that's how I found by the bread. The breads in the lechem apanim bread in the eichel, they don't have oil. What about the loy levino without the frankincense? It would come kaddish without the frankincense. Why? Because that's what I see by a carbon that has to. You have to bring a mincha with the carbon. It works. What if it doesn't have oil and frankincense? Just has flour? It also becomes kaddish. I just want to pause here for a second. There's a story. A shopman calls up a guy, says, listen, I have the best guy for your daughter. Top guy in Yeshiva. The best. He says, oh, very nice, thank you. So let me look into it. Calls him back a day later. He says, listen, I found out he's really, really short. So he says, no, short. Moshe Feinstein is also short. Doesn't mean that he's not a good guy. He's great. Yeah. Okay, fine. Back. Yeah, but the family's like so poor that it's a joke how poor. It's crazy. Yeah, I heard about poor, but it's like, no, so what? The shop is also came from a very poor. Coming back the next day, he says, yeah, but he has a hunchback. Listen, you know that Dolan had hunchbacks. It's not. Goes back the fourth day, he says, I heard this guy's like the worst name in the world. He's like, I'm Aretz. No, for that you're gonna break your shit up. What about without Levina? No, Levina. What about without Shannon? I just thought
whatever you're going to throw at the guy, he's going to say no. We have a reason why it works. Upon him, you see that Rav does learn one thing from the other. So if Rav would learn one from the other, and he holds by a Kohen Gadol's
why did you leave without saying why?
So you should hold the same thing by regular mincha. You split it up. You bring it 2 different times. How come Rav says that by regular mincha you can't break it up into 2? Obviously, Rav, your vision's here like,
so do you remember the question you asked me? Do you remember the question you asked me?
And so too, you can't break it in half by regular.
You asked me a question.
You asked me a question. You just said. I'm telling you, it's easy stuff here. Not like these complicated svaras or whatever. Cool stuff. Rav says that becomes kaddish. You put the flour in the vessel even without oil.
You want to watch it? You want to watch it right now? You want to watch it right now?
Even without the pregnancy,
No, not really.
We just read it. I'm reading it fast. We found this by the sinners.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
He doesn't bring Levina, he doesn't bring Shemin, and it becomes kaddish.
It just was. Now I'm searching through Reddit.
Shemin Levina, Shemin Levina, the oil, just the oil itself becomes kaddish without Levina, and the Levina becomes kaddish without the oil. Each one becomes kaddish by itself. Shemin, Shkemen Beloi. Where do you need oil that should become where do you see that becomes kaddish by itself?
Did you see Michael yet? Did you see Michael yet?
Shemin Tzara. We know that Tzara, one of the processes of when it becomes a tar, you take the blood from Noshim, put on his finger, on his thumb, you put on his toe. So too with oil. Toe, thumb. You put the rest on his head, the whole thing. On his ear. Levina, above the Vizipim. You find that Levina becomes kaddish by itself on the Lachem Apanamas. Rashi, but over there there's bread. Okay, but the main thing is in the Vizipim. Rabbi Chanina Amar, Davches, Amud Beis, Loizu B'daish B'luzo, Loizu. No, the only way a mincha becomes kaddish, listen to this.
Okay.
You need all 3 ingredients.
You'd be happy.
When you have 3 ingredients, you need all 3 ingredients together to become kaddish. You need to pour the oil, the flour, into one bucket, into one bowl. Then you can make it kaddish. If you just put the flour by itself, it doesn't become kaddish. Just the oil by itself doesn't become kaddish.
How long will it take you to get out of
now, well, the Rebbe Chanina is sorrowing. Why in the world do you need a special vessel called Isarin to be holy? If this vessel of Isarin doesn't create the flour
when he gets out of prison, or do you think it's
on its own, because you need the oil and you need the levina in order to make it kaddish. So then why does the Isarin vessel that measures flour, why does it have to have any douche at all? You hear the question?
Does he come to it when he gets out?
Yeah. 1/8 was the Isarin. What? What's that? Seriously. Isarin, right.
Why don't we watch Kill Tony, dog? Why don't we watch Kill Tony, dog?
Okay. Not this.
Okay.
This
why?
Okay, but
why?
If we just look at this guy, the little Isarin guy has Kedusha. In other words, Moshe Rabbeinu came with oil, anointed his food. He took a simple place, and he poured special oil that he had, and he made this vessel cut.
Okay, what do you want to watch?
Every time you put something in
what do you want to watch?
It creates Kedusha to that thing. But for what purpose?
Zero Comedy Finals 2010.
With that
Flour
Chinese
needs
guy?
to be covered. Flour by itself cannot have Kedusha, according to Chanina. According to other people who say, yes, it has Kedusha by itself.
James McCann won. James McCann. He went to the finals, right?
It was state finals, yeah.
Tight measurement of flour.
He was state finalist for Adelaide.
I'm just going to skip the parentheses. The mincha chayta. Yeah, there is one mincha for the sinner that has zero oil, zero levina. All it has is flour, and that needs kedusha. So that's why that has kedusha.
Are you proud of him for being state finalist for Adelaide?
Golden vessel that holds. It also measures.
Have you ever been prouder of any person from South Australia in your entire life?
Okay, so I'm sorry, that needs oil without anything else, and that needs to be covered. Now we have a chiddush from Shmuel that, for whatever reason,
Trying to figure out
how he's very talented. Our Shmuel guy in the AI department made a whole video on this sugya. So we'll see the sugya, and then you'll understand the video. Shmuel says,
Would you blow him?
When you have a vessel, a measuring cup that's designed for liquids, so any liquid that goes into it,
no one knows who that is.
What liquids do we have in the base?
No one knows who that is.
We have wine and we have water. So those things become
one of the biggest serial killers in
and any measuring device that's
designed
specifically with demarcations, let's say,
the thing
of dry, because we have liters and ounces and milliliters. We have certain things that are designed for liquid.
He was on.
What do we have we have pounds and what else?
John Bunton was on South Australia Rock Comedy.
In nowadays as well, right? We would have different measurements for liquids and for solids.
Are you proud of him?
You would have special measuring devices in the base of English for liquids and special measuring devices for solids. Now the question is, what if you decided to measure solids like flour in a measuring cup that was specifically for liquids? Does it work? Does it give it?
Have you ever been prouder of any person in your life?
He says no.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, but you're proud of John Bunton?
He cannot. Okay, but you're proud of John Bunton.
No, I'm not proud of him.
Measuring device for
really bad person.
the dry goods cannot give any kedusha to liquids. Shmuel, here comes Shmuel. The Shanu Ela Midos. This is only for liquids.
So you aren't happy with him?
When they receive the blood out of the animal's neck, they would take it in a mizrah, which is a cone-shaped device, which was designed that you cannot put it down. Since the bottom is pointy, you can't put it down.
So you're not happy with him?
They didn't want the kohen to put it down. They didn't want it to rest. They didn't want the blood to congeal. She says that kli, which is actually a kli, it's a vessel that contains usually blood, which is liquid. Then if you put some flour in it, it would become covered. This is the apostle. What if you bring me a raya? But a mincha is actually considered liquid. Why? I don't know how you would view it. What do you view dough? Is dough a liquid or a solid? Most of you say solid. What?
Dude.
No, right. So it could be that in the Beis Hamikdash there's so much oil because they put three oils on the bottom and the top, and then afterwards they mix again. So maybe it's more of a liquid, but the Gemara understands it's a liquid. That in fact, in the mincha, even if you're going to mix it up, you don't have great mixing devices. You're mixing it by hand, so you're always going to have like a lump of flour.
Dude, what's going on with your internet, big man?
And that can become.
What did you say?
What do you tell me? That the dough is liquid, and if it's liquid, you can put it into a liquid measuring device.
So why don't we watch John Bunton's stand-up comedy?
They don't have to be very large.
You just said he was South Australia winner.
Here in English. 10 grains of flour. He said that. Your is ready, huh? I'm the embarrassed of it. So, 10 grains, whatever.
Okay, so what does he have to do with
that wouldn't be
raw comedy?
In a liquid measuring device. Shalom Aleichem. Shalom Aleichem.
You said who are you proud of? You said who are you proud of?
No?
Okay. Oh. What about James McCann?
Okay. What about James? Where are you right?
I don't get it.
I feel like John Ponting more famous.
That's
I
incorrect.
thought, you know, I
That's
thought
incorrect.
you are. I thought you Daniel, what's his name's son. You're not.
Does James McCann have a movie about him?
Looks like, oh my gosh. Take a picture.
James McCann was killed Tony set of the year 2020.
Ritesh, have a seat. We're almost done. 5 more minutes.
Does he have a movie?
We have a minute. That's the question. How you doing? Shalom Aleichem. Shalom Aleichem.
I'm not sure. Not
Great.
yet, perhaps.
So, oh, you came just in time for the video.
Do you have a movie?
So it says like
about
this.
you?
Yeah, it's known as Street.
First of all, you cannot view this mincha that has
Where you get a biopic?
water and it's very liquidy as liquid because there's parts of it that are not liquid. Second of all, before you say mincha like abidah,
Zoot, you want to watch The Fighter and the Kid?
And this you see all the way at the
Why
video,
not?
blood and slurping machine. Oh, you have to do sponsors. It's telling me.
Zoot.
You're able to see behind the scene. So, blood is very liquidy, and dough is not liquidy as liquidy as
what do you
blood.
want
So
to
yes,
watch?
it might be.
What do you want to watch?
Considered a liquid, but it's not liquid when you compare it to blood. Boys, here, if you want to see the video, I think it's go over there.
Okay, what's Snowtown?
What is this?
About the syrup South Australia.
Okay,
He's showing me
put
that
it on. I'll watch it with you.
Put it on. I'll watch it with you.
Because I accused them of going to the airport for no reason. Just to test it.
I don't know.
Here's the video of it. I should do the sponsors first. I'll do the sponsors first. Turn to the down. Sponsored. Wow, there's a brand new one. Isaac Castell. In honor of all the MDY Dolphins in South Florida, we all should be Matzliach Ruchim of the Gashmias. Amen. Anonymous, in memory of Ramosha ben Peretz, first yard side, Chod Zayin Shvat. Okay,
So why don't you go to
video.
Bedford, dog? Why don't you go to Bedford, dog? Okay, why don't you watch Kill Tony?
Everything works only in its gay better. If we got us the liquids and meat, a side which the soul and the light. One vessel won't make Kaddish the other. The Kalim are distinct from one another. Who came and taught us a Hebrew shake?
Hope feels better.
The key, it's a liquid vessel, but it's made Kaddish the dry. The rule settles, the passing says it's clear. And so fills them both, making them Kodesh as the Torah spoke. As with the wonder so great, how can the soul have a dry item state? The Minachah, Billah mixed with the oil. It's moist and it's wet, so the proof must recall. Answered with the clever thorns. The soul is dried before the oil is thrown. Or compared to the blood, it's dry as can be. That's the Ezra logic, as you can see. Shmuel came and taught us a Kiddush. An exception in the matter of Kiddush. The Mazruk is the key, it's a liquid vessel, but it's Kaddish to dry, that's the rule, it settles. The pausing it's clear, so let's do them both, making them Kodesh as the Torah spoke.
Rabbi Rothschild, have a wonderful
America's Foot of spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com or sponsor at MDY.com.
Just from your skating country for vacation, just a long flight realizing your phone doesn't have internet. Is it absolute? That's where Sealy comes in. It's your new travel buddy. It's a super simple eSIM app that keeps you connected over 200 places around the world. And if you don't know what an eSIM is, it's just a digital SIM card. So no more swapping out those tiny plastic cards. No more waiting in line at the airport. No more getting
Good morning, Rob Boyside. From Park City, Utah. We have some Sabain over here. I'm going to turn the camera around for a second and see how it's still there. Oh, real good. That's Rabbi Zubnik. We have Igor, right? Igor, and then what's your name? And what's your son? And Malaysia. All right, we're coming back around. So first of all, big shkach, what's your first name? I met him yesterday in Shul and I did my fish like I do whoever I meet. And he told me that he learns B'iyun. And he's serious. I met a bunch of serious guys. B'iyun. But I said, you know, at the end of the day, it's not every day, and he's kind of masking, so he came to check it out. He's good friends with Mark Ashkenazi, so you never know. Maybe you'll do both. Let's do it. You can do it while you're driving, you know. Just videos. Really. I gotta say this. I met a very interesting guy in Shul. His name is Nathan Ziegler. I don't want to forget this. He's a pilot for Delta. And he sent an email a few years ago. And I forgot about it. He says he's been doing that for 6 years. Mostly with us. And every single, listen to this, right? You're not going to believe this. Every single time, he flies out of JFK in New York, some really Jewish place, and he's even on the flight. Part of his announcement, he sticks in with that. It is. When there's a scene or something, he says, Mazel Tov, and then the scene. He's got him, and he says a guy just came over to him as they were coming off the plane. He says, you know, I don't do Daf Yomi. Because you announced that, I'm going to try Daf Yomi. He recruited somebody. It's amazing. Don't click your line pilot. Nathan Ziegler. Waiting for some schmuck emails. I said, I want to hear his announcement. He said, I send it in. A dozen guys joined tonight at the launch of the Cedar Horse Shear Watch. A dozen guys in Cedar Horse. Givaldik, Koyach. So we have an update. This guy was spotted in a grocery store this Friday, and he said over story here. This is the continuation of the story I'm show you.
Get the here, Staten Island Hospital, live. We have Mendy. Good update for MDY. What's going on? It's a girl. It's a girl. So we have to clarify. Mendy's actually sent him to get some goodies for Shabbos. And here we are. MDY Staten Island good over Fresh Marble Malta. Yeah, but you know, he found my number. It was easy for him to find my number at any. Did a similar Shabbos. He was able to find me 2 minutes ago.
Not only that, I went over there in the supermarket and I said,
100%.
I wish I could come, but my wife is 9 months pregnant.
So here we are. Here's the update for the entire Staten Island community. Look what's not Staten Island, the entire MDY community. He saw me in the grocery, saw MDY merch, and he spotted me right away. Mazel Tov. He had a lot of nachas. Keep daffing.
And by the way, I have one boy. 9 years ago.
You're ruining the story.
No, it's a good story. Good story.
It took us 9 years.
With a daf. Yeah, new life.
Like I said, show my sister and you'll get whatever you want.
Amazing.
Okay, so he said that he didn't have kids for 9 years, and then he learned from the Seftis, and then had a girl. Okay, what else do we have here? This is the Cedars Live. Oh, so first of all, since we went to Toronto this past Tuesday, 120 people joined up in Toronto, and let me just read this. This is Get Your Rose. Keep it short. The events are aiming for 2,000 people joining the SEFTA. That was too low. We're already around 3,500 people. Of those who registered, tonight, of course, we hit my target of 20. So Get Your Rose brought 20 people to this year, and he said we're about 3,500 people that joined the office, which is crazy. It used to be that people joined in the beginning of Shas, the office. Who wants to join during the office? Not compete with Shalom Rand or Kinzo. The world is really on fire about MBY. I don't see anything like this in a very positive way. I think it's not clear. I think that the big statuses are for recruitment by the short click platforms, which we saw by the Shafar and beyond. It took 3 to 4 years of us. This isn't a couple short click, but something really clicked this weekend. But you inviting Yoelish Pfizer, Eli Geller, Ari Khanum, and the rest, that's the way forward. With that comes, I can't read the sheet with the big screen. I had a dining line told me today's game that perhaps, thank you. The small value set up for certain borderline clicks. That said, the good news and bad news are building for underlying growth. All exposure is bringing more people close to Torah. But let's keep pumping, work together as a team, and bring even more people to Torah. I do believe we're not far from the hundreds of thousands with much generation of creation and stuff of the Shabbos Yom Rose. Yeah, it was a very, it was one of these weeks that I got a lot of hate mail, a lot of stuff. The last video that we showed on the Sef's Wochen was a rap video. I think people loved it. They watched it a lot of times, but there's a lot of people that were offended by it because it was rap. To me personally, I didn't know that there's even an issue with rap, but I found out later that a lot of people are very anti-rap. Even if Nissan Black sings a song about the Rothschild and rap, they won't listen to it. It's like, rap is also. Why? I have no clue. One day someone will explain it to me. Like, why is that different than a Motham David or a Shweki song, which is also completely Goyish or whatever, taken from the Goyish. But okay, a good Tasha. A lot of hate this week is. Whew. It was like 3 different things. I said something about and what else? Oh, the snowboarding video. Also a lot of hate. I think you learn Torah while you're snowboarding. It's also. So in a Torah. Okay. Rabbi said the official edition of 91 Shas in Sefta by Iranian Levi family, Eric, Shani Malibelski family, the Daf by Yaakov Blythe, in memory of my father, Oliver Shana Ruvain, Venerable Frank Fisher Blythe, Zefran Ralph Anishka Chafei Off, Hey, that's the individual Daf. The Blythe was the Valkyra at the Shanton, Shukaya, Gado. But it's not sponsored by the time dedicated in memory of Avi Murray. So here, I'm pausing here, I know I can't fly through it. David Simon brought 50 people to the DAF, and he has now a group of 50 people with accountability. So done. People write in that they finish the DAF. Don't just join and then fall off. Join and somebody's there to make sure you don't fall. Which more Baruch, better time to be does your phone Rafa. But the staff is sponsored Joe Gedalias, the Nishmas, my father's dad Gedalias, Anonymous, the number of things, the guys from the college, family, foundation, Zip Nishmas, Rabbi Rothschild College, the matrix there, Eloi, founding Elijah and Fandriska, one of the first yeshiva in America. So the sponsor of Anonymous from Shlomo Moshe Ben Yizar, Anonymous from Shlomo Nerif Leah Bas Esther, Shlomo Malki, 735 Malki Zov Kesef. We're so proud of you. Rabbi Mordechai, keep steiging. In case you don't know, each one of these is a $9,000 sponsorship. And I think it's 8 or 9 of them. Send them Rose family, Danby Island, UK, in honor with the Ellie Change. The meaning of life. Plenty on money, Yossi, Mark, and Benny, and all places Turkey, MDY, the Broken Sham Sparrow. Monthly sponsors, Ari Simon, first name of Murray. Miriam, Jamie Azulay, Muslim Esther Basino, Esther Walkenstein, Basel of my husband Tom and Tana Walkenstein on his 40th birthday. Anonymous, Brahad who died, both seasons of Shanalev, Yud Beyond Machav, Anonymous. Muslim and Apolli husband Henry Leah, Hidden Sadik now generation. Anonymous, in memory of Mazabat Leah, the Sonata, and his Kia. Anonymous, the explicit verdict is good and open and revealed way for Yos Mordechai ben Bat Leah. Daily sponsors, family Shwimmer in honor of our dear brother-in-law, Rabbi Rothschild. Bornstein finishing Shas, Mazel Tov. Shmuel Baum in memory of Zaidi, Yaakov Yitzchak, Ben Elimelech. The Invasions of in honor of all the haters makes me want to give more and help MDY grow. Oh, how did you know these haters? The English man stopped on the time on 17 yards are dedicated by his son Noam Fix and family Shkoyach Noam. It's really Pesach. Thank you, Rebelli and the team for an incredible song. The opera singing speeches are powerful and energizing, true fuel for the year ahead. Anyway, week. Yoshi Weiss, that's our big artist, is donating back because Mukti Belsky gave him, I forgot, $5,000, $1,000. He gave it right back to MDY. In honor of Mukti Belsky for being on Slacha and great English AI videos. Mukti is a big advocate. He constantly says that our videos that are in Hebrew are not good. We have to have some English subtitles, etc. So, later or something. The month, Yos Mechai Sark, Tanas Bereva, Shlomi Yom Tanai Tamim Shel Bracha, Lir Fuah Shloim Mordechai Ben Esther, before Sayel Daniel Zev Ben Ayel Esther. Rabbi, so here we go. Really holding on the bottom of that fucking base, mask. I've always said some gewaltige things happen when you're Large by yourself in Park City, and I tried to pull a fast one, but it didn't work. Started the shear at Maskif, which is like 5 lines from the bottom, but we're gonna patch in now, and I hope just leave these words also. So the patch in, we actually only got to, because it was Shabbos, right before Shabbos, stopped at Elohim Medashmin Rag. So that is a 15-line skip, which never happened, but it's good out. So it goes like this. Elohim Medashmin Rag. So we're talking about like 20 lines from the bottom. Again, Rav is the one who said that if Yisrael does Kmitza, takes, this is the bowl of flour. If Yisrael takes the 3 fingers worth from his bowl, it's no good. But if he puts it back into the bowl, it's good. The Mishnah mentions a whole list of other people. You have a Oinen, you have a Pekara, you have a Yom, etc., etc. Says the Gemara, Elohim Medashmin Rav. It's because Rav said that you can put it back in. I would think that the only thing you put back in is if you do it with your left hand. But your left hand, you can put it back in and start over again. What if Yisrael does it? What if a Naaman does it? You can't. That's what I think. But that? No, but after that, it's not true. It says the whole list is all kosher if you put it back in. The Tanya, and another thing, it says the comments misham. So in the passage, the comments misham from there. The place that the feet of the Israelim stand. If you messed up, you did it with your left hand, put it back in, and start over with your right. So you learn it differently. Malcolm should come from the same bowl that you did pizza with your left, do it over again. It's not a problem. Even the trust stomach soup, mine small, mine sharp soup. So it's obvious that the puzzle is not referring only to the left hand versus the right. Because of the about Yisrael and the right hand, it's the other before it. Well, there's no. And the whole connection with Rav, what's that coming to?
Chametz v'afilu kiddush. When can you return it? In all situations, even if you did the kmitza and put it into the smaller second vessel, which gives kedusha to that kmitza. The big kmitza with your right hand, well, you're Yisrael. You can with your right hand. Put it into the small vessel, it becomes covered. Take that, dump it back into the original bowl, and start all over again. So we kill it. And this comes to say differently, to exclude these tanoim. Let's say the sign of Yosef and Yason, Rabbi Yehuda Nachman Amru, Rabbi Yossi, the son of Yosef and Yason, and Yehuda Nachman say. By the way, Yehuda Nachman, I heard once that he's not just like that he's a baker. Shot is that his Torah was so beautiful, like fresh bagels. He wasn't necessarily a baker. They say differently when we just said. We just said that even if it goes to the second kli, we still use it. No. When can you use the original kmitza? Only if you didn't put it in the second kli. Like kiddush. But if you put it in the second kli, also that's too late. You can't do anything with it. You get the army? And some say chamatzin kiddush loy. That could be did. Oh, that in Rab. Chamatzin kiddush loy. Not like we said before, that if you put it in the kli, that it's okay. Rab said no, if you put it in the kli, it's not. And he fits right in with Yossi, Reb Yossi ben Yosem, Reb Yehuda Nachman. They go hand in hand. We use the kmitza. If you don't put it into the shards, put it directly back into the original bowl. But if you put it in the second bowl, it becomes also. And now we're going to patch in from Maskevlo of Nach. We have Rabbi Zucker here. We have a bunch of people that started today, I'm sure. 3,500 people. Some are starting today for the very first time. What is Kmitza? So you're able to bring, in the English, you're able to bring a gift. Usually it's a gift. You're going to put it on his back. It's made out of flour. Sometimes you add a little oil, you add a little frankincense, levina. Sometimes it's plain, it's just flour. The procedure is as follows. Let me just show you. Here it goes. Here's an older AI video. It gets better. We have a 5.8. I don't like that. Yeah, I think he's done. Hey, how are you? Grab a seat. Some more code. Here, you have a safer. Or, no, that's not it. Here, afterwards, both of those. You're probably going to want to see the screen. So, what you saw over here, you might have been noticing. But basically, the client sticks his hand into the flour, and with his three fingers, you grab flour. That's a mincha. Then whatever you have to add, you add. Sometimes you put the oil on the bottom, the flour on top, then more oil, then the frankincense. But this right over here, these three fingers work. That is the kmitza. That goes onto the mizbeach. That is the master. That's the carbon. The rest, the kohen gets to eat after. Okay. So knowing that, Rav says, and it's like 10 lines from the top. Rav says that if the Yisrael does the kmitza, it has to be done by a kohen. But let's say Yisrael jumped in and he did the kmitza, then you just return it right back to the bowl. You put the kmitza right back to the bowl. So we had a machlokes exactly what's going on here. What happens if he doesn't put it in the bowl? He puts it in the second bowl. Now, I don't know if you noticed. Here, let's go back over here.
Okay, you see, now he's taking the kmitza. What does he do with it? He puts it into a second vessel. It's in one klisharis. This is the first vessel has kedusha, and then he takes that the 3 fingers worth and he puts it into a second vessel. So there's machlokes. Once you put it into the second vessel, and you return it to the first one. Here, this is our. I don't want to really get dirty here, but that. Wow, it's heavy. So we're going to be using this soon. Once you take the kmitza from here, Rav says, even if Yisrael takes it and he messes up, you put it right back, and then let the coin start all over again. But if you put it into the second smaller vessel, you can't do that. That's one sheet. That's not like it. So now we're holding 5 lines from the back. Now, what exactly do they hold? It means as psulim avodim. When the Israel takes the 3 fingers worth, that's considered one of the 4 essential avodim. Like when you shut the carbon in the basically there's the shita, kabbalah, or lachas rika. The essential avodim that are kind of. What about the kmitza? If you hold that, putting your hand in and grabbing 3 fingers is part of that avodah. So who cares if you put into another clear now? Oh, correct. Thank you. But I was giving share here without people, and I skipped around, and it wasn't good. Then they had to go back and fix it. So thank you. Mike is our estimate. If it's considered an avodah, so what difference is it if you put into clear or not? By him putting his hand into the clear and going like this, he did an avodah, and it should be possible. He commits it doesn't count for anything. So then he dumps it into a second vessel. So what good is it? Why is that a problem? Why would you say that putting the second kli ruins it? In fact, it is considered avodah. But like, so he says something very interesting, that it's a combination. It's not a complete avodah. It's let's say 50%. Are you putting your hand in and grabbing it as 50%? The second part is when you put it into the kli. That's the second 50%. So it is an avodah, but it's not a complete avodah. Therefore, when you, by Yisrael putting his hand in, he did 50%. It's not possible yet. But when he dumps it into the second kli, then he finishes it off, boom. Then it becomes a complete avodah. Then it becomes possible. You can't use it again. As the Gemara, Fidu Kidesh. Within the Hadrele, the Kohen is top of Zion over now. Within the Hadrele, the Kohen is Medukte, Ligdosh. Here, let's say you take flour from here. This is a golden vessel. This has a kedusha. This is a klisharis. So he goes and he takes that amount. He did 50% of it. Then he goes, puts it right back to where he started. He said we can use it. How could he use it? This is a klisharis. By him putting it back in here, it was mekadesha. He gave it kedusha. And now he ruined it. So there's an interesting places are just all places, especially when there are only 2 lines, like this one. Right over there. So place says, not this one. Yeah, over there. The other guys that do they're sleeping now, so I had to do it myself. It's usually in a nice box, whatever. So place says, when you put it back in here, where does it fall? It falls on top of the flour. So it falls back on the flour. to have kedusha. In order for it to have kedusha, it has to fall into the vessel. You're gonna fall into the vessel, fell into the other flour. So Taisa says it's the famous concept min b'mina in the fight. Just throwing it out there. When you have two items that are the same, one of the same, it's flour and flour, then there's no chatzitza. So it's as if when you put the kmitza back in the bowl on top of flour, it's as if it hit the bottom of the kli because the flour that it fell on is not going to provide a barrier separation between the kli and that. I just thought it's interesting. Yeah. Yeah. No, they throw it directly in the fire as is. Usually with other stuff in it, with levina, with the frankincense, etc. So the question is, let's go back to the question to understand the answer. The question is, when do Yisrael, we're talking about a guy who's possible. Let's say Yisrael, or a person that lost a close relative that day, and Einan, all these people that are possible doing that avodah, they put their hand in, and then Rav says, just put it back and start over. You don't have to go out. So the flour start. Why? When you put it back in, you made it kaddish. It should be no go. When you put it in, you didn't have intent to have the klisharis make it kaddish. You have to have intent. Everything in Judaism is in the mind. Everything. You do a mitzvah, you have to think. If you don't think, no good. You could think, you could have the same action, take the same thing. If you thought one way, it's good, the other way not. Over here also, you put it back into the kli. If you don't have that intent, that I want it to be kaddish, it doesn't happen. So what he told me, but if you did have intent that it should be kaddish, it would become kaddish. But if so, how come it is that Rabbi Rothschild once asked Rabbi Rothschild, can a Bisharis take something that's puzzle and make it kaddish so you can put it on his back? Rabbi Rothschild told him that it doesn't make a dusha. Why not? Over here you say that by putting in this non-good mitzvah that was done by Yisrael, it makes it kaddish if you had the right intent. So he says, I'm catching the Torah, I'm catching the pastor. You have to make a distinction. What the Rebbe was saying is that it's not kaddish enough to put it on his back, but it is kaddish enough to make it pastor. Bamin Mamar, the Goyship Zero in the Bisa Kedusha. Oh. So, you know what, let me just show you what Yoshi did. Here's a Bisa Kedusha. You guys see it? Bisa Kedusha. Meaning, it's overflowing. There's a big heap over there. And therefore what? That's why there's no Kedusha, because it's outside of the Kli. The Kli, in order for a Kli to make it kaddish, it has to be within the rim. It can't be above the rim. So Gemara says, if that's the case, how did you do kmitza? You took kmitza from the big heap, which is not in a kli, which is not a good kmitza. So we have to retract a little bit. Going to zero the piece of tefufa. What happened was he put it back, and it was very full, like this. It goes all the way to the top. Okay. Even the comments lay of like guma. But wait a minute. If it was all the way to the top, by him, there, when I got it straight. Better not get in my tie and suit. Okay, so this is the flour, yeah? He puts his hand in like this, straight in. It takes 3 fingers away. back. So what happened? You guys see the hole? So there's a hole. So when he puts it back in, he put it right back into the hole. So it's great. Then it's in the cleat. It has to be below the rim. You tell me, oh, it's not below the rim because it's very full. Okay, but when he did his kmitza, he went like this. He made a giant hole. And then when he put it back, because he wraps it, put it back. So he puts it right back into the hole. So what does Gemara answer? Here's the hole. So it says, the comments like, I'm going to do my minute to go. You put it right back into the hole. I'm going to move this. Says the Gemara. Okay, a Daphne the Mana. So the Gemara says, look, you put it right over here on the side. You see? This is no good. This is above the rim. Yeah? He didn't put it in the hole. We're talking about that he took out. The kmitza is good. Why? Because it was level. He did a good kmitza, but he didn't put it back in the hole. If he put it back in the hole, it wouldn't be a problem. It would be covered. The problem is that he put it back on top. And then what? I'm a little nervous to do it. I may do it for sure. It falls on me. What says he did like this? He shook it up. You see now what's below the rim? And that's okay. Now, logically speaking, what would you say? By him shaking like this, did he put it back in the hole, or it happened by itself? What do you say? He shook it up and it went into the hole. I would think also, it says my siyah. The Gemara says no. Look what the Gemara says. The Gemara uses very strong language. It's as if a monkey put it back. Here we actually have a little bit of a thing. Not major. In other words, you didn't put the flour into the hole. You shook it like this, and it kind of, it's like an after effect. I don't exactly understand the svara, I have to tell you the truth. That's what Gemara says. You ever think about it? How come monkeys are very talented, right? They never invented anything. And it's zero. Why? No, seriously. What's the reason? The reason is because they don't give from generation to generation. Each one is on its own. Everything that we invented is built up from previous generations. And it's not like somebody just came and invented. You know what I mean? I think that's the reason. Monkeys, just whatever they invent, it's for them, and then they go on. They don't give it to the next. Says Gemara, I have a question. It's actually a proof, not a question. What are you asking? You're saying when you take that minute with your finger, when you put it back in, the kli should make it kaddish on the spot and actually ruin it. Why? Because I'm in Yisrael, I'm not a kohen, I have no right to take the pizza. But me putting it back in here, it should be ruined because the fact is this kli is a it's a golden kli. It's a vessel which has kedusha, and anything you put in it comes kaddish. So me, the Yisrael, I put it back in, comes kaddish to ruin it. So he says, oh, I have a chap. Maybe this vessel is on the table. It's on the floor. The coin is not holding it. And I put it back in, so it didn't have any kedusha. Elamai, you see, the fact that the Gemara didn't answer that, but that's not a problem. That this vessel doesn't need to be held. But look, if you're going to say, you don't, a coin doesn't have to hold it. That's what he holds. Not just the body of the you actually touched it.
a question that we have. The Ravini, he's like an agave. We're going into the story here. It's almost like ADD sort of. Pedron always says, and that's, I use this all the time, this idea. When you have a story, in the middle of learning, you just say, right, like Hashem give you a story, don't worry about it. You're in the middle of a sentence, just go. This is exactly what happens. Look how it works. He said, this is a question that we have. The Rabbi Avimi, Hanum Menachas Berach Pizda. Because Rabbi Avimi was learning Menachas, this Masechta, by Rav Pizda. As the Gemara, before we even go any further, Avimi Berach Pizda, Avimi is the Rebbe. How is Avimi learning from his Talmud, Rav Pizda? One Rav Pizda once said, Ufei Tovei, Balei, interesting words, I got beat up physically or verbally from Avimi, my Rebbe. Alado Shmaita. Because I forgot something, learning. If the orphans have to pay back that debt, and we want to take some of the inheritance and sell it to pay back the debt, we want them to get the highest price. Most value for whatever they're selling. So what do? We announce it for 30 days, or we announce it for 60 days, Sheni Chamishi, only on Mondays and Tuesdays. So we do that for 60 days, it adds up to 18. Yeah? So the way you could understand it is, let's say if you're doing Chazara and Gemara, anything, if you took this daf and you reviewed it 10 times in a row on one day, it'd be much less effective than doing it like every other day or once a week. 5 times once a week is much better than 10 times in one day. So the same thing over here. If they announce it 30 days in a row, it's not as powerful as announcing it 18 times over the course of 60 days. Then we have this, our weekend. This is actually Chayal. Here we go.
He always learned off yoga. Always. He loved MDY so much. Truly. Kovea Itim for Toiler.
Your father owes me money.
He passed away. We got nothing to pay you with. Sorry.
I love AI. You see how the truck goes up, and then it's going to be like the base for this way.
Don't worry, guys. The Beis Din will sell off your Yerusha. And from that cash, I'm sure you'll cover the costs.
How's that going to work? We got two options: a 30-day hafraza or 60 yom on Mondays and Thursdays. That's 18 hafrazos. What will it be, boys? I don't understand. The Yerusha gets sold at a public auction. For a long time, and so the bidders multiply, and the property fetches top price.
Happy Monday, folks. Hey, anyone want to throw out a hidur? The guy in the coat, the boaster with the tie on the right. Reminder: this is your last shot to bid.
That reminds me of the cutting cloth my Zaide H had at home. I'll pay any price for it.
Hey, about your hug, talk to our secretary tomorrow. She'll hand you the cash.
Well, okay. Sometimes it's humorous, sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's just a short shot. A little bit of both. Okay. Zog the Gemara. But now we're like smack in the middle of something. Rav Chisda got smacked by Avimi because he forgot this halacha. So you see, the Rav Chisda is actually the student. Gemara explains, so how is it possible that Avimi learned Menachos by Rav Chisda? Says Gemara, Avimi Mesechta Isakra Isakra. Avimi forgot to hire Mesechta Menachos. The also came in Rav Chisda that Turei Gemara went to Rav Chisda to learn it. I thought it was fascinating. When Rav Chisda forgot a little shot, he got a smack from him, and he forgot the entire Masechta. He gets beat up by Rav Chisda. He went to learn from him. Okay, he goes to learn from him. He's the Rebbe. He told Rav Chisda, come to me and teach me Masechtas Menachos. Sovar, I think this is wonderful. This line right over here. Sovar, how can we start? Listen, by me going to Rav Chisda, embarrassing myself, walking over there, whatever it is, I'll have more atzlacha in this learning. I think it's tremendously exciting, especially in Torah. Rashi says, you got the mitzasi. The things you got the mitzasi. The more you work for Torah, the more it's going to stay. Avimi felt that if you can call him and say, hey, you're my Talmud, come here, teach me. I'll sit on my couch, and he'll just give it to you. No. By me going to him, which is hard. I don't know how far away he lived, but he went to him. Plus, it's embarrassing. Go to the Talmud. You have to sit there by a student and listen to him from the very bottom. So it's amazing. If you think about it, if you learn Torah when you are tired, and you're not in the right mood, you're sick, the value is that much more. I think that's why a lot of people, they say, oh, the previous generation, they were like this, I don't know. I always argue with people. I was always on the losing side. All my rabbis always said, oh, last generation, they were geniuses. I personally find that hard to believe. I met a lot of people from last generation, they weren't so smart. Just 50 years ago, they were that much smarter. But one thing I will give, they used to go to yeshiva far from home. Barely have anything to eat. They used to work on, what is it called? You know the word, teg. It's called teg. They used to get a little food from here, a little food from there, sleep on the floor. They worked really hard for this time. And that's a big difference. Our generation, we're spoiled and we have everything, air conditioned room, the whole thing. So I'm not saying it's bad, that's what we have, that's what we do. But for Torah to stick more, it should be more powerful. And if it comes more, it comes with a lot of hard work. And you see over here, it's not just learning more, it's even going and coming, and all that is all part of it. Says Gemara, Rav Nachman. Rav Nachman bumps into Abi. Amalei gets a question. How do you eat meat? Amalei Mikliza. He points literally like there. See that ball right over there? Like that. That's how you eat meat. Amalei, if he points to Mikliza, can I use something like that? It's on the floor. Amalei, they're not really fine. No. I was saying that's a great plea. I didn't say like that on the floor. Okay, has to lift it. Okay, so Kate said, touching someone else. Now I take the flour and I want to put it into a fleet to make it. I brought from home. I brought a bag of flour. I want to put it in the fleet. How do I do that? I'm like, nicely, please. Yeah, put it here. You pointed to that fleet. So you asked from the last man. You can catch me fish on that car. Could you use something that's on the floor? But no, you're not really kind. You're talking, of course, that a kind is holding. Okay, drop the station ground. It comes out, you need 3 kohanim. You need 1. Okay, to hold the big fleet.
another kohen to stick his hand in a new kmitza, and a third kohen to hold the second plate. Right? Because you take the kmitza, you put it into a smaller vessel, so you need three. So what's the big deal? So you have three. You take three to shloisha also a getamim. Every morning and every afternoon in the Beis Hamikdash, 7 days a week, 365, they brought a talmud. How many kohen do you need for that? You need 13. Okay, it's a big deal. So you have three. Well, why is three such a big deal? When you take the kmitza, you put it into the vessel. You take the vessel of the kmitza and you bring it to the mizbeach. Putting it onto the mizbeach. That's the Mishnah Pigel. We're not going to go into it. That a kohen, as he's doing one of these things, the essential avodas, he can have in mind that's going to eat it in 3 days from now. By doing so, he ruined it because it's Pigel. You could only eat it for a certain amount of time, not 3 days. But once you think about it, it's over. And if you would eat it, you get punished for that. How come it says Shemitza, Moile, Master? It doesn't say anything about the kohen holding it. No, I'll tell you why. Of course you have to hold it. And I said, it's not that. Really said the Kohanim. We're talking about the essential avodas. We're not talking about the lighter things like the kohen holding. Don't name of the Rav Sheshes. This exact question I just had. What's the halacha of doing kmitza from a flea that's on the ground and the kohen is not holding it? Look what they do inside the Beis Hamikdash. When referring to the lechem upcoming. So let me just show you this. Our guys did this from scratch. In the Eichel, there's something called the Shulchan. And on the Shulchan, we have 12 breads. These are the showbreads that they put on Shabbos and eat it from Shabbos to Shabbos. It stays for 7 days. And you can see there's two, what do you call them? Kalim that have Levina, frankincense. These two guys right over here. So now, what's the procedure? How do you take the breads off and how do you put the new breads on Shabbos? So it says, each kohen holds 6 breads. So that's 2 kohanim holding 6 breads is 12 bread. And 2 other kohanim holding 2 bezichim which contain the levana. Let's have it over here. Something like this. You can see the 2 kohanim holding 6 breads back there. So 4 remove everything, and 4 put it back up. Just a dumb joke. No, it's not even a joke, but it just reminds me, so I'm going to say it. He's talking about 4 people, then tell him. You don't tell him, right? Tell him is the geniuses. The world geniuses will tell him. So when it snowed, they all went out and they wanted to see the snow, but they were very annoyed that the Gabbai that woke them up telling the snow that his footprints were everywhere. They came up with the genius idea that they're going to put him on a chair and they're going to carry him. Like this, his footsteps won't be in the snow. Instead, so now in this process right over here, right, these guys, not this one right over here, when you have the 8 people taking the bread, putting the bread, how come it doesn't mention about another 2 people lifting up the table? It doesn't say anything they have to lift the table. Isn't it similar to pizza where kohen has to hold the kli while you're doing the pizza? Shouldn't kohanim have to hold the table while they put the bread in? And Rashi explains that the bezichim, those spoonfuls of levana, is what allows the kohanim to eat from the bread. So it doesn't matter what we call a matzah. When you burn those, then you're able to eat the bread. It's the same thing, says Rashi, when it comes to kmitza. When I go like this, I put my hand in there, and then it allows the piano to eat the rest of the flour. So they're similar. Gemara says, you're right, maybe a kohen does have to hold it. Not Amr says it says that with no time, but Nami says that with his neck. So Rashi says over here, so Rashi, the reason why it's not mentioned maybe, says Rashi, or they explaining the Gemara, the reason why lifting the table is not so important, what's part of it? Because it's not an avodah chashuva. It's an avodah, but not an important one, so it's not on the list. But maybe Anachanami, if I look, doesn't have to lift up the table. Gemara, wait a minute, you got me husband, laying up this from the end of the guy. Well, on Amar Aleph, when we said, it's not part of the list, because we're only talking about avodah, we're not talking about the Quran. Great. How can husband you don't get him? We're counting how many Quran there. You don't do numbers. There's 8. 4 do this, 4 do that. Don't you think if there's a ninth Quran lifting the table, shouldn't you mention it? The Misa, this is like Via. You see the knees on the karka, on the ground, on the table. You don't need a coin table. That's how we started off this whole day. Amar Rava. Yeah. He told you. I don't have a dream to tell me this. Turning to the daf, a dark global, don't worry, it's only a pretty short one. Special experts in international payments, encore healthcare, the special force limit. Dealing with published letters, this is called Klal Yisrael. Anonymous, the murder of whole time of doing the daf. Thank you again. Amarava, 6 lines from the top. Shitali, come to the Kli, Shagami Kark. This we already established. It's so simple that if a bowl of flour is on the floor, on the table, the kohen could do the kmitza. You don't need another kohen bowl. Why? We already proved it from the shulchan. There's nobody lifting the table over there, and they took off the fragments from the shulchan without a kohen holding. Next, when I go home and I bring a bag of flour from my pantry, and I bring it to the Beis Hamikdash, I need to make it kaddish. Even though I say, by the way, when I say that this bag of flour is going to be a mincha, so it doesn't become kaddish a little bit, it becomes I want to make it really kaddish. I need to put it into a klisharis. So how do I do that? I can put it into a klisharis that's on the ground. The person doesn't have to be holding it. She can see the shulchan. You take the bread, you put it into the shulchan. The person doesn't have to be holding it. Very well, something that I don't know. Kiddush payment smile. What's the process again? There's a large bowl. I put my hand in the large bowl, take 3 fingers worth, and put it into the small bowl. That small bowl, does the kohen have to hold it or not? What's the question? Do I learn it from the rest of the things of mincha? We just established I can do the kmitza. And I can put the flour even though the bowl's on the ground. So too, the second bowl could be on the ground. Or I learned from blood. We had the whole last concept is talking all about this. But when the kohen in the Beis Hamikdash shucks the animal, blood comes squirting out of the neck. You have to grab the blood with the klisharis. Has to go to the klisharis, and that blood is the first. He's doing it to himself, and he's sprinkling it on his back. That a kohen has to be holding. You can't have a police sitting on the ground grabbing the blood. Kohen has to be holding the police. That we learn from Shuvah. So the question is, and what is the question? I wish I had this, but I don't. I mentioned it before, I'll mention it again. This process of taking kmitza from flour mimics a carbon. A carbon has 4 avodas: shchita, kabbalah, receiving the blood, halacha,
moving the blood to the Mizbeach, Zrika, pouring the blood on the Mizbeach. So too, by Kmitza, we have we have the Kmitza, which is similar to Shkita. We have you taking that Kmitza, putting it into a small vessel, that's Kabbalah. That's like receiving the blood, Kabbalah. Then the Kohen takes that small vessel, moves it to the Mizbeach. That's Allah. Then he puts it on the Mizbeach, that's Akpara. That's like Zrika Akpara. So, so this idea of putting the Kmitza into a bowl is similar to Kabbalah of Dam. And Dam, we know that a Kohen has to be holding the Kli when he receives the blood, so too the Kmitza. This Kmitza, he takes flour with 3 fingers. He puts 1.5 fingers worth in one vessel, 1.5 fingers worth in another vessel. Is that good? Rabbi says it's good. Problem is, if Rav is the one who compares the putting of the Kmitza into the small vessel, like the blood, receiving the blood in the small vessel, the Misa levels him down. He should learn from blood, and by blood you can't put half and half. You need to put all the blood into one vessel. So the Gemara, other way, Rabbi Mahi, you're right. He says that when he agrees to Rav Nachman that if you put a Kmitza half and half, if you tell him it's no good, he regretted that. How do you know that you can't make blood Kodesh halfway? You put half of the blood in one kli and half in another kli. This is by the Parah Aduma. So, in the time of the Beis Hamikdash, I don't know if I have the whole thing, but so here's the Parah Aduma, the red heifer. The only way to become tar after going to a funeral, touching a dead person, is by getting sprinkled by the water that's mixed in with the ashes of this Parah Aduma. And to make a lot of ashes, you put a lot of wood. That's why there's a whole pile of wood over here. He says like this: Kiddush, like Kiddush. This is a little bit of an exaggeration, but what they would do is you take the hyssops, right, and they would dunk it into the Parah Aduma water. It's mixed water. It's not that violent, but yeah. They would spray the guy with the. So now what happens? More? What happens if this food doesn't have enough water? You have to use 2 kelim. I don't know. So, like Kiddush. You see, by the Parah Aduma, it doesn't work. You need to put all the water into one vessel. What about the chatas, the inner chatas that they do on Yom Kippur, let's say? What about blood? Everything about the Parah Aduma we know is halacha. It's halacha. That's it. There's no. The halacha Moshe tells us you have to do it so, and you can't learn anything else from it. Or perhaps not. By Parah Aduma says the word the Kavod V'Mayim, and it teaches us that you have to have enough water. You can't use 2 different vessels. It has to all be in one. So to by blood, it says the same word. So maybe I would know that you can't use 2 vessels. It has to be in one. You should know that if you have, this is how we know it, that at the end of the day, if you put the blood, Kabbalah Saddam, you did it in 2 different vessels, it's not considered a good Kabbalah Saddam. The Kabbalah, below is Sapik. Sapik is, which is a
a good friend of mine. He used to come to my shir. He still does. Hope it doesn't get mad at me. I have sensory issues. Like the sound, different things bother me. So he used to sit right next to me back in the day. And in the middle of shir, he'd open up a yogurt, open it, and then he would lift the cover. And like in the middle of shir, dude. And then at the end, he would put his finger like around the top. Yeah. So anyway, that was my for me. That's Masafe. The Kaval, when the Kohen, here, let me show you what he's doing. In the Eichel, on Yom Kippur we say Achas v'Achas. So that's this right over here. He takes blood, dunks his finger in the blood, and pours it on the floor, 7 in a row. Now, we're going to be talking about it. You cannot do Masafe. You can't do this. You can't take from the blood that's on the edges. You got to stick it right into the blood. But you have to have all the 7 drops of blood in that one vessel. You can't have one vessel that's 3 drops and the other vessel 4. That doesn't work. All of them have to be in one. Minadam should be in you. What does that mean? We'll see in a second. Says the Gemara, you need both. Oh, you're doing well. The Kasa Rahman of where you guys from? Where you from? From Jersey. Wait a minute, you got Levi today? You got an Aliyah today, no? Not you? Somebody else, okay. You should. Well, I saw you somewhere. Where did I see you? Where? Oh, okay. I know so. I gotta say it again, just in case, because a lot of people they won't even watch the email. Yeah, I get them. Real quickly, we had a guy, Nathan Zucker, Delta pilot. Did you hear that, or you came after that? Delta pilot, who watches the shir for almost 6 years, and he announces on the PA system, clear violin, clouds, whatever, and he always sticks in when he flies, only when he flies to Jewish locations like JFK. Okay? He sticks in the daf. So I said, he says, today's daf is Menachas daf fest. Like, what are the non-Jews? He says, they don't even hear it. It's like, yeah. Okay. And then he said that he'll do like say there's a sea of Mazel Tov barbecue, and then a guy just came over to him the other day and said that he's going to start the daf because he announced this. Pilot announcing it came after the flight was over. But now I just remembered another story. Gishmak story guy comes over to me. He says, "Want to hear Elvis Fest?" So I said, "Yeah." He doesn't do the shir. He said he was in Romania and he's in a Uber and he's minding his own business. The driver turns around and says, "Are you Jewish?" He says, "Yeah." He says, "You remind me of Elvis Stefanski." Guy told it to me today. All right. Forgot to get his name. You know what I'm talking about? You were actually there when he was telling the story. We were standing by the door. The entrance to the shop. Fine. Next. We need both words. The dunk and blood. Because of one of the Kaval, you have to dunk your feet in there. How about me not forgot the Kibbutz Shir Tefillah? I think that even if you don't have enough blood for all 7, as one of Adam, you need in that one vessel, you need all 7 sprinkles. Because what? One of Adam, I mean, I feel misapic. I think they can go around like this, like the yogurt.
No, you have to dunk it in there. What does it mean? You read these words, but you didn't understand what it means. What does that mean? It's interesting. Means that when you put your finger into the blood, sprinkle. You think that you could go again. You have enough blood to do it a second time. No. In fact, I saw in the art scroll, but not in our Gemara. So I have to ask my friends why not in our Gemara. The art scroll says you have to wipe your finger down every time between dipping in. That's the art scroll. I don't know where they got it from. I don't see it in Rashi. In our Gemara, our translation doesn't have it. But if it's true they have to wipe it down, it's a problem. You should put it in there. Yeah, because basically what the art scroll is saying is that once you dip your finger in and you sprinkle, now everything left on your finger is no good. Yeah, I guess it's like an acidic plea, but you're dipping it in, you're using the new blood. But it's underneath. He says you gotta wipe your finger down. It might fit into the sugya coming up. Again, we're talking about the inner pathos. And this is an interesting halacha we discussed a lot in Zvachim. And that is, if some of the blood from the carbon goes on the kohen's garment,